In the Arctigus star system, known for its sealed lands of magic, extraordinary events are taking place, full of secrets and mysteries that only a few people know about. Linvieth felt a deep joy as he realized that after a long and agonizing attempt, he had finally caught up with his enemy, achieving his long-awaited success. At this moment, Linvieth began to rapidly run away from the many huge stone statues. One of these giant guards was incredibly angry at the protagonist and was ready to tear him on the spot without any hesitation. A huge and formidable guard shouted loudly that entry to this area for outsiders was strictly forbidden and punishable by death. After the warnings, the guard immediately launched a powerful attack on the protagonist, giving him no chance to escape. Linvieth decided to regain his strength and regroup a bit to prepare for the next phase of the battle with his enemies. The guard sternly announced that any trespasser who dared to enter this territory would face imminent death and nothing else. Linvieth easily dodged the guard's fierce attack at this critical moment, showing off his agility and experience. After that, Linvieth suddenly soared into the air above the heads of his opponents using hidden magic powers. For massive guards surrounded him from all sides, but Linvieth began to use his magical powers to fight back. Linvieth, undaunted, asked the guards what they could do to him, knowing that his powers far exceeded their abilities. With lightning speed, Linvieth sliced one of the opponents in two, displaying his skill and power. The remaining guards also met the same fate as Linvieth cut them down one by one with quick and precise blows. After destroying the guards, Linvieth smoothly descended to the ground and began jumping on the heads of his defeated enemies, advancing forward. At this moment, Linvieth noticed something strange and assumed that even stronger opponents might come to the aid of his enemies. A mysterious man appeared in front of the protagonist, surrounded by several accurate clones ready to engage in battle. Soon there were other mystical creatures that looked menacing and were clearly preparing to attack the protagonist. One of these creatures recognized the protagonist as brave as he dared to invade this sacred land of magic. The creature ordered his partners to immediately capture the protagonist to prevent him from doing anything further. Linvieth knew that they were phantom souls imprisoned here because of an ancient curse, and that they needed the help of someone with a pure soul. For centuries, they have been among the strongest in Arctigia, barely distinguishing themselves from their prototypes and retaining power and combat skills. Reaching the 7th Emperor with great strength was difficult, making his goal even more difficult. Despite the difficulties, Linvieth remained calm and confident in his abilities, which gave him the confidence to win. Linvieth, without wasting any time, started fighting the enemies almost simultaneously, showing his readiness for battle. His victory march was earnest and confident, making him a threat to all opponents. One of the monsters, seeing the strength of the protagonist, was greatly frightened, realizing his formidability and danger. The monster, seeing the protagonist almost next to him, realized that he had no chance of escape. Linvieth did not hesitate to get rid of him, showing his determination and strength. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face, as he was glad that he was able to win, which made him more confident. Linvieth, standing in front of his defeated enemies, felt like a victor, which boosted his confidence and gave him determination. Upon seeing the new opponents, Linvieth commented on their appearance, which boosted his confidence and helped him deal with the situation more easily. At this moment, Emperor Sumer suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist, creating even more tension in the setting. The Emperor, upon seeing the protagonist, accused him of creating a riot, further escalating the situation. Linvieth, realizing the importance of meeting the Emperor, apologized for his intrusion, emphasizing the necessity of the meeting, making him more respectful. The Emperor, after noticing that Linvieth had defeated the Phantom Souls, realized that he possessed considerable strength. Surprised by the protagonist's strength, the Emperor noted that he was coming from the Myrian frontier, which made him even more mysterious. The Emperor decided to test the protagonist's true abilities, wanting to find out what he was capable of. After that, the Emperor immediately used the chiromancy technique, making the situation even more tense. Linvieth, seeing the Emperor's strength, laughed and remarked that this ability couldn't surprise him, which boosted his confidence. The Emperor, after realizing that Linvieth was not simple, wondered how an ordinary mortal could comprehend his ability. The Emperor, eager to know more about the main character, asked who he was, which added tension to the situation. The main character's name was Linvieth, and if it wasn't for that incident, he would have been wondering how to move on with his life while remaining an ordinary person. Linvieth was in agony, as he was very late, which made him more nervous. At that moment, a truck appeared in front of the protagonist, flying straight towards him, which created additional danger. His registration slips fell out and it was an accident, but the sudden time travel left him confused. Linvieth instantly didn't realize where he was after being shot down, making him disoriented. He found himself in unfamiliar territory, in the lands of the Hunmen mainland, in the Wang Cradle self-cultivation sect's Dao sect, unable to remember who this body belonged to. After accepting the inevitable, Linvieth decided to see if the sect would accept him to figure out how to move on. But in this world, the law of the jungle was in effect, where the strongest survives, and without strength he could not defend himself. It was at this point that Linvieth saw the man harassing the girl and decided to intervene. The man paid no attention to the girl's screams and stated that no one would come to her aid, making him appear threatening. Jack, determined to come to the rescue, asked the man how he dared threaten a noble lady, which showed his bravery. The man, reacting angrily to Jack's interference, asked if he was looking for trouble, which made him aggressive. The man, unwilling to put up with Jack's interference, attacked the protagonist, creating even more danger. Linvieth, being weak in this world, was unable to repel the man's attack and was wounded right in the heart, seriously complicating the situation. At that moment, Jack felt pain and felt like he could die here, which made him vulnerable. When he woke up, Jack felt the familiar feeling that each new day began as a repeat of the previous one. It went on like this for 100,000 years, Jack waking up on the same day, leading him to despair. Seeing many outstanding people around him, he did not want to stay in second positions. His thirst for power urged him to take his place. Each day started the same as the previous one. In this world, there are many ways to travel, allowing him to instantly find himself on the opposite side of the earth, giving him a feeling of complete freedom. His frequent travels to icy lands have made him more resilient and able to adapt to extreme conditions. Regular visits to the icy regions contributed to his physical endurance and preparedness for the harsh conditions. Visiting sacred lands deepened his spiritual experiences and understanding of the world. Over 10,000 years, he has explored every corner of the world, uncovering the secrets of many families. The end of the emperor's reign led to the intensification of clan conflicts. The strong are respected and the weak are exterminated, causing every sector to strive for strength. The cultivation system includes 4 main areas, but most are involved in spiritual cultivation, seeking powerful techniques, while warriors and divine aspects have only attracted a few. Fort Unclean is the influence of rebirth, but this day was still not over, and he continued to stay at the level of a Mirian, perfecting the spiritual fusion. In contrast, the divine vision grew stronger with each passing year. At the 50,000th year, he noticed that spiritual fusion became harder to achieve, but he managed something. Linvieth also met a lot of men who attracted a lot of women. A girl once asked him if he believed he had lived 100,000 years and helped Emperor Sumeru. Linvieth recognized that his plan turned out to be one of the most successful schemes he had ever devised, thanks to carefully considered strategy and circumstances. The girl expressed doubts, thinking he might have poisoned her, given their past incidents and the uncertain intentions of their relationship. Linvieth assured her that he had nothing to do with the poisoning, emphasizing his honest intentions and integrity. She demanded that he leave and not follow her, wanting her personal space and time to think about the current situation without his interference. She went forward, and within 10 seconds she saw the light of the torch and those who intended to kidnap her, which abruptly changed her plans. The girl did go forward and was confronted by the men who were trying to capture her, causing her to be abruptly startled and alarmed. The man with the torch recognized her immediately and was pleased to find her, which caused the girl a mixture of surprise and fear. Realizing her vulnerability, the girl was very frightened at this point, realizing the seriousness of the situation and the possibility for violence or kidnapping her. The man ordered her to be grabbed and prevented from escaping, reinforcing her sense of threat and the need to immediately seek help or a way to escape. The girl approached the protagonist and asked for his help, counting on his protection and support in this dangerous and frightening situation. Jack asked the girl if she believed him now, wanting to regain her trust based on his previous actions and words. Hearing a positive response, he said that after he dealt with the threat, they could leave the place safely. Soon after, the girl is relieved when Linvieth successfully eliminates the threat, reducing her fear and anxiety. She will beg the protagonist to neutralize the poison with which she has been poisoned, realizing the danger and the need for urgent medical action. Eventually Linvieth tackled Hunmen and led the girl behind him, providing a path to safety and calm. He pointed to a tree, explaining that there was a secret passage here, providing an opportunity for their safe escape. Linvieth had been here many times. The one who wanted to kidnap her was waiting for them at the end of the passageway, which gave his words weight. The girl expressed her desire to know who dared to threaten her and demanded to find the courage to do so, seeking justice and understanding. After that, the girl immediately rushed after the protagonist, seeking safety and support, not wanting to be alone in such a situation. Reaching further, Linvieth began to turn the button to open the doors, giving them safe passage and shelter from pursuers. Moving forward, the girl began to ask if there was anyone here they should expect, showing her wariness and interest in the situation. Linvieth said they should go out and avoid encounters, suggesting tactics to avoid possible dangers and unreliable encounters. At this moment, 3 people suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way, complicating their plans for escape and survival. The guy who stood out among them was apparently their leader, which gave him confidence and importance in the eyes of the others. His name was Sai Tao Kui and he was the son of a Wang sect elder, wondering why the girl was still alive, which caused her to be anxious and afraid. The girl was furious and couldn't figure out what poison he had slipped her. The guy stated that this man would make her give herself to him completely, could have accomplished more with her cultivation level. Previously, he couldn't understand who this detached Miriam was, and what makes him behave in a manner in society that raises questions. Linvieth remained silent at this point, not responding to his provocation, waiting for the best conditions for his response when the situation would allow him to speak up. In the world of Hunmen, perfection has been valued since ancient times. Overcoming the level of spiritual radiance made learning more advanced techniques extremely difficult and demanding, requiring patience. People thought it was an indication of their strength, though it actually takes a divine and martial realization to truly appreciate their potential in battle and in life. Guy immediately ordered the man and the protagonist killed, seeing them as a threat to his ambitions and plans that could change his future. Jack saw him immediately attacked by 2 men with swords, and his face expressed no panic, only determination to face the danger. He simply closed his eyes and defeated them in one motion, displaying his strength and skill, which surprised everyone present with its efficiency and speed. The girl was greatly surprised by his abilities, seeing how easily he handled the situation, and it made her reconsider her opinion of him. The guy was surprised too, realizing Jack's strength and his extraordinary fighting skills that set him apart from the rest. Jack admitted to being a Miriam, though they could all be compared to mere animals, easily destroyed in battle and in the struggle for survival. The guy was furious, not realizing who was in front of him to so boldly confront and challenge his authority in the community. Linvieth asked the guy if he thought he was stronger than Miriam and dared to say that, after all, it was a serious accusation against him. The guy couldn't understand how the protagonist had such an awareness of his abilities, which questioned his confidence in his abilities. Jack said those were his father's words. What he'd done today was enough to stop cooperating with him, or even kill him if necessary. The guy realized that there was a messenger in front of him, and it changed his perception of what was happening and his attitude towards Jack in general. After that, Linvieth instantly disappeared using his abilities and magic, causing the people around him to be confused and attracted attention. Then Jack suddenly appeared behind the lad, making him worry and aware of the threat posed by his adversary. The guy didn't realize who he was to be treated like that and not take a knee that challenged his status and authority in the group. The sect elder had made a deal with the Fort of Unholy, and though his son had turned out to be deeply misguided, he could pose as the fort's messenger, creating tension and intrigue in their relationship. The guy said he deserves to die, but asks for forgiveness and mercy, noting that the protagonist has the energy of someone else on the Mer frontier, but will soon substage his scapegoat frontier, a worthy man for the role of messenger. Linvieth offered to cut off his paw so he could escape, showing his determination and willingness to go to extreme lengths to save him. The guy immediately started crying and begging for mercy, begging him to let him go, not to do any more harm, fearing for his life. Linvieth couldn't understand what was wrong or how he could help, for the situation seemed completely inexplicable and confusing, requiring his intervention. The guy then grabbed the knife in his hand, showing his desperation and willingness to do anything, even the craziest, to defend himself. Then he felt an unbearable pain that pierced his body, causing him to scream in anguish and agony, mirroring his suffering. He did cut off his arm and asked the protagonist if this act was enough to save him and get rid of the threat. Jack told the guy to get out of his sight, not wanting to see his suffering and the insanity of which he was shocked and appalled. Of course, the guy immediately listened to him and started running away, hoping to find shelter and rescue somewhere farther away, avoiding the consequences of his actions. The girl thanked him and asked if he could walk her home, feeling safe around him and his protection. He helped her get to Saitukui, but the toxin still remained in her system, requiring immediate intervention and treatment to save her. The girl was silent and did not know what to answer at this moment, being in confusion and fear for her life, which reflected her inner world. Phoenix of the South Sea, the air cavalry of the Wan sect, the people of the Miryang frontier have 3 years of training to control them, making his figure mysterious and powerful. He has lived here for 100,000 years and knows more than anyone else about everything about the Wan sect, and how to intimidate a cowardly son and how to control a phoenix are nothing to him. The girl thought at that moment about his words that intimidating a cowardly son and handling a phoenix were nothing to him. The girl asked if he was sure he wanted to help neutralize the poison. After all, she was betrothed to the 7th demon emperor. She would be his wife in 2 years. She wondered if Linvieth knew who he was. Of course he knew who he was. He is one of the 3 mate Hunmen emperors, the strongest in all of Arctogia, known for his power. Then he should realize that if the latter found out that Linvieth had helped her, he would be unlikely to spare him and forgive him. Linvieth doubts that he will be able to do anything to him. By the way, there is not much time left, about 3 hours, enough for 5 times. The girl was very much surprised that he could last as long as 5 times, not expecting such stamina and endurance. He had a very strange feeling, and something was spreading through her body, causing new waves of pain and agony. The Mounties noticed that the effect had kicked in early, and they were unprepared for this turn of events and its consequences. Linvieth was panicking himself, but told her not to do it, trying to calm her down and bring her to her senses. The girl begged him to neutralize her poison, for she felt that she had less and less time left and was dying. Linvieth said that as long as they haven't landed yet, he can't do anything, but he'll try to find a solution. After a while they will meet some girl who will tell someone not to be afraid, because he will say thus. Linvieth woke up and said, another meaningless day had begun, feeling drained and tired of everything. When he saw the girl beside him, Jack couldn't understand how she was here or what was really going on. The girl called him a liar, for he had said he would go back at dawn, but he had not. He had cheated. Linvieth asked what day it was, hoping it would help him realize how much time had actually passed. He received the answer that it was July 27th, which surprised and puzzled him very much, for he had expected a very different date. Linvieth couldn't understand how this could have happened, for he was sure that much more time had passed than it turned out to be. A smile began to appear on his face as he finally made it out after 10,000 years, feeling the long-awaited release from his torturous bonds. His time loop had ended and he was finally able to get out, feeling that long-awaited freedom was now available and he could move forward. 8 celestials, for star systems, and many who looked down on him, soon they would all be destroyed by him. Prepare for battle. The girl told him not to dare speak to her again, for who would be responsible for all his actions and their consequences. Linvieth hugged her and told her it was okay, because all the time he spent here, he remembered the first girl he was responsible for. Apparently, it was time to improve his own strength, and he would start with the Wan sect to show his might and aspiration for leadership. At this moment, someone shouted to him that his courage was enough for 2, considering he dared to kidnap a member of their sect. If he dared to kidnap a member of their sect, he had to be prepared for the consequences, because it was a serious crime. It was a girl named Yongqing. She was an elder of the Wan sect, known for her cruelty and strictness towards outsiders. Having just dealt with one problem, he was faced with another. One of the 12 elders would not hesitate to kill without blinking an eye. Her life was not simple. The girl decided to use the dragon net to catch the protagonist, as it's her last hope of stopping him. The girl said that Linvieth would run away, because if he got caught in the net, he wouldn't get out and would be trapped. But Jack thought it was all nothing. He was confident in his abilities and not afraid of her net. He gave a thumbs up and said he would handle the situation at all. Don't worry, he was up for the challenge. After that, he began to use his power, demonstrating how much more powerful he had become during his lifetime. Yongqing was greatly surprised. After all, This net is considered the best trap for catching animals, but he was able to bypass it. And he tackled her in one fell swoop, showing that his skill and strength exceeded her expectations. Linvieth asked her if she was interested in where her father was, for she had not known of his whereabouts for many years. He asked her to give her a message, for they hadn't seen each other in 10 years and he wanted to reconnect. The girl was furious, not realizing who he was or what he knew about her father. It irritated her greatly. Linvieth said that if she was interested, she should already escort him to the sect's territory to make things clear. Linvieth said it was already his business why he needed to go there, and she should just walk him through and explain everything. When they arrive, everyone who meets them will of course ask who they are and the purpose of their visit. When they arrived, all the men immediately greeted the elders, preparing for the possible consequences. Linvieth walked directly in front of Ching, showing his determination and willingness to act. The men were surprised, for Linvieth was walking ahead of the elder, Kui, who also enjoyed the authority of others. Linvieth turned to the girl and said that he would get rid of those 3 chatterboxes, if necessary. The man smiled and said that the elder was unlikely to listen to him, for she often acted in her own way. Well, just at that moment she attacked the 2 men, showing her willingness to defend her interests. Everyone was a little surprised, but the situation was evolving and they realized that they would have to adapt quickly to the new circumstances. She asked who else had their mouths still open, watching the reaction to her words, showing her power and influence in this place. All the men immediately apologized to her in one voice, realizing that they had better avoid conflict with her power and status. When the girl brought him in, she asked the guy if he could now tell her why he came to the cult, arousing curiosity. Jack said that he wanted to see the head of Chin Chan, for that he needed help in arranging a meeting with her. He needs her to help organize their meeting, because it's an important step for his plans. She doubted the elder would find the time to meet with the common Miriam, suspecting the difficulty in their meeting. Linvieth asked, or did she really think so, expressing hope for a positive outcome to their conversation. He then told the second girl to go home, assuring her that he would take care of the rest. Ching was very surprised that the girl was obeying him and suggested that he might have hypnotized her. Linvieth asked to pass his words to the elder, and she would immediately agree to an audience, waiting for a response. The unpaired meridians merge into one. Their 8 points of intersection are like yang. When the blood boils, the eye cools, everything is put together properly. The girl realized that there must be a hidden meaning in those lines, suggesting that the mistress might actually agree to meet. The girl said she would pass everything on, honoring his request and realizing the importance of the message. And after that, he heard words to keep him focused, preparing for important events. Well, just at that moment some girl was fighting a man, showing her strength and confidence. Everyone was surprised, for this girl was very strong, showing high skill in battle. Linvieth approached and asked if they practiced sword fighting, curious about their training. The men were immediately startled at the sight of the guy, for unclean feeling threatened or insecure. Jack tells them not to be afraid. He's not a bad person and just wants to chat, establishing trust. The men began to smile nervously and beg for him to spare them, realizing their subordination. The girl asked who he was, eliciting curiosity and doubt in her eyes. The men began to say that he was the reason 3 students were being punished and it was better for him not to answer, to avoid anger. Linvieth said that who he was wasn't that important. What was important was that she was using the heavenly abundance technique incorrectly. Now that's something really worth noting. Emphasizing her mistake, the girl couldn't understand how he noticed it, marveling at his insight and knowledge. Still, after a while, Linvieth would meet with whom he wished, and she would ask him why he had come. Linvieth replied that he wanted to borrow something, expressing his intentions. The girl still couldn't understand how he knew what technique she was using, which raised her questions. Let her leave her doubts behind and give herself over to her feelings, allowing herself to put all her passion into her blade to defeat her enemy. The girl asked for the Lord to tell more, seeking more understanding. Linvieth can answer her questions about kendo by sharing her knowledge and experience. Except his shoulder has been hurting lately, and whether she knows what can be done to alleviate it. The girl couldn't understand what the guy was talking about, remaining puzzled. Immediately afterward, she began to massage him, trying to ease his discomfort. The men began to argue that sooner or later they would not be able to take the girl back, expressing their fears. Ching informed the guide that the head was waiting for him in the hall, hinting at the upcoming meeting. Linvieth was glad that he had succeeded, and now he would be able to meet the head. He said goodbye to the girl and said he would see her again, expressing hope for the future. After that, he left for the chapter, preparing for the next stage. Yang Qing called the girl stupid and asked if she wanted to reach the second level in kendo as soon as possible and ends up doing this, pointing out her unusual behavior. She told the mentor that this person knew the secret of the final form of the heavenly abundance technique, which sparked her interest and apprehension. That the elder was sure he was too young to understand kendo, and his knowledge might have been premature. The girl asked the elders to consider, for the guy had told them to stop their doubts and just wallow in their feelings. The elder couldn't understand how it was even for unclean doubting his words and intentions. After a while, Linvieth still came to the head, determined to have an important conversation. Oblivion is a top-secret technique of the sect, passed down from generation to generation, from whence he knows its principle. Linvieth said that he not only knows her principle, but also her weak point, raising doubts. The chapter thought it was ridiculous. The technique had been passed down for 3,000 years and it was completely closed to outsiders. She asked why Linvieth had come, emphasizing the need for clarity in his intentions. Otherwise, if he doesn't speak up, she won't be ceremonious with him. The hero suggested she be careful, reminding her of yesterday's ordeal with the Oblivion technique, after which she would need 6 months to recover. If not for his help, it would have taken her 6 months to recover. Last night she had practiced in the higher frequency body of water, but it was a restricted area or only women were allowed, which made it questionable how he could know about her practicing and the injury. Questions arose immediately, where he came from and who he was, which required immediate answers to fully understand his origins and goals. Linvieth, knowing her doubts, argued that it didn't matter how he found out or who he was because it wasn't fundamental. He also doesn't like talking to others from the bottom up and submitting to their authority, because he knows she is concerned about 2 important things right now. The head knew that this young man was on the Mirian's turn, but his energy was so overwhelming that she couldn't ignore it. The first thing that bothered her was that the unholy fort and Chile Palace wanted to lure them to her side, but she didn't trust those threats. And the second thing was that she hadn't been able to bring the circle boundary to a free boundary for many years, which caused her refinement to regress. Linvieth can help her resolve these issues if they make a deal, and that's what makes his offer very tempting. She wondered how his services could be useful, and how quickly he convinced her, knowing many secrets and details of their world. After all, he wants to utilize a higher frequency water body, which could prove useful for her purposes, providing her with new opportunities. After some time, Linvieth will meet some man, which will be an important meeting, possibly determinative for their mutual interests and future. And, of course, he will say hello with respect and courtesy, which emphasizes his upbringing and respect for tradition. It was at this point that the man asked if anyone had molested his son among the keepers, which emphasizes his vigilance and concern. The man said they did not deserve to die, but asked for clemency from Mr. Chuang, which demonstrates their dependency and fear of consequences. The man was highly enraged after these words, showing his displeasure at what was happening, indicating his power. He told them to get up and go to the head, which showed his authority and the need to follow his instructions, emphasizing his importance. They once again apologized for their actions, acknowledging their mistakes and seeking to correct them, which shows their humility. The men then turned around and walked away, leaving the meeting place, indicating the end of their engagements and interactions at that point. But right after that, some trace of ice started coming towards them, which caught their attention and piqued their interest in what was going on, creating an atmosphere of tension. The man couldn't understand what had happened, for the master had said to leave, but suddenly everyone froze. Everyone around him appeared frozen, causing the man to feel uneasy and perplexed by this strange situation and its implications. He called them useless puppies, deeming them unworthy of life for their behavior and reactions to things, which made him despise them. After that, he began to approach them, showing confidence in his actions, preparing to make a decision on further action. After a few seconds, he was ready to strike, showing his determination and willingness to take decisive action against them. The man was really sure of what he wanted to do to them based on his beliefs and reactions to their behavior. Right at that moment, the guy Linvieth was fighting with approached him, which suddenly changed the course of events. The son asked his father if the man was a messenger, which caught his attention and raised questions about the guy's intentions. He was of the opinion that messengers are unpredictable and powerful people, and hence his apprehension about their presence among the laity. Let him not worrying because he dared to touch the son of Zhuanyu himself, and if he didn't leave the mainland, then he no longer regretted the consequences. The son cried and asked his father to avenge him, which showed his depth of fear and dependence on his father's protection. The head said that she could allow him to go to a body of water of the highest purity, but she doesn't allow just anyone in there, restricting access. Linvieth said they had an agreement and he would come to the reservoir in the evening and let her join later. The head couldn't understand why not now, expressing her concern and curiosity about the delay. Right at this moment, Lima turned around because he heard something that caught his attention and made him wary. He explained that not now because he would need to deal with their guests first, which was a priority. Chuang walked over to the chapter and asked if the chapter was alone here, which showed his concern for safety and order. She couldn't understand what the elder was doing here, which caused her to question his visit and his intentions. He greeted her and told her that he had heard rumors of a girl being kidnapped from the sect, which turned out to be true. The woman confirmed that this was true, adding to the seriousness of the situation and the need for action. Right at lunchtime, a man was approaching, causing tension in the atmosphere and anticipation of events. He immediately recognized the main character as a Miriam Ba, which piqued his interest and questions about his role. Of course, he said hello to him, being polite despite the tension of the situation. The man was furious and wanted to address the woman, which showed his seriousness in the matter. He was ready to strike and asked if the guy was the kidnapper, which indicated he was suspicious. The man immediately began using his ice technique, which demonstrated his fighting skills and threat. Linvieth hadn't expected their meeting to be so tense, which brought an element of surprise. The man couldn't understand how the guy managed to get behind his back, which showed his agility and unpredictability. The woman asked what the reason for his visit was, which required an explanation and clarification of his purpose. The man asked to be excused, but is doing his duty as a safety officer, which explains his actions. The woman opined that his involvement was not required in the situation, as he was not someone to blame, and for unclean the story of that girl could have ended differently. Now that he is here, he should be given the status of viceroy and the corresponding powers, and everyone in the sect territory should respect his authority and decisions. The man congratulated the young viceroy on his accomplishments, though he couldn't understand how this man had managed to reach such heights so early in his life. The woman said that Linvieth had managed to piss him off, and Yang Qing intended to show him his actions in the next few days to calm things down. Jack thanked the woman for showing her care and attention to his problems, which made his feelings of loneliness less heavy and meaningful. Once the hero recognized his interior, he noted that it was very refined and thoughtful, which impressed him with its style and functionality. The girl approached the viceroy, expressing her desire to discuss many Kenda-related matters with him, as she considered him an expert in the field. Linvieth objected, but acknowledged that this was not for unclean today, as there were higher priority tasks that required his attention and time. There is an important matter that requires his immediate intervention, and he cannot afford to put it off until later. At this moment, the elder son was expressing the opinion that this person was probably lying, otherwise it was hard to explain how he managed to obtain the status of viceroy. The son argued that he couldn't just ignore what was happening as it directly affected his family and their future. The man thought there was something wrong here, as it would take incredible agility and skill for an ordinary person to dodge his blow. The guy guessed what had happened, since he had slipped Cindy a love potion yesterday, and the guy had probably taken advantage of her condition for his own purposes. The head, wanting to keep things secret, granted him this status, allowing him to stay undercover and manipulate the situation. With this evidence, there is no doubt of his innocence, and they can hardly convict him without hard evidence. At this point, Linvieth appeared and immediately asked to question his actions and his integrity, raising important questions of trust. The man, confused and angry, asked if he really had the nerve to invade his domain, warning that even his status as viceroy wouldn't save him. Linvieth called him an old friend, noting that he hadn't solved the mystery of the reservoir in 30 years, and now his son was doing mayhem against the bride of the 7th demon emperor. Linvieth asked the man if he needed the antidote, as he knew the deadly danger he faced without it, and offered his help in exchange for his cooperation. The man immediately realized that it was an antidote for the water dragon's poison, and realized that he could, indeed, have been sent to carry out this important mission. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man immediately fell to his knees to greet the messenger and express his respect for him. His son, however, continued to stand without expressing any reverence, which caused discontent and uneasiness among all present. The man sternly ordered his son to immediately kneel before the guy to show his respect and recognition of his status. The son obeyed his father's orders without delay and greeted the messenger, realizing the resistance would only make their situation worse. Despite what happened, the son could not understand what was going on, because his father had always told him that the guy was an imposter and not trustworthy. Linvieth told the lad that he had already shown mercy by ordering only one hand to be cut off, and asked if he would now admit his guilt. The man apologized, admitting they were wrong, and noted that the recent events with the dragon venom had been unbearable for them. From that day forward, his previous orders no longer apply, as he has realized their harmfulness and the need for change in his actions. The man sincerely thanked the guy for the help and the antidote provided, which saved his life and changed their future. He couldn't understand why Linvieth had given the antidote so easily, and he began to question the true motives behind his actions. Linvieth warned that the pill was made in winter and getting rid of its effects would result in immediate death, so caution was needed. Right at that moment, the man noticed that it was as if his heart was in chains, which caused him great anxiety. The man then assured the protagonist that he could be calm, for he was not going to violate his instructions or go against his will. After these words, Jack disappeared from sight, leaving everyone in the dark about his future plans and intentions. The next action will unfold at a body of water of supreme purity, giving the story special atmosphere of mystery and significance. The main figure of the story came to this body of water to uncover its secrets and make sense of the events that took place, which became the centerpiece of the plot. Turning around, she asked if Linvieth had come to the spot to explain the situation and take part in the important event. Jack stated that she would have to take off her clothes to participate in the ceremony, which caused confusion and displeasure among those present. The woman couldn't figure out who he was talking to now and urged him not to get cocky, as the situation was delicate and required caution. Linvieth stated that he was not interested in her and suggested that he keep his personal dignity to himself as he sought to help her reach new level of excellence. The only way to fulfill the oblivion gap was to resort to yin and yang complementing each other, so she would need to think carefully about this suggestion. The woman agreed, saying she was willing to trust him this time, believing he knew what he was doing. Linvieth ordered her not to move and proceeded to perform his technique, which required absolute immobility. He then touched her back with his hand, using his powers to perform a design process that required a high level of concentration. The woman couldn't understand what power was penetrating her, but she felt something unfamiliar and exciting that surprised her. She felt a warming sensation spreading through her body, causing her to feel warm and comfortable. Linvieth wasn't surprised that this power made her feel good, as he knew of its beneficial effects. The oblivion technique multiplies energy, it does not generate it. If you refine it to the 9th circle, yin will become too much and reversion will begin. She wondered how long it would take to curb the yin and achieve complete control over that energy. Right now, it would take 6 months, but as she grew, that time frame would shorten, especially with the approaching Hunmen battle. The Battle of Hunmen is a battle between the mainland's major sects for the right to enter Dao, an ancient place of perfection. There are hundreds of sects on the mainland, 3 of which are considered the strongest, but Ziwang is the weakest of them all. Linvieth reminded her that now was not the time to give up, for there was too much at stake, especially now she has him, so she must follow his instructions to succeed in the upcoming trials. The woman agreed with his words and decided to follow his instructions, hoping for a better future for herself and her sect. That's all for today, Linvieth said, adding that they would meet tomorrow at the same place to continue training. Thanks to the 3 beginnings, he was able to raise his level to the spiritual frontier in a short time, which impressed everyone. A body of water of supreme purity proved to be a real treasure, enabling him to reach new heights in his development and skill. After all this, Linvieth felt great, ready for new challenges and achievements on his path. The girl informed him that a lady had been waiting for him in his chambers for a long time, which aroused his curiosity. The protagonist was curious to know who this woman was, and for what purpose she had come to him at such a time. When he got to his chambers, he noticed that the lady was already seated and waiting for him, which caused him to ask even more questions. The girl couldn't understand what he wanted her to do and felt a little confused by the situation. Upon entering the manor, he noticed Cindy there, who immediately rushed to hug him, expressing her feelings. The protagonist wondered what she was doing here, and why she was so insistent on meeting him. She had heard that the chapter had granted him viceroy status and was amazed at his accomplishments, having never seen such another man. The girl said he was very nice and his presence gave her warm feelings and admiration. She was glad they had met and couldn't believe she had started acting like this. All her thoughts were only of him. If the 7th Demon Emperor calls her to marry in 2 years, she would rather die than let the marriage take place. The 7th Demon Emperor is the ruler of Arctagia, and he has 108 brides who will become his wives in 2 years, like stars in the heavens. Linvieth told the girl that since she was his, he wouldn't let it happen to her, and let her not worrying about it. The girl said she had to go home, because it was getting late, and by the way, that girl with the ball is her best friend. If it's not too much trouble, have him help her with her training, because it's important for her to reach the right skill level. The girl told the boyfriend that she would escort her friend home to make sure she returned safely. The main character was wondering what kind of relationship he and the girl were in and what bonded them, as it could be important. Linvieth only watched as the two girls walked home, pondering the feelings they had for each other. Linvieth told Yang Qing that her apprentice had left, and apparently she would keep him company tonight since that was the case. Linvieth immediately sensed the girl's presence, which meant that she wasn't going to leave him alone for this evening. She told him to watch his words and not forget who she was, because it was important to their future relationship. Linvieth could understand what "don't forget" meant, for it was a warning for him not to make a mistake. How on earth could he forget who she was when her presence had such a profound effect on him and his decisions? When he looked at her breasts, she couldn't understand where he was staring, because it was unexpected and strange. She hadn't expected such insolence from him, but decided not to show her embarrassment so as not to give him a reason to follow up. That she herself had suggested to the chapter that they put him on their estate, hadn't she? To find out where her father was. The girl couldn't figure out how to convince him to tell her the truth about her father's whereabouts, because it was so important. Linvieth walked over and told her to sit down, for she needed to keep him company until it was time. Let her keep him company, and when the time comes, he'll tell her everything she wants to know. The girl could not understand what the guy was talking about, for his words seemed mysterious and incomprehensible to her. Linvieth said she could turn around and just leave if she didn't want to continue this conversation. The girl said she was clear and began to move closer to him, showing that she was ready to listen to him further. She asked what she should do now, and the guy told her to stop worrying and trust him. Jack said he wasn't going to do anything to her and laid back down, covering himself with a blanket, showing that the conversation was over. After that, he just fell asleep altogether, showing that he really wasn't going to do anything else. The girl was surprised that Linvieth really just fell asleep like that, not trying to bother her anymore. She just couldn't understand why he called out to her if nothing happened in the end, and he just fell asleep. Early in the morning, she woke up, and as it turned out, she had been sleeping sitting up the whole time, which was uncomfortable for her. She noticed that there was a trace of her saliva on the pillow, which made her a little embarrassed and uncomfortable. Linvieth stood at the window and asked the girl if she was awake yet, for he had been waiting for this moment. He thought that meant they would get around any misunderstandings if they discussed and resolved everything at once. He said the battle was about to begin, and he wondered how she thought they would fare in this ordeal. With the current level of the Wan sect, if they were to participate, they might not be able to expect to win, as their strength was still insufficient. Okay, he noticed she was sobering up, but he was sure they'd be able to overpower the other contestants. The girl wondered what kind of helpers would be needed and who it might be so she could prepare in advance. The first one would be her specifically. He would train her in kendo for a month and also tweak her heavenly abundance technique. The other one was just about to visit now, and he wondered if she already knew Lunlin. He was the 7th elder, an extremely withdrawn individual, forever acting alone, living on Mount Ho. Linvieth asks her to go to Yin and rescue one person, but reminds her to be there by midnight. Yang Qing couldn't understand when she had time to familiarize herself with the viceroy, since it had happened so quickly. When they arrived at the mountain, the girl asked if this was the game, and Linvieth confirmed her guess. The elder doesn't like to be disturbed by outsiders, and generally doesn't allow strangers to come here uninvited. Linvieth asked if she was afraid, and if he ordered her to fight him, would she agree. That the elder is a very dangerous warrior, and she is no match for him, so her chances of victory seem minimal. Linvieth told her not to worry and she would need to fend off his blows and apply Form 10. The girl is not sure, but said she will try it, because it is important for her further development and improvement. At this moment, Linvieth heard that they were forbidden to be here and this place was a restricted area. And he who came uninvited must die, for such rules are laid down for all without exception. After saying those words, Linvieth immediately grabbed the girl's back to protect her from a possible threat. After that, there was a massive explosion, but Linvieth managed to save the girl by showing his agility and speed. She realized that if he hadn't saved her now, she would have already passed into the next world and never come back. Just at this moment, the very same Hunmen they had heard so much about apparently appeared in front of them. Linvieth wondered why they had come, questioning the purpose of their presence in such a dangerous and forbidding place. He reminded that this is a restricted area of the sect, warning of the consequences of their actions here. It was said that he was unrivaled in Hunmen in ball possession, but he considered it just rumors, deciding to check things out in person. The man called him an empty puppy and was determined to show his true abilities in battle, promising to prove his strength. Linvieth stated that he would not have to fight him, but those he had come along with, hinting at the fight to come. He mentioned the girl he had come with, emphasizing her importance in the upcoming battle. Chi, the 12th elder's disciple, armed herself with the red moon sword and challenged the elder to a fight. The man asked in surprise if Linvieth wanted him to fight the girl, pointing out her supposed weakness. He was sure they couldn't stand up to him and wouldn't survive, considering them a weak opponent. The man, without wasting a moment, immediately launched an attack, eager to demonstrate his strength and confidence in his fighting skills. The girl was able to repel his first blow, showing confidence and skill in combat, which spoke of her high training and skill. She then bounced off and landed on her feet, keeping her distance and ready for further combat, allowing her to control the situation. The man was surprised by her ability to dodge, which piqued his interest and confusion, causing him to rethink his tactics in battle. She successfully fended off his second strike, showing her skill and control of the situation, which strengthened her position in the arena. The third strike was also repelled, confirming her martial arts skills, making her a serious opponent in this arena. The fourth and fifth blows were also reflected, demonstrating her resilience and preparedness, increasing her confidence in her own abilities. The man became enraged seeing the girl successfully deal with his attack, which undermined his morale and determination in battle. The sixth strike was also ineffective against her skills, which infuriated the man even more, increasing his aggression and determination. After one of the blows, he flew back a few meters, trying to regain control of the situation and determine the next strategy in the fight. Despite this, the girl continued to succeed in deflecting his blows, strengthening her position in the battle and emphasizing her experience and skill. Now it was her turn to attack, and she advised him not to relax, predicting further attacks, which prepared her for the decisive moment. The man noted her courage, but expressed doubt if she could hit him even once, which sparked his confidence in her abilities. The girl started using the heavenly abundance technique, amplifying her attack and creating clones, which surprised the man with her skill. Clone swords appeared around her, enhancing her attack and intimidating her opponent, adding to her strength and confidence in battle. She ordered the clones to attack, increasing the pressure on the man, making him vulnerable to her attack and strategic maneuvers. The man was extremely surprised by her new techniques, not expecting this level of skill and adaptability, causing him to rethink his tactics. Linvieth was glad that the girl took his advice and used the suggested methods, which showed their synchronicity and cooperation. Hunmen was curious if Linvieth had taught her these techniques and how he knew about his ball's weaknesses, which added intrigue to their interaction. Their actions became synchronized as a single organism, displaying a deeply penetrating understanding of combat techniques and strategies that strengthened their alliance. The man couldn't understand how Linvieth knew the secrets of his ball, putting him in a state of confusion that undermined his confidence and control over the situation. His knowledge of the weapon proved profound, and one glance was enough to spot weaknesses on the 10th strike that surprised his strategic calculation. It was hard to understand. He could believe in the 7th, but he had never used the 10th technique, wondering where the hero got this information from. Seeing his doubts, Linvieth offered to prove his words and show his skills, which sparked his confidence and determination. He said he uses the technique King One Punch, demonstrating his fighting ability, which emphasized his preparedness and confidence. The girl and the man were amazed by the confidence of the protagonist. His self-assurance inspired them to further actions and strategic maneuvers. The man still agreed and offered to test the main character's abilities, which promised an interesting continuation of their duel and a test of their skills. Linvieth asked the man to demonstrate his fighting skills, preparing for the upcoming battle on which the fate of their world and nation depended. The man instantly jumped forward and launched an attack, showing an aggressive start to the fight that surprised everyone present with its suddenness, power, and fury. He then thrust his sword into the ground, creating a powerful shockwave that threatened the protagonist, forcing him to take urgent protective measures. The shockwave reached his position, posing a real threat and forcing him to dodge with maximum agility, showing off his combat skills. A blue electric dragon suddenly appeared from the ground, enhancing the man's attack capabilities and increasing his chances of winning this battle. Linvieth had anticipated this maneuver and was unimpressed, preparing to repel the attack with the determination and coolness of a true master of his craft. The man longed for Linvieth to finally fall, expressing his desire for victory through fierce blows and an unyielding will to triumph. The dragon of a man launched an attack on the protagonist, increasing the pressure and creating a critical situation requiring lightning-fast reactions and precise defensive actions. Linvieth began to use his stick and activated his 10th form, preparing to face the enemy and repel his powerful blows. At this moment, the two dragons began to battle, displaying an incredible intensity of fighting that was breathtaking and attracted the attention of all the spectators around. The man was greatly surprised to see Linvieth using the 10th form, which was far beyond all his expectations and assumptions. Lunlin couldn't believe what he saw as he assessed the extent of the main character's capabilities, which surpassed all his ideas of martial arts. As promised, Linvieth actually defeated the men using only one stick, which was a significant achievement in the world of martial arts. The man asked how Linvieth was able to master the 10th form, showing genuine surprise and deep interest in his unique fighting technique. Linvieth clarified that he had only refined the 7th technique and asked if the man understood it, otherwise he would be disappointed with their understanding and level. The man expressed his gratitude for the instruction and wanted to know the name of the protagonist to express his appreciation, respect and reverence for his skill. He introduced himself, adding that he had recently been appointed viceroy, and the girl confirmed his words, showing her trust and respect for the new leader. The man was amazed to learn that such a young viceroy was skilled in martial arts, and asked for more guidance to improve his martial skills. Linvieth suggested that the elder show himself at the Hunmen battlefield to demonstrate his skills and prove his strength in front of everyone present. The men considered him the strongest among the men of the three main sects, and alone he had no equal despite the relative weakness of their sector. However, Linvieth disagreed and said that before the battle began, their sect would become stronger and would definitely find a worthy opponent. If he is with him, he will definitely take part in the battle to prove his strength and defend his sect's honor in the decisive battle. On his return, the viceroy was informed that his request had been fully complied with, which gave him satisfaction and increased his confidence in the loyalty of his subordinates. Liu Wuhan, the third elder, clarified whether Linvieth had indeed asked for his release, expressing keen interest and bewilderment at such an unexpected order. He thanked the vicar for saving his life, expressing his sincere gratitude for not leaving him in distress and coming to his aid. Linvieth promised to talk about everything later, providing more information in the future, and asked everyone to be patient until the next important meeting. Jian reported that the chapter is organizing a general meeting for all the elders and the viceroy to attend, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming event for everyone. Linvieth promised to be at the meeting, demonstrating his commitment and willingness to actively participate in the discussion of all important issues and decisions. The man said he would stand up for the viceroy at the meeting, showing his support and willingness to defend his interests before the elders and the chapter. The chief said it was time for him to go to the meeting, reaffirming the importance of the event and demonstrating his responsibility to make vital decisions. They received a letter from the Scarlet Sky Palace indicating an important meeting for the next morning, causing everyone to wonder about the significance of the message. They had always regarded his arrival on the eve of battle as suspicious, noting its significance and trying to unravel the true motives for such an unexpected visit. After the meeting, the chapter will go to the reservoir of purity, charting an important visit that could have serious consequences for the entire sect and its future development. Linvieth believed that it was to probe their strength, anticipating the tests and preparing for possible trials and tests of their might. The first elder, Mohi, expressed doubts, not believing a visit was necessary at this time, arguing that it could lead to unnecessary complications and problems. The second elder, Zimingshu, thought that the viceroy was thinking to Shaoli, arguing with his suggestions and expressing his dissatisfaction and serious doubts. The man pounded on the table, saying that their words might overestimate the enemy's resolve and lead to wrong conclusions about their true intentions. He believed that there was truth in the viceroy's words, even if the sector was in decline, and that all possible scenarios should be considered. The second elder did not understand why he sided with the youngster, expressing doubt and bewilderment at his support for the young and inexperienced leader. The head couldn't understand what Linvieth Chuan had done, expressing bewilderment and serious doubts about the correctness of his actions and true intentions. The head agreed with the viceroy, but asked what to do if Master Xiao still came and made his demands or serious threats. A man offered to interrupt a couple of people from their sect to show who was in charge, but his suggestion got a mixed reaction from everyone. The fifth elder, Bizang, said that this should not be done for fear of repercussions and possible negative reactions from other sects and allies. The fourth elder, Yinkui, was also against it, expressing disagreement and warning against being too aggressive, which could backfire on them. The man considered the viceroy's proposal excellent despite the difficulties, believing that such a decisive move could strengthen their position and authority among their enemies. The first two elders were silent, leaving their thoughts without comment, preferring to wait and not give their opinion on the proposed plans of action. Lunlin supported, saying that the viceroy is young and talented. His approach is correct and trustworthy despite his age and inexperience in affairs. Everyone was surprised that the man spoke, as he had been silent on the council before, creating intrigue and drawing attention to his words. Yang Qing and Mo Cheng supported the motion, expressing agreement and showing solidarity with the man's opinion, reinforcing his position. The woman couldn't understand why many of the elders supported him, expressing surprise and bewilderment at their sudden agreement. Linvieth reassured her, promising that tomorrow it would exceed expectations, suggesting that they wrap up their discussion for the day and get some rest. The woman agreed and declared the meeting adjourned, concluding the discussion of all matters and giving everyone a chance to rest and prepare. The man asked to wait, clarifying if he had said everything correctly, showing attention to detail and a desire to clarify all the nuances. Tonight he asked to kill a man, emphasizing the importance of having him die in a day, giving it special significance. Linvieth explained how to do this, passing on his knowledge and explaining the details of the plan to avoid mistakes and misunderstandings. He began to explain the mystery to him, revealing secrets and important details that could prove crucial to the success of their mission. The man was very surprised at everything he heard, expressing shock and bewilderment, realizing the importance and significance of the information given to him. Let the man do as he said, and nothing would jeopardize their plan by providing clear instructions and directions. The man had said he would do exactly what was required, and now asked permission to leave to begin preparations for the task. Liu Cheng asked the guy to stay, showing interest in his plans and wanting to know more about his intentions and strategies. He thanked for saving his life, offering long-term cooperation and support in the future, expressing his sincere appreciation. Linvieth expressed his gratitude and inquired about the condition of his wounds, showing concern and attention to his health and well-being. The man said the wounds were not serious and he would put his full weight on the battle, assuring everyone of his readiness and determination. He promised to give a new spear of the 9th grade as soon as possible, promising support and showing his willingness to cooperate further. The man didn't believe that he was talking about 9th form and asked if he was joking. After all, in the section dominated by Zhuanyu, such achievements were not common. The Swifts had decided to take care of the other temples and would take their weapons to defend their positions if necessary, and this showed their readiness for defense. Linvieth now decided to move on to the most interesting event he had long planned to accomplish, as it could change the course of events in their fight. He had come to the reservoir again and wanted to discuss something with the woman who had long attracted his attention, expecting the conversation to be important. He couldn't understand why Chuang had such a drastic change in his attitude towards him, which caused him to have doubts, and he began to investigate the reasons. Doubts are creeping into the cornerbacks. It's as if everyone is bending to his will now, which is surprising, because it's not a common occurrence. Linvieth asked if everyone was doing this to get their opinions, and it showed that he was keeping a close eye on the situation. Well, it goes without saying that everyone but the head supports his actions, which emphasizes how he influences others. He understands her bewilderment, but asks her to accept that he's here to help, nothing more, and it's part of his plan. Linvieth asked her to come closer to tell her a secret he had long kept, and she of course agreed. Not far away from them, some man was fighting with Chuang, and their fight attracted attention, which couldn't help but disturb the observers. He was saying that there was no point in letting him live any longer and was going to finish the fight, showing his determination and grit. The man then turned into some kind of monster, which made everyone flinch, and he became menacing and dangerous. Chuang had actually turned out to be an unclean pawn, which was a revelation to everyone who had been closely watching this tense scene. The character said he was nearby and asked if she wanted to go see what was going on, and she expressed obvious interest. The head said she needed to get dressed before she went, which showed she was serious about the situation. In a little while they were approaching the very spot where the battle had broken out, and its fierceness was plainly visible. Linvieth heard the sounds and said it wasn't far away, increasing his anxiety for the outcome of this important battle. At this point, a man was just getting a stick, and the fight reached a climax when all involved were on the verge of despair. Of course, Chuang was dominating this battle and his opponent was beginning to relent, which was obvious to all the observers present. The man couldn't understand what he was doing, which added to his wariness and doubts about the rightness of his actions. Chuang said that he had angered someone he shouldn't have, and now death awaited him, which sounded ominous and threatening. The man asked if he knew who he was, which caused Chuang and his entourage to doubt, increasing the tension. He was a messenger of the unholy. That was how he positioned himself, but the real messenger had long known of his machinations and devious plans. The man, of course, did not believe these words and thought it was nonsense, which added tension to the atmosphere and escalated the conflict. The man told him to rejoice, for his morning horguvy was imminent, which sounded threatening and frightening to all. Determining whether someone is truly a messenger is difficult. The new viceroy realized that it was impossible to isolate the antidote pill. Chuang believed that the viceroy was a true messenger and was confident in this, which showed his faith and dedication to the ideals. Linvieth had been watching them closely the entire time, which confirmed his interest and wariness of what was happening. He told her to leave the questions for later and just observe now, which helped focus on current events. The man called his opponent an old dog and asked if he had forgotten who his master was, which sounded threatening and defiant. He then said that there was no more point in letting him live, indicating the end of the battle and his final decision. Chuang was quite surprised by all of the above, which caused him to have serious doubts and need to verify the facts to make sure they were true and accurate. The man went into a rage and began to transform into something horrifying, which added to the drama of the scene and seriously jeopardized the safety of everyone around him, causing them to fear and panic. He used the 7th fire invocation, displaying his incredible abilities and power in battle, which amazed and impressed everyone watching the ongoing battle. He then applied the 9th fire invocation, further increasing his power and displaying even more impressive skills, which strengthened his position and intimidated his opponents. The man said that the messenger had foreseen his transformation into his 9th form, which looked convincing and predictable to all present, confirming his power and intentions. Chuang then began to actively attack his opponent, showing his determination and aggressiveness, confirming his intentions to end the fight with a victory and crush the resistance. The man had, indeed, turned into something monstrous, which stunned all the witnesses, adding terror and tension to the atmosphere, and increasing the fear of his power. Chuang's forces instantly began to attack the man, their skull shapes adding to the intimidating appearance and increasing the fear in everyone present, making the fight even more terrifying. After that, the man also began to use his strength against his opponent, making the fight even more intense and dangerous, which made the situation more difficult for all participants and spectators. The head said that Chuang Yu was not Yingkui's rival and needed to be helped, which showed her support and understanding of the seriousness of the current situation. After that, Linvieth began reaching for some stone to use in battle and change the outcome in his favor. giving his supporters a chance. He then threw a rock directly towards the battle, creating an unexpected moment and causing everyone to pay attention to what was happening, which was a key moment in the battle. The stone hit Ying Kai directly, giving his supporters an advantage and changing the course of the battle, providing a chance for a decisive attack and eventual victory over the enemy. The man realized that this was a chance to attack his opponent and used it to strengthen his position. After that, he proved himself to be a formidable opponent, displaying his determination and fighting skills that drew respect and fear from his associates and opponents. Then the air began to split from the intensity of the battle, adding to the tension and drama. There was almost nothing left of his face at the last moment, which was a shock to everyone and added to the drama of the event. Chuang noticed that everything happened exactly as the messenger had predicted, and he died with a single blow, which confirmed his prophecy. The noise they made was notable, and it was not worth lingering here. The head noticed that the man had left, suggesting that they go see what was going on and find out what his actions were to prevent any possible trouble or threats. Linvieth said it will take a lot of patience to deal with this situation, because it's not over and we need to be prepared for any turn of events. As it turned out, the man was alive, for at that moment he began to cough, which indicated that he was trying to play dead to avoid further pursuit. The chapter believed that the man had feigned death, which added confusion to their understanding of the situation and made it harder to make decisions. The situation had changed, and it was urgent to return to report this to the Lord of the Unclean, because the situation required immediate action. Linvieth then came out and said that it was a big coincidence, making everyone wonder about the possible consequences and reasons for its appearance. Ying Kui instantly stopped in front of them at this moment, which drew the attention of everyone present to his actions and motives. He asked the head of the viceroy why they were here, indicating the need to explain the reasons for their presence and further actions. Linvieth said that he would leave him in charge and seek out Chuang himself to look into the situation and find solutions. He began to use his weapon and said they would dispense with the questions, showing his determination and readiness for action. The elder realized that they all knew, but he was too weak to fight now, which jeopardized his position and safety. Head asked if he was really thinking of running away from them, emphasizing the need to assess his intentions and willingness to fight. After that, she immediately set about forging him, which showed her determination to help and get him out of danger. After that, he once again began to disappear directly into thin air, which emphasized his magical abilities and mysterious skills. Then, completely covered in blood, he fell to the floor after such blows, which caused anxiety and fear among all present. The head began to defiantly walk away from him at this point, which emphasized her displeasure and distance from his actions. Not to underestimate her, he tried to clean right out of her tray, which showed his determination and knack for problem solving. Right at that moment, it was as if the man had come to life again, and I addressed her by name, which added unpredictability to the situation. Said she was very possessive, which added intrigue and emphasized her influence on those around her. The woman clearly did not expect this turn of events, which was evident from her facial expression and demeanor. At this moment, Chuang was running away from the scene, which indicated his desire to avoid possible problems and threats. Linvieth caught up with him and asked him where he was in a hurry because he had more business for him, which required attention and explanation. The man was surprised, unable to understand how he had gotten where he was, which added to the uncertainty and demanded clarification. Let the man join the Lianqi sect and take the Phoenix Song spear from them. Ying Kui only pretended to be dead. If he came, his mistake would be costly. If he makes a mistake again, his head will not be blown off. The man began to ask for clemency and said it would never happen again, indicating his fear and desire to right his wrongs. After that, Linvieth told him to join, and actually left him himself, which emphasized his independence and determination. He then appeared right in front of the woman, which drew attention and created tension between the characters. He said that here comes the trouble, emphasizing the premonition of threat and the need to react immediately. Her consciousness was absorbed into Qing Kui's mental space, indicating a deep involvement in what was happening and the importance of her inner experiences. The woman was really in some kind of hell right now, which reflected her inner state and the deep emotional feelings that were literally overwhelming her. All this time, she was hanging her head down by some string, which indicated her extreme helplessness and the state of despair she was in. At that moment, she noticed something in front of her that could be the key to solving her problem or unlocking some important secret. In front of her appeared the most honorable fort of the wickedness, which added elements of mysticism and grandeur to what was happening, increasing the atmosphere of tension and suspense. She asked if he was one of the four lords of the fort, indicating her desire to know the truth and understand the importance of this being. He was surprised by her question, saying that his master had long ago devoured all the lords, which emphasized his power and absolute dominance. She remembered very well how he had been hiding from the Wan sect for many years, and every time she saw him, she felt excited and anxious. He offered her to keep him company, which may have vindicated his intentions and willingness to cooperate or manipulate her situation. He reminded her how much he loved her, which added emotional intensity and personal drama to their interaction and conversation. At that moment, his hand began to move in an inexplicable manner, which added an element of surprise and mysticism, increasing the anxiety and fear. Then his arm literally fell off. He noticed that it was the result of runes from the Da-Nichi technique, which added a magical dimension to the situation. Wuxia, Linvieth, appeared before them, which emphasized his active participation and significant influence on what was happening, increasing the tension. He told the monster that he was just a pawn of the fort of wickedness, not a human or demon daring to bully others, which showed his determination and confidence. The monster was surprised to recognize the protagonist and couldn't understand how skilled craftsmen showed up on the mainland after 100 years, which was shocking. Linvieth said that he could clarify everything with the Hell Lords, which emphasized his confidence in his knowledge and ability to clarify the situation. The woman came to her senses, which indicated her return to reality and recovery from her experience, and she began to realize what was happening. Barely standing up, she immediately thanked the protagonist for saving her, which emphasized her sincere appreciation and gratitude for her help. Linvieth said there was nothing to thank him for. It was nothing to him, which emphasized his modesty, kindness, and willingness to help. The head wondered if that creature was really Yinkui, which added an element of mystery and intrigue, increasing her interest in his true nature. The chapter confirmed that this was indeed his final form of demonization, emphasizing the importance and significance of this moment in the story's plot. The chapter was surprised at just how many cards the Wicked Fort had stashed up its sleeve, and wonder if they would be able to survive if they dared to stand against them. Linvieth said that he would settle things in the sect first, then deal with Scarlet Sky Palace and Unholy Fort, after which the battle would begin and the two Daho would participate. Linvieth came to Yang Qing's room when asked if she had already fallen asleep, expressing concern and interest in her condition, which emphasized his attentiveness. He then moved closer to her and said that the sun was up and it was time to get up too, reminding her to start a new day. Yang Qing woke up abruptly and couldn't understand how he had time to come back, which caused her to feel a sense of surprise, emphasizing her confusion. She said she had to go, for she was a Kuro under Xiaoyao, indicating her obligations and the importance of the current affairs she had to fulfill. As she left the room, she was greeted by a student, which indicated support and assistance in organizing meetings and events, showing their interaction and collaboration. She said the head had asked her to summon the viceroy, but didn't understand why she was in his room, which added elements of mystery and misunderstanding. The girl told her not to make stuff up and that she was a couple minutes early for business, emphasizing her businesslike and organized nature. Linvieth said that they were talking about him so early and he would like to take another nap, but suggested that he go since the clouds over the entrance to the territory were beginning to thicken and Wei Xiaoyao had already arrived. Yang Qing believed that only the gods would help them, which expressed her belief in higher powers and the need for their support in times of need, heightening the drama of the moment. At this moment some magical clouds really appeared, which created an atmosphere of mysticism and tension, emphasizing the unusualness and importance of the event. Xiaoyao said that they hadn't seen each other in years, and here he didn't think everyone would gather to greet him, reflecting the significance of his return. Yang Qing said he could pass, which meant authorizing and accepting his visit, emphasizing her willingness to meet and further interact. She asked what they had come to their sect for, which expressed her curiosity and desire to understand the reasons for their coming. The man said that it had been so long since they had seen each other and he missed them, which indicated his emotional connection to the group. He turned to Elder Zi and said that they had once learned from each other, but had had a bit of a fight in one of the battles, and asked how his wounds were, expressing a desire to clarify past conflicts. The elder answered him that they had long since lingered, which emphasized forgiveness and the end of old arguments. Men said then maybe he should fight one more time for the benefit of practice, which suggested an idea for achieving mastery. The chapter couldn't tell if they were personally here just for the sake of pretending, which raised questions about the motives for their presence. The man said no, of course he had brought 4 of his most badass disciples with him, for the battle was about to begin, which emphasized the seriousness of their intentions. He wants them to look at the mastery of the sect and see that their students will succeed, indicating his confidence in teaching and training his students. At this time, the sect disciples noticed that Zhao Yao's disciples had a circle boundary and knew that they cared for them, which added dynamics and tension to their relationship. The head remarked that he was not 20 years old, and when they were making noise, reaching that level emphasized his youth and ambition. Dizon thought it was chutzpah, as if the men thought there was no one in the EU to fight back, and that he would have dealt them for in one blow, which expressed his self-confidence. The man said that he was a very proud elder. It was a pity that their disciples would be competing today, but he wished that he could have some fun with him, which showed his willingness to compete. The man went into a full fury after these words, which showed his hot temper and passion for competition. Xiao Yao said that this wasn't the place to compete, and maybe he should go to the arena, which emphasized the need to choose the right time and place to demonstrate skill. Linvieth came and apologized for being late, which showed his respect for the other participants and attention to time. Everyone immediately shouted out that the viceroy had arrived, indicating his importance and authority in the group. The head said that since they waited to compete, of course they wouldn't go, which emphasized the need for procedure and order. Then they came to the Wan sect arena, which symbolized the beginning of the official events and skill demonstration. Xiao Yao had heard that Elder Zhuan was as strong as she was, so why didn't he observe him here today, expressing his interest in the participants present. The head said that the elder was seriously ill, no need to disturb him, which emphasized concern for his condition. The man said that since he wasn't coming, they wouldn't waste time and would start, which showed his eagerness to get things started. Xiao Yao approached Yuki and suggested that the first fight be under her leadership so that she could show the sect master what she was capable of, which emphasized the trust and expectations from the disciples. She introduced herself as a disciple of the Scarlet Heaven Talus sect master, her level of boundary turning, and challenged a sect master to a fight, which showed her confidence and eagerness to compete. The students were sure she would finish them off and there was no way they would go, which added an element of apprehension and tension. At this point, they negotiated that none of them would be billed. The second elder, who had the strongest disciples, let him choose some of them, which emphasized competition and the desire to bring out the best. They then turned to the viceroy, in case he had any suggestions, which indicated his role in decision-making and coordination. Linvieth asked the man if he had spoken against him yesterday and why he was suddenly consulting, which emphasized his past conflicts and questions to honesty, and not admit they were wrong. Yinkui lured them to his side to speak out against him, which showed the complexity of their relationship and manipulation in the group. Dizon realized that these two didn't even seek his advice before they started sucking up, expressing his frustration and sense of misunderstanding. Linvieth told them to be calm. He held no grudge against them, but next time, let them not make a mistake, and suggested that Chi should apply her wisdom. The girl said she remembered every word the guy said to her, which emphasized the importance and impact his words had on her. She introduced herself by name and said her level of frontier scapegoating, which confirmed her ambition and desire to prove herself. The girl noticed that everyone who was really coming into decline, and marveled that she had voluntarily gathered, probably doomed with a level that reflected her inner conflict and decisions. Everyone kept telling her to come down soon, because she would die down there, which emphasized the fears for her safety. They may be of use, but why the viceroy sent her to her death expressed her displeasure and questions to the decisions of the authorities. Yang Qing asked if the girl could handle it, which emphasized the need to assess her abilities and readiness for the difficult challenges she might face. Chiu Qiu insisted that the girl surrender while there was still time, warning of serious consequences if the delay led to tragedy or loss of control. Kalia, when discussing her wish to die, refused any talk on the subject, considering it unnecessary and burdensome for all participants in the discussion, which showed her adamancy. She then recommended that the girl say goodbye to her life, which created tension and seriousness to the situation as a harbinger of the inevitable, emphasizing the bleakness of her intentions. After that, she quickly launched an attack with her powerful fist, showing strength and determination to reach the target and finish the battle, showing off her fighting skills. She unleashed her hot fist straight towards the girl, aiming to use her power to gain an advantage in the fight, which emphasized her aggressiveness. But the girl showed excellent reactions and was able to dodge the attack, allowing her to avoid damage and remain combat capable, surprising everyone present. Chiuki noted that it was a good move, as the girl was able to avoid being hit in this way and maintain her stance, which emphasized her acumen. She then applied the Heavenly Abundance technique, the 9th form, using it to enhance her attacks and defense in battle, demonstrating her advanced skills. The girl indicated that she knew how to parry her blows, emphasizing her preparedness and confidence in her fighting abilities, which created confidence in her abilities. She then fully activated the Eternal Air Bell, creating a protective field to defend herself from further attacks, showing off her strategic abilities. Jian-Chi chose to use the Heavenly Abundance technique, reflecting her strategic approach and ability to adapt in battle, demonstrating her flexibility. Only this time, she decided to apply the 10th form, which increases her combat abilities and strengthens her defense barriers, showing her advanced level. A sort of windy zone began to form around the girl, creating conditions for maneuver and control on the battlefield, which strengthened her position in the battle. 7 moves, 5 or more. It all depends on whether you manage to strike the hardest blow and change the course of the battle, emphasizing the importance of each action. Xiaoya pointed out that it was useless because her ball wouldn't be able to penetrate the air bell, creating a protective sector, showing skepticism towards her efforts. Linvieth asked Catch if she had noticed anything unusual, trying to find out important details to analyze the situation, which emphasized his attentiveness. But at that moment a realization came to her that greatly changed her perception of what was happening, adding awareness to her actions and understanding of what was happening. Jian-Chi looked confident at this moment, knowing that her strategy would work and she would be able to control the fight, which emphasized her confidence. Chiuki at this moment began to feel a little nervous, unable to understand how she managed to overcome the shield and reach the target, which was worrisome. She was really scared because she didn't understand how she had managed to make this move and what it meant for her tactics, reinforcing her fears. After that, one of the guys will try to attack the protagonist, but his efforts will be futile and unsuccessful, which emphasized the protagonist's skill. After that, the girl almost completely broke through the opponent's shield, which showed her progress and power in battle, causing everyone watching to be amazed. Linvieth and the rest of the participants simply watched the scene, realizing the importance of the moment and their positions, which added to the drama of the scene. Xiaoya was deeply surprised at how she was able to do this. After all, it required not only strength but also skill in combat, which emphasized her prowess. Actually, the girl emerged from the thick smoke, symbolizing her return to an active state and readiness for further action, creating intrigue. She then landed and grouped herself, assuming a fighting stance and preparing for the next round of battle, showing her determination and fighting spirit. She couldn't understand how she did it, which caused confusion and the need to further analyze her actions, increasing her anxiety. Everyone in attendance was surprised that their friend was able to win, which caused both pride and amazement in their eyes, emphasizing her accomplishments. The chapter reported that the outcome of the battle had already been determined, suggesting that everyone's actions were important to the final outcome, heightening the drama of the scene. The girl told the viceroy that she was back and the head emphasized that she had done well and offered her a rest, showing care and appreciation. Linvieth told Yang Qing that his throat was dry, and she immediately realized that she needed to bring water to quench his thirst, showing her attentiveness. Everyone present noticed that the men were very surprised when the girl agreed to bring him water, which showed her care and willingness to help. Then one of them basically said he wished he could just go along with it because he was a man, emphasizing his pride. Other elders also began to express their opinions on what he was doing, adding their views and recommendations to the discussion, adding to the multi-voice of opinion. Chiuki walked over to her mentor and said that the girl was able to see a gap in his technique, which could affect his tactics in the future, emphasizing her observation. But in her opinion, the weak young man standing next to Yang Qing was unable to detect this or use it to his advantage, showing his lack of experience. After all, was this man who had caused so many questions and speculations among all present, which increased the intrigue and mystery of his identity. He told Jason that he would fight next, expressing confidence in his strength and willingness to fight further, which emphasized his courage. His level had reached the 5th step of the circle boundary, and he was looking forward to facing Zi Wang's representative, showing his combat readiness. Those present noticed that he was significantly stronger than that girl, which added intrigue and anticipation to the upcoming fight, heightening the tension. Linvieth said that among the participants' 12th elder no one else can be assumed, indicating the high level of all the participants, emphasizing the competition. Linvieth decided that he himself would come forward based on his determination and desire to take responsibility for the outcome of the battle, demonstrating his determination and courage. But the head warned that this is unacceptable because the levels are too different, which could lead to unsafe consequences, emphasizing her concern for safety. She reminded that in battle, he must rely not only on spiritual strength, but also on strategic thinking and teamwork, showing the importance of versatility. Linvieth landed and suggested that the guy was advancing on him, which could have been part of his tactical maneuver, showing his strategic thinking. All present felt that the viceroy had been too frivolous by going out to fight and wondered about his motivation, emphasizing their doubts and concerns. The guy laughed at this point, confident that he could handle the protagonist, which showed his confidence and aggressiveness, increasing the tension. Jason instantly activated his abilities, which showed his combat readiness and ability to adapt to changing conditions, emphasizing his experience. Yang Qing noticed that it was near Manhwa, a high-end technique, and the guy far surpassed the protagonist in strength, increasing the drama of the situation. The guy said his rules didn't allow him to kill strangers and demanded that he identify himself, which added drama to the situation and emphasized his code of honor. Linvieth rejected the idea of death, seeking to preserve his humanity and honor, even on the battlefield where his name mattered. The lad asserted his courage not only with words, but also with actions in the arena, preparing to reaffirm his resolve in front of everyone. After the guy's unsuccessful attack, Linvieth displayed his resilience and strategic skill, which stunned his opponent. Linvieth used his fighting skills, aiming to gain an advantage over the lad in the decisive battle in the arena. Jason felt a sharp pain that made him cough up blood, which emphasized the seriousness of his injuries and the danger to his life. All the elders were stunned by the guy's unexpected action, which changed the course of the battle, causing excitement among them. The head and the girl were greatly surprised by the unpredictability and power of the events in the arena, realizing their seriousness. Xiaoyao was amazed at his disciple's easy surrender, raising doubts about his ability and discipline. The other students could not believe what had happened, which made them feel uncertain and anxious. Linvieth watched as his opponent lay on the ground, realizing the result of his strategy and attack power. Realizing the meanness of the situation, the guy realized it was time for him to run away to avoid further consequences. Pushing off, the guy tried to walk away, avoiding pursuit from the protagonist. Linvieth insisted that escape was unacceptable, showing his determination not to let him get away without punishment. Then, using his power, he created a weapon and attacked the guy, aiming to harm him. After that, the guy felt another unbearable pain, which confirmed the effectiveness of the strike and the power of the attacker. Of course, after such a thing, he could no longer stand on his feet and fell to his knees, feeling very physically and mentally exhausted. The boy appeared, not understanding who had come for him or why he appeared so strong in battle. But the man in charge said that they had already introduced themselves to each other, which should have made their relationship and intentions clearer. He then took his fist and said he was his executioner, emphasizing his role and responsibilities in the battle and the consequences of his actions. Linvieth then said he didn't need to know more about him either, which limited his interactions and disclosures. Then, after a while, he offered to continue their fight, emphasizing that there were two more on his side and they should not retreat. They offered the mentor to avenge their friend, which shows their loyalty and desire to protect their comrades. Xiaoyao couldn't understand how Linvieth dared to kill his disciple, which created a conflict between them and demanded an explanation. Linvieth asked who had indicated at the beginning that it didn't matter if there would be casualties when the battle was conducted in the arena. Now he realized who had trained that girl, which added an element of appreciation and understanding of the skill to their relationship. Linvieth believed that the man who betrayed him really thought it would end there, but the fun part was just beginning. The elder said that the viceroy's skills were terrifying, and it was unlikely that he had been trained by Elder Yan, suggesting that his level of training was high. She added that his skill far surpassed that of others, and he was probably the strongest in the entire continent. The man thought the viceroy was a resourceful man, but had no idea he possessed such frightening power and abilities. The head said to come down on the spot, emphasizing that he was becoming more determined and adamant every day. Shortly after that moment, Linvieth picked up something from the ground, clearly showing his resourcefulness and willingness to fight, as evidenced by his actions. He was holding a ring in his hand, which he used as a storage for important items and a source of power, giving him an added advantage. Emphasizing that there were only 2 men left in the battle who were willing to accept the challenge, Linvieth said they would continue their battle with the same passion and determination. Those present began to doubt his sanity, given that these 2 were more experienced and dangerous than his current opponent, and wondered if he had crossed the line into insanity. They approached their mentor, asking for a chance to show their determination and fighting spirit in the arena, proving themselves worthy of respect and attention. Xiao Yao warned the protagonist that his gaze could detect their weaknesses, and if they tried to get in his way, they would face the same consequences as their comrade. At this time, Ju Qiyu ran up to the guy to assess his condition and offer help if needed, showing her care and attention to his well-being. She expressed concern that she felt bad because his ring was missing, which added more mystery and tension to the situation. Everyone in attendance was stunned to hear the news, which only increased the intrigue and sparked more interest in what would happen next. The protagonists threw the ring into the air, demonstrating their readiness for battle and emphasizing the seriousness of their intentions, which drew admiration and respect from those around them. He then questioned whether he should just stand here all day, emphasizing his determination and willingness to accept the challenge, which added elements of provocation and challenge to the communication. Turning to the head of the Qing, he expressed his doubts about the honesty of her men, suggesting the possibility of treachery and mistrust in their circle. The head demanded proof, smiling, and insisted on making sure the ring was indeed theirs, which emphasized the importance of verification and establishing trust. Linvieth asked for an explanation of what exactly is in this ring, which adds elements of clue and analysis to their confrontation. The girl said there are about 200,000 chainbats, the monetary unit of this world, which adds to the significance and value of the item. Linvieth said for them to take a closer look, suggesting the possibility of deception or hidden elements in the current situation. They eventually found another 500,000, indicating that the list didn't belong to the guy and that he knew about it beforehand. The girl immediately became enraged, accusing him of lying, which adds emotional tension to their interaction. Just at that moment, Chuang appeared and told the viceroy that he had brought what he had asked for, adding elements of surprise and changing the course of events. He then landed right in front of the viceroy, showing his loyalty and willingness to follow his orders. Linvieth said that it was great because the Phoenix Song Spear had arrived and everything was going as planned, which pleased everyone present. The man admitted that the seal on him had weakened him, but added that he already had the means to remove it, which was reassuring. Speaking of the means to break the seal, Linvieth strengthened his battle readiness and confidence by demonstrating his anticipatory preparation. But in the end, he made the decision to use his spear, confirming his readiness for the upcoming clash. After expressing his admiration for the spear, Linvieth emphasized his belief in its power and effectiveness. Xiao Yao couldn't fathom how the man ended up owning a spear meant for the sect that was preparing it as a sign of submission. Seeing the Scarlet Sky tag on the protagonist, the man was surprised, not realizing how he knew it was in the supplies. The seal on the spear could only be removed by this tag, giving the protagonist an advantage in their confrontation. By destroying the tag, he showed his determination to use it to accomplish his goals in the upcoming battle. And of course, he decided to use his spear, which was expected by all, arousing the interest and respect of those around him. Putting his new weapon into practice, he drew attention with his strength and confidence to those present. With his actions, Linvieth amazed everyone, showing his high degree of preparedness and confidence. By handing over the spear to Liu Wuheng, he expressed his trust and support, showing that he was acting deliberately and reasonably. The man expressed his gratitude to the viceroy for the gift, emphasizing his appreciation and respect for his generosity and trust. An image of a fiery phoenix appeared behind the man's back, symbolizing perhaps his new status or role in this event. The head said that the spear recognized its master, which connected it to Elder Liu, adding even more mystery and intrigue. He declared to the spear that he was now its owner, confirming his right to own and use the weapon. Xiao Yao realized that it would be better to first go to the sect to get the spear before coming here to avoid necessary complications. The elder suggested taking his time and being patient, perhaps to give him an even more powerful weapon in the future. The man stated that the weapon was powerful and he would be able to use it, showing confidence in his abilities and experience. He then asked the viceroy if he needed to detain them, showing readiness for action and awaiting instructions. Lunlin replied that he was capable of handling it himself, showing confidence in his strength and experience. The girl and her mentor were deeply surprised as they watched the events unfold in the arena, remaining puzzled as to what was happening. Linvieth asked them not to interfere, emphasizing the importance of independent action and decision-making. He warned against making plans for the Wang sect or their fate might be sealed, emphasizing the danger of interference. The man asked if he could get his name, showing respect for the protagonist and a desire to make contact. The chief declined the request, saying he was not worthy to know him now, and asked him to leave the place with determination and authority. They then decided to leave, symbolizing their refusal to continue to interfere and participate in the events that were taking place. All present noticed that what was happening were local events, emphasizing the importance of the current moment and the need for action in this situation. The head, questioning, wondered how he knew the affairs of the Lianqi sect and who provided the information, for which one should be thankful. The man realized that the chapter seemed to be in an unusual relationship, which added mystery and intrigue to what was going on. The head assured that he would be rewarded according to his merits, and called for expressing his wishes, showing readiness for dialogue and mutual understanding. The man stated that the sect's problems affect him as well and he will make every effort to resolve them, demonstrating loyalty and responsibility. He stressed that the situation was difficult and asked several people to follow him, demonstrating his organizational skills and leadership potential. Listing the items needed for the battle, he emphasized the urgency and importance of the preparations, including the blood of the fire beast and the vein of the winged dragon. Items had to be obtained as soon as possible, emphasizing the urgency and importance of preparing for the upcoming battle. They assured him that they could rely on him, which boosted his team spirit and confidence in a successful outcome. The head observed that he probably had a new plan, but it was unclear why the items were intended to be killed, raising questions and doubts. Linvieth said she needed patience and soon she would realize that she would reveal his intentions and plans. At the suggestion of inviting Jian Qi to the body of water above purity, the head replied that she was still too young to do anything. Linvieth didn't understand what it meant to be a babe in a place, which reflected his bewilderment and confusion. He didn't understand what she meant, which emphasized his confusion and lack of understanding of what was happening. She was just considerably younger than him, which might explain her reaction and attitude to what was going on. The woman reacted by deeming him too cocky to go to the body of water with him again, which made her irritated and unhappy with his behavior. Linvieth informed the girl that he would disappear for a while and she would guard him, showing her trust and loyalty. The girl clenched her fists and declared that she was ready to follow him, confirming her willingness to follow any of his instructions without question. Linvieth met someone and asked what brought her here, showing interest in what was going on around her and piquing her curiosity. It turned out to be Cinny, who said that her sister had mentioned as if he would appear at the reservoir, strengthening their connection and understanding with each other. Linvieth asked if she minded her friend being nearby and idle, showing attention to the little things and the people around her. She had heard how he had managed to lure people out of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, and had seen him grow stronger and stronger every day in the sect. Linvieth asked where she claimed he was the strongest, feeling her confidence and enjoying every moment of their interaction. She replied that she was everywhere, then kissed him, strengthening her affection and showing her love for him. He then pulled her closer to him, enjoying her warm touch and the closeness they shared. Jian Qi remained nearby watching. Her feelings were mixed and she didn't know how to react. After a while, she said it was time for her to leave, deciding to leave the place to deal with her thoughts. Linvieth noted that there will still be time for them, expressing a desire to spend more time together and strengthen their bond. He began using his newly acquired ring to demonstrate his magical abilities and teach her. He then ordered the orbs to be allowed to start transforming into dust, manifesting their magical power. He expected to see a definite change, working magic to demonstrate his power. Linvieth began to form an elemental action, immersing himself in his magical skills and controlling the elements. He created an elemental action, using his magical powers to control the elements and create miracles. Jian-Chi was a bit startled, not knowing how to react to his magical actions and unexpected display of power. She decided to intervene and protect the viceroy, showing determination and willingness to act at a critical moment. She used the 10th form Heavenly Abundance, enhancing her magical abilities and displaying mastery. However, she herself was hurt in that moment, facing danger and the need to react quickly. Linvieth wondered who had caused the storm, believing that it could have been the viceroy himself, displaying strength. The head noted that this lightning strike surpassed the limits of traditional magic, marveling at its power. Linvieth noticed the girl falling and rushed to support her, eager to help in her time of need. He rushed to the scene to save her from falling and give her the help she needed. He used his magical abilities to prevent her fall and keep her safe. The girl smiled and thanked him for saving her, expressing her appreciation and gratitude. She needed to sit down and concentrate to use the thunder magic needed for her training. She accepted the help, deciding to focus on magically mastering and improving her abilities. Her level has now reached the 3rd step of the circle boundary, thanks to his support and training. She thanked him for his help, realizing the importance of his intervention and support in her journey. Linvieth said her efforts have played a key role in her success in reaching new heights. Let her stay here to recover, while he goes to seek help and prepare for his next steps. He approached the elders to discuss the steps ahead and prepare them for future challenges. Lianglin noticed the clouds gathering and realized it was time to act to protect his land. Yangqing brought a winged dragon vein, which was an important resource for their magic rituals. The man brought the trunk of the Qianso tree, necessary to enhance their strength and magical practices. He noted that natural materials were perfect for their goals to reach new magical heights. He then discussed his suggestions with the chapter, preparing them for action and bringing them together. Everything they talked about was ready, confirming his preparedness for the trials and battles ahead. He spoke of the talisman and the sansara that was to help them in their magical journey and development. She could ask questions to understand the details of their plans and preparations for important events. She scrutinized the books regarding the necessary materials and magical items for the rituals. He noted that she needed highly trained subordinates to perform tasks and magical rituals. The success of their experiment depended on the accuracy and skill of their actions to accomplish their goals. Failure of this experiment would not only jeopardize their plans, but could backfire on them. Linvieth concentrated magic power in his fist, creating a powerful magic strike. The head was expecting something significant, keying his actions and waiting for a show of force. Linvieth introduced his subordinate, confirming his power and influence over his subordinates. The man appeared in front of them, confirming the successful completion of the task and his loyalty. He started cheering loudly, expressing his joy and respect for the protagonist and the group. He addressed the protagonist, showing his loyalty and dedication to his mission. The head was surprised at his condition, but noted his value and willingness to learn. She noted that while it lacks beauty, its functionality and usefulness is evident. When he bowed, the head asked if it was really a necessary gesture of respect. Linvieth agreed with the addition, noting that there is more to work on and improve for the future, and he is ready for new challenges and opportunities for growth. Let her ignore her looks, for it is only a small part of what they will work on for future perfection despite any flaws. He has no plans to stop, and will go in search of Lunlin. He's probably pumped and she's no longer considered his rival. He's eager to reach new heights. The woman was stunned, not realizing how he had managed to get ahead of her in a matter of days, much to her admiration and encouragement to keep improving. That moment was a turning point, and everyone else joined in training together, creating an atmosphere of mutual support and inspiration to reach new heights. Linvieth asked her to take a short break, waiting for her reaction to the proposal and planning the next steps to work together on future challenges. Everyone instantly froze after his request, which brought a certain tension to the group, emphasizing the importance and seriousness of the situation that required a focused decision. Yangqing asked the viceroy if they were wrong, expressing her concern and willingness to adjust her actions for success. He came so that they could practice together for a bit, suggesting that the others stand back and Elder Liu attack him with his spear for training. The man reported that he was his rescuer and was not going to attack him, showing gratitude and willingness to cooperate to achieve common goals. But Linvieth insisted that they talk after his recovery, giving him time to think and make important decisions for the future. The man claimed that it was his choice and began to attack, showing determination and willingness to overcome any obstacles to success despite the possible difficulties. After that, the guy managed to stop his spear with just 2 fingers, showing his high skill and confidence in his abilities. He asked the man if his lunch was incomplete, offering to use his power to test his reaction to the attack. The man noted that the guy should watch out, showing care and consideration for his well-being in this moment of struggle. Then he attacked the guy again, emphasizing his tenacity and determination, which once again emphasized his willingness to fight. After that, Linvieth only used one hand, but he was still able to stop the spear, showing his strength and skill. And then he raised a finger right in front of the man's face, showing his sense of confidence and dominance in the battle. After a few seconds, he threw the man a few meters aside, using his strength to demonstrate his superiority. The man had not expected such a display of strength, which emphasized his amazement at his opponent's skill and power. Linvieth suggested that the four attack him at the same time to test their coordination and strength in a joint attack. The man said the spear recognizes only its owner, warning of the possible dangers of misusing it. He advised that he should concentrate on getting the gun back rather than using it against himself to avoid trouble. All present were amazed by his words and power, causing them to have many questions and a desire to understand what was happening. Linvieth emphasized the importance of being more careful and avoiding mistakes in actions to achieve the goal and protect the viceroy. Triad is not just a skill, but a powerful skill that requires spiritual development and experience in combat, becoming a terrifying technique. Liu Wuheng was deeply surprised by this display of skill, which emphasized his amazement and respect in front of the protagonist. Lumlin was also stunned by this event, indicating his shock and admiration in front of the protagonist's incredible abilities. Yang Qing was surprised to hear about the triad, which added mystery and interest to the events unfolding before her. Linvieth then began to use the elemental again to demonstrate his magic power. Once again the thunderclaps went off. The triad's terrific technique summoned them, confirming his mastery of magic. All said they would have the viceroy's back, expressing their support and willingness to protect him. Linvieth began to observe all of this, studying the consequences of his actions. The villagers could not understand what was going on as lightning struck for the second time in a day, creating tension. They didn't know if they should go there to figure out what was going on. Linvieth said that even the heavens were against his rapid development, pointing to resistance from outside. Death awaits the violator of universal laws, but no one is able to prevent him, emphasizing his power. Linvieth said, "They performed against thunder. It was a good chance to advance. Now let them go back to practice." Guys, on the other hand, still had things he needed to finish up to prepare for the events to come. All present bid farewell to the vicar, expressing respect and bidding him farewell. The head had recently seen his handiwork, which added to her confidence in his abilities. So far, he's only mastered handling one weapon, which limits his options. By the way, this night the auction will begin in the royal capital, which will last for 2 days, and he could try his luck. Linvieth said that the capital is the mainland's commercial city and she should be aware of all meetings. It is said that the highlight of the program will be the egg of a mystical beast, but no one knows what kind of creature is in it. Linvieth said that it sounded interesting and asked how many coins the Wan sect had now. The head said about 100 million and the guy asked if she wanted to participate in the auction. There will be wizards not only from their mainland, but also from other star systems in Arctigia, which promises to be exciting. He himself wanted to go to the capital to get the things the puppet needed, preparing himself for future events. If you win, you can only get to the top tier of Dao, where everything shines and creates a great place to improve. Head couldn't understand what it meant to be on the bottom tier, who he was, how he knew it, and why it was important. The secrets of this world are far beyond her imagination, and he should already be starting to prepare for an upcoming test that could change a lot of things for him. The chapter asked who he planned to go on the trip with and he said no one, since she already had an old friend in the place they were going to. In his absence, not everyone has had time to reach the free frontier, but they are exerting their best efforts because the next battle promises to be extremely dangerous and decisive. Linvieth then practically walked up to his ship, imagining the adventures and challenges ahead. He hasn't fully realized his task yet, but he hopes that when he returns, there will be completely different people ready to support him. They assured him not to worry and wished him a good journey, hoping that he would make it through the ordeal. Linvieth turned mentally to someone named Xiumi, asking him or her to wait, while he or she took the key and fetched what was needed, then returned it. By the way, in his current state, you can use his dainichi technique to strengthen your abilities and prepare for the encounter. He began to feel his power starting to kick in, for it was a rare method of perfecting the body, helping to improve it quickly. Dainichi is a rare body enhancement method that helps him quickly develop his abilities, becoming stronger. He had completely forgotten that he was on a ship, so engrossed was he in the challenge ahead and its outcome, that he no longer cared, for the capital was not far away, and he strove for his goals despite the difficulties. The altitude tour was several tens of thousands of feet, and at this approach any other vessels in the way would be a danger requiring attention. Right at that moment he saw another vessel, which added excitement to his upcoming journey and plans. Linvieth was glad he could find it among the many ships, confirming his luck and intuition. He introduced himself by name and said his ship had been destroyed and asked if he could join them to find support. The man replied in the negative and recommended that the guy leave, suggesting possible trouble from his presence. Linvieth had just landed on the ship at the moment the situation became tense and unpredictable. He asked the man if he was the owner of the vessel to see if his assumptions were correct. Some girl came up to him and said the owner was here and that they were trying to take her boat away, which created tension. Linvieth offered his help to fight them, and at this moment, he wondered if it was his old acquaintance Luo Yixu to understand the situation better. The girl was confident that he could handle it. After all, he had just fallen from the sky, displaying unusual abilities. The man said if he wanted to live, let him not interfere in their affairs by threatening his safety. The protagonist was interested in the question of who was threatening him with reprisal, because it could affect his plans. He learned that the man was the vice chairman of the Flying Clouds Trade Union, and that what was happening here was their internal affairs, so he should not interfere to avoid conflict. Linvieth reiterated that the dead do not need to know his name, expressing his determination to remain anonymous. The man was greatly surprised when his hand began to literally burn, causing him to freak out. The man immediately began to scream, for the fire was spreading rapidly, creating havoc on the vessel. He said he could say anything and everything would be fulfilled, offering his services, but Linvieth replied that it was too late, believing that the situation was out of control. The man then began to burn alive, which was a horrible sight for everyone on the ship. His partner began calling for them to be rescued to avoid further casualties, but Linvieth noticed it in time and sprang into action to avert disaster. Then two men also began to burn, as did their partner, adding to the chaos and fear on the ship. He suggested they rest, figuratively speaking, to get their thoughts and energies in order. Then he noticed an object that had fallen out of them, which could have been the key to solving the problem. As he got closer, he decided to pick it up to examine it and understand its significance. The girl thanked him for saving the lore, expressing her appreciation. The newcomer asked if he could ask her to bring all the rings, which could be important for their next steps. She said she would bring rings, which indicated a possible improvement in their situation. A short time later, two rings were brought to him, which could symbolize new hope or support. He asked her if she was going to go to the auction as well, and wondered if she seemed to have interrupted the cycle of reincarnation as things had changed a bit in his life. The girl said that their trade union doesn't have that much money, although auctions are held once every 100 years, but they only put up 10 items and it is only attended by the high-ranking people of the system, emphasizing the limited resources. At that moment a little girl came up to him and said he was very handsome and asked if he could play with her, which added a note of innocence to the tense situation. The girl asked Shani to keep her voice down so as not to attract too much attention. He said he could play, for he had not expected to meet any children here, and he was looking forward to flying to the capital where his plans could be realized. The girl apologized to the lord, but said that flying over the capital was forbidden because their trade alliance was small and they could only anchor at the small gate, which limited their actions. It is remembered that in order to pass through the main gate, you have to pass a strength test, but people who can withstand the pressure at 5,000 meters can be counted on the fingers, which emphasizes the rigidity of the requirements. The girls started yelling for them to go backwards, because the Thundercloud sect ship might displease them and then they would die, which added to the threat and uncertainty. At this moment, the sign of the three men actually appear, which increased the sense of anxiety and uncertainty in their situation, emphasizing the seriousness of their situation. The young leader of the Thundercloud sect named Raison told him to stay away from them and not interfere with the test as it was important to their plan. The girl said they needed to fly farther away to stay out of the conflict zone and not interfere with the ceremony. He joked that his Chep power would make everyone in the capital wear pants out of fright to show his power and confidence. Some grandfather said that the head of Thundercloud was so young, yet he had already reached the level of the circle boundary, proving his incredible abilities. Fort unclean indeed, he would be able to show them something marvelous that would change their views on cultivation. Linvieth said that his ability was not related to Chep power, but rather spiritual perception and inner harmony. The girl couldn't understand what his statement meant. After all, didn't the strength of Che show the quality of a person's cultivation and ability level? That wasn't true. His ability was only a part symbolizing the amount of energy stored in his body. And cultivation was a comprehensive manifestation of a person's ability using strength. And if one relied on it alone, forgetting about refining, then all such a person would have left was energy. A true Che master could achieve tremendous results. In fact, the test here tested one's ability to control Che, and that was why for years, no one had been able to break the capital head's record. The elderly man couldn't figure out if it was too rude to openly discuss the young Thundercloud head and the head of the capital city, which could cause conflicts and discontent. At this point, the guy was ready to begin the test, feeling a wave of excitement and responsibility for his actions. There was a platform set up in front of them, which apparently they had to stand on to begin the ordeal. He said enough of his cowardice in front of his power, confidently calling everyone present for a test. He stated they will start the trials and he will break the record today to prove his abilities. The guards announced that the test was starting, confirming that everything was ready for the test to begin. One of them thought the guy was actually planning to break the record and there was no harm in dreaming, while others remained skeptical. Everyone started counting down the meters to measure successes and accomplishments during the test. They shouted that he was doing a great job and wished him luck, cheering him on during this important time. The chairman was asked to go to greet young Ray, which may have boosted his confidence. She said they would still see if she would evaluate his actions and progress. The man was unhappy with her behavior after the death of his apprentice, believing that their fleet was getting weaker every year with only her left in the crew, and he didn't feel like working diligently for the former chairwoman. If she was unwilling to cooperate, they could handle it themselves. And then they did go to greet him, despite his doubts and displeasure. At this time, the guy was busy with the test, focused on his tasks. At one point, his mouth and nose bled, signaling overwork and possible physical stress. The pressure was too much and 4,000 meters was his limit, which was a real shame for him. He was approached by elders who wanted to congratulate him, and his abilities shocked Dark Tajia, emphasizing his potential. He kept thinking about how to avoid embarrassment and found his own way out of the situation. At this moment, they both couldn't understand what had started to happen, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and excitement. The guy said they knocked his concentration and that they didn't deserve to die, hinting at his resentment and frustration. It goes without saying that the girl was immediately worried about her new friends, showing concern and support. Linvieth said human hearts are always full of lust for personal gain, reflecting his skeptical view of others. Guy stated that he would have broken the record if they had not interfered with him, expressing his displeasure at their interference. Then he noticed a few more people had arrived, adding an element of surprise to the test. The daughter of the head of the capital, named Ji Mingyu, had arrived, which could add a political aspect to their competition. Also, there was a young master of the Eye Sky Temple named Lin Feng, who sarcastically said that he saw no point in wasting time on this major. The girl said she was interested in the flying cloud vessel, hinting at her ambitions and plans. Let him look at that man. Their men were killed. He didn't bat an eye, which emphasizes his fearlessness and confidence. The man suggested that he might have frozen from fear, so strong were the members of the three-dimensional union, and thought him a show-off, determined to make him show his true colors. Then they're in a game. Well, or little Ray was distracted by the 300 new union people, which could have changed the course of events. He began to laugh, for they just looked down on him, confirming his confidence in himself and his position. And the young head couldn't understand how the accursed Lin Feng dared to despise him, which caused him to be bewildered and angry. He stated that the flying clouds are coming down, emphasizing their connections and influence. The girls started to apologize. Her men had no intention of disturbing him by admitting their mistake. They need to realize that after today, they will no longer be here, emphasizing the possible consequences for their position. Shani, on the contrary, began to argue that they were not to blame for his failure, expressing her defense and support. He said the trade union malarkey was too broken, suggesting their weakness and insolvency. He then decided to challenge them all, confidently displaying his intentions and willingness to compete. Let them not even think of running away from it, emphasizing their confidence in their abilities and the predictability of their response. Those present felt a terrifying feeling at the beginning, and could not even breathe at that moment, so tense and important was the situation. Liu Yixu explained that it was impossible to sail because Linvieth had jammed the ship, which disrupted their escape plans and raised concerns. Yimingyu also expressed concern about the current situation, saying they need to intervene to prevent possible tragic consequences. Linvieth at this moment reflected on how current events were taking up his time, causing him to feel increasingly anxious and fatigued. But the young head was laughing merrily, enjoying the current moment, not realizing the seriousness of what was happening around him. But it was at that very moment that he noticed a foot approaching, causing him to feel imminently threatened and wary. It was Linvieth who suddenly struck him, interrupting his confidence and causing the surrounding people to be shocked. Yimingyu was greatly surprised that someone was able to stand up to such a powerful leader as the head, which caused her to respect him. Rei's people were quite surprised by everything that was happening, which made them rethink their strategies and approaches. The girl said, now able to breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that the tension was beginning to subside and the danger was over. This was the moment when Linvieth himself stood on the test platform, preparing for the important test, which was a symbol of his determination. The hero stated that if the guy really wanted to kill them, he would show him something more intimidating to protect his comrades. The characteristics of his body may seem unremarkable, but when combined with his spiritual radiance, impressive results can be achieved. At this moment, light illuminated the valley, creating an exciting atmosphere that emphasized the significance of what was happening. Everyone present could not believe their eyes, amazed at the pillar of light they saw rising into the sky. The light column rose to 8,000 meters, which caused astonishment and admiration among spectators and observers. The guard noticed that the pillar continued to grow, and its size became more and more impressive. He has already covered 10,000 meters, which broke the record of the head of the capital and set a new standard. This small performance caught the attention of people in the capital, making them take notice of the hero's achievement. Rei couldn't understand how such an unclean fort, from where the hero had so much inner energy to reach such heights. He had already fallen to his knees and was sure he could not regain his influence and prestige. They asked the protagonist to stop, as the head Rei was about to die, to prevent disaster. The man shouted for him to stop, emphasizing the importance of saving the young sect head. But Linvieth asked why he cared if head Rei died or survived, expressing his indifference to the fate of his enemies. At this time, a capital elder named Ji Xing was meditating and was informed of the record-breaking achievement, which shocked him. The man was greatly surprised by everything that was happening, not expecting such a turn of events and changes in the situation. He noticed that the light pillar reached a height of 20,000 meters, which seemed incredible and amazing. He couldn't believe that descendants of distinguished ancestors could arrive to change the course of events. The head of the city planned to leave only tomorrow, but he wondered who this hero was, capable of such achievements. And just at that moment, the young head Rei died, the culmination of a tense situation and conflict. Linvieth said for them to go and remove the corpse, emphasizing the need for action in this situation. The men began to say that the bastards from flying clouds were preparing to die, reflecting the threat to the enemies. But the ship started saying it was the guide who killed the head, and he had nothing to do with it. The girl told them to be quiet, for if it hadn't been for the hero's intervention, they would be dead by now. It didn't matter now. Shani told the guy not to be afraid and promised to protect him, showing her support. Just at that moment, Linvieth descended to the ship, ready to continue his mission and fight. The guy said everything was fine and it was nothing, placating those around him. and overcoming his anxiety. Linvieth asked the people present if they were embarrassed by the fact that he had killed such an important opponent as the head. The man said he didn't care who he was and would ride with them, all from Thundercloud, emphasizing his commitment that the other 100% will die threatening their opponents and enemies. Yimingyu asked what they were allowing themselves on a capital's lands, expressing their resentment and displeasure. How dare they do whatever they want without the permission of the head of the capital, violating law and order. Their master came to visit the auction, but was killed before entering the city, and they demand an explanation. The girl asked what would happen if they weren't there, hinting at the possible implications for the whole situation and conflicts. The man replied that they would then have to make it clear that Thundercloud was not to be trifled with, and that they did not tolerate ridicule. Then an elder of the capital intervened and said a little to herself, why on earth should the capital report to them? The men were slightly frightened at this point, feeling the threat and unpredictability of the situation. The elder apologized to the mistress for his tardiness, acknowledging his guilt and the consequences of his actions. In her opinion, Thundercloud does not want to participate in the auction and let them escort them, offering their assistance. They asked them to leave the capital to avoid further conflict and tension. Lastly, they said they would not be forgotten and that they would be seen again, leaving a threat in the air. The girl asked if she could find out the name of the main character, thus showing an interest in his personal life and wanting to know more about his background and character. The guys started saying that the lady was not from their alliance and this was not the first time they had seen this man, which made them suspicious and curious about his identity. The chairman began to say that he was her friend and she agreed to take the blame for his misconduct, thus showing her loyalty and willingness to protect her friends. The chapter's daughter asked if they wanted to say they didn't know who the three were, raising questions about security and privacy in their community. The guys replied that they still didn't know who it was, causing them to look puzzled and interested in the newcomers. The chairwoman realized that her years of effort had gone down the drain, realizing the futility of her efforts and that her plans had not been successful. Rasta that only the three of them would be honored guests of the capital. Rooms in the guest temple would be prepared for them, reflects their high position and respect. The chair was very much surprised by this response, causing her to wonder and question the motives behind the actions of the other participants. They became guests of honor and were brought close to the guest temple, wondering why they would not be punished. Then they had already asked the chairman to take them with her, showing their desire to stay under her protection and support. She said the trade union has turned its back on her and she has nothing to do with flying clouds from now on, showing her frustration and independence. Linvieth said that if she wanted, he could help chase these traitors away by offering his help and support in a difficult situation. Linvieth said that he has a very good heart, as before, confirming his nobility and desire for justice. Yimingyu welcomed them to the capital, showing them hospitality and a desire to integrate them into public life. Lin Feng realized that his plan had failed, realizing how he dared to walk so close to the girl, which undermined his strategy and confidence. The girl asked if it was possible to find out his name, showing interest in his personal life and wanting to know more about his background. Linvieth told her to take her time and informed her father that his nemesis had arrived, putting him in a difficult position. The girl was very surprised after these words, raising questions about consequences and possible conflict situations. The guy then said he wasn't going to the guest temple, causing bewilderment and surprise to everyone present. When asked if round-the-clock security was needed, she said he had managed to climb 20,000 meters, showing her appreciation of his abilities. The man realized he was surprised by the reaction to the unexpected events. The capital is the heart of the trade in such allies in Arctigia. Offering a look inside can provide new insights and opportunities. Once inside, he asked when the auction would start, but was told it would start in 2 hours, showing his interest in the events. Linvieth said which room he wanted and the two of them could settle in another, showing his preference and comfort. Linvieth took out his ring once more, showing his importance and influence in the society. Not a bad thing. Ray was very rich, storing 400 million Shanebats in a ring, boosting his confidence at the auction. Yimingyu wants to meet the guy, showing her interest and for unclean strategic goals. She said he still hasn't introduced himself to her, raising questions about his intentions and identity. Still, Linvieth introduced himself by name, and he noticed that his daughter was beautiful, ranking in the top 3 most lovely girls in Arctigia. Asked if it was possible to find out from which sect he came, There would be a master in the country equal to him in strength, and he would be waiting for him outside the city tomorrow. The girl couldn't understand how he knew when he was departing, creating questions about his knowledge and resources. He knows far more than what she could have imagined, emphasizing his experience and understanding of the situation. When the moon started to chase her away, she was very surprised, which shows her unexpected reaction to the change. Linvieth has learned well what man is like in 101,000 years, demonstrating his experience and understanding of human nature. Lin Feng met her as she was leaving and asked her who he really was, showing interest and curiosity. She was furious at the guy, for he had pissed her off by emphasizing their complicated relationship. The man said he had never seen her, which demonstrates his lack of understanding of the situation. He could only speculate on whether the guy had done something, raising questions about his actions and motivation. He told his ward not to get into trouble by exercising care and caution. The chair said she would take Shani to the trustee's office, demonstrating her organizational skills and leadership abilities. The guy was curious about where they had agreed to meet, showing his curiosity and strategic thinking. In the middle of 3rd Street, that's just where their co-workers live, emphasizing social connections and networks. Linvieth was very much surprised to learn that the girl was actually being bought, raising questions about moral and ethical standards. Linvieth said that the girl could make no excuses and he would go with them, showing his readiness for action. At that time, someone will win and the flying clouds guys are screwed, emphasizing the instability and danger in their surroundings. Linvieth decided to go see what was going on, showing an urge to control the situation. Some men were angry, for they messed with their goods, showing the tension and conflict. The chair told them to stop and they would figure out how to make amends, demonstrating her approach to problem solving. Some man asked who else she was, showing interest in her and wanting to know more. The girl at this point was very frightened and didn't even know what to say back, showing her consternation and stress. The guys were discussing that this girl was the president of their union and that the shipment was his responsibility, as he was responsible for delivering it. The man told his partner to bring this girl, as they wanted her to attend an important meeting. They immediately took notice of her and began insisting that she keep them company at the event, considering her useful. Of course, the girl was against this and began to use her power to show her disagreement with their proposal. She then threw them a few meters away from her, showing her physical strength and determination. The man continued to sit on the guys without taking any action, as if waiting for events to unfold around him. He then fully recognized that the girl was capable and had the necessary qualities for the task. Then he shifted and suggested she try to tackle him, setting the stage for a competition. Liu Yixu tried to deal with the man in this challenge by applying her martial skills and abilities. Anonymous understood how to attack others so as not to cause unnecessary conflict in society. But the men saw nothing unusual in this and continued to act on their self-interest. He then ordered the others to join the battle to create a joint pressure on the girl during the confrontation. Linvieth stood in front of the girl and told her not to worry about the situation, assuring her of her ability to handle it. He then decided to use air balls in battle to create additional attack and defense options. Opponents were very surprised that he used such unusual means and tactics in battle. The man himself was amazed at the effectiveness of his attack, not expecting such a turn of events. He then stated that it was nothing and that they needed to continue their journey without dwelling on the little things. The bows began asking that the chairman take them back, promising to be faithful and loyal. But she had already informed them that their paths had diverged and they would no longer be able to work together in the future. At this point, some guy was watching them closely, trying to figure out what was going on around them. He directed his gaze at the protagonist, as if he wanted to make contact with him or understand his intentions. He ordered the guards to familiarize themselves with him, but to avoid any show of hostility. Linvieth said to keep the two girls by his side, so they wouldn't be in danger. Before the auction began, there was a walk through the vendor rows and everyone could buy something of their choice. The girl immediately spotted the beautiful bracelet in the display case and was interested in it as soon as she saw it. Linvieth asked the merchants what price they were asking for this bracelet, figuring out the value. The merchant reported its price to be 3,000 shanebats, which caused astonishment to those around him. The girl said it was very expensive, but Linvieth wouldn't listen to her and decided to pay for the bracelet. Yimingyu walked over to them and remarked that this bracelet was really beautiful and worthy of attention. Lin Feng asked her if she liked the bracelet and offered to give it to her, showing his care. She said she really liked the bracelet and asked the protagonist to give it to her as a token of her favor. Those present discussed that the mistress has a special favor for a guy who can accomplish a lot. Fort unclean, he could even become the son-in-law of the head of the capital if he continued like this. Linvieth said he was sorry, but the bracelet already has a mistress, defying entreaties. He put the bracelet on the girl and said she looked just gorgeous with it, emphasizing her style. Shelley said that this bracelet really suits her and she feels confident with it. Those present could not understand what he intended to do in this situation, finding his actions unexpected. Mingyu didn't even know how to react to this whole situation, not understanding his motives. Lin Feng became furious and ordered the guy to stand, not wanting to see any further resistance. He started yelling that every single thing in the capital belongs to Mingyu, and that she gave him a chance and he's turning her down. Linvieth said he paid the advertised price for the bracelet with no intention of giving up. After that, the guy immediately started showing his money, assuring everyone of his solvency. He offered the girl to sell him the bracelet for Shanebat 100,000. Unwilling to give in, the girl noticed that his offer seemed unusually highly rated compared to previous offers. However, Linvieth answered him negatively and told him that the amount was not enough for the transaction. Those present began to question his sanity as they watched his actions and behavior. The guy began to offer an even higher price for the bracelet, convincing those around him of his persistence. The two sisters were very surprised by the events taking place and the unpredictable bids at the auction. One of the men was taken aback by his generosity and the amount offered for the bracelet, thinking the guy might end up with nothing. However, Linvieth said the amount is still not enough to finalize the deal. He said the guy wasn't greedy and was interested in how much the guy was willing to sell for, which sparked discussion among everyone present. Linvieth named the sum of 100 million, emphasizing the high cost, which would buy up all the shops in the capital. For such a sum, one could buy up all the shops in the capital, which would provide considerable influence and control. Lin Feng angrily asked Leon if he was going to kill him, expressing his fears and displeasure. Linvieth offered him a taste and noted that he and Rate Sun were very similar, which emphasized their similarities. Lin Feng realized that it would be difficult for him to deal with this guy and that they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Linvieth then said that if Lin Feng changed his mind, they would be willing to leave, offering him the freedom to choose. Mingyu was left to watch as everyone started to leave without getting what they wanted, which surprised her. She couldn't understand why she didn't get what she wanted since she wasn't used to rejection. The girl was surprised by his refusal to sell the bracelet because they offered $1,000,000, explaining it as a gift. If she had known sooner, she would have sold it as it was $1,000,000, which showed her disappointment. The guards informed the guy that their invitation had expired and it was time for them to leave, which caused concern. The girl was surprised to learn that the invitation had an expiration date, which was news to her. The man vehemently said that if they so decided, they should leave, which emphasized their determination. Linvieth offered to go to the wall in preparation for the next stage, which showed he was prepared. The capital has a good reputation and she is sure his invitation card must be valid, which made her doubtful. Linvieth noted her insight and offered to guess who was behind all these events, piquing her interest. She was sure it was Lin Feng, given his reputation and actions in the Ice Sky Temple, which was obvious to her. Linvieth said that she probably correctly suspected Lin Feng, showing her agreement. He told the little girl not to worry as someone would soon appear to guide them, calming her down. And just at that moment, the guy who had asked the guards to meet them showed up, which showed his involvement. Liu Yixu was asked if he expected to meet a person from the pure celestial palace, which surprised him. Linvieth confirmed this and asked what was so important that he was greedy in this way. It's nothing special, but it is after all the first-class sect, more powerful than flying clouds or ice skies. It was said that one of the 3 emperors of the upper system started out in this sect, confirming its status. Linvieth noted that they knew many things, including the black dragon Qinliu had trained there. This guy was a little surprised by all this talk, which showed his surprise. The guards greeted Mr. Wenyan, showing their respect for his status. Linvieth noted his role in settling matters at the tavern, which elicited his thanks. He said his strength was up to the level of the free frontier, so he didn't have to intervene, which showed his confidence. Linvieth said he wanted to go but was stopped, causing him to be disgruntled. The guards realized that their time was up and couldn't understand why Mr. Wonyan was chatting with the young man. Afterwards, the guards tried to somehow manage the situation to avoid conflict. The lad thought it was great insolence on the part of the guards, which made him resentful. And then something resembling an earthquake started, which created a panic atmosphere. The guards started begging for mercy, which showed their fear of the situation. They wished no harm to Mr. Linvieth, and Lin asked him not to detain him, which showed his authority. He then allowed the guy to pass, which allowed him to move on. After that, they actually started going through the auction, which showed they were ready. The guards then began coughing up blood, which caused everyone present to become alarmed. The people from the pure celestial palace don't leave any traces, and they had to accept it, which was understandable. These wounds, in their opinion, would not heal for at least another 10 days, which caused them concern. Going a little farther, the guy said that here they were, showing their approach to their destination. A new world had truly opened up in front of them. This auction seemed amazing, which piqued their interest. He wondered what Linvieth thought about what was going on in the auction room, which piqued his curiosity. He would like to hear his thoughts on what he sees and how he evaluates what was important to him. There are a total of 5 stages here, each corresponding to one of the 5 elemental elements, which posed a danger when activated. The guards noticed that the gentlemen had become better at judging details, which gave them a sense of their limited abilities. Linvieth said they were wrong to claim that when activated, they would be able to draw conclusions and survive. Everyone was quite surprised after saying those words, which created a surprise effect among those present. Lin Feng heard this and said that he is a scoundrel. After all, the capital has existed in Arctigeo for many years. The tactic was developed by Wushan. Who is he to talk nonsense? Lin knows nothing of the tactic, but why does Linvieth allow herself to tell her nonsense, believing there is a breach in the auction security system? He then told him that he had better keep silent if he did not know what he was talking about, for to reason without knowledge was foolish and unwise. Lin disagreed with this and asked if he wasn't allowed to cross the pure palace of the celestial realm, and now the chief palace as well. He then said that Linvieth was nothing and no man. His words were empty and had no weight. He said that Linvieth only knows how to hide behind the backs of others and has no courage and dignity of his own. Aunian didn't stand for it and said that the guy was an impertinent person who didn't understand how to behave in society. After that, his power collapsed directly onto Lin, making him feel the full power and determination of his opponent. Lin asked Yuli if he really thought he was the only one with a protector and that no one could stand up to him. He's going to teach this youngster a lesson, and Anyana is completely unaffected by this. His actions are driven by other motives. He reported that he was acting recklessly without thinking through the consequences of his words and actions, which could lead to trouble. He immediately started coughing up blood, unable to withstand the powerful blow, causing everyone present to be alarmed. He asked why he was doing this to them. What motivated him to take such cruel and rash actions? After that, the guy himself also started coughing up blood, unable to withstand the internal tension and force directed against him. From now on, let him not forget that children should not interfere in the conversation of adults. It can end badly for them. The followers of the Immortal Empress sect were laughing at this time, happy that the guys had taught the youngster a lesson. They sarcastically said that they were both scoundrels, for is it possible to beat a man lying down? It is unworthy of real fighters. Aunian decided to ask again about the tactic and what was its flaw. What exactly was causing him to doubt it? Tomorrow, Mr. Jun will personally come to the guest temple to see him, and have him join them for a discussion. They were very much surprised by what he had just said, not expecting this turn of events. Lin Feng was all the more surprised by all of this, not understanding how this was possible and what would happen next. Liu Yixu asked if Jun would really come to meet him in person, and she still couldn't figure out who he was. Anyan said it's a deal, offered to go to their seats, wait there for the auction to start and everything will be clear. A short time later, they were already sitting in their seats, preparing for the auction to begin, tensely awaiting the first lots. Linvieth said the auction is about to start and they need to be ready to bid, not to miss important points. At this time, some kind of fire dragon appeared in front of them, causing everyone to marvel at its power. Linvieth told the little girl to look at how beautiful the dragon in front of them appeared. It was rare. Then a girl appeared and said that everyone had been waiting for this for a long time, preparing and hoping to see something like this. It was actually Yimingyu herself, whose beauty and grace captivated everyone present, attracting attention. Everyone present admired her beauty, and in that moment everyone felt her strength and charm. While her father is busy, the auction will be conducted by her, asking them to buy everything so she can go home not empty-handed. Those present began to assure her that they could have no fear, for they would do anything for her success and well-being. Lin Feng told the guard that he found out who the freaks who were pouring out were and finished them off, but the guard didn't agree. Girl reported that the first lot is a plat, the starting price is 100,000 and active bidding is expected. Lin Feng offered 500,000 for it, confident of its value and determined to win this lot at any cost. The guards thought this spender was hopeless, not understanding why he would spend that kind of money on a plate. When 1,500,000 was shouted out, everyone couldn't understand who was so rich and why he wanted the lot. The girl couldn't understand why Linvieth asked her to raise the price, but she complied with his request. She couldn't understand why he wouldn't show up himself, or why he would pay 1,500,000 for a piece of metal. Yimingyu immediately recognized the woman who had taken the trail she liked and was outraged. She couldn't understand how this woman dared to stick her neck out and claim what she held dear. Lin Feng thought that Jack was a nobody. Where did he get the nerve to reach for his wealth? He instantly raised the price to 2 million, showing his determination and willingness to fight for the lot. Linvieth told the girl to keep her hand up and keep raising the price without giving up. Anyan said that 3 million is the stuff worthwhile, and it should be brave to raise the price to that amount. Linvieth said it was reasonable, and they raised it to 3 million, with no intention of backing down. The girl instantly jumped out with an offer of 3 million, causing everyone to be shocked and surprised. The man could not understand, or they were crazy. Such sums seemed absurd and incomprehensible to him. The others realized that Lin Feng seemed to have met a worthy opponent, and the bidding would become very interesting. The girl thought that all men were abnormal, but specifically these ones stood out from the rest. They must be delicious. Yimingyu started the countdown from 3 million, which caused excitement in the hall. Everyone tensely awaited the result of the bidding. The lot was sold to the protagonist. His offer proved to be the last and decisive one. All eyes were on him. Linvieth began to provide money, showing everyone his seriousness and willingness to honor his commitments. At this point, he used his finger to finalize the transaction and confirm his solvency. Lin Feng started laughing. After all, Linvieth had spent 3 million on a piece of metal, and it was unclear what he was happy about. The entire hall also started laughing loudly, sharing Lin's amusement and thinking the main character was a fool. Linvieth said that since some have vision problems, he will help them see the truth. Inside this plate is mithril, a rare metal well worth the price of 3 million, which surprised everyone. Mithril itself retains a first-class spiritual talisman. It condolences those who can't see further than their nose. They immediately recognized the golden helper spirit talisman, a top-grade item, its price now exceeding 100 million. Even Wenyan was surprised that there was a talisman inside, but how the guy was able to realize it remained a mystery. Lin Feng was furious after realizing what had happened. He had been tricked and outplayed. The second lot is the Awakening Sword, cast from heavenly metal, 30 years in the buried sword sect. Its power is astonishing, starting price 1 million. The girl was impressed, because even their appraiser didn't know that there was a talisman hidden in the plate. It was unexpected. Anyanya wondered how much he valued the sword at. He doubted anyone who came was competent enough. Linvieth said 10 million, but he's not a great sword expert, so his estimate may not be accurate. Everyone started offering their prices and the last offer was 8 million. This became a cause for discussion. The girl offered 20 million, causing a shock to all present. Such an offer no one expected. Lin Feng offered 21 million, but the guards immediately started to stop him, seeing it as a threat. The girl bid 25 million, raising the stakes again and making everyone tense. The stakes got too high. Someone said that the youths nowadays were frivolous, a fool openly provoking the Ice Sky Temple, which could end badly. The elder investigated, but did not find out exactly how the sword came to them, or where it came from. Clearly he is no fool. Lin Feng raised his hand that he was shaking violently. He was ready to make one last offer and risk everything. He said that this sword was worth 10 million at best, and let them take it if they could offer more. But if he bitches about it, how can he then look the girl in the eye? Is a matter of honor and dignity. He then shouted out a price of 7 million, hoping that would stop the others and he could win the lot. Linvieth said for the girl to lower her hand, showing her superiority and determination to finish the bidding. Everyone was surprised that that guy decided not to raise the price, It was unexpected and unpredictable. Lin Feng told no one to dare to reach out to him, otherwise they risked running into trouble. Anew asked the protagonist if he would say something or remain silent, waiting for his words. Linvieth told him to speak up or it would be too ruthless of him. What a pathetic kid he was. He started saying that the sword was good, but the money paid was not worth it. It was an unwise waste of money. Lin Feng couldn't understand what he was talking about. He felt like he was being tricked or played with. He couldn't understand why the sword was so thin and light. It made him puzzled and doubtful. The girl began to explain that it was a woman's sword. That's why it was made that way. It was meant for women. The man couldn't figure out what he should do with this sword now. He felt cheated and confused. That the girl couldn't say anything to him, for she hadn't asked him to buy the sword. It was his decision. Everyone immediately started laughing and saying that the man was a fool to fall for the trick and lose money. The girl said the last lot is an egg of an unknown beast. Doesn't he even know who will hatch from it? Starting price 1,000. Linvieth was glad that he had finally seen the item he had come to this auction for. Anew said that this was the item that everyone was being solicited with at the auction. We should take a look at it if there's anything worthwhile in it. At that moment, some spark snuck right into his head, making him wary and alert. The others also began to look at what was in it, trying to understand the value and uniqueness of this lot. All these rays started to make their way right into this egg, as if something or someone was trying to unlock its mystery. But the elder told them not to even hope to peek at who was inside. It was impossible. Hunmen immediately opened his eyes, for he realized that something wasn't going according to plan. It made him uneasy. The inspectors didn't let it be known who was in the egg. It remained a mystery that no one could solve. Dels asked if he was able to find out what was inside, but the man said he couldn't. His ability was reflected. He said his ability was reflected before he could get there, and then asked the protagonist if he was interested in the item. He's sure there's something very busy inside, but if they both fight over it, he doubts they'll be able to take it. He approached the protagonist, but noticed the unusual pendant, and since the hero hadn't seen it, he had nothing to worry about. The guy expressed his gratitude to the protagonist for his help, because it played an important role in the current state of affairs. The starting price of the lot at the auction was set at 10 million, which sparked lively discussions among the participants. Those present at the auction could not see whether such an amount was adequate to buy ordinary cats with bags. Lin Feng instantly bid 11 million, showing his determination to participate in the auction. The protagonist's confidence was growing as his reputation could soon be in jeopardy. He realized he didn't need it, but his father had insistently ordered him to acquire it. The young lady asked if there was anyone present who was willing to raise the price of the lot. Linvieth offered 50 million for the facility, expressing his determination to fight for it. Ding Feng made an offer of 60 million, determined to compete with the protagonist in wealth. Linvieth began to gradually raise his bet to 70 million, showing his persistence. Anew expressed his desire not to waste time arguing with the protagonist, deeming it unnecessary. He frankly admitted that he was bored of competing with them, and it was a revelation to him. Lin Feng was truly frightened by how powerful Linvieth was, which emphasized his fear. Linvieth increased his bet to 80 million, which caused a lot of excitement among the spectators. It was the first time people observed someone raising their own price at an auction, which caused them to be surprised. The guy couldn't believe what was happening, because he had never seen such an aggressive trading strategy. Already the girl had started begging the guy not to raise his price, fearing for his financial situation. Lin Feng raised the bid to 100 million, showing his determination to win the auction at any cost. The guy, in turn, raised the price to 150 million, and so began their duel in price, reaching 300 million. The man began to wonder how the guy would be able to pay 300 million, because it is a significant amount of money. Anew asked the gentleman if he thought they could not pay such high amounts as others. However, he was sure the guy didn't have that kind of money and doubted he could pay. People were convinced that it was unlikely that he was pretending, for pretenders were not welcome in such a society. Linvieth asked if he had that kind of money to continue trading at such a high level. The man asked if he was disgusted with him, and the feeling was mutual if he couldn't pay. Linvieth suggested that if he gave up 300 million, he too would be willing to risk his life for it. The man asked if he thought he was afraid of him, and offered to play by his rules in an auction. The girl warned him that if he lied, he wouldn't get off in disgrace, and advised him to think twice. However, Linvieth reassured the girl, saying that she could not worry about him, and 300 million was an insignificant amount of money for him. People were excited and couldn't believe that he actually had the full amount needed to complete his deal. The guards and elders didn't think that anyone would dare to give such a huge amount of money for a rare mystic beefsteak. The elder said that he was wrong and Linvieth would definitely not die. After all, the eldest daughter had asked them to protect him at all costs. The man realized that it looked like he really did have all the money he needed to complete his transaction at the auction. At this point, he immediately ordered him killed, which caused quite a commotion among those present at the auction. His guards immediately attacked the protagonist, trying to protect their master from the potential threat. Mingyu also began to worrying about him and told him to be careful when making decisions in this dangerous situation. The elder told him to forget it, for the attack had come too late to change the course of events. Anyan said he guessed again that further events unfolded in accordance with his assumptions. After that, his terrifying assistants started attacking other opponents using their powerful abilities. Those in front of them clearly did not expect such resistance and were greatly surprised at what was happening, that they were quick to deal with them, quickly quelling any attempts to resist and thwart their plans. Linvieth finally offered 300 billion, reaffirming his resolve in this important trade for him. He handed over the money, and now it was Lin Feng's turn to make the next move in the auction, which sparked keen interest. Those present are not sure that anyone in the country would dare risk their lives to kill a young lord in the temple. The man couldn't understand how they were able to grasp such an opportunity, as if he had foreseen everything in advance. Linvieth said that the dead don't need answers and that it's important to think about the present and the future. After that, Linvieth immediately left his seat, leaving everyone in a state of incomprehension and confusion. After that, he suddenly appeared right in front of the man, creating tension and attracting the attention of everyone present. Those present still believed that Linvieth wouldn't dare to kill the Lord despite all his aggression and threat. Linvieth said that if they wanted to go to the world of the dead, then let them continue to protect their masters. He then used his power to divide them, changing the dynamics of the conflict to his favor. Everyone was quite frightened by the whole incident because no one had expected such a turn of events and the use of such powerful techniques. Linvieth stated that a man must keep his word and honor his commitments to avoid consequences. The man at this point began to get very nervous, realizing that the situation was out of his control. The man then claimed the guy was finished, threatening his life in an attempt to remove the threat. He then used a technique that created a downpour of spikes growing out of a pear tree to attack his opponent. Those present, after the man used the technique, thought the guy was finished and would not survive. Linvieth called it a rather despicable act while using his technique to defend and counterattack. He grabbed one of the spikes and said he would teach him how to use the technique in combat situations. He then naptily threw one of the spikes directly at his opponent, hoping to defeat him and end the threat immediately. That spike instantly stabbed into the man's head, causing those around him to feel horrified and stunned by his actions. A few seconds later, he fell to the floor, unconscious from such a precise and powerful blow from the spike. Everyone present, of course, was extremely surprised that Linvieth had actually accomplished what he had promised earlier. Lin Feng was indeed dead at the hands of the main character, which caused shock and misunderstanding among the audience. Linvieth immediately began to pull out his ring, preparing for the next important action in the auction. He began to say that after many battles, something important had finally happened and that changed the course of his destiny. After numerous battles, his sword finally returned to him, symbolizing his victory and return to control. The guards began to attack, accusing him of killing the Lord, threatening that the Ice Sky Temple would not forgive him for it. Linvieth asked Leonidas if he really thought he was afraid of them, and let them not expect to darken his hands. Linvieth immediately began to draw his sword, preparing himself for a possible fight with his opponents. After that, he instantly impressed the text of the guards with his determination, proving his readiness for battle. Everyone was extremely surprised at how decisive and powerful the main character's actions were at that moment. He then asked if there were any others who wished to argue with him, challenging everyone in the auction. Of course, everyone present was scared to death and chose to remain silent, not daring to challenge. The girl was just congratulating him on getting the jewelry. The auction was closed and everyone could relax. Wonyan said that Ice Sky Temple might give him trouble, and asked if he would reform or not. But Linvieth said that he would be helped by the capital itself, where he would find support in his affairs. The elder approached the eldest daughter, asking what he meant, and she replied that her father would meet with him tomorrow. Linvieth, the head of the Ice Cloud Temple and Linfeng's father, couldn't understand who dared to kill his son and ordered all the troops to go to the capital. He ordered everyone to head to the capital to find and punish the assassin who dared to defy his family. The head of the Cargo Cloud sector and Raizong's father named Raylun said that they too would avenge his son. Suddenly, there were spheres outside the subway that were not part of the 5 elements. Celestial creatures, fighter beasts encased in an egg. Let the dweller get to know his master while his true purpose and destiny are still being formed. At that moment, it began to glow brightly, attracting the attention of everyone at the auction with its unusual appearance. It shimmered with different colors, which is not found in nature, creating a magical and mysterious sight. Linvieth began to use his ring to hide this mysterious egg from prying eyes and ill-wishers. At that moment he noticed something behind him that caught his attention and alerted him. He realized he wasn't alone here and told the man to come closer and introduce himself as well. It turned out to be Mingyu, who began to approach him, showing interest in what was happening. She decided to attack him immediately, counting on his unpreparedness for defense at this point. But Linvieth proved to be no slouch, catching her by the leg, effectively dodging her attack. He then decided to use his hand to give her more freedom of movement and room to maneuver. He then interrupted her attack by forcefully throwing her against the wall to keep himself safe. He asked if she had looked for him deep in the night without fear of what people would think of her. The girl couldn't understand how he recognized her, or what he wanted from her at this moment. He asked if she had chosen to give herself willingly, giving in to temptation and undisclosed motives. She was very ashamed, but at least the mask hid her face from prying eyes and their judgment. Linvieth said he would let her go, but first demanded that she remove her mask and confess why she had come. She hadn't realized they had such a complicated relationship, so she was curious how they would handle the trouble that had arisen. Linvieth couldn't understand why he should worry about 2 small sectors. After all, the capital itself could effectively deal with them without a problem. He expressed doubt, asking if she better go home to avoid more trouble in the night, for unclean causing negative consequences. She could not understand why he was behaving like this. After all, she had come to him with good intentions, seeking to help him sincerely. Despite Lin Feng's death, she didn't care about his killer, not realizing what it could mean for everyone involved. However, she said she didn't like the man and her heart was drawn to another, which was not his intention. Linvieth asked who she preferred, and if she didn't answer, another chance might not come in the future. Then she tentatively admitted that, for unclean, she liked him, feeling a special connection and something more between them. Linvieth suggested that she stay the night with him so they could get to know each other better and deepen their relationship. The girl couldn't figure out if their relationship was moving too fast and what it could mean for her future. The guy then picked her up and gently placed her on the bed, creating a sense of closeness and embarrassment as such an act. Linvieth was then directly above her, creating tension and anticipation in this moment of intimacy. How exciting it was to part with something she had kept for over 20 years, experiencing a major life-changing moment. The girl closed her eyes, not realizing if something new and significant was beginning in her life that could change everything. But at that moment, Linvieth simply turned around and fell asleep, leaving her wondering how he felt. The girl was furious that he had just fallen asleep without showing any interest in the night's events, and didn't understand her feelings. She wondered why he acted this way, not allowing himself to be overly concerned when they were so close and shared the same feelings. Early in the morning, of course, Linvieth awoke, preparing himself for the day's upcoming events and meeting new challenges. The girl greeted him and bid him wake up to start the day with business and important tasks. Linvieth said she is called the first beauty of the capital for a reason, emphasizing her charm and importance to others. She asked if he'd figured out how to solve the sect problem and noted that he hadn't gotten mad at her overnight. Linvieth reassured her, telling her that he had a plan, but needed her help in preparing the necessary materials. She agreed and promised to quickly track down all the necessary materials for their plan to speed up the process. After that, with the paper in her hand, she hurried to the appointed place so as not to waste time in preparation. As soon as she came out, she met Liu Yixu, but she didn't answer anything to his questions, focusing on the matter at hand. The girl was interested in why she had left the Lord's room, and what it might mean for their relationship. She then reported that she had learned something important that could help their case and change the outcome of the situation. An elder from the 2 sects was on his way, adding tension and anticipation to their preparations for the upcoming event. Linvieth remarked that it was good news and suggested that she stay at the hotel to protect Shani, since she was an important figure. Then the girl brought the elder in, and he wondered what business he was wanted for and what it meant. Linvieth wanted the elder to look at something important, so he asked the girl to bring materials to discuss the upcoming actions. Linvieth then immediately set about gathering all the necessary materials that had been meticulously prepared to continue their massive project. After it became apparent that the criminals had become active, the protagonists realized the need for immediate intervention to ensure safety. The elder immediately took up the defense of the lady, urging the lad to stop his actions, warning of the risks involved in using these materials. Linvieth tried to reassure the elder, promising that everything would be fine despite the current difficulties. It was amazing how quickly a variety of materials such as multicolored metal, burned cinnamon, and celestial wood melted, creating an unusual flame. Linvieth then decided to refine the materials he had obtained by utilizing his knowledge and experience in creating high-quality products. He reported that this was the last step needed to complete their work, which required precision and attention to detail. The elder noticed that it was impossible to find a second person in the capital with such outstanding forging skills as the protagonist. He eventually created an armor for the puppet, which he decided to call impenetrable armor, emphasizing its high durability. Conventional forging masters usually take several months to achieve such results, which emphasizes the Lord's exclusivity and skill. Linvieth confidently stated that he was wrong and that his real place was not at the 3rd rank, but at a higher rank. They were surprised to find that he had actually reached the 3rd rank, which confirmed his high level of skill. Linvieth understood that Erisho was well versed in the art of forging, and if she agreed to his terms, he would share the method of creating the armor. The elder was puzzled, trying to figure out if Linvieth was telling the truth at this crucial moment. He suggested that using his innate skill of deduction to predict the future could help in making important decisions. She could also tell him of her fate and possible consequences, asking the elders to support her in this endeavor. However, the elder could assist not only in the tales of destiny, but also in the fate of the entire Arctogeo, influencing its future. The elder was himself surprised by such requests and wondered how he could help in making them happen. Linvieth expressed doubt, asking if there were any problems with their current actions or plans. The man noted that Arctogea is great and successful, and the use of the armor consciousness method has had a significant impact on the capital. Staying true to his word, the guy realized he was watching everything and offered to put all their worries behind them, trying the method if they had any doubts. The man expressed appreciation for his generosity and noted that Linvieth was a man of honor who could be relied upon. Let her try, for these are the fruits of his efforts and labor that he is willing to share with others. The man showed interest in how far into the future Linvieth was willing to look, and Linvieth said a year would be enough to accomplish his goals. In time, the two opposing forces of all things will point the way to the truth and resolution of all issues and conflicts that have arisen. Let him realize that time will speed up hundreds of times and pay close attention to what interests him in the process. But he was curious to look at for specific locations that might reveal key information. The first place was the Hunmen continent, followed by the Wan sect, each important to their mission. Next was a visit to the capital and a visit to the pure celestial palace, which played an important role in their plans. Finally, there was one very scary place left that needed to be explored to fully understand the situation. Emperor Sumer was an outstanding ruler. His wisdom and determination were highly regarded by everyone in his kingdom. Due to this, he was highly respected. The elder immediately noticed their approach and began discussing with her colleagues what it might mean, emphasizing the importance of their presence. He noted that Linvieth had made a serious mistake by looking where he shouldn't have, which had drained his strength, and he would be leaving in a couple days. Wanyan heard the news and immediately asked the guy what was wrong, feeling anxious and trying to understand the source of the commotion. He bluntly stated that he had asked the elders to reveal the fate of the country to him, and that he had fainted, using up a lot of energy. Noticing that the guy was treating him as an equal and even as a friend, said Linvieth is a generous man since he cares for Arctogus, and it shows his deep affection for his people. His soul is great, for he is doing this for himself, and has even studied how things are in the pure celestial palace, but they will discuss it later when they are ready. They will discuss this later, as the head of the capital has an important guest arriving, which will require immediate attention. At this moment, someone's energy began to appear right in front of them, causing a wave of unease among those present. He started laughing and said it was an opportunity for the two young heroes to demonstrate their abilities and solve important problems. This was a worthy reason for him to appear, and the head of the capital named Jun Wushan, who was respected by everyone, appeared in front of them. Both greeted the head, expressing their respect and support for her authority. Then they all sat down together at a table to discuss current affairs and future plans, creating a cooperative atmosphere. The man asked if they knew what trouble they were in, realizing the seriousness of the situation and the consequences of their actions. But he said it wasn't easy for him to show up in such circumstances, and if he said he could help, would they believe him? The man couldn't understand how he knew he hadn't yet passed the milestone that was so important to his development. He had his methods, and smart people don't turn to innuendo. Just have him answer yes or no to move on. But the man said that of course not, for though she had a sharp mind, she was too young for such decisions. Linvieth suggested he try it, and then they would find out how it really was, giving him the opportunity to test his hunches. After that, the guy started using some technique to demonstrate his abilities and deepen his understanding of what was happening. These three areas of disharmony arose when they reached the peak of their level, resembling a narrow neck that prevents them from rising higher. And he has an idea on how to fix it. He believes that two elders, the Ice Sky sect and the Flying Cloud sect, are on their way. There is definitely a way out, and wrong are those who doubt. The head of Flying Cloud is on the loose, as is the head of Ice Sky. The man was surprised that he knew of her, which made him wonder about the extent of the protagonist's knowledge and resources. If the guy wasn't mistaken, he only needed an excuse, but they were actually interested in the floating desert, and now they were personally heading to the capital. Since he's figured it all out, let him tell them what he plans to do. He helped him overcome the boundary, and he'll give him a cloak and desert for next steps. The man asked what they would do with the heads. After all, they were going after her, and what their next strategy would be. Of course they would deal with it, as it was a key point in their operation. The man asked if he was looking for death, expressing concern about the risks involved in their actions. Linvieth said, not at all, and so asking for his support. We'll use the Great Array, for they know he is capable of activating it. They arrived at the place where the auction was held, and prepared for the next steps to accomplish their goals. Linvieth sprang into action, applying his skills and knowledge to ensure the success of their venture. The man couldn't understand how he was able to activate the Great Array. After all, only he could do it, confirming his unique abilities. The man said that enough was enough and he couldn't control it anymore, expressing his annoyance. Linvieth asked the guy how he did it, and he replied that he had been interested in the array for a long time and wanted to explore its capabilities. He decided to try activating the array too, to see how it worked and what he could do with it. After that, he decided to try doing the same thing as Linvieth to evaluate its abilities and methods. And then, using his power, he began to pierce through as if it was some kind of barrier to test its strength and capabilities. He said that the array was breathtaking. It was good, but not without flaws, something to consider when using it. Linvieth said to let the Wo watch carefully, for there was much to be learned from this process that would help them in the future. Mingyu noticed that Linvieth was neat, careful with all aspects of their work, showing his competence and attention to detail. Linvieth, confident in his abilities, told her not to worry because he was prepared for any difficulties and would confidently handle them despite the challenges. The man remarked that it's about time she got married because the guy she likes has already proved himself and it's obvious. He's caring and decent. Linvieth was confident that the array would not be able to envelope him, as he had all the skills and knowledge to overcome this danger with confidence. The man couldn't understand why the hell his array had lost its power, and only that he could assume that something unusual had happened. Fort Unclean's interference. Onion was indeed very much surprised at just how strong the guy was, and how his actions affected those around him, showing his true power and leadership skills. Linvieth said that there is always weakness, and asked him if he had the guts to take the test and see what would happen, for that was the only way to find out the truth. But the man realized that if the array broke him, people would laugh at him, which would make his position extremely uncomfortable and show his weakness. And then he said that the girl also passed the test, which shows her resilience and determination despite all the difficulties and threats. That the man sharply told the girl to stand, emphasizing the fears about her participation in the test and the possible risks for her. But it was too late, and the girl passed the array, showing her determination and fortitude despite all the warnings. The girl noticed that nothing happened at all, which made her feel surprised and bewildered as she had expected a different outcome. Linvieth then used a spell to confuse the opponent and create chaos on the battlefield using his unique combat skills. Then some very huge palm appeared in front of him, symbolizing the power and protection he summoned to protect himself and his loved ones. The girl told her father to stop, seeing the tense situation unfolding in front of them and realizing the seriousness of the moment. The man said his favorite daughter was leading the array, unraveled, and the huge palm stopped the attack. It was very glorious and he was sure it was time for her to get married. The man asked if the hero would help him cover up the flaw in the array, but he said it could be completely fixed without needing outside help. So that's what the man asks him to do, to fix all the flaws and ensure the safety of their plan, which must be carefully thought out. Linvieth asked him to take his time, and they would wait for the heads to pass first, for the entrance to the floating is permanently here. It is important for everyone. Well, the man said that since he knows, he'll let them pass, which shows his trust in the protagonist and his confidence in their success. If there is a disaster in the Pure Heaven Palace, let him remember that he needs to keep his life, because he is the future of the palace and all its inhabitants. Onion said that this is the highest order and what happened. Let him reveal it to the pure heavenly palace and resolve it to protect everyone. Linvieth said that the emperor's deeds must not be revealed, for the day of the fall of the black dragon would come, and let him memorize his words for all to know. The lad thanked him, and now they bade him farewell, realizing the importance of their meeting and its implications for all involved in the events. At this point they heard the question of the one who had killed his son come out, which caused alarm and tension among all present. It was actually the head of the very sects that had come to express their demands and opinions on what had happened, causing everyone to feel strong emotions. Linvieth said that they were coming down, and asked if they would do anything to protect their honor and status, for the situation had become critical. Lun said they would make him pay with his life, which shows their determination and intransigence in the face of a threat. The man was of course furious and wanted the guy dead, which emphasizes his aggressive intentions and willingness to take decisive action. The girl said that the man was perfect in his fighting physique and let him get hot, because it could affect their actions and their success. After their fists collided with each other, a powerful energy appeared in the air. It made everyone around them freeze with excitement and fear, feeling threatened. The man realized that his son was more like himself even in death, and now he realized that he had to finish him off with his own hands to bring justice. However, at this moment the head of the capital came forward to defend the lad, which immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, dividing the sides of the conflict and suggesting ways to a possible resolution. He decided to use his force to prevent the man's attack, in an effort to preserve order and prevent bloodshed that could have affected public order. The man questioned how the head of the capital dared to speak against them, questioning his loyalty or motivation, causing bewilderment among his subordinates and supporters. He suggested that Elder Lin join forces to lead old and new conflicts to a peaceful resolution, which could promote long-term peace. The men said that sounded reasonable, showing a willingness to dialogue and cooperate in order to find common ground and overcome existing differences. A battle then broke out between them, creating an atmosphere of tension and uncertainty among all present, emphasizing the seriousness of the confrontation. The man could not understand why they were attacking him. After all, they wanted to fight with the main characters, which caused confusion and bewilderment in their actions. Oh, and on top of that, Linvieth was standing at this moment and not helping him at all, which added doubt to his actions and led to additional tension. Linvieth instantly realized everything and decided to help him, risking himself to save his friend and eliminate the threat, which led to interference in the fight. Still, the man managed to dodge his attack, which emphasizes his skill and ability to adapt in battle despite the protagonist's efforts. The men couldn't understand how he knew his weak point, which made them feel vulnerable and cautious in their future actions. The man said to open the entrance to the blazing desert if they wished to stay here with him, otherwise the portal would close in 3 hours for the next 100 years, jeopardizing their plans. They couldn't figure out if leaving was a trap, which added an element of risk and uncertainty to their actions, creating further apprehension. When they saw Linvieth start to pass through the portal, they didn't realize that they needed to go, lest they miss a chance that could lead to significant consequences. The head of the capital was afraid that Linvieth would get into trouble, which added seriousness to his words and actions, confirming his concern for safety. At this point, his daughter also began to enter the portal, which showed her determination and support for the protagonist, unclean foreshadowing important events. After a while, the male protagonists were already in the desert, which meant the beginning of a new chapter in their adventure, full of unknowns and challenges. And when the girl passed, there was no one else there at all, which caused her to feel lonely and anxious, creating a sense of isolation. She landed and was very much surprised that no one was around, increasing her sense of isolation and uncertainty in her new surroundings. Ling couldn't understand why the head of the capital would dare to do such a thing, which questioned his leadership decisions and motives, and worried him about the future. And he had even sent his precious little daughter to this desert, which emphasized the risk his family was taking for the great cause he hoped for. The girl instantly decided to defend herself upon seeing the man in front of her, which showed her willingness to defend herself and her selflessness despite the risk. Still, the man was strong and broke through her shield, showing his fighting ability and determination in battle despite her defensive efforts. Just at that moment, Linvieth appeared beside the girl, bringing hope and support to her situation, the fort of unchastity providing protection from threats. The man was certain that there was nowhere to run and they would need to fight, which added seriousness to his intentions and created the need for protection and defense. After that, they actually started fighting the protagonist, which led to an intense and tense battle where everyone used all their skills. The men used all of their powers and techniques they knew, which set the stage for a highly intense battle full of strategic maneuvers and attacks. He said the lad had little strength and decided to play hero, which showed his disregard or underestimation of his opponent despite the risks and threats. Linvieth asked if he killed them, who would be their victim, assuming such actions would cause serious repercussions and questions among those present. The man asked how he knew about the victims, assuming that information about it could be used against them and provoke additional actions. Ling was sure that Unclean had told him the head of the capital, but Unclean had picked up on the rumor that it took to sacrifices to open. It had been so since the time of the most brutal 9th emperor. The girl asked if the guy was alright, worried about his condition after the experience, to make sure he was safe. But after that, Linvieth pointed his finger and told the girl to be quiet, trying to hide his intentions or plan from possible observers. The girl realized that he pretended to be injured in order to deceive his enemies or divert their attention from his real actions and gain the necessary time. Linvieth began to say that even knowing about the sacrifice, Elder Ray wanted to kill her, whether it was intended to use Link's head as a sacrifice, which is dangerous. The men couldn't understand how he dared to slander him, denying his accusations and claiming his innocence in the situation. The man said that the desert won't stay open for long and they will find what they need first, then finish them off. There is no point in rushing what is threatening. He actually expects to kill the daughter of the head of the capital, which emphasizes the seriousness of his intentions and the possible consequences for everyone involved. He then snatched the girl by the arm and said that he had to run, which suggests the danger of pursuit and the need to leave. The man noticed this and said that they needed to be in pursuit, preparing them for their next move in response to the threat from their opponents. The girl noticed someone catching up to them and told the guy, but he told her not to be afraid and to stay calm. No takers. I activated some sort of seal and told her to jump, which could have been part of a rescue or evacuation plan. At this point, he wanted someone to wake up in this desert, creating an opportunity for an unexpected turn of events or a change of strategy. And at that moment indeed, some sort of creature appeared in front of the men, adding an element of surprise and uncertainty to the situation. Lin realized that it was a demonic creature and needed to run away to the side to avoid danger and threat. Ray Lun told everyone to keep the guy warm, unclean to prevent escalation of conflict or aggression from the opponents. The girl was sure that the Thundercloud sector was incredible, suggesting the power and danger associated with it, creating extra tension. She asked Hilliard. It wasn't his trump card. It seemed to her that she couldn't handle the elders, suggesting possible difficulties and challenges. After a while, the man did manage to grab the girl, indicating the end of their pursuit or capture and an increase in pressure. Linvieth said that the girl waited and she would see more, for it was too early to judge, suggesting that their interaction would continue. The men, of course, continued to fight the creature at this point, indicating their determination and courage despite the threats. They were mildly perplexed, for they could not anticipate the actions of the creature, which creates an element of surprise and uncertainty. After a while, they realized it was an 8-tailed scorpion, indicating that the threat was growing and urgency was needed. And just at this time, Chapter 100 was observing all of this through a portal, perhaps hinting at observing events from a broader perspective. The ancestors had instituted a 100-year ban on entry precisely so that it would go into deep hibernation, and it was bad business, indicating serious consequences. The elder asked the head if they could come to the mistress, but he said not for people, maximum for the array, which limits their options. All that was left now was to hope that Linvieth would protect the girl, which suggested trust in his abilities and responsible approach to the situation. The man noticed that the scorpion was preparing to attack them, increasing the threat level and readiness for defense on the part of the defenders. And this was indeed the case, because he began to approach them, which confirms the danger and the need for urgent action on the part of the heroes. And then it decided to activate its stinger, which increases the threat level and the need for defense on the part of the defenders. According to the level, this scorpion has already reached the free boundary, indicating the seriousness of the threat and the strength of the enemy it will have to fight. The man offered to answer him with all his might, which implied using all available resources and capabilities to win. They offered their full strength and began to repel his attacks, indicating their determination and willingness to fight for their safety. They truly believed that they could defeat him despite the enormity of the threat and the complexity of the situation, which demonstrates their determination. One of the men was saying that if the guy hadn't reminded him about the sacrifice, he would have torn it up by now, suggesting a tragedy may have been averted. The girl wondered if the scorpion would kill them. The guy hoped otherwise, it would be hard on them, reflecting their apprehension and uncertainty. Linvieth said to run while they have the chance, indicating the need to leave or escape to avoid the threat. Moon at this point decided to use the final blow, which suggests a key moment in their strategy or battle against the enemy, and then actually did carry it out, creating an unexpected development that instantly changed the course of the entire situation. The man immediately began to attack his opponent very hard, using all of his skills and strength to crush his resistance. He told the other man to grab the guy and the girl, for their case was more important than anything else, requiring immediate intervention. The man understood him and said he would do everything, emphasizing his willingness to run the errand and ensure safety. Just at that moment, he appeared right in front of the protagonist and said, "Enough running around," demanding an end to the escape, then instantly attacked the protagonist, but he managed to dodge this attack, demonstrating his agility and reaction. The girl, of course, was worried about the guy and wanted him to be safe, reflecting her worries. Well, just like that, a man appeared beside her at that moment, adding an element of surprise to her surroundings. He grabbed and told the guy to give up or else the girl was finished, but the girl was telling him not to listen to the man and run away. Linvieth said it was not in his rules to leave the girl knocked down and let him attack him. Better already. The man said, gloriously deciding to use pats, emphasizing strategic thinking in their fight. He then tied him up, the protagonist, to limit his movement and options. And then the two and the man started carrying the girl and the guy to some place, the Fort of Uncleanness, to a hideout. Lun reported that they were already there, clarifying their current location. They were near the Staff of Opposites Nirvana, an important artifact in their world. The man reported that Emperor Che had installed it, adding significance to the artifact. He finally examines the thing left behind by the greatest, marveling at its majesty and power. Its thrust is more powerful than the terror that came from the scorpion. It's not for nothing that the Emperor is considered bloodthirsty. Right at moments like this, Lun attacked a man from the back, creating an unexpected tension in their confrontation. Chia couldn't realize that the man was doing this, creating an element of uncertainty and surprise. But it was too late, and the man pushed him right into that staff, which could have disastrous consequences. Bede felt unbearable pain because the staff was too powerful, which emphasized its danger. The man said that the years are passing and he is not skilled. If he doesn't die, how can he take the staff? Who else wants to compete with him for the Emperor's treasure? The man instantly started dying in front of him, which added drama to the situation. The girl said that they should leave soon, but Linvieth said for her to go first, deciding important tactical points. The ancestors of his sect had thought about this vec for many years. Could he disappoint them by expressing the importance of tradition and expectations? Linvieth said that the male scorpion was severely wounded and he is afraid of its strength. Based on that, which one of them will emerge victorious is yet to be decided. Well, even with incomplete strength, the man was sure that he was stronger than the guy, which emphasized his self-confidence. Actually, they started fighting each other, and Linvieth decided to use the puppet to change the course of the battle. The man immediately realized that the puppet was fighting him, which might have affected the perception and strategy of the battle. He was sure that she wouldn't be difficult to deal with at all, as she seemed vulnerable at the beginning of the battle. Marika immediately began to attack the man, using her fighting skills and determination to gain the upper hand. When he tried to strike him, he felt the armor impenetrable, which surprised and stumped him. The man clearly did not expect this turn of events when his opponent was more prepared than he had anticipated. He then decided to use his sword to try and break through his enemy's defenses and change the course of the battle. The man was surprised that she was so strong, displaying fighting skills that exceeded his expectations. And after that, Maria of course slashed at him with her sword, using all her fighting skills to strike. The man realized that the guy had thought it through from the beginning, first pretending to be weak so that he would kill Lin, and then tricking him into injuring him. It was all true. The puppet was wearing impenetrable armor prepared especially for this fight, but he had just forgotten one thing that could change the outcome of the duel and become his key advantage. The eight-tailed scorpion he had awakened had suddenly become a threat to everyone in the place. The man also began to feel unbearable pain just like his opponent, causing him to second-guess his actions. The girl couldn't understand how on earth he was able to overpower Ray and Lin, his father's old enemies, and what it meant. Indeed, he was bloodthirsty, wanting more victims for his dark purposes and showing his cruelty. Just then, the staff began to rise, drawing everyone's attention and creating a sense of terror. Linvieth couldn't understand what he was doing, realizing the possible consequences for everyone who was here. But then he said that the legend said, Emperor Chechia was extremely fiery, straight up such a monster, and this staff was infected by his dark sphere. The girl asked if he was laughing and how they should be now, feeling confused in the face of this threat. Linvieth told her not to be nervous, as the thing that can tame him is already here, ready to intervene. It was at this moment that the very same scorpion appeared, representing the grandeur and danger of the ancient creature. It truly seemed to possess this staff, displaying its destructive powers and influence on the environment. This scorpion shining staff was absorbing its light, and now the staff wished to leave, but the scorpion wouldn't let it. Would Linvieth leave something to others if he wanted to clean it up for himself? Given his ambitions and aspirations, he would go and be helped by the poo. Let the girl stand and wait for him, ensuring her own peace of mind. Let her not worry, for the scorpion has already riddled the oldest with his power and danger. He will not repeat past mistakes again. Let him obey and follow him, accepting leadership. At this moment, he decided to use the very egg he bought at the auction to change the course of events. It began to shine very brightly, as if something had begun to be released there, creating a magical atmosphere around it. It was at this point that the portal was destroyed, closing off the possibility of unwanted visitors and interference. The elders couldn't understand what was wrong. The men were definitely dead. The lady never came out. The second ben must have been activated. And what hatched from the egg was so horrible that the portal itself closed. The father couldn't figure out how his daughter would get out now that the environment was full of dangers and mysteries it would have to face. The man forgot to mention that when he woke up, he found a strange object under his pillow, which caused him surprise and concern. There was a note from the main character, and the man was surprised because he didn't expect that someone could plan such things. A monkey suddenly hatched out of the egg, which attracted the attention of everyone present, surprised by such an unusual turn of events. When the girl saw the monkey, she immediately realized that it was not an ordinary animal, but something unusual and significant. The monkey began to scream loudly, which caused a storm of emotions and demanded protection from those present because of its loudness and strange behavior. The monkey's scream was so loud that the girl covered her ears to protect her hearing from this piercing sound. Linvieth ordered the monkey to take the staff that was his to use in the upcoming battles. The monkey complied with the main character's orders, showing loyalty and willingness to follow instructions without hesitation. The monkey was in full possession of the staff, confirming that it was prepared to use magic and combat tools. Linvieth stated that this was the right moment for action, pointing out the importance of using the staff in their current mission. At that moment, some unknown force attacked, threatening the monkey and causing everyone to prepare to defend themselves. Linvieth ordered Monkey to destroy this force to prevent it from jeopardizing their safety and the successful completion of the mission. The monkey used his staff to destroy the threatening creature, showing his fighting skills and strength. The girl noticed that the monkey, from birth, already had a level that allowed it to fight at the free frontier level. Linvieth saw that his expectations were met, and the monkey proved to be a worthy ally in their fight. The ape once again went into a rage, beating its chest, expressing its combat readiness and aggression. What had been coveted by the men for years was now in the possession of the protagonist, confirming his power and determination. Linvieth told the monkey to take the desert, symbolizing her victory and the beginning of a new era. The girl realized that the monkey had begun to absorb the desert with his staff, enhancing his magical abilities. She wondered where they would go next after completing their current mission and exploring new territories. Linvieth said that they wouldn't be able to leave this place through the portal and asked the monkey to strike the ground, creating a passage. The monkey was then ready to fulfill the guy's request, using his strength and magical abilities to accomplish the goal. With the power he could mobilize, he used the staff to strike the ground, creating a path to escape. Anew was confused, wondering if there was any other way to leave this place besides using the staff and magic. Linvieth said that they needed to leave to avoid more threats and complete their mission as quickly as possible. It was at this point that another creature appeared and demanded that the guy leave something behind, an unclean fort for their safety. It was a huge eye watching them, causing alarm and the need to be careful going forward. Linvieth realized that the situation was critical and began to feel nervous as he realized the threats they were facing. He used the miniature cauldron, the fort of uncleanness, for protection or as a means of transportation to avoid danger. Linvieth told everyone to follow him into the cauldron, which could offer them shelter or a means of escape. The creature then immediately attacked them, creating a threat that required quick response and defense. The girl realized that if she didn't get into the cauldron she would die, which confirmed the need for them to act. She wondered what the creature was and how they were able to escape in the cauldron, a mystery that needed solving. They had been attacked by the spirit patron emperor, and the cauldron had been left by one of the 9 emperors, deprived it could hold energy. He then decided to examine the monkey to see if it was injured after its active actions in battle. Linvieth said that the monkey should throw the staff, fort unclean for safety, or to complete the task. After a while, they started to leave the cauldron and the monkey did as she was asked. The girl asked if it was the starry sky they had seen, emphasizing the magical and mysterious atmosphere of their surroundings. Linvieth said that she was correct, and the Hunmen continent wasn't that far away. They should heal her wounds first. Linvieth began to help the girl with her wounds, carefully watching her every move to ensure that she healed as much as possible. It was important to him to make sure she was breathing properly, and after a while she felt relief from the pain. The girl began to implement all of the guy's recommendations, following his instructions to speed up her recovery. She then began to meditate, immersing herself in the process to better restore her inner strength and energy. Linvieth looked around with interest at everything the elders had left behind, assuming it might be useful to them in the future. One of the chests turned out to contain 800 billion and another 700 billion, which seemed quite significant to him, especially considering the quality of the other finds. There was another fascinating find they had uncovered that could play a key role in their upcoming adventures, a level-boosting pill that could help pass the boundary between stages. It could also be used as a cure if she agreed. The girl said that she was not allowed to take the pill as her father had already experienced something similar and the consequences were serious. He explained that if the boost failed, the consequences would be hard to imagine, but he was sure it would work out. But father said that if it didn't succeed, they'd have to give up trying any further, whatever that meant. They had only known each other for a few days, and it would be wrong to force her to do something she didn't want to do. But the girl said she agreed and asked for help to reach the level of free to become stronger. Linvieth agreed and began to gently bring the pill to her forehead, believing it would help her. She must relax and trust him completely for the procedure to be successful and safe. At that moment, the girl felt a pleasant warmth begin to spread through her body, creating a sense of peace. Then she felt her body begin to burn, filling with new energy and strength. She noticed that it worked and called the guy an extraordinary person who was capable of miracles. If she followed him, she would get used to the miracles he was able to do, showing his magic and power. But the girl was a little worried about her father at this point, which could have distracted her from what was happening. He reassured her, telling her that the elders were no longer a threat to their capital city, and that they were in no danger. To her question of consent, the girl answered in the affirmative, and they continued their journey. Hunmen's battle would soon begin and there was little time to prepare, so he quickly began to prepare her for the challenges ahead. Linvieth said that they had almost reached the continent, and despite his modesty, there were many valuables they could find there. But at that moment, something alarmed him, and he stopped, trying to determine the source of his unease. The girl asked what was wrong and he said that, for unclean it was just nothing, but he felt a little hesitation. After a while, Linvieth returned to his sect, where he was warmly welcomed by all of his disciples. Of course, everyone was happy to see their viceroy, especially after his long absence. Everyone was happy, because with their new training and knowledge, they had all increased their levels and become much stronger. The head was glad that he was finally back, for the battle was about to begin and he needed to hold a meeting to prepare. Yang Qing was curious to know who this mysterious girl was and what she could bring to their lives with her presence, creating intrigue. Linvieth explained that she was the daughter of the head of the capital and they must keep her arrival a secret, as she was their secret weapon, a potential asset. The chapter was surprised that he and the daughter of the head of the capital were enticed, considering he was a very uneasy man with considerable influence. The battle would begin tomorrow, and the protagonist was curious to see how things were going, but the predictions were not optimistic. With the exception of Ji and Qi, everyone had reached the free frontier, and that added hope. In the palace, Scarlet Sky, Mizan is at the third step of the free frontier, Inzan is at the second step, many others are at the first. 46 leaders have the second step of the free frontier, not to mention the head himself, making them quite powerful. Linvieth said that it's nothing and there's no need to worry. He'll sort it out himself tomorrow so everyone can prepare in peace. Xiaoyao needs to focus on training to improve his skills and be ready for the upcoming trials. They are 3 brothers, or he is slowing them down in their development and endeavors, which requires extra attention. But it doesn't matter. This battle won't fight the Wan sect for rights in Dao. When the time comes, they will use the knowledge they have gained to make Xiaoyao much stronger, strengthening their position. He thanks his brother, but he and Ford's ilk are worried that he is not too strong despite their connections. The 7 great guards of the fort, indicating the considerable defenses available to their base. The head of Fort Loho, the man in charge of security and strategic decisions in the fort. All 7 of them are powerful. They could even be compared to Yinzan, and the battle would be extremely difficult for them, requiring maximum effort. But Linvieth was confident that they were capable of handling it despite all the difficulties and challenges they were facing. The battle is about to begin, and the girl asks everyone to be quiet so as not to make any unnecessary noise that might distract or provoke the enemy. She will now announce the rules of this battle so that everyone is aware of the course of events and acts according to the set standards. Each of the 3 sides will choose 10 representatives to enter the secret realm of Dao, where they will hunt monsters. Then, based on the number and level of crystals collected by everyone, they will choose 20 challengers to enter Dao, creating a dynamic and exciting arena for competition. There are 3 important points to keep in mind in order not to break the rules of the competition and to ensure a fair contest for all participants. First, time is limited. They are given only half a day to complete all tasks and prove their strength and agility. Second, to keep things fair, only weapons are allowed. Other items, talismans, pills, perks, vaults and the like are considered forbidden, requiring strict control of the participants' equipment. And the third is that competitors can enter and exit Dao during the competition, but will not be disqualified in case of substitution, such as for medical treatment, and those outside can contact their comrades inside to avoid accidents, which adds flexibility to the management of the competition. So, she believes that everyone is ready now, so she asks the participants to go out and choose who will go to battle, allowing for an efficient distribution of resources and efforts to be organized. The girl turned to head Ching, because apparently they don't have enough people to participate, creating a need for additional forces or participants. Linvieth said that it didn't matter, and that their 6 would be enough for the task, emphasizing confidence in their current composition. The brothers wondered what the lad was talking about, what his words could mean, emphasizing their uncertainty about what was to come. Loho asked Lily if he was the legendary viceroy, and he said, "He's a really understandable kid," which adds interest to the characters. Linvieth said, "He's more like the understandable one. But where is the real one, and what is he up to?" Which raises questions and intrigue. The younger generation is not polite, but sometimes their behavior requires special treatment and understanding of their motives. He said ignorance is here and will speak out against it, as it will do no good, which reflects his beliefs and principles. They immediately became enraged, taking things as they were and deciding to act according to their principles, which shows their determination and willingness to fight. One of the men immediately used his strength against the protagonist, resulting in the defeat of the first strike in this fight. Linvieth took no action until the last, watching the conflict unfold and assessing the situation before intervening. But at the very last moment, he still prevented the attack and declared that it was nothing, pointing out that it was exaggerated. This elder has a similar spirit to Oni Yinkui, which could be a serious problem in the future if he wasn't stopped. The man was slightly surprised that the guy repelled his attack, which showed his resistance ability and combat training. Yinzong asked if their sect wanted to start a war, which added tension to their communication and raised the stakes in this conflict. When they entered this space, Linvieth intended to train them to hunt monsters, which was an important skill. Debo asked once more that he did not wish to start a war, emphasizing his intentions and unwillingness for conflict, that he wanted peace. The woman asked if he did, or if he was afraid of failing, which expressed her concern for his determination and willingness to fight. The girl asked everyone to temper their fervor and be calmer, as the competition was an important event and they must draw lots first. Debo was the first to start drawing lots, showing initiative and willingness to participate in the upcoming challenge, which confirmed his determination. He then crushed the pill to activate his abilities before the upcoming battle, which showed his preparedness. The participants from the Scarlet Sky Palace side would travel to the secret realm under the Earth sign, preparing for their tasks and adventures. Luo fell to the sky and the woman to the fire, which determined their initial roles in the upcoming battle and strategy. He decided to seek Ching Qi's advice to better prepare for the upcoming challenge and get important guidance. In this competition, they would not just gain experience, but also grains of knowledge that they would have to utilize in the future. The woman didn't react in any way and said they had to go, emphasizing the importance of their mission and the urgency of their task. Of course, their team immediately and to where the real test and opportunity to show their abilities awaited them. Jianqi asked if this was the place, and the place was very spacious, allowing them to maneuver and explore. Not a second later, they were immediately attacked, which required a quick reaction from the participants and their leadership. She said that there were monsters here, but Linvieth immediately started to defend her, showing his leadership and combat training. He said that he would teach them how to kill monsters so that they could defend themselves in the future and successfully fight enemies. He easily dodged the monsters' attacks, showing his combat skills and reaction speed in battle. He then decided to use the direction of the ball against him to create an advantage in battle and defeat the monster. And right from below on it, he decided to use this technique to defeat it and end the fight, demonstrating his tactics. After that, the monster was actually defeated by the guy, which showed his skill and mastery in combat and strategy. They were surprised that it was so easy and he managed it in just one strike, which delighted them with his efficiency. In fact, the Great Dao transforms their monsters into Dao, and for being low level, they become easy prey for hunters and testers. Therefore, they only need to memorize the battle strategy with each type of monster, defeating the first and second levels easier and more effective. Furthermore, these crystal embryos could be absorbed and used to strengthen their combat power, which added a strategic element to their training and development. The woman had the feeling that the viceroy knew everything, adding confidence to his plans and predictions. Actually, after a while, they all started fighting the monsters, which required them to fully concentrate and coordinate their actions. They all really started to get good at it, and they weren't bad at it, showing progress and mastery of skills. For some it was too easy, and for others it was a bit more difficult, which added an element of competition and challenge to their training and competitions. The head was of course involved in all of this too, emphasizing the importance of his role and expertise in their overall actions. The head friends noticed that everyone had already mastered the skills of fighting monsters and decided to leave further hunting to him, so that he needed to be excused. She saw for herself, after all, that there's Glavinikisti and fake when the elders of the Scarlet Sky Palace are summoned for a meeting. He'll go check everything out. If he doesn't come back, let her stick to their plan and strategy. He asked her if she had memorized everything and said that he was leaving her with the command and responsibility. Linvieth then walked through some sort of portal, which added an element of mysticism and the unknown to their adventure and mission. Those vibrations he felt when he and the girl were in the sky alarmed him as well, emphasizing the presence of unknown threats or problems in their surroundings. Time to go on a reconnaissance mission with her to explore unknown territories and realize what threats there might be in the future for us. The main cargo, the girl continued their journey on the staff, allowing them to move faster and be prepared for any unexpected events in their path. Indeed, those waves of the merchant ship were coming, and we need to find out what exactly is going on there to prepare in advance for possible situations. At this point, the ship was going somewhere, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and tension that required them to be as alert and ready as possible. The guys said that they could get caught on the ship and needed to look around carefully. For unclean there are enemies that could threaten their mission. After a while, they had already landed on the ship, ready to explore it and see what secrets or dangers might be lurking inside. At this time, Linvieth noticed something that could affect their future plans and strategy in the upcoming events. The girl and the man were startled and asked who he was, which created an atmosphere of tension and demanded an explanation from his side. Linvieth said they weren't bad people, trying to ease the tension and establish trust among new acquaintances or potential allies, and then immediately knocked them out in one move to prevent possible threats and interference with their plans on the ship. Linvieth explained that he did so to change into their clothes, and suggested that the girl stay on guard first. The girl only asked him not to peek at her to preserve her personal space and respect her privacy. Is such a delicate situation. Linvieth noted that she had a good figure, and the girl reminded him to behave himself to avoid misunderstandings and conflicts. As the ruler of the Green One, they have yet to communicate with Tinge, and they were probably invited to Scarlet Sky Palace or Nesty Fort to negotiate. Linvieth remarked that it wasn't time to go already, as they might have missed an important time to accomplish their tasks. Then, together with the girl, they went to the king to present their reports and the results of their mission or assignment. At this time some people were discussing the nightmare, the fort of uncleanness concerning the internal problems or threats they might have faced. The girl noticed that she had some strange weirdos around her who were behaving unusually and attracting attention. He explained to her that they were eunuchs with a special role in society and specific duties related to palace intrigue. That the problem was that the girl didn't understand what it was, which caused her confusion and required further explanation. Linvieth hinted that it was when men cut something off to illustrate the specific role of eunuchs in their culture or society. At this time, some girls started yelling to the head player how he dared to approach the mistress, creating a conflict situation. Mingyu herself couldn't understand what was going on here, watching what was going on and trying to make sense of the situation. The girl immediately started explaining that it was just like that, and she twisted her leg and the guy caught her so she wouldn't fall. The girl introduced herself as the new girl, explaining that she had been summoned so suddenly that she hadn't had time to introduce herself and talk about herself. Linvieth noticed that the girl responded well in such stressful situations, which spoke volumes about her ability to cope. The woman then asked if she had undergone a bathing oath, to which the girl replied that she was just about to do so. The woman suggested that she follow her to show her how to properly perform all the rituals and traditions. She also told her eunuch to leave after her, ensuring that he would accompany her and help her in the necessary matters. The man, of course, listened to her and told her what was about to happen, preparing to carry out her instructions and tasks for the moments ahead. A short time later, they arrived at the very spot that had been carefully prepared for their important meeting to discuss plans. Around them were naked girls, creating an unusual atmosphere for unclean related to their cultural or religious practices. The woman asked why the girl was frozen and suggested that she undress so that there would be no awkwardness or misunderstandings in their interaction. Not sure, but still, the girl said she would do it all now, hoping her actions would be accepted and appreciated. The woman asked not to embarrass these defective men, for even if they had intentions, there was nothing they could do. They were nothing more than their servants. They were so lucky to have such a fate, which meant dependence on the will and control of others. The girl looked at the protagonist, eager to see his reaction to her naked body, which might reveal his true feelings and intentions. The woman said that the guy was again standing like a stiffy and suggested that he help her wash herself, creating an intimate space for personal hygiene. Linvieth, of course, was happy to do so and said he was willing to help in order to establish a good relationship and provide support. The woman started to say that the ruler was planning to choose her successor, whether it was her or Zhang Bolian, then asked the girl which one she liked better. Linvieth realized that she wanted to get close to the girl to strengthen her position and establish trust for future actions. The girl said she could rely on her, and besides, if the others were new, she would ask them to support her in their endeavors. As it turned out, the woman's name was Mary, and from that day forward she considered her her sister, based on the closeness and understanding. The girl thanked, but she had only joined their sect, and doesn't know if they are threatened by anything from the Hunmen continent. She can be calm because the ruler was invited by Nikita, and it is said that there is a war brewing between Scarlet Sky Palace and the Wan sect. In addition, not only will the powerful mouths of flying immortals not arrive this time, their target is Scarlet Sky Palace. Linvieth now understood the woman's entire plan, which included strategic moves and maneuvers to strengthen their position. Liuma told Mary that this was her chance to make a big contribution and outmaneuver Zhang Bolian to gain a more favorable position. Before arriving here, he had overheard the one who called himself the head of the unclean and the head of the Flying Heel clan plotting against the ruler sect. The woman couldn't tell if it was true, as the rumors and information might have been distorted or biased. That person said that the Daos of the Flying Immortal bloodline was called Zhang Chen. He had never been a close friend of the ruler. The woman wondered if he was lying, as the information might have been unreliable or had an ulterior motive. Linvieth confirmed that this was the case and swore on his life to his sincerity and honesty. The ruler had a lover named Yatsan Chen. Only she and Zhang Bolian knew about it. She called him a good man and promised to report to the ruler that when the matter was settled, he would be well rewarded for his information. When the protagonist was asked if he was telling the truth, he said that of course not, and assumed that she was about to get into trouble. Linvieth asked if the woman understood any of what was going on, which spoke of confusion and misunderstanding in their conversation. She asked for mercy, and said that those were the words of a slave. He was now in the bathing room of a newcomer named Mingyu. The patroness said she was not needed, and suggested that she bring that slave, which signified her willingness to interact with her subordinates. She obeyed her and said that everything would be done by following her instructions and striving to maintain order in their surroundings. The girl was glad that her adversary had finally lost her favor and now they could devote their time to other important matters, discussing the future. She headed swiftly to the bathing house to prepare herself for the upcoming events and possible meetings that could have a significant impact on her life and the sect. Mary wasn't stupid. It was likely that that slave had tricked her and she would need to take the initiative to uncover his scheme. Upon entering the room, she immediately shouted for him to appear and expressed her displeasure at his behavior, which was not dignified. Linvieth appeared behind her and asked if Juliana had the nerve to call people out by shouting, which was completely inappropriate. He then took her firmly by the neck, showing his power and demanding obedience, which put her in a state of distress. He told her to follow him as they needed to have a word about important matters concerning their fate. Bolian immediately realized from his voice that it was Linvieth, whose arrival could change a lot of things about their current situation. Linvieth then threw her straight to the floor, which showed his determination and control over the situation to show his dominance. Shrugging her shoulders, she did not resist him and simply fell to the ground, resigned to his power and intentions. She began to beg for him to spare her, expressing her vulnerability and fear of his actions. The guy started saying that if he wanted her dead, she would have been dead long ago, and he not only kept her alive, but did her a huge favor. He asked if she wanted to follow his footsteps and suggested that she say what she wished and he would fulfill it. Let her take him to Linvieth, as it was difficult to explain everything in words. But if she did something wrong, she would suffer the fate of another girl. She agreed, but she was afraid that the same fate awaited her despite all her efforts and precautions. She could be at ease, as the credit to the ruler would remain with her on one condition, that he wanted a shoe belonging to the clan of Flying Immortals. That this is their main jewel, and it is in Hidao's possession, and it is unlikely that he will be able to get it, as it was extremely difficult. Linvieth asked if she thought he didn't know what their relationship was, and if the ruler found out, what would happen and how it would affect that. She then told the ruler that there was one problem. Hidao had sent her That's why she had to cooperate with him to achieve their goals. She couldn't figure out if Linvieth knew all their secrets, which could affect their relationship and future actions. With this kind of poison, he would deal with it and let her step up so they could continue with their plans and achieve their goals. What exactly to do she would find out later, or they went to the ruleress to discuss all the details and prepare a plan. They went to the ruler and she asked him to tell him everything he knew as she was concerned about the situation and the decisions that needed to be made. He said that it was very crowded and asked if she wanted him to share all the information that he had learned about what was going on. The ruler became furious and could not understand what was preventing them from accomplishing their goals as the situation was critical. Then for the night he attacked it with his power to show his determination and power, and to set everyone in a serious mood. 17 years ago, there were two disciple followers in the corner clan of the Flying Immortals, one named Chuang and the other named Lin, which affected their fates. The ruler couldn't stand it and said that he was silent, and realized that he wasn't a mere slave, but an important figure in their history. She then told everyone else to step back so that they could discuss things quietly and out of earshot. Of course, they disobeyed their ruler and said that they would follow her instructions as they respected her authority. Linvieth continued that they fell in love despite the head being against it, and that's when they left the mouth, founding their own paths. Things drifted away for a while, and many years later, having failed to find a worthy successor, the head sought them out and asked them to return. Who would have thought that on the same night, the head would be ruined by anger, years of jealousy, and killed Mattoon Chun, which came as a shock to everyone. The most disgusting thing here was that he originally disliked Chun for introducing Feiyu, a girl of unprecedented beauty. Luckily, Mattoon Chun had taken care of his beloved safety and protected her from possible threats, which was a display of his love and devotion. The ruler began to tell him to stop, as telling her about this secret could lead to her anger and punishment, which would be a disaster. He realized that she craved the death of her head, for Mary's punishment for saying that they were the head of the Flying Immortals were lovers. At this moment, the ruler fell silent, which spoke of her internal struggle and making difficult decisions regarding their fate. She began to descend and said that he was brave and resourceful, which showed her appreciation for his actions and determination. She then asked to share his plan, as it was important to understand his intent and next steps so they could successfully meet the challenges. He knew that she was no match for him, especially if the Wang sect provided assistance, which would strengthen their position and capabilities. The ruler asked what sect he was from, which could explain his behavior and motives, as well as his allies. He answered in the affirmative and asked if he would let her tell her who the tennis man was who invited her here to learn more. The head of Fort Nesty said that he was only interested in the jewel in Dao, and the continent and the clan of Flying Immortals could divide between them. The fruit of Brahma, which grows on the Brahma tree, is one of the 8 divine saints in the universe, possessing considerable power, but not enough to destroy the universe or create a new one. Is this a thing of ancient scriptures, and do the 8 saints really exist, which was the central theme of ancient texts and legends? Is this a thing of ancient scriptures, and do the 8 saints really exist, which was confirmed by many sources of antiquity? Linvieth said that of course, but Zhao He only had one fruit among countless many, and advised her not to look at it, as the 7th demon operator would arrive in the mainland the instant the fruit appeared. She was surprised that he knew about the fruit, and wondered how he could have gotten such information. He was the one who had carried Dao from the western star frontier to wait for the fruit to ripen, which showed his deep Pinterest and plans for the future. Back then, when the ruler of the western frontier, the Black Dragons and Emperor, had gotten a fruit stone at the end of his years, he planted it in Dao, which led to a great war, causing the western star frontier to split into 3 parts. One joined the north, one joined the east, and now there. Anonymous couldn't understand who he was to know all these things, which seemed unbelievable and mysterious. When she listened to him fully, she replied that they had not agreed on all aspects of their interaction. I told her to wait to hear from him, and regarding the supreme successor, let her choose Balian, as he had good credentials. Mingyu ran up to the guy and asked if everything was alright, to which he told her not to worry, everything would be fine. He told the girl that he had pledged a word for her to the ruler, and have her perform for him what is described here. The girl said with a smile on her face that she would do everything, and this gave him confidence in her loyalty and willingness to cooperate. Now it was time to watch the performance, which was to reveal many secrets and demonstrate the power of the parties. The girl wondered where they were appearing, and she assumed that he wanted to return to Dao to continue the competition and find out the winner. There was no need for that, for the head will be right. He intends to find out who the head of the unclean, and let her wait for the head to come out of Dao and tell her something important. She must press on, and let her gain strength, for she and the puppet will be very useful in the events and battles to come. The girl noticed that he inspired fear, and was amazed at how he managed to work out the plan in such detail, indicating his strategic mind. Fort Nesty had enough strength to defeat both Scarlet Sky Palace and Wan sect, which made one wonder why he needed to call the ruler sect of the Flying Immortal Bloodline ruler. It seemed quite strange. At this moment, the competition was over, and it was time to announce the results to determine the winner and distribute the rewards. Since the crystals have different levels, they would make them level 1. And she would ask for them to be given or received to use for her own purposes. Crystals that left the competition area would disappear within half an hour, which emphasized their value and perishable nature. Fort Unclean was the first to speak, and the man asked that his achievement be divided equally among the 10 contestants so that all would receive a fair share. When counting to the first level, Fort Unclean, each participant collected 103 pieces, surprising everyone with their efficiency and effectiveness. Everyone was surprised at just how strong they were, and how serious the high-level competition was. The Scarlet Sky Palace would also let them divide into 10, if at least 2 from the Wan sect tasked. He was told that he would be lucky, as this was an important element in their plans. He advised Tinge to divide their precious crystal between 2 people, otherwise they wouldn't get anything at all, which would be extremely unfortunate. At the Scarlet Sky Palace level, each competitor had collected 98 pieces of crystals, showing their active participation and efforts. When counting to the first level in the Wan sect, each competitor had collected 116 pieces, which surprised many of the spectators present. Everyone present could not understand why so many crystals were collected given the difficulty of the tasks set for the participants. They couldn't believe it and thought that such a number of crystals simply couldn't be the result of fair play. She said let him think what he wanted, but the reality before his eyes was that they only had 4 places. Now the girl saw the results. This time, the Fort of Uncleanness could send 10 people from the Wan sect, while the Scarlet Sky Palace could only send 4. Scarlet Heaven Palace disagreed with the results, claiming that the merit of the Fort of Uncleanness was undeniable, but the success of the Wan sect was hard to accept. Everyone knows that monster crystals after being cured can't be kept longer than the time it takes for half of the smoking candles to burn out, and they had started and then won with their efforts. The other participants could not realize that they were not to be trusted, as collecting so many crystals seemed strange. Words they would not believe, and demanded proof that it was not fake or fraudulent. What proof would they demand? Let them just kill them and take the crystals for themselves. The Viceroy wasn't wrong, for the same aura that Yinkui had sent the fell creatures was emanating from the 3 heads of the palace. The men instantly began to attack again, not realizing the possible consequences of their aggressive actions. But at one point he stopped abruptly, realizing something important that affected his behavior. He began to bleed right in front of their eyes, which horrified all the witnesses. The head then ordered everyone to attack, which caused tensions to rise in conflicts between the groups. Of course, no one listened to her and started fighting, following their instincts and orders. Let them all not expect that they would just ditch it out and passively watch the events unfold. The head of the palace couldn't understand how they dared to kill him. After all, the palace people were supposed to destroy them all. The woman told them to listen to her and put all their strength into fighting Scarlet Sky Palace. Scarlet Sky Palace wanted to kill the Wan sect at all costs to eliminate the threat. A very strong battle started between them, full of tension and rage. The girl began to tell them all to stop fighting, hoping for a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Of course, no one listened to her, and the heads started fighting among themselves, not paying attention to her words. And their wards had already started fighting, which made the situation worse. At first, they wanted to kill Elder Tinge to weaken the enemy. The man told them to all gather together to discuss their next moves. The man started to use all the power he had to dominate the battle. He told Tinge to go to hell. Tinge realized that their matters were extremely bad, and this increased her worrying and anxiety for the outcome of the battle. Then, there was an incredible explosion right on the battlefield, which shocked everyone and drew everyone's attention to what was happening. Everyone began to worrying about the elder the moment the explosion shook the air and fire engulfed the battle scene. The man was overjoyed, for he hoped that he had succeeded in defeating the elder, which boosted his morale. But at this moment, he was greatly surprised, not knowing what had caused his bewilderment, for the elder should have been nearby. He couldn't find the elder anywhere, which only made him more anxious and worried about the outcome of the battle. Someone apologized for the delay, which caught his attention, and it was a significant event in the unfolding conflict. It was actually Minyu and her puppet who asked if they were all right, showing her support. The woman was surprised that this viceroy's puppet had become quite different, showing a significant change in her behavior. And at that moment, they both disappeared from the elder's sight, causing a wave of confusion among the observers. The puppet instantly moved closer to the man, making him anxious for the upcoming fight. He was surprised, for the puppet seemed to have no chance against him, but its determination was unexpected. At that moment, there was another explosion that added chaos and uncertainty to the battlefield. He was greatly surprised that Maria didn't have a level-free boundary, which created more questions. And right at that moment, he struck her directly in the forehead, making her vulnerable to subsequent attacks. Of course, he immediately collapsed after such a blow, which affected his fighting ability and morale. Everyone was surprised that Viceroy Yanzong had died, which shocked all the witnesses and participants of the battle. Everyone was surprised that Viceroy Yanzong had died, which came as a surprise to everyone who knew his importance. What kind of person could create such an intimidating puppet? Not only did he have the level of a free frontier, but his brother's fire was nothing to it. No wonder the viceroy was asking them to respond with cunning to cunning, since the people of the palace, under his influence, had started a war. The girl was telling the puppet to go without uniting, and fearing Mizan so as not to create a threat. He was furious, for they were deliberately seeking his demise with a couple of worthless warriors and a soulless puppet. The puppet immediately began to attack him, wasting no time, and eager to show her power. He called her a mindless puppet, predicting her imminent victory, and said that she would be nothing but splinters. He then instantly attacked her with his powerful punch, which emphasized his superiority in battle. When he hit right on her armor, he was very much surprised by her resilience and defense. Right at that moment, Maria decided to respond to him instantly, which brought additional tension to the battle. And then he was left without an arm, which weakened his fighting ability and gave advantages to his opponents. The girl said not to attack their head all at once to avoid excessive casualties and chaos. Even with a free hand and impenetrable armor, he couldn't overpower Rei Lun, so he shouldn't rely on him alone. He was surprised that it was another spiritual weapon, which expanded his understanding of the enemy's capabilities. He then realized that he hadn't underestimated them at all, which could prove to be a fatal mistake. The girl shouted out for them to kill him, which showed her determination and aggressive behavior. Of course, after those words, they all made the decision to attack him together to eliminate the threat. Had he known before, he wouldn't have started a war with them, which could have led to a better outcome. After that, they all attacked him together to end the battle in their favor. And of course, after doing so, Mizong finally passed away, marking the end of one of the key events in the battle. The woman ordered that they would now fight his minions as well to eliminate the threat completely. Right at that moment, it noticed something over its head that could change the course of the battle. It was another ship's, but it couldn't figure out who they were, which added to its questions and anxiety. There was Da Fei, a member of the Flying Immortal bloodline. His presence on the continent added to the tension, creating an atmosphere of importance. And Lin Feiyu was also there as the sect ruler, adding to the atmosphere of importance of the meeting, emphasizing her role. The woman couldn't understand what they had come to their continent for, so she asked the question out loud in curiosity. The man said that when the cats bicker, the mice are at ease, implying that they were in a vulnerable position, in danger. Everyone was very much surprised, not knowing what to do now in such a difficult situation, full of unpredictability. The man told the ruler that they had not seen each other for a long time, suggesting that they deal with business first, and then talk about the past. But the woman said that he should be dealt with first, showing her determination and strictness. He couldn't figure out what she was up to, remaining in the dark as to her intentions and plans. It was a great honor to tell his recent enemy of her plans, something he considered unusual and risky. She immediately began to approach him, demanding that he go to hell, showing threat and distaste. He realized what this meant and decided to show her the difference between student and teacher to assert his superiority. The girl provided a plaque from the viceroy, and in his name, ordered him to help the sect head ruler kill Dao Safii. The woman realized that there was a frightening person in place, and no one noticed that he was in control. Everyone immediately started attacking their ships, which attracted attention and created an atmosphere of conflict and tension. The head decided to ask the girl where the viceroy was going, to which she replied that she was looking for the current head of the Fort of Unchastity. The current head of the unholy fort had absorbed for demon lords, and his power could not be underestimated, for he was dangerous. They all together managed to wound him while trying to attack the man, which created a temporary advantage in their confrontation. They had been given the wrong data, making the Wansex men too strong for their current strategy and strength. The man realized that he now needed to run to escape and deal with the threat from them. Screaming, he began to run away from them, eager to get out of the conflict zone to escape their pursuit. But the ruler was not convinced and told him not to even hope to run away, showing his determination. She was ready to hit him with all her might to stop his actions and protect her people. The man really didn't expect this turn of events and didn't know what to do in this situation full of surprises. She then asked who the rat was now, pointing to the traitor among them to identify the traitor. After that, she was ready to give him a final blow to finally eliminate the threat and end the conflict. She told the teacher that he was a scoundrel, sending him to his student to beg for forgiveness and change his behavior. And after that, she finally delivered such final blows to finally defeat him and end the duel. She was glad that John had finally been avenged, which brought her satisfaction and a sense of justice. The 36 ships of her sect let them obey orders and destroy the clan of flying immortals, finding out Bailiang's location and why she wasn't with them. She was talking to her lover at this moment, discussing the possibility of leaving the ruler sect with him to start the new life. He said that she was very good, but replied that she could become even better, emphasizing her desire to improve and grow. At that moment, the guy felt an unbearable pain coursing through his body, which made him scream in pain and fear. And just at that moment, a knife stabbed into his back, which instantly threw him into a state of shock and horror. She wondered if he really believed what he liked, and dreamed of his death for what he had done to her. And after that, she finally killed him to end his threats and violence. He did have the shoes of the flying immortals on him, which served as proof that he belonged to a powerful and influential group. She realized that she needed to lend this to the protagonist so that he would be aware of what was going on. She decided to ask the elder where the main character was now to find out his current location. She complied with his request and will wait here until she has a chance to meet with him to relay the information. Let the ruler handle the matter without going to the viceroy to avoid possible complications and unwanted consequences. The ruler asked that as soon as she saw the protagonist, she convey her thanks to him for his help and support. The woman promised to do so and was not going to go any further without accomplishing this important task. At this time, the lying head of the Fort of Unholy was plotting something, the Fort of Unholy making plans for the future and preparing his moves. Linvieth said that it was no surprise that he had summoned the Flying Immortals and the ruler's sect to increase the number of victims and influence. He claimed that it was wonderful and his technique was almost complete. The Brahma fruit was about to be in his hands. Just at that moment, he summoned the monkey and asked to borrow the Staff of Nirvana to enhance his magical abilities. Machina was sure that now, it would be able to teach the villain a lesson for his atrocities and cruelty. His aides came to him and told him that they had returned to support him in the upcoming battle. He told them to stay here on defense until he returned to ensure the safety of their base and surroundings. Currently, only the most honorable could enter Dao before its gates were open to all. The man was going after the Brahma fruit to obtain it and use it for his magical rituals and purposes. The boatman was indeed here, which confirmed his importance and involvement in these dramatic events. It was a mysterious man, simply called the boatman, hiding his true intentions and plans. Lo Ho greeted him, and the man immediately asked who he was, arousing suspicion and interest. He introduced himself by name and said he had come to take him away, explaining his intentions and goals. The boatman apparently disagreed and immediately began using his magical power to protect and defend himself. Luo was easily puzzled and couldn't figure out what to do in this confusing situation and conflict. He couldn't understand why the man refused to follow him, considering him an unwanted companion and potential threat. The man stated that the man was an impure being, but he had chosen the wrong path and would not follow him. until he had dispelled his doubts. Lo Ho could not understand the meaning of the others that were about to appear, adding a mystical and tense atmosphere to their meeting. The real head of the undead, masterfully disguising his actions, had secretly infiltrated Dao, leaving a fake doppelganger behind for diversion and to temporarily slow suspicion. Lo Ho claimed that he had unraveled the enemy's devious scheme, and now felt it necessary to eliminate him to protect his own interests and goals. Linvieth picked up the monkey staff, knowing that its magical properties could play a crucial role in the upcoming battle. He was confident that such a tiny and fast monkey, despite its size, was capable of inflicting significant damage through its strike. It was at this moment that additional unknown monkeys appeared on the scene, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, adding chaos to the already tense battle. The men clearly did not expect this turn of events when additional enemies suddenly appeared on the battlefield, increasing the tension. One of the opponents immediately struck first, seeking to seize the initiative in this tense fight. His subordinates realized that this monkey had considerable strength and should not be underestimated in battle. Linvieth declared that it was time to demonstrate what he was truly capable of in this important battle. After that, he enlarged the staff and set it directly on the surface of the water, creating a magical defense line. He then pointed the staff in the right direction to use its magical properties to accomplish his goals. He began to slowly lower the staff into the water, causing magical effects and creating visual illusions. And then, as Dustin's staff slid apart in front of him, everyone felt the power of his magic and its effects. Lo Ho and the boatman watched it all, amazed by the power and beauty of the main character's magical demonstrations. Linvieth declared that he was summoning the glowing desert to use it as a magical weapon against his enemies. Sand began to appear as if obeying his will, as if he was summoning a hurricane, gathering dust from the desert. The sand quickly began to approach the men, creating a barrier and making it difficult for them to move. Lo Ho realized that these were exactly the abilities his deputy had told him about, impressing him with their unfathomable skills. This was how the situation on this river looked like in the picture, full of magical effects and tension. Linvieth asked if he had missed anything, checking to see if Lo Ho was aware of the events taking place. Linvieth asked again if he had missed anything, expressing concern that important things might be missed. Lo Ho, of course, was furious and was ready to attack the protagonist, feeling angry about what was happening. After a few seconds, he still attacked him, deciding to intervene and stop the protagonist in his actions. Linvieth repelled this attack and said that a conversation is a conversation, leaving open the possibility of further discussion. He just couldn't understand why this physical aggression and why he had to resort to physical violence. Lo Ho was surprised and couldn't understand what kind of person he had just met. Linvieth greeted the boatman, recognizing his importance in this magical and strategic context. The man said that the Great Tao was holding him back, and all attempts to get out of that state were futile. Since he has come to the boatman, he cannot attack, yet he does not test, emphasizing his intentions. The Great Tao is the ultimate manifestation, and no one can resist one who has reached the limit of cultivation. The Great Tao is the ultimate point. The man asked if it was indeed finite, raising questions about finiteness and infinity in their world. Without a numerical time ago, 9 emperors, the strongest in history, appeared in the world, and no one could imagine what they represented in the Age of Rain. Linvieth asked why, expressing surprise and doubting the truth of the emperor's words, from the fact that there was no one stronger than them, and let him obey his order, showing his leadership and power. Linvieth said that he was underestimating him since he was trying to influence him by expressing confidence in his strength. Lo Ho was surprised that his powers didn't work, making him think about his upcoming actions. The emperor might be powerful, but they were unaware of the lost martial knowledge as well as those that would appear in the future. With such gaps in knowledge, how could they represent the Great Tao? Lo Ho said he had a sharp tongue, and let him himself answer what the Great Tao was, though he did not believe the young man knew the true answer. Linvieth said he would answer, but first he must say something else, revealing additional aspects of his history. His bloodline has deep roots. He is the descendant of the emperor of the unclean race, because and absorbed the foreheads of the unclean race who came to the convention to become stronger and make the future line of rule the only one. Luo now definitely couldn't figure out who was in front of them, especially since this person knew everything about the Great Tao and its secrets, which made him respectful. Linvieth introduced himself by name to establish rapport and express his respect for the ancient traditions and wisdom they had encountered. The boatman asked him to tell him what the Great Tao was, in an attempt to better understand the philosophy and teachings followed by everyone on their current journey. Linvieth began to answer that he divides the Great Tao into 3 phases: past, present, and future, each of which unifies the unity of the Tao. The man was very surprised, for by analyzing the past and present one can predict the future. It opened his eyes, for such a young mind could comprehend such knowledge. Linvieth thanked Brahma for his wisdom and support, recognizing the importance of his teachings and his personal achievements and spiritual development. The man thanked him for the revelation, realizing that his knowledge could change many aspects of their world and personal destiny, opening new horizons, and then began to transform, actually turning into a fruit, symbolizing the attainment of the highest level of cultivation and magical power that many aspire to. He then transformed completely, and the Brahma fruit was born, symbolizing the great achievement in their spiritual path, reflecting the results of their efforts. Loho immediately used the bloodthirst technique, wanting to test his abilities in battle and identify his opponent's weaknesses that could be exploited in battle. Linvieth asked, suddenly deciding to attack. It was a pity that entering Dao had weakened him greatly, creating a vulnerability that could be used against him. After that, without even looking at him, he repelled this attack, displaying his strength and martial arts prowess, a proof of his power. Luo immediately flew several meters away from him, amazed by the power and reaction speed of the protagonist, who showed his superior training. He called him an active man and told him to take the fruit for himself, expressing his willingness to surrender in this battle, recognizing his inability to overpower his opponent. Well, after that, he actually began to take the fruit himself, seeking to capitalize on the fruit of his efforts that he had put in at that moment. Linvieth said that it had many flaws in it, and he didn't even notice how his acolyte Yinkui had died, pointing out his doubts about the predictions. After that, Linvieth used some technique and simply cut off the man's arm, showing his determination and strength to stop him. The man was very much surprised because of this, feeling fear and wonder at the unexpected turn of events that had taken place in their battle. He now realized who had killed his acolyte, which would forever change his attitude towards the events and people he encountered. He had only been informed that Tinge had sent him to the thought dimension. He had already prepared to destroy her, not expecting it to be the bow's doing. Linvieth said that was correct, and he killed his destroy minion, confirming his actions and intentions in this conflict. His arm was severed, as was his, and his technique left an indelible mark on his body and spirit, confirming his danger. Now the fetus was finally in the protagonist's possession, symbolizing his victory and achievement in this battle that proved decisive. The man, of course, disagreed and told him not to even dream of victory, continuing to fight for his interests. And then they both touched the fruit, wanting to share its magical power and wisdom despite the conflict that divided them. While the man was nervous, Linvieth was smiling in contrast, expressing confidence and joy at the upcoming interaction and resolution of the conflict. And then they literally tore the fruit between them, dividing it and the symbolic fruits of their efforts and struggles they had put into this battle. Now it is up to the two of them to take some of the fruit away from each other to preserve the magical and symbolic properties it brings. At that moment, someone shouted that the head of the uncleanness had been defeated, causing a change in their current situation and creating new opportunities. The man looked up and saw the people on the cloud, which indicated that significant events were approaching. Tinge insistently requested that they urgently help the viceroy, as the situation required their immediate intervention and coordinated action. The man decided that he would be the first to attack, as he felt it was necessary in order to change the course of the battle in his favor and show his determination. And Linvieth, at this moment, decided to bite into the fruit to take advantage of its magical properties and feel its power, which he might need. He then diminutively experienced it, and completely ate it to absorb all of its energy and integrate it into his cultivation, strengthening his abilities. And after that, he was completely changed as his body and strength underwent a significant change, giving him new abilities in battle. He was glad that he was finally able to increase his strength level again and reach new heights in his cultivation. He was now at the turn of the cycle, for the Brahma fruit had not all consumed him yet. All that remained was to seal it in Danshan, the seed of his life force. He realized that something interesting was about to happen, something that could significantly affect his future development and the course of events in this world. Luo began to use a killing formation at this moment to effectively attack his enemies and protect himself from their attacks. He created some sort of shield to shield himself from his opponents, protecting himself from their attacks and strengthening his position in this conflict. He realized that his opponents were too strong and he needed to display his full power to deal with them. Tinge began to create strength and told him to go to hell, showing his determination and unyielding strength in this conflict. They attacked at once to break him, but he realized that his strength was running low, making his situation more difficult. Chuang realized that Linvieth was a sneak, and that he was not actually the messenger, now threatening the life of the head of the unclean. The man told the head that he would save him at this moment. Hunmen couldn't understand what the man started to do, and his actions seemed strange and unpredictable to him in this tense moment. Luo began to tell the man to help him, and promised that his cultivation level would increase as a result of this union. Linvieth asked him if he valued human kindness, emphasizing the importance of moral and ethical aspects in their relationship. And in that moment, his heart pity changed themselves, realizing that he was facing a complex moral dilemma that required reflection. Linvieth then told him to look at what was happening, realizing the importance of the current moment and its implications. Of course, the man immediately began to die in front of everyone's eyes, showing his vulnerability and the consequences of his actions in this conflict. Luo recognized in this bloody heart sacrifice that there was also a bit of the unholy in him that bound their fates together. But Linvieth said that this is not the case, for he is him, and despite his power, he is a protector of good and peace. Of course, everyone was very much surprised, for they had done so much to leave so easily. Luo asked him if he really wanted to let him go, testing his intentions and willingness to forgive in this conflict. Linvieth said it was enter or die, expressing his resolve and the consequences that would come in their world. Of course, the man did not reason for long and immediately lost his eye, symbolizing his defeat and loss of power in this battle. He called him an interesting man. So be it, he insisted. By next time have him wash his neck and wait for him. Linvieth said he could go, but he would have to answer for his bad deed, emphasizing the importance of taking responsibility for his actions. At this point, he used the bloody heart sacrifice again, showing his strength and determination in this conflict. The man called him a cursed man, insinuating that his actions had caused trouble and he was now doomed to exile. He realized that he could not stay here any longer. He needed to leave as soon as possible to avoid future danger and trouble. Just at that moment, that large eye suddenly appeared again. The woman told them to keep their guard up and be ready to fight, as danger was near and imminent. The eye turned around and began to look around at this moment, as if assessing their situation and intentions, which caused tension. He noticed a man who at this moment was running away from them, unclean, trying to avoid the predictable consequences of his actions. The woman was surprised that he simply walked away, showing a complete lack of desire to fight or stay put. Linvieth said that it was the 7th emperor. If they didn't let the head of the unclean go, he would find them. At this moment, Linvieth felt something inside. For uncleanness, it was a sense of approaching danger or an internal change. He immediately ground to the ground, realizing that his strength required a more strategic approach in this battle or conflict. Everyone immediately began to worrying about him and asked if he was injured, showing concern and worrying about his condition. Linvieth said that he didn't hurt him. It was all that stuff he took from him and stroked. Hunmen is certainly not a tailspin, but in the place of the protagonist, for unclean, meaning that he should be more careful in his actions. Linvieth asked the elders who he had gotten such a grip from, implying that they should go back and discuss the way forward. Tinge reported that the ruler had dealt with the Flying Immortals and Scarlet Sky Palace with them, and they were now awaiting her return. Let him step in and tell her that they had sorted everything out here and there was nothing for her to come to. It was still unclear how the viceroy would deal with her injury. At this moment, Linvieth was simply meditating, for unclean to focus or regain his strength in silence and reflection. He couldn't understand why Mingyu was looking at him like that, to which she replied that she was afraid he had died, and it bothered her. But this wasn't for unclean, otherwise he would have died already without a numerical number of times. In 100,000 years, over 30 million days, it would be too much. The girl at this point was confused at all. For unclean, because of all these events and their unexpected twists and turns that were confusing. Linvieth told her not to worry, he had everything under control, and suggested that she see for herself that he was in full health. The girl said that the 7th demon emperor left because the fetus was a corner demon. But why didn't he discover that his part was absorbed by the protagonist? Did he really know the ending would be like this, while he was still in the capital and planning his actions? But she is wrong. His plan is just beginning to materialize. Very soon he will bring back half of the fruit and rise to the second step of his milestone when the whole world will tremble before him. At this time, they met some girls who seemed friendly and welcoming, but didn't reveal all their intentions right away. The head thanked the ruler for her assistance to the palaces of Little Heaven and the Flying Immortals, helping them in their difficult endeavor. The girl told Head Ching that there was no need for pleasantries, as Scarlet Sky had not been completely exterminated yet, so she was asking to be allowed to settle the matter on her own. The protagonist asked the girl if she got what he asked for. She answered in the affirmative but didn't understand why he asked now. The ruler appreciated their cooperation and thanked Balian, who had asked her for a favor for herself, hoping she would understand correctly and not take offense. She agreed that the girl had done a great job, and now that everything was settled, decided it was time to get back to her business. The main character said that it was time for them to go too, and thanked everyone for their guidance, which was very helpful and timely. He then gathered all the elders near him to discuss further plans and strategies needed to accomplish their goals. The head wondered where they were going now. He replied that the elders would go to the palace to destroy the remaining followers of the Scarlet Sky. Of course, the elders did not argue with the lad and immediately agreed with his words, preparing themselves for the actions and tasks ahead. Head Ching, Yang, Lun, Liu, and Jianqi return home to make preparations, and he wants to take them to the Palace of Heaven. The 7th Demon Emperor and his offspring, Mr. Knian, are waiting for him as changes are coming that will affect the entire world and its future. The woman couldn't understand why they needed to go to the Heavenly Palace, what exactly they planned to do and accomplish there. The protagonist said they had to look at the world from a new perspective to realize the changes and challenges ahead of them. Everyone immediately agreed to his suggestion and didn't argue. He told the chapter that she should find him tonight at the Reservoir of Supreme Purity to discuss important business and plans. She responded positively and said she would go check on Cindy first to make sure she was okay. The girl saw that the main character was getting along well with other girls, and it bothered her a bit, but she tried not to show her feelings. The protagonist asked if she was jealous of them, but the girl confidently replied that she was in no way. He said she needed to rest too, because they would soon be leaving the continent and tougher fighting and battles lay ahead. He then asked his monkey if he was ready for battle. When he saw that the monkey looked tired and without signs of life, he assumed that it might be hungry and in need of food. As far as he knows, she likes shanebats, and he wanted to provide them for her to build up her strength and be ready for battle. After that, 3 monkeys pounced on the shanebats at once, eating them greedily to satiate themselves. The protagonist realized that they were indeed very hungry, so he made sure to provide them with everything they needed to recover. He spent 1,000,000 coins on food for the monkeys, realizing that a poor man would not be able to feed them, but the investment was worth his money. He knew the monkeys would be stronger after such a meal. Let him walk around and digest his food for now, but it's important that he doesn't pester people. The protagonist noticed that the sky had changed color, which alerted him. They informed everyone to obey the Emperor's order. 128 girls of Arctigeo must report to the Palace of Heaven in 3 days, and those who disobeyed would be punished to death. King couldn't understand the meaning of the Emperor's order, but the woman told her not to worry, and that they wouldn't go with her staying put. The protagonist asked the woman's permission to talk to the girl to discuss important matters. The woman didn't object to his suggestion, allowing them to have their conversation. She then said that the girl was very scared and asked that he comfort her so that she would feel better and be able to cope with the excitement. The elder asked the woman if the girl was okay to see if she needed additional help and support. She was on the spot and hoped he knew how to help to solve all the problems. Liu Cheng asked what could be done to help here if her fate was already sealed, and what could be done to change her fate and future. Lunlin was confident that the Viceroy would be able to turn things around, as he had a plan and the necessary resources to do so. The man asked what could be countered against the 7th Emperor in order to prevail, for his forces were great and required serious consideration and preparation. Kinney is still very young. Was it possible for her to be summoned? After all, she is not ready for such trials and challenges that the Emperor puts in front of her. Cindy, Shanna and many other mates are too young. They shouldn't have been summoned at a time like this. What is the Emperor up to by summoning them now? Maybe the Viceroy would understand everything that was going on, and could explain what the Emperor's goals and plans were in calling the young girls to the palace. The girl started hugging the main character and said that she missed her a lot. She wasn't told there was a battle going on outside, and wouldn't let her out of the palace. She wasn't scared, only praying that he and the rest of the sects would return alive. But the Emperor had summoned him, and they only had 3 days left. The girl told him not to be afraid, for she would visit the Palace of Heaven to see him and settle everything. But his decision was final. The protagonist told her not to worry, because they would go together and he would be there to protect her and deal with the difficulties. He will not be alone. Strong sect warriors will go with him, and the Emperor is not his ultimate target, for he is preparing for a greater battle ahead. The girl couldn't understand if he had been waiting for this day, preparing for it. It was all right, and besides, how could he give it to him? He was injured now, so he was gathering celestial women to heal and recover. She can see that he planned it all out long ago, but how the Emperor managed to injure himself, the others also need to hear why he summoned the Celestials earlier. The girl stopped him and said she'd like something else first. She said he was awful, because he knew the answer, but she needed to go and bathe first to refresh herself and prepare for the conversation. After a while they finished, and the girl said it was time for them to go, for they had important business and meetings ahead of them that required their attention and energy. They kissed, and the main character said that they don't have much time, so they need to hurry up and not put off things that need to be completed today. After that, the guy and the girl came out together to everyone to discuss further plans and actions they have in the near future. They were glad he'd calmed her down, and they didn't know how, but she seemed cheerful despite all the worrying. He said, if they have questions, let them ask them now so they can discuss and find solutions right away. Did they know that the 7th Demon Emperor had summoned the girl ahead of time, breaking all the established rules and traditions of their world? The main character said that of course it was because of him, and now he will explain everything, so that everyone will understand the true reasons and motives behind this act, for the sake of which he got his hands on the case. And they were not easy. Everyone was very much surprised that the Emperor was injured. After all, how did he manage it? He asked if they remembered him letting go of the head of the unclean Laku, a sign of the Emperor, and their kinship was very strong but weak. So he allowed him to carry away with him half of the fruit of Brahma so that he could then use it for his own purposes and enhance his abilities. As he devours the fruit, he will probably want to try to attack the Emperor, but he won't have the strength, so he will be captured and the fruit will be confiscated. However, the Emperor didn't notice the trap controlling the blood sacrifice in his heart that he left on Loho's body when he escaped. When he was in mortal danger, he activated a fetus that strengthened Loho and wounded the Emperor, forcing him to summon the Celestials. The chapter was wondering how they should now proceed in this difficult situation, given all the new circumstances and the knowledge they had gained about the Emperor's plans. They will go with him to the Palace of Heavenly Purity, kill the 7th Emperor, take the fetus, and become the rulers of Arctagia themselves. They vowed with their lives to follow him, ready to go to the end and overcome all obstacles on the way to their common goal and victory. The head told them to get ready for now, for they were moving out in the morning, and they needed to be ready for the trials and battles ahead. The main character told her to undress. He wants to give her some of the fruit to make her stronger and tougher. The woman did not object, accepting his offer, realizing it was a necessary step for their continued success and safety. He will use the technique of returning oblivion, which will take all night, but it is necessary to achieve the desired result and strengthen his strength. Tinge with his yin energy will make him stronger, and he thinks that he can reach the 4th step of the circle boundary this time. The woman said that the Viceroy had very hot hands, which was felt when he used his technique and transferred energy to her. When they were finished, the Viceroy was asked if they had enough men to accomplish all the tasks that lay ahead in the near future. It was Liu Cheng himself who doubted their numbers and capabilities, given the seriousness of their mission and purpose. Their sect is the strongest on the mainland, but even they are not enough to handle such a task, so they need additional strength and resources. The Heavenly Purity Palace isn't that way, but he told her to be calm, for he knows the way and is leading them to their destination. He then began to use some kind of power and told something or someone to appear, summoning mysterious forces to help. The woman couldn't understand where the teleportation circle came from, for this place seemed ordinary and unremarkable at first glance. There are plenty of them in the universe, and if you know where to look, you can travel through space using these circles to move quickly. 100,000 years ago, he had searched for this circle and had not wasted his time, for now he could use it to accomplish his goals. The ship then began to emerge from this very portal, appearing before them and preparing for their onward journey and tasks. The hero announced that ahead was the Palace of Heavenly Purity and the place where the 7th Emperor lived, their goal and the final point of their journey. The woman wondered how many more teleportation circles he knew, and he replied that not many, about 100, but it was enough. But he actually downplayed it a bit, because he knows more circles, and he knows where each one leads, which helps along the way. Jian-Chi reported that another airship was approaching them, and this caused concern among everyone present in the palace. It was the Sea Dragon Palace ship, and apparently all 128 Celestials had arrived, which increased the tension in the air. The protagonist said it was time for them to go to meet the arrivals and find out the purpose of their visit. The Heavenly Purity Palace possessed the God's Killer tripod, which was a key artifact for all sects. The protagonist asked if they could see that tripod, for it was left behind by the late Black Dragon Emperor. They knew that the star had never been divided into 4 parts: east, west, south, and north. After his death, the western part split in 2, joining the northern and southern parts, which changed the balance of power. The head of Arctoiga, the 7th Emperor, received all of the Black Dragon's accumulations, but was unable to find his legacy. That was why he captured this palace, hoping that he could find the Black Dragon's lost legacy. The head noticed that there was a smell of blood coming from the tripod, which caused everyone to be horrified and alarmed. It was all because the 7th Emperor had slaughtered over 100,000 people in an attempt to inherit the Black Dragon's seat. The girl realized that the Emperor was convinced of his rightness and was willing to do anything for his goal. At that moment, they heard the words about themselves, which infuriated the tripod essence, awakening the ancient power. They laughed that they had a monkey, a stupid and vile macaque not worthy of their attention and respect. The man asked the viceroy if he would allow him to kill those who insulted them and their dignity. The protagonist said that they don't have time to deal with low sects, let them yet after them without paying attention. They arrived at a hotel called Luck and were ready to settle in, but there was a new problem. At this point they met people who said that the last room was already occupied and they would have to look for another place. The woman could not understand what they were talking about, for she was sure that all matters were already settled. They said the middle-class hotel was too good for them. Let them seek shelter in a simpler backwater. The man told them not to get into trouble, because it could end badly for them. At this moment, the man said that Linvieth had finally arrived, and this changed the mood of everyone present. The girl was happy to see her father, which brought her a sense of calm and reassurance. He wondered if she had been able to overcome her milestone, and he asked the question with slight trepidation. She said that the main character helped her and her father was grateful to him because he and his friends helped her. Shani was happy to see her brother, for they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it was important to her to find out how he was doing. She thought he'd forgotten her, but the main character said they'd seen each other recently and not to worry. She said that Sister Yixu had some business to attend to, so she couldn't come and went along with the red-haired uncle. Everyone began to greet the head of the capital, and they were unspeakably lucky to meet him as youths. The man realized that he had never heard of the 5-element sects, which made him curious and eager to learn more. This place is a shabby dog kennel. Why doesn't Linvieth spare his quarters in the Palace of Heavenly Purity, near the 7th Emperor? Many people are waiting for him there. The guy realized he needed to rectify the situation, and up to his head was in their squad. How could he not notice if he ended up near the Emperor's Hall? He asked if he knew if there were any rooms available at the inn next to the Emperor's Hall. He replied that there were enough rooms, at no level. He then told him not to roll his eyes, to keep his emotions under control, and not to show weakness at such an important moment. The guy understood and said that he obeyed him in everything he said, and was willing to follow all instructions to achieve his goal. He then told the guard to make the 5-element sector go penniless so that they would have no resources to resist at all. Chin told the guy not to worry. After all, everything was arranged behind his head. No one would show up here and bother them. These days must have been difficult, but he might have had a doubt. He says, their death at the hands of the 7th Emperor, something in Arctogoia, there is someone who can prod him and defeat him. The protagonist said that there are certainly some people who are willing to stand up to even such strong pro-diviners, and they will not back down in the face of a threat. He wondered who it was. Because of the assassination of the 7th emperor, he was willing to pay any price to find out the truth and get justice for everyone. The protagonist said that this man was the man, the one who would be able to help in this situation, and his knowledge was very valuable to this mission. Chin was slightly alarmed by what the guy said. After all, such statements could raise a lot of questions and even dangerous consequences for everyone around him. He said that the chief has too high an opinion of him, and his current level of the 3rd step of the free frontier, even in 100 years, will not become equal. Only if he didn't pass on the Black Dragon legacy and the power of the Brahma fruit to him. He wondered if the guy could handle such a task that required effort. Chin asked him if he knew where his heritage was, for this knowledge could prove decisive in their future plans and actions against the emperor. When he was on death's doorstep, he realized there was no guarantee that others would keep the legacy. So he hid it in a tripod so no one could get their hands on it. The guy wanted to understand how the protagonist knew about it, because such secrets are usually carefully hidden and not disclosed to outsiders, even the closest people. Let him not forget his technique of deduction. He had long known it would become so, and his long stay here had given him time to learn the means of extraction. He wants to return this honorable order to its rightful owner, as it is the key to the Black Dragon's legacy. But the emperor has sealed the tripod. The seal can only be broken. Climbing to the heavens would be easier than accomplishing such a task, for it requires immense skill and strength, which they do not yet have enough to succeed. The protagonist said not to worry and leave it to him. Then he asked what time he had invited the Sky Girls for so they would know. By tomorrow, they should be ready. Then tomorrow, he would see the men from the palace waiting for him at the morning knife to decide the next course of action. Then tomorrow, he would see the men from the palace waiting for him at the morning knife to decide on the next steps and develop a precise plan of action. Let him not worry because he has a plan. When the time comes, everyone's lives will be in his hands and his legacy will help him pull it off. He will do his best to make sure nothing bad happens tomorrow, and he will always remain a brother to him, supporting him in all situations like a true friend. It was requested from all the Celestials to enter the Emperor's hall and no outsiders were allowed to enter, so that no one could disturb the order and security at such an important moment. The girl told the protagonist not to worry, and she did everything he asked, for her loyalty and devotion were boundless and unwavering. They were ready. As soon as the girl activates the blood sacrifice to the Emperor, they would rush in at that instant. Today's battle would decide the fate of all people. At this time some monster was terrorizing the village and no one could handle it. It was destroying everything in its path, spreading fear and destruction everywhere. Someone imprisoned him, and how he was able to get out and regain his powers remained a mystery. Now he's free again, and the threat is growing. Those present could not understand who it was that the 7th Emperor was fighting against, for his enemy was invisible, and this caused fear and bewilderment to everyone. Cine signaled the blood sacrifice technique, and the Emperor became furious, realizing that it was now their turn to act and defend themselves. They all began to attack him together, seeking to overpower the enemy, combining their strength and skills in a decisive battle for victory. The protagonist changed, was with them, and was ready to fight to the end, not backing down in the face of danger and not showing fear. The guards asked what they were doing, or if they were fed up with life, since there was no way they could be let in, breaking the rules and putting everyone at risk. Maine, of course, didn't listen to them, and immediately started using some technique of his own to resist the Emperor and his mighty power. After a few seconds, he used his power, directing it at the enemy to break his resistance and gain a long-awaited victory. After that, the puppet appeared, surprising everyone present with its sudden appearance and unpredictable actions in battle. He said he was leaving it to them, leaving them to handle the situation themselves and find ways to win. The girls then told the viceroy to be careful, for the danger was great, and the utmost vigilance and caution were required. The guards couldn't understand what they were up to. The Emperor's hall was in an uproar. They had no shortage of bravery, but the situation was becoming increasingly tense. One of them realized that they wanted to mess up the Emperor's plan and offered to capture them to prevent further trouble and chaos. If they make it through, It will be their feat, and they will be proud of their courage and determination in this difficult situation. Immediately after these words, he was hit directly in the face with a powerful punch, not expecting such a fast and powerful attack from his opponent. It was actually Lunlin himself who wouldn't let the guy do what he wanted, showing his determination and strength. The guy didn't expect such a fast attack and couldn't even repel it, amazed by the suddenness and power of the blow. Those who dare to interfere with their viceroy will not immediately die, but they will face severe punishment and inevitable death. But they did not believe him, for they were far outnumbered, and they hoped for their numbers and advantage. They then instantly embraced them, joining forces and resolving to work together to achieve their goals. Just at that moment, the head of the capital appeared, drawing attention and causing everyone to be surprised and interested. People could not understand where they all came from, for their appearance was sudden and unexpected. Then another of their allies appeared, bolstering their forces and adding confidence to the outcome of the battle. Everyone was surprised that people from Pure Palace Celestial Palace also came, showing their support and willingness to help. The Emperor was sure that the Strapiwa would not be able to subdue the fruit of Brahma and strengthen Loho by regaining his power and reclaiming it. The protagonist realized that the head of the unclean could not cope with the Emperor, and that it would have to intervene to prevent disaster and save the world. Cindy immediately noticed that the guy had come, and his appearance gave her hope for the success of their mission to see off the evil Emperor. The main character says she did a great job. Have her hand over the blood sacrifice, then take Shauna and leave through the side entrance unnoticed. The protagonist realized that everything would have to be done by himself, and gathered all his strength and courage for a decisive battle with the Emperor. The Emperor asked who he was and how he managed to activate the fetus while on the turn of the circle, demanding an immediate explanation for his actions. Chin said that it was already matinee and their success or failure depended on him, thus giving the protagonist extra responsibility. The protagonist has informed the monkey that now is her turn, and she must show her strength in battle against the Emperor and his minions. After that, the monkey immediately jumped off him and started attacking, using his incredible abilities and agility to confuse his enemies. The Emperor understood the energy of the Heaven Creator, realizing that this was not a weak thing that could absorb even his vitality and strength. It wasn't a weak thing, even his life force could absorb it. He didn't know how to deal with such a powerful energy. The protagonist then went around the Emperor from behind and realized that this was his chance to strike a decisive blow and win the battle. The Emperor said they were a bunch of pesky gnats and ordered his minions to destroy them all, leaving none alive. He then became enraged and ordered them to die, not believing that such lowlifes could oppose and threaten him. The protagonist did not back down and was ready to go to the end, despite the danger, believing in his rightness and the strength of his allies. The moment the Emperor attacked, the protagonist only smirked, knowing that he had a secret trump card that would help him win. The Emperor couldn't understand this guy's behavior, suspecting he had some plan or hidden tower he didn't know about. After that, the protagonist was already right above the Emperor, ready to strike the final blow and end the battle once and for all. He understood this Sumera technique, but he didn't understand how the protagonist was able to learn it and use it against him at such a critical moment. The protagonist said that it was none of his business and that the Emperor should accept defeat and recognize his strength and skills. The Emperor was indignant. How dare he provoke him, a lowlife from the edge of the circle who had no right to such insolence and defiance. The protagonist decided to use the Shining Stream, hoping that this powerful technique could finally stop the Emperor and save everyone. After that, there was a massive explosion on the battlefield, blinding everyone and causing them to freeze until the dust and smoke cleared. The Emperor was absolutely furious at the protagonist at this point, realizing that his plans were falling apart and power was slipping from his hands. After that, the protagonist decided to use another technique and summon someone to finally seal his victory and keep everyone safe. The Emperor couldn't understand at all what he was doing, or how it was possible, seeing that the situation was out of his control. And right at that moment, some huge hand appeared and grabbed the Emperor, completely paralyzing him and depriving him of the ability to resist. It was a huge creature that was several dozen times larger than the Emperor, and it looked incredibly powerful and threatening. The Emperor realized that whatever he had come up with wasn't working, and, gripped, contemplated a further plan of action, hoping for luck. The protagonist was ready for the decisive moment, gathering all his strength and determination for the final blow in this battle. The emperor couldn't understand why it was only a weak punch that seemed unable to harm him, causing him to be perplexed. But the protagonist said that this blow was enough to change the course of the battle and weaken the enemy, preparing the next move. At this moment, he directed a drop of blood straight towards the tripod, hoping that it would be the key to victory and salvation. Chun, of course, had already waited for this blood and said that everything would be resolved now, watching and preparing for action. The emperor was laughing very loudly at this moment, not believing that he could be defeated in this way. Feeling his strength, he then used his body to get out of that monster's hand, displaying his incredible strength and power. The emperor called Loho a complete fool who underestimated his abilities and plan, for he was confident of his victory. Had it not been for Brahma's fruit, he would have finished him off long ago, but the situation had become more complicated, and new action was required. The huge man then fell onto the roof, creating a loud crack and destruction, showing his full weight. It was busy, as the remaining descendant of the demon lords had the staff of Nirvana and the Sumera technique, preparing for battle. These artifacts were essential to the emperor's plans and victory, which was why he fought so fiercely. The protagonist was sure that the emperor would definitely not see them, and was ready to protect them for the rest of his life. The protagonist decided to use all his power to fight the emperor and not give in to him in anything. The emperor said he would capture him first and destroy him to gain the upper hand in this battle and show his power. At this point, the emperor launched an attack, but the protagonist, of course, did not give up so easily, continuing to resist. The emperor then managed to punch the protagonist right in the face, causing him to retreat a few steps. The protagonist quickly regrouped and bounced back, preparing for his next maneuver and thinking through his tactics. The supreme frontier was indeed frightening, uniting soul and body into one, making it even stronger. It was obvious to the emperor that the protagonist had a lot of strength since he had decided to take this step and kept fighting. The protagonist didn't even bother to change the emperor's mind, knowing that he would soon appear, and prepared for the next step. At that moment, something began to happen to the tripod, attracting everyone's attention and piquing everyone's interest. Chun hovered in the air and began to see the point, realizing the importance of what was happening and preparing for the decisive moment. The heir to the pure celestial palace, Chun Wanyan, knew that the seventh demon emperor had come to an end in this battle. The emperor realized that the old man Black Dragon had left a legacy in the tripod, complicating the situation and adding new challenges. The energy was erratic, and now was the best time to finish him off and end the long feud. Today should end the eternal hatred and end years of enmity, freeing all from oppression. The protagonist said to let the fruit of Brahma return to him. After completing the ritual and defeating the enemy in this battle, he immediately realized that this was part of his plan, a plan he had been developing for a long time, carefully considering every detail and step forward. Where did such a person come from in Hunmen? He was clearly not a local and was very different from the surrounding people in his behavior and appearance. The protagonist realized that this man was talking too much extra, and decided to find a way to reduce his talkativeness for the sake of general safety. At that moment, he carefully hid the artifact in his ring to keep it safe and use it later when the time came. The emperor realized that this man was now completely in his power and could use his abilities to achieve his own goals and ambitions. The main thing he said was that he could bear all the cost associated with the case without worrying about the consequences. At that moment, they looked at each other, realizing that the situation required their full attention, willingness to act and make quick decisions. Of course, the emperor wanted this fruit very badly and immediately took all necessary measures to obtain it for his needs. The main character said that this man was very greedy and couldn't resist the temptation to take everything for himself without sharing with anyone. After that, he used the Dainichi technique to strengthen his abilities and achieve the best results in a fight against a strong opponent. The emperor called him a vile man and hoped he would finally die so that he would no longer interfere with his plans and actions. But at this moment, Wanyan came to his aid, ready to do his best to protect him, sparing no effort and time. He grabbed him right by the horns, giving him no chance to break free and continue the fight, showing his determination and strength. After a few seconds, the guy literally ripped those horns out, showing his incredible strength and determination in this intense fight. After that, the monkey of a guy was ready to act without delay, using all his strength and agility to achieve the desired result. She struck the emperor with such force that the fruit fell out of his hand onto the ground, becoming available to others. The protagonist immediately picked up this fruit, not giving the emperor a single chance to reclaim it and continue the fight. He knew that in order to complete the battle, he needed to use this artifact to gain the final victory over the enemy. He then proceeded to combine the two parts of the fruit to give it back the full strength and power it needed to accomplish its goal. Within seconds, the fetus was fully connected and ready to be used, giving him an incredible opportunity to win. After that, the protagonist completely absorbed him, feeling his strength increase manifold, filling him with new energy. He said that now it was time to retire to the next world, leaving everything behind, completing his great journey. This beam of light struck the emperor right in the stomach, causing serious damage and forcing him to retreat in an attempt to save himself. He couldn't understand how his seer knew of his weaknesses, but that didn't change the matter or the outcome. Hunmen used ancient tactics to avenge the 100,000 dead men of the palace, showing his might and determination. This life termination disc was the strongest formation in the pure celestial palace, surprising everyone with its incredible power. The emperor had no way out. He had to flee to avoid imminent doom and preserve his life. The guy was ready to attack the emperor, giving him no chance to escape and save himself, showing his determination and strength. After that, he really began to seem to disappear from this world, leaving only a faint trace behind him and gradually disappearing from visible space. When the guy finished his actions, the emperor literally fell off his feet, exhausted and unable to continue resisting, completely defeated and deprived of strength. The boy was finally glad that he had avenged his loved ones and achieved justice, a long-awaited victory over his nemesis. The protagonist told him to die and take his sorrow away. Their fight wasn't over yet, and asked if he felt hesitation. The guy said that yes, he could feel the fluctuations coming from the east and south border, but didn't understand what it could mean. He should have realized that the star they were on was only one of many in the system, and with the death of the demon, the balance had been upset. Guy asked what that meant, if they would want to divide the land of Arctagia, and asked for an explanation of how they should handle the situation now. All the sect members should stay here to restore order, and Chun should follow them to support them in this endeavor. The protagonist said that it should be so. Let him take the remains of the demon emperor to complete the matter. The monkey immediately descended on the emperor, ready to fulfill his task, and began to literally suck him in, absorbing all of his power. After a while, it had almost completed its entire process, absorbing everything it could and becoming even stronger because of it. The protagonist said it was time for them to go with the guy to finish what they started and move on with their journey. Perhaps the emperors will appear at the border between the stars in as little as an hour, time enough to prepare for the next step. The main character told the guy to watch carefully, not missing a single detail, as it was very important. The boy couldn't understand how he knew there was a portal here, but he trusted his words and followed him. The protagonist replied that he accidentally stumbled upon a portal that doesn't change its location, so it's not hard to find. The protagonist said they should get going now, not wasting any time, as every minute counted in this situation. The Arctagia star system was sealed with magic to keep demons and other threats inside, preventing them from spreading beyond. It was the sealed lands of magic, a place where 3 emperors had once imprisoned the heroes of the time, including the great Emperor Sumer. The Emperor's strength and the seal land decided to release him to use his power in his fight to see off his enemies and defend his lands. The protagonist appeared before the guards who guarded these lands, ready to explain his mission to them and gain their support. How many years had passed since then, and he had finally returned to finish what he had started and restore order to the world. 15 minutes later, what we saw at the beginning happened, confirming that the story was unfolding along a pre-planned path. The protagonist said that he used the power of Brahma to break the seal and asked him to take care of all parts of the star system. Could it be that the person standing beside the guy was really Sumer? There was so much power emanating from him that it was hard not to notice. The main character said that it was indeed Soul Sumer, a great warrior who had returned to help them in their fight. His ancestor's last will was that he bowed to him when he met him in gratitude and asked for help in fighting his enemies. He could be Khan even though he had been locked away for years. His current level was enough to make all enemies tremble. The emperor then began to use his power, channeling it forward to break down barriers and restore balance to the world. The guy noticed that the energy of the East-South Emperor had disappeared, leaving behind only emptiness and a sense of accomplishment. He was brave in spite of his long imprisonment, and his courage was admired by all. for the death hour would soon come for the rulers of East and South. He voiced his wish, hoping that he could bring peaceful times to Arctagia, for he intended to leave it soon and continue his journey. Aunion didn't realize if the main character was really leaving, and was confused, not knowing how he should react to this unexpected news. He needs to know that there are descendants of a demon lord in the country, posing a serious threat to their world and the security of the entire region. How is this possible? During his reign, he instigated a war that resulted in all the lords being beheaded and destroyed. The protagonist asked him to take a closer look to make sure he wasn't making a mistake and was assessing the situation correctly. There can be no mistake. It clearly reeks of the Lord's energy, and this feeling is impossible not to notice or ignore. The Emperor ordered the man to tell them where the one they were looking for was, tolerating no objections or attempts at evasion. The seventh demon emperor is dead and he is still alive thanks to him. Doesn't he want to thank him for that? The demon emperor can descend to Earth twice, and the eighth one is already dead, so no one will interfere with him, neither demon nor human. Since he won't talk willingly, the protagonist will force him to confess, using all available means to achieve the goal. He asked the guy, if he started bleeding, to wake him up immediately to prevent possible irreparable consequences and save his life. Sumer was amazed that the young hero had the ability to travel through time and space, revealing horizons unknown to him. The protagonist closed his eyes and stated that they had not yet begun their amazing adventure. After that, he began to plunge into the mysterious abyss, ready for new discoveries. Upon reaching the bottom, the protagonist noticed the very mysterious altar that attracted his attention. 10,000 demons guarded the soul, encased in a black wooden sarcophagus. On one side of the sarcophagus was a bronze mirror exuding a mysterious glow. As soon as the light from this mirror hit the protagonist, everything around him lit up. Though he covered his eyes, it didn't do much to help him deal with the blinding glare. In the reflection of the mirror, he discerned some human figure piquing his curiosity. Then a hand began to reach out of the mirror, aiming to reach the protagonist. And soon a whole arm already appeared from the mirror, materializing in real space. The man whose hand emerged from the mirror grinned and stated that he had finally introduced himself. The protagonist couldn't figure out who this mysterious stranger who captivated his interest was. The stranger introduced himself as Ling Zhu and asked the protagonist to stay here with him. After that, skulls and bones all around began to rapidly surround and apprehend the protagonist. Ling Zhu warned that there was no escape for the hero from here, condemning him to a forced stay. As a result, the protagonist began to bleed out, finding himself in a dangerous position. Aunion told him that he was injured, but the protagonist claimed that he accidentally stumbled upon an interesting egg. Lo Ho screamed in panic that the demon emperor had awakened, threatening all living things with his return. He was sure that everyone was doomed, and welcomed the coming reign of the demon emperor with open arms. Sumer noticed that he himself was suddenly engulfed in flames, as if burning from within. Sumer then asked the protagonist if he had really met a demon emperor, since the 8 emperors had previously killed him. But it turned out that it wasn't the demon emperor himself, but merely a derivative of the celestial mirror of one of the gods. The divine heavenly mirror can reflect and recreate any living creature, and if it is found, chaos will come to this world. A demon emperor once discovered this mirror and used it, but the other emperors killed him, not wanting him to reveal the mirror's secrets. Now the demon emperor still has energy in his body, and he hopes that the fruit of Brahma will help him take possession of this mirror. Sumer couldn't understand what all this had to do with what was happening, but he learned that the mirror was in the southern border, in the domain of the 9th Buddhist emperor. The protagonist suggested going there, to the Hall of 10,000 Buddhists, which is the best place for perfection. Inexplicable and mysterious events have been happening in this room lately. Sumer was surprised that this young hero was aware of the 10,000 Buddha Hall, although his level was still not high enough to improve there. And it will be enough. Besides, before he goes to the southern border, he still has a couple of important matters that need his attention. After completing these cases, the protagonist sent some sort of cargo or object straight upstairs to an unknown destination. After a powerful explosion, some mysterious eyes appeared from behind the thick clouds, watching what was happening. Then some huge flying creature appeared in the sky, looking like a whale or other sea creature. This hitherto unseen creature, spreading its massive wings, overshadowed the entire sky. This is the legendary gunfish. Qin Wenyan, despite her young age, is ranked number 10 on the prestigious but dreaded blacklist. It's amazing that such a young man could make it onto this list, or inspiring to many. The guy would like to understand who he is and what this mysterious blacklist represents. This blacklist is maintained by a certain secret messenger who collects data on the martial achievements of the younger generation, although its origin is unknown, but the ranking is absolutely authentic. The guy thanked the protagonist, noting that without his help he would not have achieved such high results. The emperor stopped him, and the protagonist asked if he had any business to attend to which the ruler responded with gratitude and a desire to repay the hero with a gift. But at that very moment, the emperor felt a sharp pain in his chest from an unknown cause. As it turned out, it wasn't pain at all, but something the emperor pulled out of his chest. He pointed this object towards the protagonist, making the protagonist curious. The protagonist thanked the emperor and said it was now time for him to hit the road. The emperor reminded him to be extremely careful on the road, fearing some sort of trouble. This object turned out to be the emperor's heart, filled with golden blood, which he had been saving all his life, realizing that a single drop of this blood could work miracles. Everyone admired how beautiful and stylish the main character looked after another haircut, and Liu Cheng complained about his bad luck in trying to get some pretty girl to like him. The protagonist allowed the monkey to absorb the demon emperor, but the consequences of this action didn't last long. Therefore, the protagonist decided to offer his help to the monkey to deal with the problems that arose. After that, he carefully cut off the horns that had grown on the monkey's head, and then the monkey felt something unusual going on inside him, and soon she was literally spitting out some mysterious ring. The protagonist ordered the monkey to stop and sit back down without touching the incomprehensible thing that appeared. It turned out to be 10 billion Shane bats, a rare and valuable potion, as well as 8 pieces of primordial void, a powerful artifact. It is one of the 5 great wonders of the universe, containing Taoist principles and methods of training celestials, but it requires reaching the 3rd stage of the free frontier to master. The demon emperor made the mistake of not taking the time to study them, resulting in defeat. So the protagonist asked the monkey to stand guard to keep these priceless treasures safe. After he began to meditate, the monkey guarded him closely, never letting go of his gaze to ensure his safety and calmness in meditation. The first part of a given emptiness was a change of form, symbolizing the beginning of spiritual transformation and knowledge of self. Becoming a deity through thought became a reality through deep meditation and devotion to the spiritual path. After 2 hours, he suddenly looked like a demon, which caused him mixed feelings and inner turmoil. After the work was done, he sighed heavily, feeling the fatigue that meditation had helped him cope and resolve. Covered in sweat, he didn't know where to go to wash and refresh himself after his long meditation and physical work. The monkeys began to show him the path, indicating the possible direction of travel through this unusual place. After praising the monkeys, the protagonist asked them to help him find his way to continue his journey and spiritual development. Soon he was in the water, enjoying the refreshing sensations and feeling completely blissful from the contact with nature and the elements. Jian-Chi appeared in front of him instantly, as if summoned by his thoughts on the meaning of water and its spiritual importance. She apologized, not realizing he was here. Suddenly meeting him, she felt embarrassed and guilty for her carelessness. The protagonist noted that the situation wasn't the best and asked if she could help him get a back massage. He offered to take her with him to the southern border and wondered how she would feel about such an invitation. Her nemesis lives there, which may have influenced her decision. She was just a child at the time, and she doubted he remembered her from the past. The Zhang clan faced major changes, killing the candidate for elder, Zhang Linshan, in a conflict with another clan. It turned out to be her father. She claimed that he was not the enemy, but they did not believe her words. His goals were global, and the Zhang clan was one of the obstacles. Therefore, he asked her to stay put. She should pass the note to Yang Qing and hand over 3 million to ensure the development of the sector. The sum of 3 million shocked her. She didn't expect such confidence in her. Looks like someone's approaching. If they're seen together, it could lead to misunderstandings. At this time, the head approached him. She wondered who he had just been talking to. The protagonist explained that it was just him thinking out loud, and asked if she had done well. She couldn't assume that the 7th demon emperor would remain alive and that Anyan would become the ruler of Arctagia. The reverie might help her understand him, but she wondered why she had come. He was dressed up, for his services had led to the unification of the continent, making him the most important person after the Palace of Celestial Frequency. The main character suggested a new idea, explaining that he wasn't in the mood today. The woman clarified what he meant by not being in the mood and offered to help. After that, she resolutely dived straight under the water, accomplishing her mission with confidence. The protagonist was puzzled, trying to figure out exactly what plans his companion was hatching while immersed in reverie. When she turned around, he politely asked if she needed help or a more comfortable position. The protagonist was at a loss, not knowing how he should behave with her next. And after that, they finally decided to make a long-awaited show of affection by starting to kiss tenderly. Ji and Chi watched them closely throughout this time, keeping an eye on the developments. The situation is favorable, and now let them advance boldly, for surely they are already expected. The girl sat behind a tree, carefully concealed. During all this time, she couldn't understand why such strange feelings were overwhelming her, but she needed to leave a note as soon as possible and bring it in. The long-awaited viceroys and the head they had been expecting had arrived. They informed the woman that the celestials had not been found and the sharp moon had receded, so it was time for them to return, and asked how they should proceed. The woman said she was a local resident and would tell them everything. Since that's the case, let them not miss this opportunity and let them get on their ship. It felt as if the cold, then menacing creature had turned into an affectionate kitten, as if the man's eyes were deceiving him. Anew informed the protagonist that he could return since the matter he had assigned to him was settled. Here is the source of the seventh demon and emperor's funds, and he asks that it be accepted. The protagonist replied that they would share the content. He is very magnanimous. I wonder what his future plan is. He will surely go to the southern border. After all, he was injured and needs to find the heavenly mirror to take revenge. He would really like to go along with him, but he needs to take care of the heavenly purity palace. He is the new emperor, and the venerable summer's powers have fully returned to him, so he needs to stay here to guard the domain from the other two emperors, and he has enough of a couple of his men to march to the southern border. The elders asked to take them with them. The protagonist agreed to their proposal. The girls also wanted to serve him. The girl tried to ask her father for permission, but he said it was too dangerous there. It was settled, and with the elders he would go on his way. The Celestials will go to the mainland with Chingy and Head Ching. They can't break up yet and head to the southern border tomorrow. The head asked Elder Yang if she wanted to go as viceroy, but secretly said that he had assigned her another task. The viceroy ordered her to go to the ancient bridge to deliver the man from there. The protagonist thanked the chapter and said they should be on their way. The man said he was taking care of himself. Let them follow the path he has laid out. He still has business to complete. The protagonist went immediately to a certain place, having important business to fulfill. He ordered someone not to hide and stay in plain sight to avoid unnecessary complications. Mingyu turned to him and questioned if he knew she was here. His head gave him a shit, and he couldn't see it near him, so he had to ponder where else she could be. She terminated her paternity and relationship with him, and he agreed, although he had previously been pro-divorce. The protagonist asked what he was supposed to be, even though he himself already understood everything, and he asked this question deliberately. Following that, he kissed her, showing his feelings. She was right, and it would be a real crime not to justify such a beauty. The clock showed that they had arrived at the specific place they were destined for. This place was on the southern border and was called the Moonwind Tree. The Moonwind Tree belonged to the Moonwind clan, and they were to attend the gathering. He reported that they came here slowly to enjoy the interesting things that happened in the Sword of Wind and took their time to investigate the phone, which was in a hard-to-reach place. To maintain confidentiality, they agreed to refer to the head of the southern border as Mr. Emperor Rushofo, whose whereabouts remained unknown to outside affairs. The Moonwind Gathering, held once every 100 years, was a ceremonial gathering involving alcohol, music, and wrestling. He wanted to watch what was happening, and when the time came, he would ask them to taste their famous 33 Sky drink. The girl couldn't figure out if they would be allowed to try it, since it couldn't be bought even with money. But the protagonist said they have no choice and must attend the meeting. If the Lord mentioned wine, music, and fighting, then Lunam can't be uninterested. After all, not everyone can participate in the gathering. One must first contact the Moonwind bloodline. He asked if he was in that tree. The protagonist replied that he was inside the tree, hidden from view. Everyone was very much surprised by this information, which was presented by the main character, because it overturned all ideas about the current situation. They passed into a completely different world where the wind of the moon reigned, surrounding them with a mystical aura and mystery. The protagonist reported that they were already in place, but the details of his arrival remained a mystery to all present. They noticed that the place was amazingly beautiful and asked the guy if he had been to places they hadn't been to yet, because they were driven by curiosity and a thirst for new experiences. The protagonist replied that of course such places exist, and the world is a big place, full of amazing adventures and unexpected discoveries. When the monkey asked to go where he wanted to go, the protagonist agreed without hesitation, trusting his intuition and sense of adventure. They headed to the Moonwind Tower for the sporting event, expecting to meet many people from the 8 clans there, whose opinions and interests could differ greatly. Many people gathered this year, as the 3 Buddha's foot hearts and the sword of Xuanwu were at stake, making the event meaningful to all present. They set up a reward, but only members of the 8 clans and invited foreigners could participate, so they needed to find a patron who would support their participation. They were approached by Nangon Lu of the Nangon clan. They apparently didn't belong to the clan community, which caused the other participants some concern. The man said they were from the Wang sect, causing some to doubt and question. The girl remarked that he wasn't from a small sect and wouldn't even be able to pass through the Moon and Wind Gate, so it wasn't worth paying attention to him to avoid more trouble. Guy agreed with her, for she was writing her observations and remarks about the current situation and the people around her. The man tried to stop her as they left, but she had already made up her mind and wasn't about to back down. They approached him with questions, said a few words and left, leaving him confused and embarrassed by what had happened. The protagonist said, they are small sashes they don't need and aren't looking for a herb man, that they are going to get a bite to eat first. They came to the inn of the Moonwind Tower, where a cozy place and a chance to relax after a busy day awaited them. They began to drink the alcohol to the bottom, relaxing and exchanging impressions of the past time and upcoming events. The main character announced that today was his treat for everyone, which elicited happy smiles and appreciative looks from all present. The man realized that this meant he didn't need to share his resources and capabilities with others, saving them for more important purposes. At that moment he heard a noise behind him, which caused him to turn around and take a closer look at his surroundings. The man was yelling at some girl and saying that if they didn't get that thing this time, they would completely lose favor with them, causing anxiety for everyone who heard him. Rod Trav had nothing to do with her, and she's figuring things out on her own, which was clear after talking to her and learning her plans and intentions in detail. As it turned out, it was his daughter, and she said she would work something out to solve a problem and accomplish her goals. Her efforts were of no use, but he heard that the invited aides turned out to be allies of Zia Quan Shan. She still decided to rely on Zia Zhan, a person from the herb family who had shown willingness to help and support her with her current tasks. The girl's name was Zia Bing, and at this moment, she was crying at her father's address to her, feeling the pressure and responsibility to follow up. The protagonist said that the others could wait here, and he would go there to solve overdue problems and get things in order. The man said there was still a lot of work to be done locally and he did not know how to anger the widows of the account, which could have caused more trouble and hardship for all present. The protagonist offered to help her and retrieve the Buddha's heart scissors to fulfill her goals and expectations. The girl couldn't understand how he knew about it, questioning and trying to understand his source of information and his role in the current events. Not only does he know about her, he also knows that her name is Zia Bing. Last month, she helped the people of the North Hill clan, but it turned out that they didn't join his cousin. Because he is the best friend of the head of their family, everything was planned in advance. No wonder he felt that something didn't add up. It was so easy to appeal to the master of the North Hill clan, when in fact the main character told her not to find out, because he could help. The man said things were not going according to the laws of drama. The man said he has been a bachelor for 400 years. She couldn't understand why he was making himself out to be a love guru. The protagonist is confident that he can pick both awards in the competition. Only the sword will take on himself, and asked if she agrees. Then an elder intervened in the conversation. Mingyu said he also has won, and she doesn't want to be in the same frame with those two. Then my father came in and asked who all these people were to him. The girl said they were her new assistants. Then a guy showed up, started saying that his sector of circular evil, although not as prestigious as the 8th clan, was quite revered. Lumlin became furious and asked who he had called scum. The guy asked if he wanted to fight, Another guy named Zihanui and Zia Quanshan said that the fight hadn't started yet and he was already making a ruckus. The girl said her business was none of his business. What's the point of poaching helpers if the grandfather asked for them? Zia Bing is picky about the people he serves because to be a lower, it is more profitable to be picky. The main character said he's just a man of no convictions, himself not lazy at running wherever the wind blows. The mistress pointed out his faults, took her own assistance, neglected nothing. The girl became furious and asked who he called worthless. This gentleman is already a respected guest. Since he's a guest, would he want to be compared to his men? The man stopped and asked if these people were the ones who came from their lineage. He will chase away these scum only if the honored ones agree, otherwise even a good price will refuse his dignity exchange. The main character said that it was ridiculous to think that they could defeat the North Hill people. If even they could, he himself would come out kneeling. His martial art is almost comparable to Hanyuya's. He has a lot of people. The chance of winning is very high. He told the brothers they were attacking together. I was surprised he decided to go for the numbers. He asked if they thought there were few men of his kind. The chapter was not coming. Now the boy realized that they had made a mistake in their calculations. They could not have imagined that the situation would turn against them so quickly and unexpectedly. Immediately, he moved to attack the guy, looking to use the moment of surprise to his advantage and not giving him a chance to react. The head started asking questions about his condition. She wanted to make sure he was okay after the surprise attack and not seriously injured. Suddenly, he saw several guys crash into the wall behind him. Their short-sightedness and carelessness had caused an accident that could affect the outcome of the battle. He informed the man that he had invited real professionals and offered him the pleasure of their beautiful passing into oblivion. It looked like he wouldn't be able to help them in this situation. He realized that events had taken an unexpected turn, and now his decision was of the utmost importance. The people the girl brought in had talent. Why don't they take advantage of that and show themselves to their full potential? It could change the outcome of the battle. Suggested that we drop this venture as they have already suffered enough losses today. Time to make a decision that will bring them more benefit and less risk. Showing off his skills on small things was pointless. If he wanted to play with them, he should play big and prepare for a serious battle of survival. The protagonist wondered if he had the courage to do it. He needed to pull himself together and accept the challenge that lay ahead. The man was astonished by this sudden turn of events. He had not expected such a development of the situation and had to quickly adapt to the new conditions. He agreed, realizing that it would be great to find an ally in this difficult endeavor. Together they would have a better chance of success. Head Z declared that they are a bunch of losers and they will deal with it. She is full of confidence in her abilities and ready for battle. The second elder of the Northern Hill asked who would be the first to enter the arena. Time to choose a leader and lead your own to victory. The protagonist has informed the man that his place is beside the plagues, using his techniques and skills to inflict damage on the enemy. He felt that without the viceroy's prompting he would have been unable to survive. Now his chances were slim, but he was ready to fight to the end. The man instantly applied a spear strike, aiming to capitalize on his opponent's moment of weakness and strike a decisive blow. He was sure the man had ill feelings for him. This added spice to the situation and made him more cautious. At that moment, he realized how fast the guy was acting. He needed to keep from panicking and keep his cool in any situation. The man realized that the only solution was to act faster. He had to make a decision that would help him maintain control of the situation and survive. He threw a second quick strike, eager to finish the fight. The outcome of the fight depended on his determination, and he was fully focused on his actions. The guy asked him if he didn't know that anger got in the way of hitting. He looked puzzled, trying to make sense of this difficult moment for him. The man realized that this was his chance and he needed to act now. Time was on his side, and he couldn't miss this opportunity. He then applied a third quick strike. This was the decisive moment when he could show his skills and strength. The boy instantly felt unbearable pain as the blow hit him right in the ears. It was reflected on his face, and he groaned in pain. After that, the guy fell down in front of the man. All the other participants were stunned by what happened and looked at the stage in silence. Everyone was very surprised at how the man handled the guy. It was unexpected and impressive, which caused mixed emotions in the audience. Xiao Yi was dead. It was a great shock to his supporters, as they realized that they had lost one of their strongest fighters. The guy was screaming and threatening to kill him. His voice sounded hysterical, reflecting his rage and despair after defeat. The chief elder of the Northern Hill began to attack. He did not give up despite the loss of his ally and directed all his energy at the Pradivnik. Jian-Chi said that she is now his prodigy. She is ready to fight and prove her strength and experience in battle. The girl was confident of her victory and ready to attack. She didn't hesitate or doubt her strengths before the new challenge. The elder shouted out that he was finished. Her words were filled with determination and confidence in the outcome of this battle. Such a young girl was able to reach the second level of her martial skills. This caused respect and admiration among her comrades. The Pradivnik may have changed, but she won't escape alive. She's prepared for any outcome and has no doubts about her abilities. Mog shouted that she was superior to them. Her determination and skill made her a dangerous prodigy in battle. She didn't use her sword to prevent the Pradivnik from having a chance. Her strategy was clear and extremely effective in battle. The guy felt the pain at this point. He tried to cope with the painful sensation so that he could continue to fight to the end. And after that, he fell dead and breathless. The whole hall was dumbfounded by this sudden end to the battle. The deputy head of the Northern Hills said that he had died unexpectedly. This was a great shock to everyone present, and they were deeply disturbed. After that, he began to fight the girl. They clashed in a fierce battle, each of them eager to prove their strength and skill. Lunlin decided that now it was her turn to join the fight. She ordered the girl to step aside so they could settle their arguments. He was ready to do anything to win. His eyes were determined to fight to the last breath. With his sword, he was able to fend off the Pradivnik's attacks. Every movement was precise and calculated, aimed at defense and counterattack. The man was confident in his strength and ability to defeat his opponent. This was evident from his confident demeanor and facial expression. The deputy head had not expected such a development. He was amazed and at the same time impressed by the Pradivnik's fighting skills. After that, the entire building they were in was torn apart. The destruction was so massive that one could only wonder in silence. He realized that the man in front of him was the strongest in their team. It was an important discovery that influenced his future actions. He wondered if those were his last words. There was a sense of anxiety in his voice at the possible outcome of the fight. Then, the eldest son of the head of the Herb family, Zia Yayi, appeared. He announced that he was taking control of the situation from now on. The man was surprised by his brother's appearance. This unexpected intervention could change the course of the battle and the outcome of events. Zia Zan asked what brought him here. His tone was neutral, but inside, he felt tension and anticipation. He explained that the tripod in the Buddha's heart was related to his father's illness and he couldn't help but come to visit him. The man agreed that of course he could do it. He seemed determined to help and show his loyalty. He asked the man who he was and how he dared to injure another guest of his kind. He pointed out the possible consequences of his actions. Lunlin said that he didn't need to know. Her words were a clear expression of her intentions and determination in the battle. He called him a barbarian and said that he was about to see the power of the Herb family. His words were full of confidence and challenge. The girl asked her father for words of encouragement as they helped him but remained invisible. She was disappointed by the refusal. The girl realized that her father had no intention of helping them in this situation. This was an unpleasant discovery for her and caused her bitterness. The Moonwind was to lead them, an assignment his grandfather had given him. His relatives were not allowed to interfere, but he had to act on his own. Zia Ya was surprised to see her making excuses for the rude man. Would she be willing to explain her actions and intentions in front of him? The protagonist decided to explain himself. He began to state his point of view and motives right in front of everyone present. He then punished the man by cutting off his head immediately. His decisive action caused shock and surprise among the witnesses. He said he understood the situation and immediately took the necessary action. Everything happened quickly and efficiently. Without further ado, Zia Ya was deeply shocked by what had happened. This unexpected turn of events made him reconsider his attitude to what was happening. The others also did not expect this development. Their surprise and bewilderment were evident in their faces and words. They couldn't understand who the main character was and how he had so much courage and determination to perform in such a way. The protagonist asked if he had been able to explain his actions and motives lucidly in front of everyone present. Zia started to restore order, preventing the guy who tried to attack the protagonist from attacking. He asked him about his background and motives, including the murder jokes and everything about their disagreement. The protagonist said he had come to resolve misunderstandings about events that happened 100 years ago in the Chuang family. The events that took place left a deep imprint on his life and the decisions he made in response to past challenges. The protagonist stated that they were going to leave, emphasizing their determination and readiness for further action. The men couldn't understand who this mysterious guy was and how he had so much power and influence over what was going on. He then ordered that a reconnaissance be organized to gain a better understanding of the current situation and strategic capabilities. Zia Bing expressed his gratitude for supporting the protagonist during this difficult moment. His words reflected sincere respect and appreciation. He asked her opinion of the upcoming convention, showing interest in her point of view and awaiting her analysis of the situation. The upcoming Congress will bring together representatives of the Nangong, John and Trav clans. However, they will be on different sides, creating complex political and social dynamics. Therefore, the protagonist and his abilities will have to be relied upon the most in this tense setting. The protagonist let her speak her mind, without any problems. It was important for him to hear her opinion and understand her point of view on the current situation. Buddha's heart tripod was made because of her grandfather's illness. Without it, it was unknown how much time he would have left to live. Only 3 months. He knows that Zia Jeet has obtained the strengthening medicine of the supreme boundary from the Scarlet Sun Beast. If he obtains the tripod, he will definitely claim it. Sure. Just to save Grandpa. The protagonist said that was a good answer. Have her stay late tonight. He knows everything, but let her just stay and not leave. She was surprised he'd just fallen asleep. He's such a man, knows the business and her kind like the back of his hand. In Zia Bing's room at this moment, there were some people who couldn't find her. She wasn't here like he was in the whole house, but it was time for them to leave. They informed the gentleman that no one was in the room, whether they guessed that they intended to sneak in and left beforehand. But this brat is too naive to guess. When she entered her room, she realized that someone had been here earlier. A presence could be felt in the air, but it wasn't clear who it could be. She realized that the guy had asked her to stay, anticipating that this might happen, and it was true, causing her to wonder. Mrs. Jian announced that they had finished their preparations and it was time to head to the convention where important meetings and decisions awaited them. They thought it was a beauty, a unique combination of elements that evoked admiration and respect among all present at the event. The authorities in the Wind clan consist of 5 incomparable beauties known as the 5 Days of Moon Wind Celestials, each skilled in their craft and admired for their talent. The man thought it was an unusual phenomenon that required explanation and understanding, but also sparked an interest in cultural and traditional aspects of society. Though not local, she hadn't met them before, so she couldn't immediately determine who they were or their place in this community. Alcohol subdues people like musical instruments. They affect the state of mind and create an atmosphere, reminding us of the importance of cultural arts in life. Guy thought it was nonsense and exaggeration, but remembering his ancestors and their contributions to the clan, he understood the importance of tradition and heritage. The girl asked the man to take his time, inviting him to enjoy the music, which was like a message from the spirits of music, reminding him of the connection to ancestors and traditions. She was C. Hughes, a music celestial known for her skills and passion for the art. Nangong decided to introduce himself. After all, he was the eldest son of his clan, which gave him certain responsibilities and expectations. He'll go since she's unwilling to talk, respecting her desire to remain silent or temporarily postpone the conversation. At this point he was welcomed with the protagonist, which emphasized his importance and role in the current context. Everyone was greatly surprised that she approached him specifically, creating a mysterious and unexpected situation. She had just heard him mention the great sage of the Moonwind, which made her wonder about his knowledge and connections to her family's history. Let her ask all questions after the convention is over, not wanting to delay him or her so as not to interfere with current business and responsibilities. After that, they all started to leave together, preparing for the next step or task in the daily routine. Those present were surprised that the main player appeared arrogant and didn't respond to the celestial, which created discomfort and frustration. The girl said he was a busy young man, indicating that he was busy or an important person in the current situation. The guy said that he would finish off the protagonist as soon as he got the chance, which emphasized his determination and willingness to act at the right moment. Everyone in Moonlight Palace marveled, for it was an impressive event, reflecting the importance and depth of the events. Jian-Chi asked what these girls were doing, which was her attempt to make sense of the current situation and understand the motives behind their behavior. Everyone was greatly surprised, for they did it in a very unusual and mysterious way, arousing the interest and amazement of all present. The clan followers on the first floor had a higher status than the guests on the second floor, and the elders of the clan occupied seats on the third floor, reflecting their importance and role in society. Guy said the girl had a falling out with her father and took a position in his herb lineage, which emphasized her determination and courage to fight for her beliefs and place in the family circle. Her grandfather sent for the tripod of the Buddha's heart, demanding that she give way and allow him to act. He said it was nonsense and the tripod should be his, indicating his confidence and willingness to defend his interests and rights, that the decision whether it will come to her or not does not depend on him alone, which emphasized the complexity and uncertainty of the current situation. The lad considered them stern predivnics, and he had nowhere to sit down, which indicated his suspense and expectation of the events to follow. Zhang Peng said something, imploring the resident musician that if everyone got together, it was time to start acting and executing plans. If these strangers are holding them back, let them deal with the challenge, not wasting time on unnecessary moments, but fulfilling their obligations. Then let them sweep out all the garbage and problems that have arisen and tackle them boldly and without fear of challenges. The protagonist immediately noticed the man who stood on top of him and looked at him with an unkind gaze. Everyone was interested in how he would answer the questions and what solutions he would offer in such an unexpected situation. He suggested just killing all the predivnics to finally get rid of the threat and prevent any more problems. The protagonist said it was child's play and not to take what happened seriously. Everyone was deeply surprised at how easily he handled the attack and didn't let the predivnics even get close. The girl asked who he was. It turned out to be her older cousin named Zhang Peng. The music resident asked to be seated on the second floor to continue the conversation in a quieter setting. The protagonist thanked her for the invitation, but opted to stay on the first floor and keep the situation under control. The guy was furious, asking himself why they were on the first floor and he was on the second, not understanding the situation. These low-grade people will sit over then and watch everything that happens to the locations. The music resident said it was her family's business and she was going to defend it at all costs. The guy apologized for his inappropriate behavior, promising to be more careful and considerate in the future. Let them sit here, and it was time for her to study to become better at understanding what was going on around her. She wondered how the protagonist knew about the predivnic's plans. The protagonist said he just guessed, based on experience and intuition. The resident was convinced that he was a very mysterious gentleman capable of great deeds. Then a messenger from the blacklist arrived, bringing news of what was happening in and around the world. And the very girl he had already seen, and with whom some events and mysteries are connected, appeared. The Moonwind Rod warmly welcomed the guest of honor, thanking her for her visit and emphasizing the importance of her presence at such a momentous occasion. The drawing goddess named Feng Feng was genuinely excited to meet the guests, especially a celebrity like the guest of honor. The girl openly declared that there was no need for ceremony. She had come not only to see the celestial women of Y, but also to appreciate the talents of the head of the southern border. It was good that she had arrived, and now the main points of the program could begin, the first of which was the introduction of local wine. After the ceremonial start, different types of wines began to be served on the tables. She invited everyone in attendance to taste the excellent wine that proudly represented their clan and tradition. All of the guests undoubtedly immediately began to evaluate the wine with their senses and tastes. The wine was full body but not harsh, leaving a pleasant aftertaste and eliciting approval among those present. All the young talent from the southern border has been gathered in one place, but it's worth having an idea of the wine they're being treated to. According to legend, women are the creators of this special wine, blending the feminine energy of Bodhi wine with the unique flavor that only they can impart to the drink. The guy had read about virgin wine in ancient literature, but never thought he would get to taste it in reality. He admitted that he had never heard of this type of drink until then. All his doubts and disbelief he expressed aloud, without hiding his thoughts. The young head of Nangong, with his vast knowledge, confirmed the uniqueness of this wine and its importance to the clan. Everyone present could not contain their delight and admiration, applauding loudly and expressing their admiration. Mingyu, inquiring why the gentleman was not drinking, heard the answer that the wine had spoiled, and inquired if there was not some other delicious drink. The man flared up and demanded an explanation of what exactly was said. He was too lazy to explain anything, considering it unimportant and not worth paying attention to. Everyone present was confused as to who he was to talk about the drink like that. The appearance of the second daughter of the herb family should not have spoiled the wine. What did he mean? How could such a unique wine be ruined? Her master refused to explain anything to her, thinking it was not worth wasting time explaining things to such lowlifes. The resident didn't understand what he was talking about and asked for clarification of her doubts about the tainted wine. The virgin wine was tainted by those who lost their innocence, causing the celestial women to marvel. The Celestials were quite surprised by this fact about the virgin wine. The Gentile immediately asked who was at fault for the wine incident. The girls began to hide from her, afraid of her anger and questions. The woman was furious and demanded an explanation as to why she had not been told the truth from the beginning. She grabbed one of the girls, but the girl began to deny and claim she had nothing to do with the incident. The music maven asked to temper her anger, claiming she was unaware of the incident, and explained that the man had lost his chastity through his carelessness. Irreverent backed her up, saying she was willing to listen and consider all arguments. After minutes, it became clear that it wasn't the heroine's fault, but the one who drank the virgin wine, and she apologized to the crowd. The men were delighted that the head of the Moonwind clan had admitted his mistake, and wondered who this man was. Mingyu said she admired his knowledge, and the messenger agreed with her opinion as well. Where did this mysterious man come from, and how does he affect what is happening? The Celestial had not been involved in such situations since a long time ago, so she urged not to judge her too harshly. The guy asked if she would refuse him company and let him join the society. Not Botsa said he was careful in his words and actions, not wanting to draw unnecessary attention to himself. After that, an attack came upon them, and the guy was protected by some sort of unusual shield. He couldn't understand what was happening, feeling an oppressive fear that prevented him from reacting adequately and moving forward. A sense of failure and injustice arose in his soul. How could he have lost such a fight and not be able to cope with the emotions it caused? The woman was completely focused on her game, not distracted by anything else. Suddenly the guy flew up from his seat, as if something had alarmed him greatly. Celestia noticed that he was clearly attacking her, and her vigilance instantly increased. The guy didn't have time to take a step or make a sound before he was immediately covered and taken apart. They were in complete awe of the woman, for she had an incredible talent that was evident in her acting. Furious, the guy told them to try it themselves since they were so smart and confident. He was a true dean in music, and if he goes on, he's in for an equally great ending. One of the guys asked him for guidance to reach a similar level too. It was young Mr. John, and no one was surprised that he appeared so capable in music. The girl asked the protagonist to try a grape, and he could not refuse her. Despite his opinion, he was ready to experience new sensations. The guy immediately started playing his instrument, and his skill was impressive. It was unbelievably good, his kendo reaching the highest level on the second bound. He was incredibly powerful, and perhaps there was nothing in the world that could stop his talent. Xia Bing was amazed by his power and amazing abilities. When the protagonist asked his opinion on who would win, he said that the celestial woman doesn't show her full strength. After that, a mysterious phoenix appeared on the battlefield, attracting the attention of everyone present. Then there was a tremendous explosion that engulfed the entire area and caused a shock. The guy was stunned by this development. He hadn't expected anything like this and didn't know how to react. He instantly rose from his seat and prepared to defend himself with his own strength, ready to use his tool in the fight. His thirst to learn from her was unbridled, for she had amazing skills that he wanted to master. She was fully convinced that he had purposely granted her the victory, and now someone else was eager to challenge her. Everyone present was extremely confident that no one would dare to challenge him as they thought he was invincible. Beautiful music was blasting from the second floor, and everyone agreed that it was a sound worthy of taking on the challenge. It's his younger sister Xia Bing, and she has no musical instrument skills. Let him get wet. But she turned to him, to the man who was eating grapes. Undoubtedly, the main character was him. He wasn't interested in playing the wrong instrument. It didn't get his attention. The esteemed guest of the 4th floor was deathly eager to greet the dawn. The girl was amazed. Maybe she had overestimated his abilities. But if Ziyue wants to help him, she's willing to agree. Celestia expressed her desire to play with the protagonist, and he was thrilled with the idea. She was looking forward to it, and eventually the protagonist made the decision to agree to her proposal. The guy thought he was just a pawn in the game. They watched it being turned into an MC musical kinetic object. He was going to improvise and asked the Celestial to give him help and advice. She was intimidated by the powerful and overwhelming energy emanating from the guy. The protagonist warned her to be careful. Immediately after that, he immediately launched an attack on her. Then a herd of mighty warriors, arriving on horseback, swooped down upon her. Everyone present realized that a non-Skywalker was in danger and urgently demanded help. She instantly fell from her seat, causing general shock and dismay. After a while, she did come to her senses and appeared to be fine, which was a cause for relief for everyone. She bowed gratefully to him for his mercy, and inquired what was the name of the tune he had just composed, as she loved it so much. The girl asked the Celestial to step aside so they could discuss important matters in privacy. She begged her to do the honors and allow them to have a private conversation. The Celestial girl then decisively attacked the guy, contrary to the expectations of everyone present, showing her power and determination, which caused admiration and fear in the audience. The protagonist, for his part, did not back down and was ready to fight back and counterattack, showing his confidence and skills in this battle. The girl met the gaze of Emperor Qin, whose presence was inspiring and made everyone swoon with respect and fear at his greatness. He instantly answered her challenge, focusing on fighting and defense, showing his determination and willingness to take on any challenge in this battle. Admitting her defeat, she asked what it was about the melody that sounded as beautiful as his own works, surprising her with its perfection. She began to doubt the reality of such a melody in this world, for its beauty and power seemed too incredible to actually exist. The protagonist insisted that this was possible, explaining his view of what was happening and sharing his thoughts, stating that the power of art can be incredible. The girl wondered if it would be possible to get his name, but he was told it was not yet time for that, and she had to wait patiently until the right time. They looked forward to the next meeting, believing it would be a new challenge for them and bring new discoveries and opportunities for growth. Mingyu happily recognized that the Lord was much better than she had anticipated, and her respect for him increased due to his wisdom and strength. The Celestial asked if they were free today and expressed a desire to stop by to clarify a few things, but he was busy with the affairs of the clan. You should not talk about a grave overgrown with grass. It is disrespectful and causes displeasure to the Celestial, because the memory of ancestors is important for everyone. The gentlemen have drunk the wine, enjoyed the music, and now it is time for battle. Who wishes to start first and show their strength and skill? Zihanyu of the Northern Hill clan represents the ancient Cross clan, ready to give battle for their ideals and to preserve the honor of their people and family. The deputy head of his clan was killed yesterday, so he must leave and prepare for death by accepting Winter's challenge and proving his bravery. He suddenly entered the play, portraying one of the characters, and began to play his part, showing talent and passion for what was happening on stage. Lunlin immediately began to charge in and attack him with fury and determination, intending to win and show his might in this fight. He used his trusty sword in battle, as always, displaying great skill and skill that he had honed through years of diligent training. His opponent then flew upwards, ready to unleash his deadly attack with full force, eager to strike Lunlin and end the fight with victory. He soon accepted the challenge and responded with a deadly attack of his own, answering his opponent's aggression and demonstrating his fearlessness in battle. The man was confident that such large-scale attacks could be contained and not evaded, showing his strength and endurance in the face of danger. The high sound wave ripped the air, leaving behind a devastating mark in the hearts of the enemies, striking them with the strength and power of the protagonist. To everyone's surprise, the man survived such a deadly attack, displaying his stamina and strength that amazed everyone present. The lad was amazed at his extraordinary strength and ability to handle such difficulties, realizing that a truly outstanding warrior stood before him. The man admitted that he realized his mistake too late, when it was already too late, and regretted his actions at that critical moment, understanding the consequences. He then asked Mr. Zia for help in the battle, as he could not do it alone and needed the support of an experienced ally. Zhang Peng's sword-wielding and abilities were at the peak of the second boundary, but who was this incredible opponent that was able to overpower him so easily? He asked Xia Bing to stop him, but to no avail. The battle continued, and their opponent showed no signs of weakening or fatigue. In a life and death battle, no one has the right to interfere. Even if in the hands of the gods, it is the law of battle that all must respect. The man then literally chopped him in two, showing his determination and strength, which impressed everyone present and changed the course of the battle. Of course, after such a blow, his opponent could not stand on his feet and fell down in front of him, admitting his defeat in this brutal fight. Also, Zihanyu fell in this deadly battle, leaving this world and leaving his comrades to continue fighting for honor and kin. He asked the girl to join him, assuring her that she would not be able to defeat the protagonists, but she could regain her good name and honor. The girl assured the hero that she was no rival for him, and asked him to tell her the secret of how he could be defeated and come out victorious. There are two main training methods used in herb genus mastery. The second half of the innate tower of pure fire can inhibit the first half of abnormal fire, and vice versa. When the girl asked if all the information was true, the protagonist urged her to check all the facts herself, not blindly trusting rumors or conjectures. Turning to his little sister, he found out who tipped her off about such wonderful helpers. Unfortunately, she would remain worthless as she was, despite her efforts. The guy immediately began to use his strength, showing confidence in his own abilities and demonstrating his determination in this battle against a strong opponent. It is the other half of the abnormal fire, possessing unusual properties and carrying the potential for destruction that can change the outcome of a battle in either direction. She will be beaten by the first half of pure fire, emanating from a source of pure energy and filling the surroundings with well-being, giving them an advantage in battle. Going up against him, completely forgetting that his level is many times higher, underestimating his strength and experience in this difficult and dangerous situation. Then there was a tremendous explosion on the battlefield, shaking everything around and leaving only destruction and ashes, which impressed all the spectators and participants. He didn't realize what the deal was, as his technique was weakening by a third. Surprised and perplexed by such an unexpected development on the battlefield, he couldn't believe it at all, even more alarmed and confused by the possibility of such a twist of fate. Then the girl said he lost, assuming the role of the heavy news announcer. The guy was not okay with this and stated that he would show her, in an effort to rectify his situation and regain his lost honor and respect back. She then approached the main character and thanked her for her help. The guy realized that it was the main character who was behind it. The Celestin asked if there were any other masters still willing to fight, summoning new participants to take part in the battle. All present were silent at that moment, tensely waiting for further developments and the outcome of the fight. This is how they will move on to the last point of the battle, preparing for the decisive stage of the bout and the final tests. She asked for an invocation. The two treasures will be given out based on the three clans' battle to ensure the integrity of the process, allowing each clan to nominate their candidates at the same time, honoring the rules and traditions. They had expectations and wanted to take these treasures, eager to achieve goals and fulfill their needs, willing to go to any lengths to seize the power of the artifacts. Of course, it was the Buddha heart tripod and the Zhuanwu sword, two powerful artifacts with strength and mystical influence that could change the outcome of any battle. The lad was born to take these treasures more than anything else. His drive was unyielding, filling his heart with a determination and ambition that sustained him in difficult moments. The sword rightfully belongs to his Zhang clan. If anyone dares to argue that, they will first have to defeat his clan, a strong and experienced fighter ready to prove his skill. Why one of the greatest swords of its kind is in Moonwind's possession. 1,500 years ago, a war broke out between 8 freaks so powerful rivals took part in a duel. The scourge and tripod disappear after Ronin Wine appropriated them for himself. Except the staff member had grown weaker over time and couldn't continue to keep them in his possession, so he organized a convention for the clans to destroy each other. Lunlin asked the lord if he wanted them to fight, offering his participation in the duel, ready to prove his loyalty and skill. The protagonist said no, and let the Southerners sort things out among themselves first, waiting for developments and ready to intervene at the right moment. The first guy, eager to prove his strength and skill to the rest of the contestants, attacked, taking up the fight with a determination to succeed in the battle and gain recognition among his own. If he wants to challenge the head of the clan, let him deal with him first by actively summoning an opponent. He is Jian Peng, ready to battle masters of every kind, prepared for difficult challenges and ready for unpredictable turns of events. He was a man with the nickname Small Sword, known for his unique fighting style and the difficulty of confrontation, creating difficulties for his opponents in every fight. The sword belongs to his clan by right, and his Nangong clan has no intention of relinquishing that privilege in an effort to maintain their influence and role in the battle. The lad offered his terms, confident in his ability and determination, ready to fight for his interests and the honor of his kind before the others. The goddess said that the tripod would pass to the Nangong clan, notifying everyone of the final decision and their willingness to accept it as an undeniable fact. It's all decided. The Celestial must announce it, acting according to the established rules and making the decision without interference from outsiders. She began to announce, ready to present her arguments and evidence in front of the audience, eager to support the validity of her decision and provide clarity. Xia Bing did not agree at all, expressing her dissatisfaction and objections to the decision, causing a wave of discussion and debate. The guy started nervously expressing his emotions and indignation, calling the girl a creep, and not hiding his resentment and frustration. The others also disagreed that the guy made such a comment about the girl, feeling the need to protect her honor and dignity from such words. She couldn't move or say anything, feeling stunned and shocked at the sudden accusations and attacks on her honor. Guy said that since no one objected, the celestial woman let her announce the result, insisting on her right and willingness to end this dispute once and for all. The celestial began to announce again, drawing the attention of all present to her words and intentions, preparing for the next phase of events. But this time, the protagonist has already established his own rules of the game, preparing for the upcoming event. As a representative of the herb family, he challenges those present to a fight, ready to demonstrate his strength and skill in this unequal battle. Those present could not understand what he meant. His words were cryptic and caused everyone a state of bewilderment and confusion, leaving many questions unanswered. Jian Peng warned that he was running into trouble. Russell stated that he was anxious to get into the bout and was willing to help with that. The man took to the task at once, his movements swift and confident, giving no one the slightest chance of doubting his ability and determination. Xia Bing shouted for him to be careful, and Mingyu warned the Lord to be careful, for no one would be able to overpower him, keeping his safety and dignity intact. The man was certain that he would be the one to finish him off. His resolve was unwavering and unquestionable. The Gentile said it was a nuisance. He had just found a man who knew how to play an instrument, and he didn't want him to die. He had recently invented a new technique and was the first to try it out. It was his great achievement and was admired by all. At this moment, tiny explosions began to occur throughout the entire battlefield, causing panic among the people present and making them anxious. He couldn't understand what this ability was. It was as if space was being torn apart, which created chaos and destruction all around. The girl was also stunned and could not understand what was happening. Her gaze was full of wonder and concern for what was happening. How a lowlife of the Circle Frontier could summon such power was beyond her comprehension and caused her to be terrified of the unknown. Already they were starting to tell the protagonist to stop it. His actions could have had disastrous consequences for everyone present. At this moment, a huge hand appeared and grabbed the man. Its strength was indescribable and merciless, causing everyone to tremble. After that, only his sword remained. His entire appearance vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only this weapon in the hands of fate. Everyone was surprised to see that his sword was broken, an unexpected turn of events that stunned everyone with its suddenness. The protagonist then claimed the tripod as his own, emphasizing his rights to the artifact and his willingness to defend them. The girl consented, but praying for mercy for him. Her plea was full of despair and hope of mercy. The protagonist ordered her out of his way. His words were decisive and adamant, leaving no room for objection. The girl was badly frightened, but agreed. Her fear was evident in her every movement, reflecting her inner restlessness. The protagonist asked Liu if he had any objections. His voice was full of confidence and authority, bending everyone to his will. The lad replied that he had no objection. His voice was quiet and full of resignation to these events and their outcome. The Celestial noticed that the guy was frightened and asked Feng Fan if she knew this gentleman. Her voice was filled with curiosity and concern. At this moment, the protagonist began to approach the sword. His steps were confident and slow, each step bringing him closer to the decisive moment. The guy started screaming, claiming that this thing belonged to his lineage. His voice was full of rage and despair, coming from his inner struggle. The protagonist told the guy to leave and take the sword. His words were full of defiance and confidence in his right and justice. Everyone said he was provoking him, but he couldn't stay away. His honor was on the line, and he had to defend it to the end. If he only uses kendo, would he agree to fight? After all, it would be a fair test of his martial arts skills to prove his strength. He had already won, so there was no need to use kendo. His abilities had already proven their superiority in previous battles and duels. The lad said, well, he had no shortage of courage. His determination and bravery was beyond question, especially in such dangerous situations. Jianqi told him to examine the secret of the Xuanwu swordsmanship properly, for this ancient knowledge required special attention and reverence. The girl really wasn't watching all that much at that moment. Her attention was scattered and focused on other events going on around her. A guy needs to figure out how he knows how to touch a treasure of his kind, because it requires special skill, respect, and careful action. It was a sword, a spirit patron. They didn't think the man was so skilled at handling it, showing off his unique abilities and knowledge. He asked if he understood whose patron spirit it was, and what significance it held for his kind, for it was important to all. This spirit used to belong to Jian Lingshan, but how did he know the secret of his clan? And how was he able to master this ancient knowledge? He deserved to know the answer to that question, for his right was unalterable, and he deserved an explanation and respect for his actions. After that, the main character was ready to destroy him on the spot, his anger and determination evident to everyone around him. Actually, this annihilation began to take place at this moment. The battle erupted with renewed vigor, consuming all participants into chaos. The guy didn't know how to answer him anymore and just resigned himself to the fact that he had lost this fight, admitting his defeat. After that, the guy collapsed on the ground, his body exhausted and weakened. He could no longer resist and continue the fight. The protagonist said that the sword was now his. His words sounded solemn and resolute, claiming his rights to the artifact. Everyone wanted to take revenge on the Lord, for they needed to get the sword back. Their determination and desire for justice was unyielding and strong. The Celestial regarded them as insolent and decided to stop this madness. His intervention was decisive and left no room for argument. They immediately began to feel unbearable pain at this moment. Their suffering was obvious and unspeakably agonizing for everyone. That the Celestial misunderstood. His Jian clan is leaving the Congress. Their decision was final and reasonable. They left with dignity. Since they would not fight, then all the best. Their departure was full of dignity and respect for those left behind on the battlefield. They realized that he was not dead or stunned, which turned out to be a small blessing in a difficult and tense situation for everyone present at that moment. Guy approached the music celestial and the drawing celestial, informing them that they were unwilling to deviate, and their decision was final and firm despite the circumstances. The girl congratulated the protagonist, noting that thanks to his efforts and merits, everything is obvious, and everyone who watched the events was able to appreciate it. The goddess asked all the participants to come out one after another, and also congratulated the Lord who managed to single-handedly win 2 treasures in this intense fight. The outcome of a fight depends 100% on the swordsman's state of mind, and his encounter with the man greatly affected the calmness of his thoughts and actions. Her 3 sisters had heard that he had noted the density of the wine's effects, and so they had prepared a new one, hoping to find time to try it out now. A fine wine and an equally fine girl. How could one refuse? For the offer was too tempting to be turned down. The resident then invited the protagonist to pass on, her gesture full of respect and an invitation to relax, inviting him to enjoy the current moment. The men couldn't figure out what it was all about and assumed someone was away from them, and their suspicion and anxiety continued to grow. The protagonist said that there was no need to worry, because they were already a heavenly drawing, the name of which was the long sleep, from which it was impossible to get out. The man did not feel the negative energy of the enemy, had no desire to kill, and his calmness and poise surprised everyone who watched his actions. Among the 5 Moonwind geniuses, the strongest was considered to be the Wine Celestial, but she was very fond of testing people, testing them in various ways. This picture was so beautiful that if one did not enjoy its views, one would greatly regret missing a unique chance to see such splendor. If he wishes to admire the flowers, she will gladly join him, sharing his interest and enjoying this beautiful moment together. Jian-Chi noticed that there was a gazebo. Its location seemed strategic and symbolic for all the participants watching. It was a stalemate. White was ready to strike hard, and there was no point in black defending. Indeed, there was nothing they could do to help them. The chess goddess appeared to them under the name of Chia Crossing, and as everyone said, the gentleman was the most extraordinary man in the southern border. The protagonist modestly said that he was undeservedly praised, and his modesty was evident despite the many accomplishments he had managed to achieve. The woman asked if he knew her, and her question was full of curiosity and anticipation, for his answer could mean a great deal to her. Only the chess celestial could put him in a difficult position during the game, for her skill was truly unrivaled and worthy of respect. If he knows that her world is like chess, can we hope that he will agree to demonstrate his skill and accept the challenge? The man couldn't understand what kind of stupidity was going on. After all, White had victory already in his pocket, and she wants the gentleman to rally for black. The girl urged the gentleman not to accept the offer. Her warning was sincere and filled with concern for his safety and well-being. The celestial woman spoke so they wouldn't worry, for if they lost, they would just stay in a long sleep for 10 years, and then they could leave. Lunlin asked Lily if she was swearing, and her unexpected question sparked genuine interest and surprise in everyone present, causing them to listen carefully to the answer. And at that moment, she began to attack him, her movements so quick and decisive that they left her opponent no chance to think or retaliate. But still, the man was not a bad guy and was able to successfully defend against these attacks. His martial arts skills were unsurpassed and inspired deep respect from everyone around him. He called her Viper and was furious, his anger obvious and clear to all who had seen their confrontation and felt the tension of this moment. The woman was also furious and thought he had shown real insolence. Her resentment and anger knew no bounds, and it was evident in her facial expression. He then suddenly threw some sort of saber at her, and his sudden action caused surprise and confusion to all present who were watching the scene. But unexpectedly, it was the main character who caught her. His movements were so fast and precise that they left no room for mistakes or doubts about his skill. The woman realized that the main character's movements were very fast, and his speed and agility came as a real surprise that she hadn't expected to see. He knew her sharp remarks liked to test people, and so he agreed to play along. His decision was firm and decisive beyond question. She, on the other hand, thought he was nothing special, and her opinion was downright skeptical and dismissive, which was noticeable to everyone around her. She made the first move, and her movements were confident and precise, showing her high level of skill and great experience in this ancient and complex game. After that, everyone focused their attention on the game, realizing that every move was important and required maximum concentration and attention from all participants. They began to move their chess pieces as they entered the game, and their actions were precise and deliberate, each movement of great importance to the course of the whole match. Then the entire table began to glow and its surface lit up with a bright light, creating an atmosphere of magic and mystery that mesmerized everyone present. The protagonist told the woman that she let him win, and his words were full of respect and gratitude for her noble deed and generosity. She had listened to his uniqueness so much, but would not have thought he would win in just 5 moves. Her admiration for his skill was obvious and genuine. The protagonist said he was pleased to hear this, and his words were full of respect and appreciation for the attention and sincere praise of his talent. She said he wasn't really that unusual, and her words were unexpected and full of skepticism, which surprised everyone who heard the statement. She congratulated him on his arrival at the main altar of the Wine Moon, and it was the celestial calligrapher, Qiu Lingshan. Her greeting was solemn and sincere. She said at once that long trials and obstacles would not be a hindrance to him, and her confidence in his abilities was evident and unshakable. The main character said he was honored to meet them all, his words expressing his deep respect and appreciation for the opportunity to be in their presence and interact with them. The celestial praised him for his skill, and her words were sincere and full of admiration for his skill and talent, which she was able to appreciate during the meeting. The man at this moment felt the fragrance brought in. His sense of smell caught a pleasant and rich odor that filled the air and caught the attention of everyone present. The sisters have prepared the wine and she asks to taste it. Their invitation was insistent and friendly, inviting him to savor the drink and share this special moment. The girl held out the wine to the guy, her gesture full of care and attention, inviting him to share this moment and taste the drink they had prepared, which promised to be delicious. The man told the protagonist not to drink, for her inexplicable concern might hide bad intentions, and his warning was serious and well-founded. If they wanted to hurt someone, they wouldn't use wine to do it. His confidence in this was unyielding and logical, which convinced many of those present. Of course they wouldn't. After all, Yao Jie is in charge of the wine, and if someone did that, she would be very angry and punish the culprits. The girl was instantly angry and told him not to say her name. Her anger was obvious and fierce, and everyone could see how much it hurt her. The man said it was an outrage and asked how long they were going to fix the nuisance. His patience was running out and he didn't want to wait any longer. The girl immediately began to attack him. Her movements were quick and decisive, leaving him no chance to defend himself or be able to fight back. The man failed to stay on his feet and threw himself backwards. His fall was swift and sudden to all present, causing surprise and concern. He noticed that the girl was quite strong. Her strength was undeniable and inspired respect from all who watched the fight, appreciating her skills and determination. It is perfectly acceptable to suffer a small loss in return for practice. His philosophy was wise and sound given the situation and the need to learn in a difficult environment that requires sacrifice. He asked Julie if her sister could not be called by her first name, and his question was full of curiosity and a desire to understand the rules of etiquette in this society. Then the girl said that he was really pouncing, and her words were full of irritation and defiance, ready to erupt at any moment, which was noticeable to everyone. The stones then began to rise into the air and their movement was mysterious and exciting, creating an atmosphere of magic and enchantment that mesmerized everyone present. It was the main character who facilitated this and aimed the rock straight at the girl. His actions were quick and precise, leaving her no time to react. All the rocks that were around him started flying at the girl, and their trajectory was dangerous and threatening, creating tension among the watchers. But to everyone's surprise, they didn't hit her at all and she survived. Her reaction was quick and agile, which impressed everyone present. The girl thanked him for sparing her, and her words were sincere and full of gratitude for his mercy and generosity. The protagonist then drank the wine and said that it was go, and his assessment was positive and approving, which pleased everyone whu listened to him. Mingyu asked if it wasn't the 30-day he had mentioned earlier, and her curiosity was obvious and genuine. Legend has it that in the deep sea filled with captive spirits, there will be a silver fish that is tenacious, but very combative and hard to catch. Usually, the power of a fish is no match for the power of an imp, and even if it is strong, it is unlikely to surpass the spiritual boundary in terms of its power. They couldn't understand what this had to do with this wine and their bewilderment was evident, demanding an explanation from knowledgeable people or sources. At the moment of death, female and young Salinaxes shed tears of immaculate purity, from which they make a wine called Salinax essence. One shot is worth 5. The man was surprised to learn that it was so expensive and decided to give it a try. His interest was fueled by curiosity and a desire to experience something unique and rare. The man began to taste the wine, and his face reflected mixed emotions, from admiration to surprise, as he savored every sip of the drink. But he felt some inexplicable sensation at this moment, and his body began to react in a strange way, causing him to feel slightly anxious and uneasy. The main character told him to sit down, tuck his legs under him, and start meditating, or he would burst and die from wine-induced energy overload. He had already had 9 shots, which meant he had consumed some very good stuff that could have a profound effect on his body and internal state. The man asked the elder to wait while he absorbed the dazzling spirit and promised to talk soon. His request was respectful and full of a sincere desire to complete the process. The circle boundary level lord was able to drink a shot of this wine, which was amazing. His strength and stamina impressed everyone around him who watched this incredible event. The protagonist said to wait for him, for the fruit of Brahma and the first void are the best treasures for perfecting energy, and this wine would greatly improve his current state. Before making another move, he drank another shot, making 10 in total, and didn't even blink an eye, showing his amazing fortitude and stamina. The man decided to try this wine too. his desire to experience something unusual took over, and he prepared for tasting, expecting new and bright sensations from the drink. A few seconds later the glass fell and shattered, his fingers trembling with exertion. The wine had a powerful effect, causing astonishment to all who watched. He too set about doing as the protagonist said. His actions were precise and accurate, following every instruction and advice without making a single mistake. The girls immediately started laughing at them. Their laughter was loud and infectious, diffusing the atmosphere of tension, adding a note of levity and fun to the situation. Even the sister was not able to ossify more than 5 shots, and the main character surprised everyone with his incredible endurance and fortitude, demonstrating astonishing skill. Then the main character went somewhere. His steps were confident and determined, showing his intentions and purpose, which was noticeable and clear to everyone around him. He said he was an assistant of the herb family and asked someone for an audience with the wine celestial. His request was polite and respectful, showing his intentions. The Celestin said he could come in, her voice soft and welcoming, inviting him inside to talk and discuss important matters and business. He started to talk about what he wanted to discuss, but he was interrupted. Her voice was determined and insistent, not letting him finish his thoughts and statements. She asked if he was the winner of the Moon Wind competition and noted that he had noticed a flaw in the virgin wine, which piqued her genuine interest. His face was wimpy and she saw nothing special in him. Her gaze was critical and evaluative, rejecting his attempts to impress. She wished to live one day at a time and join the 33-day course, but he wanted to change her mind, saying it was impossible without reaching the supreme milestone. How does he know about the 33-day course and living one day at a time? She asked, to which he replied that his name was Protagonist and he was from Arctagia. They say there's been a change of emperor in Arctagia. Her words were full of interest and curiosity, trying to figure out what the significance of this was and how it related to current events. The protagonist said that he came for the sake of Emperor Fo. His words were confident and determined, showing his purpose and intentions that he kept secret. The goddess said that he was not the kind of man who would show up at his first whim, and besides, he didn't have long to live. His time was running out inexorably and irrevocably. The Moon Wine clan wouldn't dare to harm the Gross clan and the John clan, but he might do so. His threat was clear and decisive, leaving little doubt. The Celestial deemed him insolent and sprang into action, her actions swift and decisive, leaving him no chance to defend or retreat. If he dared to speak for them, he would speak for her. Her confidence was unshakable and frightening to all who heard it. 8 births had arisen in secret, whether her annex would help prolong her family's greatness for 1,000 years. Her plans were ambitious and audacious, inspiring admiration. The tripod had been studied for years. No one had been able to use it. How on earth did he do it, that he was able to discover its secret and control it? Her failure doesn't mean he can't succeed either, because he can stop the unrest in the southern border using his unique abilities and skills. He had just arrived and had already insulted 8 clans, all the while wanting to seek out the emperor. Isn't his self-confidence too much for a novice warrior? He takes strength from his confidence, plus he knows that the Blacklist is also looking for an emperor who was wounded in a recent battle. She said that the emperor is the strongest ruler of the southern border. He is no equal. So why would he hide? And how does he know so much about him? If the emperor is in the full dawn of his powers, why does she fear him? And what makes her wary of his presence here and now? He knows that the Weed clan, Jian clan, Yeshu clan, Nangong clan, and Southern Desert regard her clan as a pain in the eye and an obstacle to development. Does he patronize these 6 clans, supporting them in their fight against their enemies, which prolongs the conflict and complicates the whole situation? They are all lowlifes, and now that the emperor is injured they can't make a deal. Let her give him a 33-day course to resolve this situation. Suppose he knows this, but his background is questionable. Can she trust him without fear of deceit and betrayal on his part? As proof and sincere help, he first offered to deal with Trav Van Gien's bloodline, verifying her agreement to this cooperation. Since he is so adamant, she will agree, hoping for his help and support in this difficult case, showing her willingness to cooperate. The Weed family has a difficult relationship with the Jian family, so she offered a good luck drink to ease the tension and establish communication, showing a diplomatic approach. The protagonist drank it all down, His determination and confidence was evident to all who watched this moment, and his actions, commanding respect from those present. Once the matter with them is resolved, he will ask her to remember what they agreed to in order to cement their arrangement and plan, emphasizing the importance of their agreement. The elder noticed that the lord had returned, his presence commanding the respect and attention of all gathered around him, awaiting new instructions and decisions. The protagonist held some sort of flower in his hand. His find sparked the interest of everyone watching his actions and movements. He said it was nothing, he just noticed that the scent of herbs and colorless flowers were missing here and decided to borrow them for himself, explaining his act. Then, unclear for what purpose, he began to use his power. His actions were mysterious and drew the attention of everyone present around him, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. Climbing up these flowers right across the windowsill he made. Their growth was unusual and looked like part of a magical ritual or spell, evoking admiration. They could only assume he was making a pill. His actions were precise and purposeful, showing his skill in alchemy. Without a pill furnace, the medicine might harm him, but he was confident in his abilities and skills, continuing the process calmly and methodically. Every time the gentleman takes on a task, it is frightening to the point of goosebumps. His strength and confidence inspiring awe and respect in those around him, confirming his reputation. After a while, the protagonist announced that everything was ready, his words causing excitement and anticipation in everyone gathered around him, anticipating the outcome. Someone has heard that if the making is successful, the pill exudes a scent of freshness in all directions, filling the air with a pleasant smell and energy, creating a sense of magic. Xia Bing asked the master for permission to view the pill. Her request was respectful and courteous, showing her interest and admiration for the craftsmanship. She looked at the pill carefully at this moment, her eyes full of curiosity and admiration at the skill and quality she saw, confirming her respect. She then gave it to the protagonist. Her movements were careful and respectful, showing her trust and recognition of his skill and strength, strengthening their relationship. The wine was strong. A boon it did not affect the insides. His words were soothing, relieving the tension and doubts of the people present, assuring them of their safety. The girl's knowledge of medicines was better among them. Let her say whether the gentleman had successfully manufactured the pill. Her opinion was important to all present. She fears that only his grandfather is in a position to judge the result, as his knowledge and experience surpasses all other masters in the field, raising doubts about her competence. He asked if she was joking. After all, Grandpa was an elder of the grass people and the first pill-making mentor in the entire southern border. What was so amazing about his expertise? A pill made by a gentleman contains incredible effects. If done perfectly, there should be no smell, for a pill without fragrance is a superior commodity, emphasizing its quality. They couldn't understand if it was normal that he had no equal anywhere. His skills and prowess caused admiration and bewilderment at the same time, astonishing everyone present. He told the Skywoman that they had more business to attend to and it was time for them to say goodbye. His words were decisive and peremptory, hinting at urgency. The Wine Celestial asked if there was anything strange, and the protagonist left. She was answered in the negative, assuring her that everything was normal. It was suspicious, because he drank life one afternoon, which should have slowed his circulation and caused pain. But he walked away as if nothing had happened. Before he made the pill, used colorless flowers and fragrant herbs for it, ate it and walked away, leaving everyone puzzled. The Celestial couldn't understand how he knew the way to sober up after living one day at a time. His knowledge and skills surprised everyone around him. They asked their sister if they should send people to watch him to prevent him from possibly revealing their secrets, but she said there was no need, for he would still come on his own. The father heard about his daughter's victory. Not only did she get the tripod, but also the sword, which was a significant achievement for their clan and the whole family. She owes the result to the help of the people and the protagonist. Their combined efforts led to a success that brought them great benefit and recognition. The man said, "Enough talking," and asked where the tripod was. His words were direct and demanding, showing his impatience. The protagonist said they could take him, as he had served his. His offer was generous and magnanimous, surprising everyone. Xia said that this time the girl really did him a favor. Her help was valuable and invaluable in this situation. She realized that he wanted to disturb the Lord. Her intuition told her of the man's intentions, which were clearly visible. She then said that the protagonist's work was over for now and he could go. Her words were final and non-negotiable. But at that moment, the man stopped him decisively, causing surprise and tension among everyone here with his unexpected actions. The girl said gratefully that he had completed the task and could leave, handing him the sword, a symbol of their cooperation and help to each other. The man could not understand how the girl dared to make such decisions, for the tripod was in their possession despite her being of a different clan. The girl asked anxiously what the consequences would be if she refused to hand over the sword, breaking her father's will and causing discord among those present. The man was interested to learn from his interlocutor how his brother had raised such a confident and determined individual as his niece. He insisted that the girl must hand over the sword immediately, warning of possible trouble for everyone if she resisted. But the girl remained confident in her words and actions, resolutely refusing to obey her father despite his insistence and threats. Then, in a fit of rage and anger, he struck her and demanded that she give him what he wanted so badly. But the girl continued to evade answering, claiming that the sword belonged to the protagonist and could not be given to anyone else, not even on her father's orders. Her father, infuriated, asked her how she dared to be stubborn and resist his will despite his best efforts. It was at this point that the protagonist intervened and prevented the father from hitting his daughter, protecting her from possible violence and rudeness. The man called the protagonist a cheeky man and asked him if he really chose to interfere with him in this important and intense moment. The protagonist asked the man with a challenge in his voice what would happen if even so, and how it could end for everyone involved in the situation. After this unexpected turn of events, it seemed as if the man seemed to start running away, though his intentions remained unclear and unpredictable. But right at that very moment, the man tripped and fell straight to the floor, losing his balance and causing confusion for everyone present. The man looked around and ordered his men to stop them and declared that no one would be able to leave this place today, no matter what. The girl, realizing the danger, told the protagonist to leave and she would stay here to cover for him and buy time. But it is better to die than to stay here alone, she said, asking him if she was willing to go with him and take the risk together. The girl did not hesitate to respond positively to his proposal, showing determination and willingness to follow him in spite of all difficulties. The man, distraught with rage, said it wasn't a game and warned them not to even think of escaping, or the consequences would be dire. It wouldn't take a weapon to handle her, he said, alluding to his confidence in his strength and ability to control the situation. But the man was confused, not understanding what was going on or why the tripod suddenly answered his call, raising even more questions. At this moment, the tripod began to feel as if it was bursting from within. They couldn't know what to think about what was happening. After all, the tripod was considered his family's greatest treasure, and damaging it was unthinkable. He said he could even smash the tripod with his last breath if he was confident in his ability to take it away from his opponent. Let him try. How he does it, he wondered, if the tripod had recognized him as the master and was now ready to obey his will and orders. The protagonist told the girl not to apologize and asked if the tripod was really in her possession, or his now. All his plans were beginning to come to fruition, but he realized that the real difficulties were yet to come, and he needed to prepare for new trials and dangers. Jian Jing from the Jian clan arrived, inviting master, mistress, and everyone else to become guests of their clan, offering them their hospitality. The protagonist suspiciously asked who exactly this invitation was coming from, eager to find out what intentions lay behind the gesture. Jian Jing calmly replied that the invitation came from the claymore, which caused the protagonist to have even more questions and suspicions. The protagonist, after a bark of deliberation, agreed and said that they would accept the invitation and visit the Jian clan despite the risks. He was unexpectedly quite friendly and immediately agreed, much to the surprise of everyone present who had not expected such a reaction. Claymore, the head of the Jian family, had two sons, exceptionally gifted and talented, who became the foundation for their family's prosperity and fame. They were greeted and asked to enter the ship, where they were expected to continue important negotiations that could resolve many issues and strengthen their alliance. The girl anxiously remarked that it was dangerous, but they had decided to take this step for a common goal and the hope of a better future for all. He noticed that everyone was in good health, and it added to his confidence that they had made the right decision in risking their lives for the cause. They have already forgotten about their relative's recent death and continue to talk quietly. With this approach, a good future and prosperity awaits him for their clan. His father had invited him, hoping he would return the sword to their kind, an important step toward restoring the justice and honor that was so desperately needed. Nothing will cause their kind to use force to take away this sword, for they value peace and justice above all else and try to keep the peace. True to form, they are talkative people, and his father had invited them for a fair exchange to settle the matter peacefully, without conflict or unnecessary quarrels. Xia Bing had heard people say that Jian Qian was in power of the Jian family, but shouldn't the elder be in charge and make important decisions? Rumor has it that after the death of his youngest son, he did not stop reclusive for 10 years, while others are sure that he went mad and lost his strength. If he cared about his eldest son, he wouldn't have killed everyone who was related to him by blood with such cruelty. Did Ling Shen die by accident? How could the head of the family be dead to his own son? And what secrets are hidden behind this tragic and mysterious event? The girl began to tell that once long ago, there were events that forever changed the fate of their family and each of its members, leaving a deep mark in history. The main character continued the story, mentioning that 30 years ago, the head of the main branch was just beginning to seal the Sword of Claymore, but a madman intervened and disrupted all plans. No one had heard that he had a daughter, who must now be in her 50s or 60s if she had remained alive today. Unfortunately, he was unable to protect her from the dangers that beckoned them at every turn in this complex and cruel world full of enemies. Lin Shen exiled his daughter to protect her from the dangers that threatened her, but he himself died defending the honor and dignity of his family, leaving no heirs. It was Jian Qi who turned out to be the child that was important to him, and it was a good thing that the pact with the celestial woman also concerned the Jian bloodline and its fate. The man asked with a chuckle if a spa fight awaited them, hinting at possible conflicts and disagreements that might arise in the future and affect their relationship. The elder was sure that the Lord had already planned everything down to the smallest detail and left nothing to chance or coincidence that would guarantee success. He goes to the clan on two important matters. The first concerns the girl who belongs to Lin Shen. If justice is owed to her, then they will get along and keep the peace. The second matter concerned the four celestials with whom his 5 gods formation would be half completed, and this would give him great strength and power. The man asked in surprise if he really wanted to take away all their sacred swords from the clan, which were an important part of their heritage and a symbol of their honor. That's right, the instigators of the turmoil in the southern border, the offspring of Heavenly Mirror and Demon Emperor Anet, had injured Emperor Foe, and he had to prepare trump cards in advance. He has an even more awesome trump card, the 10,000 Buddhist Temple, but he hasn't been able to use it for 10 years, and now he'll be able to use it. Of course, his goal is the temple, and if he wants to get the Emperor, then the information about the 4 balls and 5 gods will be his pass to it. Fear such a one is to his liking, and when it comes to them, let him see that he himself is not beaten and harmed. Mingyu was glad that the Lord had returned to her, for his presence gave her strength and confidence for the future, despite all the difficulties and dangers. The protagonist noticed that she was used to waiting for him in the evenings, and it became a habit she could not change despite his frequent absences. She called him a fool and asked him who was waiting for him here, expressing her concern for his safety and the need to be more careful in his actions. He asked if Vanya was worried about seeing him at night, and added that her concern for his safety touched him despite the challenges. She worries that Jian Kai's identity will be revealed and then Jian Qian will not spare her, which will create more problems and complicate their situation. Her worries are valid, because he won't be nice to her tomorrow. They'll probably think of something, but he'll have an answer for every plan they have. Of course, Mr. Jian, after all, his trump card had pierced through 100,000 people, and now that they knew how strong he was, they would be cautious in their actions. The protagonist said, "Enough of this talk, because the moonlight is so beautiful and one should not miss the moment to enjoy it on such a calm evening." When the girl said he was heavy, he replied that it would be easier without clothes, and with a smile offered to take off all his clothes for fun. After that, they actually took off all their clothes, enjoying a moment of freedom and carefree, forgetting all the worries and dangers that surrounded them. The gentleman was informed that they had arrived at their destination, and now an important meeting awaited them, on which much in their future destiny depended. They had become much more polite compared to last time, the Wine Moon Temple, as if they were two different people with different goals and thoughts. The guy thanked the main character for saying that they had a very unremarkable house that left a lasting impression on him with its beauty. Enough is the meter, not with them both men, soft-heartedness men do not color, and his words sounded like a reproach to them, leaving a mark. The guy asked the girl if he had ever met someone from her background before, which gave him a sense of déjà vu and anxiety. Something made him uncomfortable about this girl, and he couldn't figure out what the reason was, but the feeling of unease didn't leave him the whole time. He knows it's important, because she survived the whole ordeal that way and now she could be the key to solving many of the problems that have surrounded them. He told them to stand still, for it was the order of the head of the clan, and because of the recent disturbances, all guests needed to go through the side gate. The protagonist stated that he would not enter through the side entrance, as it was demeaning to him and his position, and demanded respect for himself. Lunlin became furious and asked if this was how a guest was treated, expressing his displeasure and bewilderment at such treatment, which seemed inappropriate to him. Liu Cheng asked the Lord to let him cut them into pieces, but the protagonist stopped him, urging restraint and respect for the orders of the head of the clan. He asked to temper his anger. After all, it was Grandpa's order, and why don't they listen? Naturally, they only want to scare the guests a little. The protagonist agreed that it is necessary to keep calm and respect traditions, because it will help to avoid unnecessary conflicts and keep peace between the clans, which is important nowadays. The protagonist told him not to talk nonsense, because it's a ban at the main entrance, and it can't be circumvented by mere words or requests. It is the chapter's ban. Only relatives can pass, and with it one can shield themselves from strangers who do not belong to their clan and have no right. If someone does get through, they will not leave through this gate, because it is protected by the magic of the clan, and no one can cheat it and leave unnoticed. It was the order of the head of the clan, and there is nothing they can do about it, for it is their duty to honor the traditions and laws that have existed for centuries. Since he's of the Jian bloodline, he'll go through the main entrance, reminding them that if they don't have Jian blood flowing in them, the ban won't let them through no matter how hard they try. The main character told the girl to go ahead and ignore what others say, because they know they are right and they are not going to break the rules. The guy stopped them and said that his relatives would go through first to prove that there was no trap at the entrance and that they could indeed pass. He began to approach the Ben and Tas, showing his confidence and strength, proving that he really belonged to the clan and had the right to pass. At this moment, the sword rose into the air and let him through, showing that he was indeed a pureblood and deserved the right to pass through the main entrance. With the purest blood of the bloodline flowing in them, the sword flew very high, about 4 meters, showing the strength and purity of their blood, which amazed everyone present. It was a pity that Jian Xuan muzzled. It was said that his sword rose higher than 1 meter, and it was a sign of his great strength and power. Since the protagonist refuses to go through the side gate, they can't go here, for it would go against their rules and the traditions they honor. The guy asked the main character if he was scared, because going through the main entrance is a bold and responsible step that requires courage and strength. Since that was the case, they should get acquainted, and beckon the girl over to him, showing that he wanted to make contact and learn more about each other. Of course, the girl listened to her master, because his word is law for her, and she is ready to follow him no matter what. Following his instructions, she started to pass and began to rise into the air, showing her strength and purity of blood, proving that she truly belonged to the clan and had the right to pass. She rose much higher than the lad, and this caused astonishment to all, for she showed her strength and greatness, proving her right to a place. Everyone was surprised that this was indeed the one who had survived all the trials and hardships, and now she was showing her true strength and power. The main character told the girl to try her best, because this is an important moment and she needs to show everyone who she is and what she can do. Let her show them the true face of their kind, proving her strength and power, and showing that they don't rely on her and trust in her abilities for nothing. The girl said that she understood the guy and now knew how to act in this situation so that everything would end well for everyone involved. The sword then began to rise even higher, glinting in the sun, catching the attention of everyone nearby and causing them to look up in amazement. It rose as high as 3 meters, and they couldn't understand how it was possible and who was in front of them that controlled such a power. Claymore was surprised, for he felt what was happening outside, and could not believe his eyes that what he saw was reality. He realized that the girl had returned and informed his brother that his daughter had returned after a long absence and was now here with them. Jian Ying said that those people had already come through the main gate and they should be ready to meet them honorably and without delay. Let him step in and receive guests, because Jian Pei is not reformed, and one must show determination and firmness in these circumstances. Let him kill the girl. She's been hiding for years, so no matter how pure her blood is, she can't hurt him. The guy said he was obeying orders and was willing to do whatever he was told, regardless of the possible consequences. The girl wondered how the main character would get through all the trials he would face and whether he would be able to cope. The guy said he has a plan for this and he's confident it will work out as originally planned. Piled on. But next they'll see what their end will be, and whether they can overcome all the challenges that come their way. The protagonist said that this band doesn't look secure, and it seems to him that it can be circumvented through cunning and force. After that, mastered the sword literally, and felt the power that emanated from it filling his entire body and mind. And right at that moment, the sword literally shattered into several pieces, showering everyone around with shiny shards and leaving everyone in shock. Everyone present could not understand how this happened, for the ban was set by his father, and he was known for his power and reliability. The girl was also surprised that the sword broke so easily, and she couldn't believe her eyes, for it was impossible. After that, the main character said that everyone can come in and now, they will have to find out what happens next in this mysterious story. The guy was wondering how the main character did it all, and he couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. He said he wanted to pass through the main gate, and so he did, in spite of all the obstacles and prohibitions that stood in his way. The protagonist waved his hand. The ban was gone, and that was the power that amazed everyone and made them wonder about his capabilities. Let him escort her out. Jian Qian had already waited long enough, and they must make it to the appointed time so they wouldn't be late. The guy was surprised that the main character wanted to go so easily, because it wouldn't work out that easily and he needed to be careful. The guy started telling him to hand him Zhuan Wu's sword because that was the only way he would be able to fulfill his mission and win. The guy defiantly started shouting for Jian Yin not to be so rude. After all, they were guests, although he was just in time and ready to fight. He said that he was out, and the sword belonged to his family. It couldn't be gotten by anyone else, because it was their family heirloom. He asked for the lad's forgiveness, for he was very willful, and sometimes his actions could seem rude and thoughtless. He also heard that their female relative had come. He wondered if she would have the courage to fight him and prove her strength. The protagonist decided to see how she would handle it and, if she could, endure all the trials that would befall her. At that moment someone stopped them, and everyone froze waiting to see what would happen next, and who it was to interrupt their actions. The guy said it was glorious, because today she would say goodbye to her life, and he would finally have a chance to prove his strength and get revenge. He instantly started attacking her with words to make her die, delivering swift and powerful blows with his sword, aiming for her heart. The girl was no slouch and managed to dodge this attack, showing her agility and ability to anticipate the rhythmic movements. She then decided to use Heavenly Abundance in 10 forms, which became her trump card and surprised everyone watching the battle. She then instantly began attacking her opponent, giving him no time to pause and forcing him to defend himself. The guy was skillful too, and managed to dodge her attacks with a skill and agility that surprised everyone present. After that, he started using his sword, and I attacked her with such force that the air around them literally vibrated. The girl saw the sword right in front of her eyes and managed to dodge at the last moment, avoiding the fatal blow. Liu Cheng asked if he should help her, but the protagonist said he shouldn't, believing in her strength and ability to handle herself. At that moment, the guy saw pieces of his sword right above him, realizing that his weapon had shattered into small pieces. His girlfriend then struck with her misguided attack, delivering a blow that he couldn't anticipate and repel in time. He was very much surprised that she had a third kendo boundary and said that there was just no way that could happen, because it was unbelievable. That they said that it was all an illusion from the sword that Jian Lingshan had taught her, and that she had used the trick skillfully. The girl informed him that he had lost in this battle, and must now accept his defeat and leave the battlefield with honor. Yang King's disciple had surpassed her very quickly, and she wasn't afraid, for she knew that he couldn't catch up with her in skill and strength. Jian Yin met such a master, but did not recognize her, and so he did not learn slaughtering, although the master apologized for it. The girl said the guy could go, and he thanked her for it, recognizing her strength and his defeat with dignity. The guy and the girl understood each other without words, and realized that he needed to act to fix the situation and succeed. He then stood up and began to approach the girl, intending to continue the fight or discuss what had happened between them. Jian, of course, did not expect this and did not even know how to react to this unexpected turn of events that struck her. At that moment, some huge paw appeared and prevented the guy from doing what he wanted to do, stopping his movement abruptly. It was the main character, and he asked if he was bored with his life, warning him of what might happen if he continued. The guy was furious and questioned how he dared to kill him, not believing that anyone could challenge his strength and actions in this fight. The protagonist said that if he was dissatisfied, he could follow him to clear things up and settle things once and for all. Jian lost but still wants to be disgraced, and they should remember that they have the presence of fortitude, but alas, no more. They didn't even know what to say to all this and stood silently, trying to figure out how to deal with the situation so as not to lose. The protagonist said that they had overplayed their hand and it was time for them to leave, realizing that further pro-divorce would be futile and lead to disaster. He is quite perceptive, for it is rare to find so distinguished a young man in the southern border, and his skills amaze all present. At that moment some man appeared and asked what kind of family he was, trying to figure out who was in front of him and what his intentions were. The protagonist said that this is a very boring question and he doesn't feel like answering it, because something else is more important right now. The man noticed Chuan Wu's sword and realized that since he could control it, was it possible that he came from their bloodline, and it made him feel uneasy. Kinship with them was not to his liking, and he could not bear the thought, despite all the possible benefits of such a union. Everyone was telling Claymore to kill this man, for he was defaming their clan, and such behavior was unacceptable for a member of their family. But let them not cry out. There is no room for foolish actions in labor, and one must act prudently to avoid hurting themselves. Let him say on what terms he could return the sword, for this man is no ordinary man, but he himself risks paying for his actions. He'll tell you in confidence that his father hasn't come out of reclusiveness in 10 years, and now he runs the family, making all the important decisions. Some guy gets in the way of the protagonist and asks if he came just to see them, and now he wants to leave without explaining himself. The man asked if they could be dealt with, but the protagonist said no, for he was a prudent man and did not want to shed blood in vain. He then asked if they had the skill to stop him and looked at them defiantly, waiting for their response and action. At that moment, something inexplicable appeared above their heads, and everyone froze in anticipation, not realizing what this phenomenon was or what it would bring. And then this inexplicable presented their minds to all of them, making them feel fear and trembling before the unknown force they faced. Those present could not understand what it was and felt helpless before this mysterious and frightening entity that surrounded them. The man asked if this was Chuan Wu's true form, and the protagonist replied that it was only a part of his power not fully revealed. The protagonist asked who else wanted to get in his way and looked at everyone present, ready for any development. One man asked if he had come to meet him, for such power and confidence could not be accidental in this place. The protagonist replied that he would visit him when the time came, but in the meantime he had other things that needed attention. The man became nervous and realized that things were going badly, because the protagonist turned out to be much stronger and more determined than he had anticipated. The protagonist asked who wanted to fight, stating that he would fight to the end and would not back down despite all obstacles and threats. He promised that tomorrow morning the head would come out to meet with him and they could address all the issues they had accumulated. He asked Jian Jing to take the guests to the temporary lodging at the Shijian Pond so that they could rest and prepare for further events. The guy listened to him and asked everyone to follow him, showing the way to a place where they could stop and catch their breath a bit. Her blood is purer than her late father's. You can't let the girl live. But she's not the one to worrying about right now. It's the protagonist who should expect the most trouble. He has strength and confidence and a plan that is not to be trifled with, and they should be ready for any move he makes. He asked if the main character knew why he settled them by the pond, because this place is not chosen randomly and has its own special energy. The pond has its own natural sword energy that they won't feel even if they set up a formation around it, let it step on and kill them even if the moon winds judge it. Now that they have come to the holy land of the clan, they must be prepared for whatever trials await them, for it is not an easy place. This pond is full of their warriors who died in past eras, and as a child he often took her here to look at them and learn their stories. And she knows that beneath all the houses within 10 kilometers around the pond is a formation of 4 sacred swords protecting the place. The girl couldn't understand how he knew that, But that wasn't what mattered. It was that with her help they wanted to kill them and succeed. The girl was the key to their survival, and she was very surprised that she was the one who turned out to be the most important element in their plan. Xuan Wu's sword is the eyes of the formation, and since her blood is purer, she can use it to control the formation, directing its power wherever she wants. He would pass on the art of wielding the sword to her, and tonight she would need to kill Jian Peng, in which the sword would completely obey and help her. The girl, of course, did not argue with the guy. She was in agreement and ready to follow his instructions to achieve a common goal. Then they both sat down to meditate, focusing on their thoughts and powers, preparing for the important and decisive moment of their mission. The protagonist began to use his power, channeling it to help the girl prepare for the upcoming battle. Then he said they were starting, and everyone around them felt their energy and intentions merge together to create something greater. The girl felt some strange feeling, as if she was being pierced by all the inner meridians and becoming stronger and more confident in her abilities. Master helped her rebirth and she will never forget it, realizing what a big role he played in her life and development. When she becomes the head of the clan, he hopes she will lend him the sacred sword's formation for a while so he can use her power. It was unlikely that she could become her, but if she did, she would be sure to honor his request, grateful for all he had done for her. The protagonist stated that what was happening seemed glorious and gave him a sense of fulfillment despite all the difficulties that arose during their adventures and struggles. He explained that she needed to come to the designated location where the center of the formation was located, which she would have to activate upon arrival in order to continue the mission. That there was a question about what he would do himself, and the hero said he planned to delay Jian Peng, giving her time to complete the task. At this critical moment, someone ducked to allow the protagonist and Jian Qi to go out and fight the rhythmic. The man asked if he was prepared to die in an attempt to intimidate his opponent and instill in him a sense of fear of combat. The protagonist told the girl to push on faster and not stop in order to fulfill their plan and succeed in this difficult situation. He asked what was wrong and tried to see if his grandfather had come out to help or stop them on this important mission. The old man's position had long since lost importance, and his name was but a shadow of its former greatness, but the future of their family depended on him. The protagonist then began to use his power, gathering all his abilities and energy to succeed in this important battle. This formation was incredibly powerful, surpassing all the apartments he knew, and represented the destructive force the hero had trained them to be. The formation was top-notch, although the realization through the Qing Lunsor was too weak and could not reach its full potential. The man was confident that he could defeat him with a single heel strike, which showed his self-confidence and high estimation of his capabilities. Xia Bing then decided to help the protagonist by utilizing her power and combining their abilities to achieve common success. At that moment, all the students bowed in reverence, realizing the greatness of what was happening and the power of their mentors leading them to victory. The place was full of people, and the protagonist was perplexed as to how he had the nerve to claim that he could manage on his own, without help. The protagonist stated that it didn't matter, because no one here could save themselves, and he was ready to fight to the end. He didn't care what form the outcome would take, as long as he achieved victory, and he raised the formation, aiming it at his enemies. After that, he focused all his power on the protagonist, trying to destroy him and end this dangerous battle. The man couldn't figure out who exactly was standing in front of him, causing him to feel a sense of uncertainty and anxiety before the unknown seer. In the distance he spotted a girl who was preventing him from carrying out his plan and jeopardizing all his efforts. It was Jian Qi, claiming that he had hoped to harm her master, and now she was willing to fight him. Though she can wield a sword, its form proved too ingenious to stop her, and she continued the fight. He then wished with all his heart for her death, hoping thus to eliminate the threat and continue his plan. The elder immediately began to worrying about the girl, realizing the gravity of the situation and the danger she was in. The protagonist reassured them, telling them not to panic, because he believed in her abilities and fortitude. The girl then summoned a powerful sword creature, displaying her power and surprising everyone present. The man couldn't understand how this was even possible, and his surprise only added to his confusion and anxiety. The girl ordered the holy swords to present themselves, summoning all her strength and preparing for the final battle with the enemy. She informed Jian Peng that it was time to pay his debts and that he would not escape just retribution for his actions. And after that, she used her power again, showing her determination and willingness to go all the way for victory. His formation suddenly spiraled out of control, losing stability and destroying everything around him, leaving him with no way to control the situation or defend himself against new threats, making his situation worse. And after that, his sword finally shattered, leaving him unarmed and vulnerable, greatly weakening his combat capabilities and jeopardizing his life in this battle. The girl then used her sword technique and aimed it straight at the rhythmic, striking him with incredible accuracy and delivering a crushing blow, weakening his strength. Then all the people around fainted, unable to withstand the power and tension of what was happening, which created chaos and gave the girl an advantage for further action. The girl was so exhausted that she couldn't fight her thoughts and feelings, feeling very tired, hungry and weak after all the ordeal. After that, she began to fall from the sky, exhausted and depleted, unable to stay on her feet, making her completely defenseless and vulnerable. The protagonist, of course, grabbed her just in time at that moment, saving her from falling and further damage, showing his care and eagerness to protect her. The girl told her master that she had accomplished the task, expressing her joy and relief at her success in this dangerous mission. The main character praised her, telling her to get some rest, because she really did a good job and deserved a well-deserved rest after all the trials. He then informed her that he already had to go and said his goodbyes, leaving her to rest and recuperate after a difficult and grueling battle. The man then arrived at the scene, looking carefully around and trying to understand exactly what had happened in order to better assess the situation and its consequences. He said that the curse was very strong and rage rose, for Pan had not been killed, and now he must avenge it all. He ordered that the area be sealed off and that all participants be brought to him to deal with them and punish them for what had happened, showing his determination. He heard a bell ringing and realized that the premises had been locked by an elder who was probably trying to escape danger or avoid confrontation. He had fooled everyone, as his real target was that old geezer who was lurking nearby and watching, waiting for the moment. As it turned out, the ringing of the bell was instigated by the protagonist, who used it to create a distraction and create panic among the enemies. The girl asked why he was ringing the bells, and then he asked her to put her hand on the notch on the gates to activate the mechanism. The girl, of course, did not argue with the master, trusting him completely and following his instructions, for she trusted in his wisdom and experience. The protagonist said they were coming and they must go inside to continue their journey and complete the rest of their important mission. Once inside, they saw nothing so far except some obscure shadow in front of them, making them uneasy and wary. They saw the elder and asked Jian-Chi if she knew him, trying to figure out who this person was and what role he played. The girl, with tears in her eyes, said the word grandfather, realizing that her long-lost relative she had been searching for was standing before her. The man couldn't believe it was true and was stunned to realize that he had actually found his own granddaughter after all these years. He was incredibly happy that she was still alive, and his heart was filled with joy and relief after years of searching and waiting. When he asked who was beside her, the protagonist introduced himself and said that he had come to return the Xuanwu sword to the Jian family, fulfilling his promise. At this time, a man arrived, starting to shout that since father had woken up, it was time to discuss the succession to the throne, even though it was still early. The father did not listen to his son and was engrossed in a conversation with the girl, ignoring all other questions and requests related to the throne and inheritance. The son indignantly asked if he was deaf because he couldn't wait another 10 years and demanded attention to his words and plans for the throne. Zia then appeared and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and called him an old friend, expressing his surprise and joy at seeing him. The man was surprised, calling it a miracle, for Zia had come to see him, and he himself could not believe such a fortunate coincidence of circumstances. Zia Bing couldn't understand why her uncle had come to this place and what he was going to do, for his appearance raised many questions. He explained that he had come for the Buddha's Trinachik, which was an ancient artifact of immense power that he needed to accomplish his goals and mission. The girl asked if he was afraid that the Lord would simply destroy the artifact, for its power could be unpredictable and destructive in such situations. There are no other people in this place, so he wouldn't be averse to taking a chance and getting a trinostic, despite the possible consequences. The man asked him to side with him, promising to guarantee him a good position and support in the future if he agreed to help. Now Tanya understood what this was all about, realizing that all these events had to do with finding and protecting the Buddha's trinitial, which possessed tremendous power. The protagonist asked what would happen if he refused the offer and what would be the consequences of his refusal in this difficult situation. The man admired his abilities, warned him that if he refused, he would not leave alive, threatening him with reprisals for disobedience. He sees that Qian has decided to finish him off today, realizing that this might be his last battle and a chance to save himself. Grandpa asked the girl who was stronger, her or Jian Peng, and she replied that he had already fallen under her sword. Grandfather was greatly surprised that Jian Peng had died, for he had thought he was quite powerful and had not imagined that it was possible. She explained that he wanted to kill her with the formation and she had no choice but to defend herself and attack. The man became furious, and her father rebelled against them, claiming that she had killed Tan, and now she must die for it. Of course, the grandfather would not allow his granddaughter to be destroyed so easily, and he stood firmly in her defense, showing his determination. After that, her grandfather began to defend her with all his might, using all his skills and experience to repel the attacks and save her life. The man was furious, realizing that there was no way the old man was giving up and dying, continuing to fight and protect his granddaughter from his enemies. He asked her to tell him the truth, asking if Pan had really tried to kill her, and she replied that he had not only wanted to kill her, but the master as well. After that, the old man was silent, thinking over what he had heard, realizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to make the right decision in this difficult situation. Jian Qian raised his son to be even more cruel than he was, leading to tragic consequences and many conflicts between the two. He began to tell the old man that this girl and her father had committed a terrible crime, and asked why he was protecting them in spite of it. The protagonist couldn't understand what crimes he was talking about and asked if he knew about Jian Linshan's death or not. The man believed that the protagonist was an arrogant man who did not realize the seriousness of the situation and the possible consequences of his words and actions in this conflict. The protagonist reported that Jian Qian was not a prodigy for Jian Linshan, and that he was not strong enough to defeat him. In fact, Jian Linshan died from a poisonous plant of a genus of herbs called colorless blood cinnabar, which was unexpected and tragic. The man ordered him to close the kin, not wanting to hear any more explanations or excuses, trying to maintain control of the situation. Qian was also furious upon hearing these words and could not accept such a truth that undermined his authority and plans. He said that the elder understood everything better than anyone else, and that Jian Qian was his only hope. But now the girl with her pure blood had more reason to become the head of the clan. Grandpa decided to ask if it was true that her blood was purer than her father's, and it turned out to be completely true, which boosted his confidence. He was very happy that his clan had a worthy heir, able to continue the tradition and protect their future despite all the difficulties. But the old man already had one foot in the grave. He couldn't stand firm on his decision, and it was time for them to act without delay. The protagonist noticed that the enemies still hadn't escaped despite what was happening, and decided to find out why they were so sure to stay put at this critical moment. He wondered why on earth they were all sure they would survive, for today they were all facing imminent death and the ultimate end. Dastropi's son, gifted by nature, chose the path of violence, killing his brother and wanting to harm his daughter, so he deserves to die, for their kind is not for weeds. After that, the old man became furious and decided to act immediately, using all his strength and abilities to deal with his enemies and protect his loved ones. He couldn't figure out when the old man would die, and he was crazy to think that he was still alive and resisting. Right at that moment, he received a strong blow to his chest, which made him retreat and realized the seriousness of what was happening around him. The man stated that he did not wish to interfere in the personal affairs of their kind, considering it not his concern and preferring to stay out of conflicts. He was furious, realizing that his partner had betrayed him, breaking all agreements and setting him up to be attacked by his enemies at a critical moment. He then asked his father to have mercy on him, hoping for his mercy and forgiveness despite all the mistakes and betrayal he had committed. Anyone who takes part in the takeover will die for the good of the girl, so he must die so she can live safely. And after that, the father killed his son, showing his determination and willingness to protect the clan despite all feelings and family ties. Then he sighed heavily and looked up, realizing that he had committed a terrible but necessary act for the sake of the future of his kind. The protagonist said that there was no need to grieve, for now that he had pulled the weed, the genus would blossom even more beautifully and powerfully. The old man then felt unbearable pain and started coughing up blood, which caused anxiety to everyone present, making them worrying for his life. Those present immediately began asking the elder what was wrong with him, trying to understand how he could be helped and what had caused this sudden illness. An illness caused by years of anxiety and tension is difficult to cure, so he asked if they had any medication that could help him recover. The protagonist thought that Claymore's confidants must have the necessary medicine, and decided to try to get it for the elder. The protagonist then activated the 2 rings, using their power to concoct the necessary medicine and trying to find a way to help the elder. He looked closely at the ingredients and said it wasn't bad, praising the quality and effectiveness of the ingredients he used for the cure. People started asking what he was doing. After all, it belonged to their clan, and they didn't understand why he was using their resources without permission. But the protagonist explained that he was treating an elder, and his actions were to save his life, not for personal gain or self-interest. They were amazed that he does everything with his bare hands, without the use of special instruments, showing incredible skill and knowledge in the art of healing. The protagonist said that he was just a bit of an expert at making medicine, and asked the girl to give the pill to her grandfather to help him get better. They have more to do, and he suggested that the girl stay with her grandfather while they attend to their tasks and important matters. The protagonist was trying to figure out which rings were being talked about, because he didn't know about the significance of these items and their importance to the Jian family. He said that the rings belonged to the Jian family, and of course he would give them to them, not wanting to create conflict or violate their rights. They were surprised that he handed over the rings so easily, showing respect and willingness to cooperate despite all the difficulties and tensions. The gentleman was told that he had made a big score, for these rings were of great value and importance to the Jian family, and now it would not go unnoticed. Such an event is unlikely to go unnoticed, and many will discuss his act, which may lead to new conflicts and problems in the future. The Jian clan had already learned that Jian Peng and Jian Qian were dead, and began to suspect that it was the main character's doing, though he didn't confess. The Trav clan had also learned of the events and were unsure if they could handle the Predivniks, believing that the advantage was now on their side. The Moonwind clans have learned this too, and they like to see the men actively working to maintain order and safety in these trying times. At this time, the main character came somewhere and just stood there, waiting for further instructions and trying not to attract too much attention from others. He told someone to come in, showing his willingness to meet and discuss any necessary matters that needed immediate attention. It was a girl who said her grandfather wanted to see him and discuss important matters concerning the future of their family. She asked if the protagonist would refuse to talk to the respected old man, because he had important issues to deal with. The protagonist told the man to pass, expressing his respect and willingness for a conversation that could bring clarity to the current situation. His pills turned out to be a miraculous medicine. He had done a favor to the clan, but the question of how he could be thanked and asked him to pass on the information about the four holy swords. He agreed to do it, but wanted to know why the protagonist needed this information, because it was of great value and importance. 33 years ago, Emperor Fo ordered the gravedigger and the people of the southern deserts to collect the bodies of people who die no more than 47 days ago, but this is not true. In fact, he was injured, and meanwhile someone was spreading false rumors, creating panic and distrust among people to undermine his authority. The reason why he needs information about the four holy swords has to do with the emperor, because there are big changes happening in the southern border and he needs trump cards. His pills have eased his ailment, but no more than that. He fears he will not be able to take part in the events to come, so he asks for help. The protagonist said he understood everything and would do as the man asked, showing a willingness to cooperate and support in a difficult situation. He passed down the art of the four holy swords to him, promising that if he needed help, he could create the right information to use them. The protagonist told him not to worry, because he wasn't interested in information about the four swords, but information about divine Nath. The man was deeply surprised to learn that this information had been lost by his ancestors centuries ago, and the protagonist was able to recreate it. He studied it casually, though he has more business with the Weed family, but he can't tell that he lived one day like 100,000 years. They were informed that the main character had used the contents of Claymore's rings, and the elder decided to demand it back to get justice. The old man became furious and told the guy to get out of his sight, showing his displeasure and dislike for what was happening. The guy then flew right back into the wall beside him, feeling the full force of the old man's anger and realizing the seriousness of the situation. The old man asked him if he could see how the protagonist would give his life, not like some stock in rings, by showing determination. After that, the boy understood everything and decided not to argue with him anymore. Realizing his mistake and willing to follow the elder's instructions, Xia Bing thanked the protagonist for remembering her grandfather's illness, realizing that he couldn't turn a blind eye to his ailment. The girl told him to be careful with his words, for every word could have great meaning and consequences for all of them. The protagonist asked what the big deal was, and she wouldn't want any misunderstandings or conflicts to arise over misunderstandings and misspoken words. She asked the lord where he would go next, for they needed to know his plans and be prepared for any surprises. He said she had come without her grandfather, and it appeared that she had eluded him by being independent and courageous in her actions. The girl begged the lord to take her with him, expressing her desire to be near him and to participate in his affairs in spite of all dangers. The protagonist said that she needs to be with her family now, as they need her support and help in times of need. The girl was determined to follow him. She saw the protagonist moving away, heading towards the upcoming trials. Her heart was filled with determination and anxious anticipation. The protagonist explained that he had a lot on his plate, and now it was time for her father, the departed head of the family, to take his place. It was her destiny. She asked him to promise to return when she became a chapter. This promise was an important symbol for her of the future and of her faith in herself. The protagonist asked her not to worry about him and to be careful. His words sounded like a caring reminder of the dangers ahead. Xia Bing didn't answer her questions, maintaining her determination to follow them. Her silence spoke of her readiness for the trials and dangers ahead. The upcoming visit to the Rod of Traum foreshadowed difficulties. The protagonist had a difficult path to travel and serious obstacles to overcome. The girl offered to go there herself. Her determination and willingness to take responsibility impressed those around her. The elders turned to the protagonist, clarifying what was required of them. They were ready to follow his instructions and take responsibility for their actions. They were ordered to change their clothes, take a pass, and act as elders of the Jian family. They carried out the order with seriousness and willingness. Everyone understood his instructions and assured him that everything would be done correctly. Their determination and dedication were evident. At this moment, someone approached the protagonist and asked him to show him that he had come. It was Ling Zhu, the new demon lord of the divine heavenly mirror. Ling Zhu asked long since he had been noticed. His arrival caused alarm and bewilderment among those present. Then he approached and asked if the hero was ready for his death. His words sounded like a challenge and a threat. The protagonist replied that he wasn't strong enough yet, but admitted that Ling Zhu was intimidating him. His determination remained unchanged. All was true, but they would meet again when the hero was stronger. His readiness for future trials and struggles did not falter. After that, Ling Zhu disappeared from the protagonist's sight. His sudden disappearance left many questions and mysteries. The protagonist found it entertaining. Meeting Ling Zhu was an important point in his life and adventures. The girl noticed the enemy approaching and warned of a gentleman in danger. Her anxious gaze was fixed on his welfare. She stepped closer to make sure the lord was alright, her heart filled with worrying and anxiety. The protagonist calmed her down, assuring her that he was fine. His determination and calmness were evident. This creature, united with the spirit of the demon lord of the divine heavenly mirror, was a serious threat. Its power and influence were awe-inspiring and respected. It was stronger than the seventh demon emperor, able to wound the protagonist. Its strength and skill left no doubt about its danger. The protagonist answered his challenge and began to form a defense strategy. His actions were aimed at preparing for the upcoming fight. The master surpassed himself, growing even stronger. His will and strength grew with each passing moment. This fact amazed them. They couldn't believe that their friend had become even more powerful. Their amazement and anxiety only increased. After a while, the protagonist sighed heavily. His fatigue was evident, but his determination remained unbreakable. He has climbed to the sixth step of the Circle of Thieves milestone, 2 steps at a time. a worthy progression in his training. The main character pondered why the others were so far behind. His thoughts were directed toward future challenges and trials. But didn't he push them forward? The protagonist apologized for that and reminded them that Rod Trav was very close. The girl noticed the enemy attacking and warned of a lure in danger. Her anxious words sounded like a call to action. They head toward Xia, like eager travelers seeking the inevitable meeting that will determine their fates and unfold a new chapter of their journey. Jian Linian's murder case had been solved. The head of the Jian clan might want to raise a rebellion, urgently carrying out the plan. Xia Zhan, a lowlife who is not a hindrance to them. However, with the help of Xia Bing and the protagonist, it will be difficult to cope. The bow is a miracle. If she insists on meeting him, then let them finish him off on the spot. The guy asked for a report and said that Miss Xia and the hero clone had arrived, ready for the next step in their fateful game. The man said there was no way out and they should not meet him. They knew their forces were not equal and it was inevitable. He asked if he had the courage to come to his ancestral grasses, knowing that even though they were glad to meet, they were ready to fight one-on-one. He and Jian can't be defeated, as they're already talking about. The battle is inevitable, and each of them knows that it might end. The man shouted no arguments, let them capture the protagonist to settle this matter for good. With that, the guards immediately began to approach the lad, ready to carry out the order and make sure it was obeyed. The elders then began to introduce themselves by name, solidifying their position and showing their loyalty to the clan. They came a visit from the Jian family, not letting anyone doubt their intentions and strength. But let them not laugh. How could they be elders when 2 days ago, they were mere hired bodyguards? Well, let him see for himself the true face of his opponents and decide what to do next. The guy caught the thing that held the girl in his grasp, realizing that every action had consequences. Then an inexplicable thing began to produce, and he felt an unbearable pain piercing his whole being. No longer imprisoned by the spirit of Jian, confirming its authenticity. Someone still wants to look at their destiny and decide what to do next. Their ranks include 8 clans ready to protect their interests and bring justice to those who deserve it. They are responsible for bringing mistress home safely, knowing that their task carries responsibility and danger. The mistress came to give away the tripod symbolizing her power and influence in this world. The man said okay, if she wanted the tripod back, her guilt was atoned for, realizing that every step had a price. The man ordered the guy to summon all the elders and Quan Chen, preparing to create a hardtail that would change everything. After some time, the man began creating this pill, knowing that every ingredient was important to the success of their venture. Most importantly, asked the girl if she was dissatisfied, realizing that any change had its consequences. Let her take her time, knowing that the challenges are just beginning and each step must be weighed. 2 hours later, the pill is ready, its odor wafting to the nose, reminding them of the purpose and meaning of their efforts. Xia Zhan felt much better, realizing that every action was bringing them closer to their goal and changing the world. The girl congratulated her grandfather on his recovery, knowing that every word mattered and affected their fates. He told the girl that she was gaunt, realizing that time is inexorable and every moment is important. Xia Bing almost lost the tripod, part of the moon, but Quan Chen helped retrieve it, realizing that strength and solidarity were important for success. Her father asked the girl if there was any truth in her uncle's words, knowing that the truth can change everything and every choice has consequences. The chief asked Tuglava if he was sure he was cured, realizing that his death was standing very close to him. It was important to make sure that the treatment was indeed effective and safe. He introduced the protagonist as the person who conspired with Xia Bing to steal the tripod. The 3 beside him and the elders of the Jian family believe that their head is involved in what happened. The man asked if it was true, doubting the veracity of the facts presented and seeking confirmation or refutation of the information he had been given about the protagonist's actions. The protagonist said that of course he told her to attack her, calling him an old geezer, confidently answering questions and justifying his actions to the audience. The girls were greatly surprised by what the main character does. They did not expect such behavior from him, and tried to understand what exactly moves him to such actions. He called him a person who blustered without feeling for herbs, expressing his indignation and condemnation of the protagonist's actions before the assembled crowd. The protagonist waited to see what would happen at that moment, waiting for events to unfold and preparing for possible actions or reactions to his words. And at that moment, he directly felt even more pain, starting to cough up blood. His condition was worsening, and he felt intense physical pain. His staff fell to the floor. He lost control of the object he was holding, and realized that his strength was beginning to leave him. He said something was wrong, feeling drowsy and lacking clarity in his thoughts. His health was deteriorating and he sensed the coming of the inevitable end. Xia Ya searched for treaties at night, trying to make sense of the complex political intrigues and negotiations that took place in the shadows of their clan. The protagonist asked him to name where they got the heart blood from, wondering about the source of the ingredients to create the necessary medicine and its origin. He said the oldest Nangong clan, pointing out the clan ties and influence that played a key role in the current situation and their decisions. The girl said she would find the heart's blood and prepare the Buddha heart pill again, promising to return with the necessary ingredient and continue the process of making the medicine. Finding her is extremely difficult, and making the medicine itself would take at least 3 hours. He doesn't have that much time. He realized that every minute was becoming critical. He appealed to the 7 elders after the death of the late one. Let them help the girl take the place of the head, calling for advice and support in difficult times. Since he was going to die, let him not give out orders, otherwise the place of the head of his herb family will not be seen, showing determination and confidence in his words. The father could not understand what his son was saying, feeling confused and uncertain about how to decipher his utterances and intentions. The protagonist asked the elders if they still had the herbs needed to make the tripod pill, wondering about resource availability and readiness for action. The blood of beasts is only used for its fire attribute features, as he thinks such a quantity will suffice. He makes assumptions about the sufficiency of the material for the purpose. Summer's blood, even diluted 1,000 times, would be in the explanations, that is, what they brought, emphasizing the value and importance of each ingredient in the creation process. They were surprised that it was a very strong blood to the heart. They wanted to create the pill as soon as possible. Their actions were aimed at maximizing efficiency and speed in completing the task. While they make it, the head will die. Let them give him herbs. They won't add them to the tripod either. Aware of the urgency and the need for every step, the protagonist began crafting the pill, focusing on the task at hand and aiming for a quick completion. All the protagonists of a very high level of drug manufacturing, their experience and skills ensured the successful completion of even the most difficult tasks. Again, in 2 hours everything was ready to go. The work was completed efficiently and without delay. The objectives achieved and the results were positive. It was colorless. He didn't think they made such medicines in the southern border, passing by his kind, revealing secrets and mysteries hidden from many. The chapter then took the pill. Following the prescriptions and recommendations, she entrusted her health and life to the results of the research and treatment. He thanked the hero and said it was no trouble for him, expressing his appreciation and gratitude for his help in a difficult situation and support. Xia Ya was inexplicably surprised afterward, meeting new circumstances and events with surprise and surprise, seeking understanding and explanation. He began to tell his father that they had misidentified him, which caused great misunderstanding and frustration among everyone present. But now he, like his son, will go to prison forever, ending his freedom and his hopes for a better future. And so it really happened after a while, which was a predictable development in their lives. Dean had been treated unfairly, not valued as he should have been, and this realization did not come immediately, but after much thought. He thanked the protagonist for saving him, and asked how he could repay him for his generosity and mercy. He clearly stated that if the southern border entered the war, he hoped that the Jian clan would support him when the time came. He is confident that his request will be heard, and is willing to stay with them for a while to share knowledge about drug creation. He had made a promise in Yaji's head, and couldn't linger as important matters demanded his attention. A while later, the protagonist headed towards the Sky Dwellers, confusedly waiting for their reaction. He asked where Yaje was and was assured that she was already waiting in the main temple, ready to meet him. The hero strode resolutely towards the temple, feeling the stares and excitement of his companions. He was now the main benefactor of the Jian and Weed clans, and she was afraid that such a powerful person might not pay attention to her. The woman called him a wonderful man, drawing attention with her sincerity and warmth of words. She then asked if he wanted to have a drink with her, trying to create an atmosphere of trust and rapprochement. It was familiar to him. 100,000 years ago, he had done a lot for her, and the memories of the past inspired him. The protagonist said he had an important matter to discuss, not wanting to be distracted from his main tasks. Let him drink 33 cups and then they can talk about what really bothers them both. He still had something important to do to strengthen his position and influence in the community. The woman couldn't understand what he was saying and asked him not to go overboard, sensing some tension in the air. The protagonist then began to display his 4 swords, symbolizing his power and experience in martial arts. She couldn't understand what he meant when he spoke of the 4 holy swords formation, anticipating their interaction on the battlefield. "Okay," he said, so she wouldn't misunderstand him. He was just warning her that he temporarily needed her help and support. She asked something interesting that had gone unnoticed by her earlier, showing an interest in new ideas and possibilities. The protagonist asked if she found it interesting as well, in an effort to keep the conversation going and build rapport. They met a second time, and he found that her behavior and character aroused in him a growing interest and admiration. Let her not play day games if she is a shy and inexperienced girl. She can express herself seductively and confidently if she feels confident. The woman didn't even know how to respond to all of this, feeling the unexpected maelstrom of events. War was imminent, and some of the 8 clans had already joined the enemy side. They needed to unite with the 4 clans to avoid death. She asked if he would like to be the head of this union, seeing potential and leadership qualities in him. The why not? The Jian and Weed genus is already under his control, making him a strong candidate for this responsible role. Lunar and Yar should hurry up. This place jars 66 lives in a single day. The other 4 types of death required the sisters to be summoned to take part in a battle with danger. The protagonist insisted that she hurry in order to meet the deadline for an important event scheduled for the next few days. The head was reported to have been invited by temple folk to attend a meeting, where not only a monkey but other unforeseen surprises were expected. In addition, the mighty monkey with a stick has appeared on the horizon, ready to strike. She and her companions now live in the Nangang southern desert. The woman argued that they could ignore the threat because they had other tasks that needed to be done soon. The protagonist hoped that he could go with her clan after the monkey to strengthen his position and support the alliance in this difficult endeavor. But Leon is confident it's worth the risk, and he'll support any effort to achieve the goal of fighting the threat. Then she urged the sisters to join them to join forces and together overcome the difficulties that might arise along the way. He agreed that his 3 friends would stay here while she made 33 days worth of wine to sustain them in the coming trials. He was so determined, and he hoped that her decision would prove to be the right one and lead to a favorable outcome of this difficult task. Not hesitating to ask which of them he trusted more, he showed his fine taste and confidence that they could overcome all difficulties. Their general position made them uneasy, but they were willing to accept the challenge and act in the interest of the common cause in spite of the difficulties. The protagonist emphasized that there was no need to pay attention to them, as they would handle their current tasks and achieve their goals on their own. The girl was puzzled how he had information about the drawings on her body, because it was her personal business and a matter of her choice. After drawing during the ceremony, Bing Feng, Chahaishu and Huyang felt their bodies begin to awaken and respond to the energy flows. Everything was going according to plan, and yet she was not making the visible progress she had expected in this important endeavor. But why did she keep quiet about it for so long, since it was so important to everyone involved in the trial? And her silence raised questions. She chose not to bother him with her questions and just keep quiet, hoping for the best and trusting in an important matter. If she gives him her trust and support, he will be able to help her in a difficult situation and find a way out. This was very important to everyone involved, and that is why the protagonist strove for excellence and nobility in his actions. He said they were moving forward, and let nothing distract them from their goal, for the success of the whole operation depended on it. When they finally entered, he asked her to undress so they could continue their business together and accomplish their goals. The girl then warned him to be careful and attentive to every step in this important process. He had thanked her for the warning, and now she could feel the spiritual energy filling her body and empowering her. He had arranged with her older sister to use the 4 kinds of death as an early reward for their cooperation in this important moment. The protagonist opened the door and insisted that they stop eavesdropping and focus on their current tasks and goals. At this moment, they were actively discussing the latest sounds and calls that were coming to them from far away. The protagonist insisted that they weren't making things up or making it up, that they were just sounds that accompanied their arrival in this world. They gladly welcomed the arriving guests to the Faux Temple, ready to offer them their cordiality and hospitality to strengthen their alliance and cooperation. People immediately welcomed the arrivals, showing cordiality and a willingness to help with any questions or difficulties they might encounter in the future. One man, and for women, the protagonist is a real creep, but he always manages to live surprisingly well and without much trouble, despite everything. Then arrived Sang, the head of the desert clan, who had heard that the young man, not from the southern border, but popular, and apparently it was himself. The guy said he shouldn't be overestimated. He relies only on stealth and nothing more. That's his biggest secret. He came here with him, the celestial of all the moon wind genera. It seems the protagonist is handsome in appearance, but empty in reality. He was horrified and warned everyone not to get into trouble, as the consequences could be serious for everyone. The celestial said she was not wrong and came to help the protagonist. For who but she knows of his power? That the guy believed that the main character was really worthless and incapable of doing anything significant. This was his firm belief. The protagonist then offered to fight one-on-one to find out who was stronger and more capable. That the guy refused, believing that he would be sneaky again and evade a fair fight, which is likely. The celestial laughed and reminded the guy of his words about the hero being worthless and unworthy of serious consideration. Then some kind of dragon appeared, which caused general surprise and wariness among those present. Everyone was tense. This was the head of the beast family named Bei Hanfen. Known for his strength and cruelty, everyone knew and feared him. He asked who this man was who was surrounded by four celestial women like flowers and why they were guarding him. The guy said he was getting stupider as he got older and his name was the main character, and asked if he'd met him before. That this was the first time he had heard of him, and asked if he was really strong or if it was just a rumor that was exaggerated. The protagonist answered him nothing and just looked at him silently, showing no emotion or signs of fear. He wondered if he dared to ignore him, but realized he was definitely in serious trouble, the outcome of which was unpredictable. After that, he summoned a fire lion and aimed it directly at the protagonist, hoping it would be enough. The celestial immediately rose to his defense and called him an impudent man, rebuking him for his insolence and rash actions against the hero. She then fended off the man's attack, showing her strength and ability to protect those in need. She continued to repel his attack, not giving up and showing her determination to fight for justice and order. But at that moment she realized that things were not going according to her plan. She had no control over the situation. Now the protagonist was left alone with the impending danger, without anyone's support or help, which was scary. After that, the main character decided to act and attack the fire lion, showing his strength and determination in battle. The head of the beast family was surprised that the guy was so strong and capable of such actions. It really shocked him. At that moment, he was shouted out that he was a dumbass and was behind him, which made him turn around and become wary. When the man turned around, he actually saw the protagonist behind him and realized that he had underestimated his abilities. The man was sure that the protagonist was not inhabited at all and he was about to receive a well-deserved punishment for his insolence. Right at that moment, the main character repelled his attack, showing his strength and ability to defend himself in any situation. The man began screaming from the pain he was experiencing, indicating the seriousness of the blow he had received. The main character said he's been playing animals for a long time, and asked if he'd like to act like a human instead of a wild animal. He then dropped the man to the ground and called him a lowlife who deserved no respect among such worthy warriors as the others. The man now realized that the boy was really strong, and that he was absolutely not to be underestimated in these kinds of combat situations. The protagonist told the man to roll out of here and not bother anyone else, because his presence here is completely inappropriate. There would always be those who wanted to beat him up, and many people still didn't believe that he had defeated Jinpei. The protagonist said he had no time for idle talk and they should go to the temple without any delay. Near the temple they were welcomed and asked to pass through, expressing respect and welcome for the guests who had arrived on this important day. Greeted, but the gate was not opened, because such matters require a special moment and considerable effort to open. The man could not stand it and decided to open the gate himself, showing his strength and determination, hoping for success in this endeavor. He sent a huge palm straight towards the gate, hoping his strength would be enough to open those ancient doors. He was very much surprised when it didn't work out at all. because it was completely unexpected by everyone. Wu-Tsang, the strongest physically, was also unable to open them, which astonished everyone and raised many questions. The head of the beasts was very much surprised, for this was beyond her comprehension and caused her to have serious doubts. We need to test their essence, for when the head taught her a few techniques, she asked to be allowed to try her hand at it. The protagonist didn't mind and told her to try her hand at it, since she had the opportunity to do it. After that, the girl cheerfully started playing around, showing off her skills and strength, trying to open the gate as soon as possible. Everyone noticed that the gate really started to open after her efforts, and it looked like she was about to pull it off. She only had a little bit left to fully open the gate, and she put even more effort into it, trying her best. The main character said that it was okay, and he would open the gate himself to help her in this difficult endeavor. After that, he started approaching the gate, showing his confidence and willingness to handle this task. The guy was furious, because again he saw the protagonist, and he thinks he can handle it himself. The man wished the gate would sew him up, showing his determination and willingness to take on any challenge. So simply by the vagaries of these words cannot be sorted out, because it requires serious effort and knowledge to understand their meaning. But after a while the main character opened the gate, showing his strength and determination in this matter. Everyone was surprised that they opened so easily, for it seemed quite impossible and unbelievable to everyone. The girl called him Master Almighty and Incredible, expressing her admiration for his abilities and strength. After that, the protagonist told everyone to pass, and no one else to linger at this ancient gate. But the guy stopped him, reminding him that 8 clans were invited to the meeting, and not everyone here had the right to do so. The girl called him shameless. After all, it was the Lord who opened the Golden Gate, and this should be recognized by everyone. But Mr. Nangong was right, and he did not mind the protagonist entering, for he had earned it with his work. The leader of the beasts joined in, leaving those who didn't belong to the 8 rows behind, excluding them from the gathering that was considered important and significant to everyone present for this event. The protagonist was enraged, but hid his rage, trying not to show with his appearance that his state of mind was completely shattered by the events that had occurred. Despite his inner emotions and worries, the girl noticed that he was awake, judging from the circumstances, and decided to demonstrate it. They may not know it, but the hero had married into their clan, thus becoming a member of the Moonwind family, making him part of their great lineage. The lad was surprised at his marriage, as he had only appeared a couple days ago and someone had already married him, causing a sense of confusion and bewilderment at what was happening. The first of the celestial women stated that their associate had agreed to the marriage, which came as a surprise to everyone present who had gathered for this important event. Then all 3 celestials also announced their agreement, adding new complexities and intrigue to this amazing story with unexpected twists and surprises. Kai was amazed to learn that 4 celestial women had married the same man, which seemed completely unbelievable and hard to believe. The 4 celestial women had indeed married one man, creating an unusual and unique situation that caused everyone present to be surprised. He became the most stubborn son-in-law in the history of the southern frontier, which emphasized his strong character and unwavering will in all circumstances. The hatchling protagonist was confused by what the girls were doing. Their actions caused him to have mixed feelings despite all his previous experiences. Everyone called him spouse and asked why he froze in place, causing him to feel confused and misunderstanding what was going on around him. The guy was furious because the protagonist was everyone's favorite, and this fact made him envious and resentful. At this moment, the same monkey was sleeping on his stick, unaware of the events happening around him that could affect his fate. At the temple, they were greeted with honors, recognizing their importance and significance for future events and meetings. He invited them to attend the gathering, emphasizing that there were certain conditions that needed to be met in order to achieve success and recognition. He did not want to mislead them, explaining that Emperor Fo had ordered a fair competition, and the winner would be able to take the stick monkey. And the winner will also get a chance to meet the Emperor, which will be the greatest honor and recognition for him. The first to decide to try his hand was a guy, showing his determination and readiness for any challenge to achieve his goal. He noticed that she was sleeping very soundly, unaware that she might be disturbed at any moment to test her reaction. He decided to simply hurt her by grabbing her tail to test her reaction and her ability to withstand a surprise attack. The monkey then instantly attacked him with its tail, showing its readiness to defend itself and its quick reaction to any threat. The man called him insignificant, emphasizing his contempt and dissatisfaction with his actions and behavior, causing him a sense of humiliation. The other man then decided to try it himself, showing his determination and confidence in his abilities despite the previous failures of others. He introduced himself and asked the monkey if she wanted to go with him, offering her new future and opportunities for development. They explained that they were in the business of animal development, asking her to let him show her exactly how this was done in practice. He offered the monkey meat, expecting it to take it, demonstrating its trustworthiness and willingness to cooperate. He then threw the meat and the monkey immediately rushed after it, showing his reaction and hunger. The monkey began eating the meat, showing his pleasure and satisfaction with the treat offered to him. He stated that the monkey had made its choice, so it would go to his kind, confirming its affection and consent. Guy disagreed, claiming that he had been lured by the use of meat, believing it to be an unfair and unjust way to achieve a result in this important contest. Den said that an animal remains an animal no matter what methods are used to attract it, emphasizing the natural instincts and behavior of animals. Another man then intervened, deciding to take part in the discussion to offer suggestions and comments on what was happening. If the monkey gets the beast genus, the stick will be his. They specialize in fighting, and even he would have a hard time getting it under these circumstances. His clan specializes in battles and their level of spiritual development is very high, so if Wukang can't move the stick, no one else can. The protagonist pondered over his strength, not understanding why the temple only invited the 4 of them, which caused him to have questions and suspicions. Because of talents, the Beast clan controls animals, the Desert clan is strong in battle and uses weapons, the Nangong clan creates magic fields, the 2 clans lost, we can try again. It seemed to him that the temple had planned for them to seduce the monkey, perhaps to achieve some hidden agenda they didn't know about yet. Monks were not interested in worldly pursuits, unlike him. He pondered whether to continue to participate in this strange competition or to give up. The man said not to watch him tackle the monkey, promising to demonstrate his strength and skills for the task. He then used his strength and picked up a stick, demonstrating his skills and abilities, which should have convinced everyone of his might. But at that moment, he felt something strange that caused him anxiety and worry, for he could not understand the nature of the sensation. He couldn't understand what the hell it was in the first place, and why it was happening to him specifically, causing him to have many questions and speculations. Then the strength began to leave his body, causing him to weaken and lose control of the situation, leaving him in a helpless state. After that, the man collapsed altogether, unable to withstand the strain and the effects of the unknown forces that proved to be too powerful for him. They told the old man to die, for he had ruined their lore and had not warned them of the danger, causing them to become furious and resentful. But he told his benefactors that he himself was unaware of what had happened, justifying himself to them and explaining his innocence of what had happened. Seeing that nothing was working, the Bo asked to try it himself, expressing his willingness to tackle the task and prove his strength. They then set up some kind of field that could help in solving the problem and achieving their goals in this difficult situation. They acted quickly, clearly having obtained the knowledge directly from their master, Nangong Yan, showing a high level of training and skill. The magic circle could be used to lift a stick, opening up new possibilities to solve this problem and use it to their advantage. They have not arrived in vain, for they have not subdued the monkey or taken the holy weapon, making their mission a failure so far. They can tease the ape, hoping it will take an interest in them and want to interact, which may help further. One of the Celestials called him bruised, expressing her disdain and displeasure at his actions and behavior. The other stated that it was nonsense and definitely wouldn't work, causing an argument between them about methods of accomplishing the goal. The book continued to try hard to lift the stick, putting all his strength and perseverance into this difficult process. If he put in even more effort, he might be able to pull it off and achieve the desired result. The girl said she understood everything, expressing confidence in her actions and determination to see it through. The man was surprised that the other was leaving without waiting for the end of events, which seemed strange and unexpected to him. He almost forgot that now that he had the monkey, there was a good chance to use this situation to his advantage. He asked the monkey if it would help him kill someone, counting on its support and participation in his plans. The monkey then became furious, reacting to his offer with aggression and resentment, which came as a surprise to everyone. He realized that it apparently had not had enough and offered it another meat, hoping to calm it down in this way. After that, the guy did succeed, and the stick became much smaller, which was a major accomplishment in his case. He sighed heavily as he held it all in his hands, feeling a considerable amount of tension and responsibility for what was happening. The yellow fist then said that everything was ready, signaling to everyone present that they could continue watching. He asked everyone to watch how he had done, and now wanted permission to deviate from further action. But at that moment a monkey suddenly appeared in front of him, demanding the return of a stick that was apparently her property. Apparently, it was her stick and she wanted him to give it back to her, showing her persistence and determination. Let Bei keep an eye on his monkey and avoid ceremony, showing his power and control over the situation. This way he protects his master and does not obey anyone. Perhaps he will even kill anyone who tries to stop him. At this point, the monkey began to destroy everything around it, showing its power and discontent with what is happening, causing chaos. It began to approach the protagonist, expressing its intentions and determination to handle the situation in its own way. Leaning respectfully, it asked the Lord to take care of himself, expressing its care and devotion to him in this difficult endeavor. The monkey then dissolved into his embrace and he asked what was happening to her, trying to understand her condition. The guy was greatly surprised by this incident, not expecting such a turn of events and trying to comprehend what had happened. The man also did not expect such a turn of events, which caused him confusion and trying to understand the situation. Everyone present could not understand what this event was and why it happened, causing them many questions. The protagonist asked the monkey if he wanted his stick back, offering him a chosen decision. The protagonist gave the go-ahead for her to do whatever she wanted, expressing his willingness to support her actions. Celestia realized that he was her master, and so the monkey did not fight him, which was not surprising. The monkey then began to take back his stick, showing persistence and determination in his actions. Nangong was furious and also started to take the stick away, which led to conflict between them and caused tension. At this moment, the stick became many times bigger and broke the magic ring, which showed its power and strength. The monkey then attacked the guy with this stick, giving him a strong blow that was very painful and powerful. The blow was so strong that the guy flew back several meters, losing his balance and control over himself. After that, the monkey still picked up his stick, showing his determination and persistence in achieving his goal. It was furious and started twirling the stick above its head, showing its strength and readiness for further action. The man could not understand why his beast went to the side of the protagonist, which caused him bewilderment and surprise. He then saw a monkey in the air above him, which was unexpected and shocking to him. He told the heroes to keep an eye on their monster, expressing his concern and worrying about the situation that could get out of control at any moment. The one who spoke announced that he was protecting his master and would not allow anything to be pointed out to him, preparing for a possible fight with the monkey. The monkey then began to attack the man, expressing his displeasure and aggression, causing tension among those present. The man clearly did not expect this turn of events, which made his situation even more tense and difficult to manage. He then grabbed one of his bows in an attempt to deal with the monkey's unexpected attack, showing his determination not to give up without a fight. He then abandoned them altogether, pointing the monkey directly at them, which caused panic and chaos among those present. They were overcome with misunderstanding and fear. The man started running away, not discerning where to go or how to get away from the danger quickly, trying to save his life and avoid a collision. He said he would wait for him, expressing his determination and readiness to continue the fight, preparing for the final stage of the struggle. At this point, the monkey had already defeated the two guys, demonstrating her strength and aggression, causing her opponents to retreat and become restless. She threw her gaze somewhere to the left, showing her attention and waiting for the next action, ready for another attack or demonstration of her power. The monkey looked directly at the guy and started to say that he was wrong and asked him not to kill her, showing his determination and willingness to resolve the conflict peacefully. Without listening to his objections, the monkey made his decision and did as he pleased, expressing his independence and strength in decision-making. The protagonist stopped it in time and asked it to stand, trying to settle the conflict and prevent further clashes. The stick stopped right in front of the guy's face, demonstrating its power and authority, drawing the attention of everyone present to further action. The guy sighed heavily and was glad that it was over, feeling relief after the tense situation, expressing his gratitude for the peaceful end of the conflict. The people of the Beast family were quite wealthy, and Elder Jian had an impressive fortune, but it wasn't enough to solve all the problems. He asked if he wanted the next one to wipe his blood, showing his determination and willingness to follow through, preparing for new trials and struggles. The guy admitted he was wrong and asked to be spared, trying to resolve the conflict peacefully and prevent further clashes. The protagonist asked what wrong meant, expressing his bewilderment and his desire to understand the situation, trying to resolve the misunderstanding. Not understanding why he was always being pushed around and jealous, he felt some resentment and irritation, trying to find a compromise and peaceful solution to the problem. It was good that he realized this and asked for the monkey to tie him up, showing his agreement to his next actions, preparing himself for new trials and challenges. He completely understood the situation and offered the old man to take him to the emperor, expressing his willingness to take further action and solve the problem. The protagonist asked him if he wanted the next one to wipe his blood, showing his determination and willingness to follow up, preparing for new trials and struggles. Those are the emperor's orders, and he is not going to intimidate him by expressing his determination and readiness for action, preparing for the events and challenges that follow. So let him not force him. He asked if he wanted everything back, expressing his desire to find a compromise and peaceful resolution to the problem. The man went into a rage after this, expressing his displeasure and readiness for further action, preparing himself for a new challenge and struggle. He was an honored guest, and he did not want business to be talked about in such a place, preferring to discuss it in private, even though he had a question that needed clarification. The Nangong clan was strong in Palei magic. The Beast clan ruled the beasts in the deserts and emphasized the development of physical strength, but why they were called by the Moonwind clan remained a mystery. There were plenty of attractive women there, and the monkey, as he checked, was Honey, showing off his attractiveness and charm. The old man realized that it was time for him to leave or his plan might be discovered, expressing his decision and readiness for action, preparing himself for unforeseen circumstances and challenges. He then told the hero that he would escort them to the temple so they could clean up the place. No need to follow him as he would manage on his own without their help. There is no one here. Let him tell them how he knows the name of Mu Xiaoyatu. Master Ku. So it's a nickname from the times of debauchery. He shouldn't know about it. So how did he know about it? These thoughts made the hero uneasy, instilling even more distrust in Master Ku, increasing his anxiety and doubts about his motives. Even though he wore a mask, it wasn't hard to find the second toughest person on the red neighborhood list. The situation was getting more and more confusing, and the hero didn't know how to proceed. Could it be that he was the first? These suspicions troubled the hero. He wanted to find answers to all the questions, unraveling the mystery that surrounded them and threatened their safety. But that didn't matter. He had a request. When there was unrest on the southern border, let him tell him to help. The hero realized that his help could be crucial. How could he refuse if he knew his past? The protagonist realized that it would be difficult to refuse the request, knowing how much his past was connected to current events. These four clans had all colluded 33 years ago. He had only taught them a lesson as the instigators. Let him not worry. He had already teamed up with the Herb, Jian, and Moonwing clans. After that, they did come to the temple, where the protagonist felt he was getting closer to unraveling his questions and secrets, waiting to meet the emperor, preparing for an important conversation. The emperor was here. He could go no further. The protagonist let him go. The protagonist walked resolutely towards the emperor, preparing for an important conversation, realizing the significance of the moment. The protagonist walked in and told the emperor that he had come. These words sounded resolute, reflecting the importance of the moment and the seriousness of his intentions, emphasizing his determination. In front of him was some sort of very healthy phoenix. The protagonist had not expected such a sight. It stunned and astonished him, adding an element of surprise to what was happening. The people of Fo's school were left with nothing. He had trapped Sumera because of his self-love and split the western border of the Black Dragon. Now all he has to do is hide. What a pity. He had the audacity to criticize his actions. The protagonist realized that he had to act decisively despite the risks, realizing that his words matter and could change many things. But it wasn't criticism, it was facts. The protagonist stood firm, knowing that his words had weight and were backed up by real events, making his arguments undeniable. After this, the emperor became furious. The protagonist felt that the situation was heating up and demanded caution, realizing that his actions could lead to serious consequences. He asked if Yin Yang's staff was his, to which he received an affirmative answer. The protagonist realized that he was holding an important artifact, understanding its significance and power. The protagonist asked if he or she was in the celestial mirror. This question was key to the conversation, revealing important details and emphasizing the significance of what was happening, steering the conversation in the right direction. He wasn't sent forever. He doesn't know that she already controls half of the southern border. Only it's too early to retreat. The protagonist has realized that the situation is much more complicated than it seemed. Let the protagonist leave. This decision didn't come easy to him, but he knew he had to keep moving forward despite all the difficulties and uncertainty that awaited him. But it came to him to make a deal. But what kind of deal? He's got a turnover lap boundary level. The protagonist realized that a deal could change the course of events and the fate of many. He had already teamed up with the herb family, Jianan Moonwind, giving him confidence in his actions and plans, realizing that he had support and allies in this fight. During the imperial reign of a famous star, the spirit of a dead man's consciousness appeared. For how many years it circled at the four borders, soon begging, preparing to revive and realize its plans. Meanwhile, the four strongest people from the four borders became greedy for power and wanted to increase it with the techniques of the Honorable Sumer. The nation was plunged into the abyss of the scourge of the dead, more established, allowing the spirit of consciousness to recover in a short time. After some more time, he encountered something that could help him revive, a celestial mirror. However, the mirror turned against its patron and consumed the spirit consciousness. Since then, the celestial mirror had regained consciousness, but after receiving disproportionate damage, without a trace of evil. 33 years ago, he had discovered it. It was a pity that his strength was greater than him in that encounter. Both were injured during the battle, but the celestial mirror has already begun to carry out his plan, striving to become a real man. He wants to become a real man. The emperor thought that it was fiction and was not true, has perfected 1,000 years, but still cannot be called a human. The appearance of consciousness does not give the right to think of becoming a human. The emperor believed that these were fabrications and were not true, unwilling to believe in the possibility of such an event despite the obvious evidence. He had been perfecting himself for 1,000 years, but he could not be called a human, as the appearance of consciousness did not entitle him to become a true human. Nevertheless, he had already accomplished what he had planned, and now he could feel that he had achieved his goal, at least partially. The emperor couldn't understand what the young man was talking about. His words seemed meaningless and incomprehensible in the context of current events. The protagonist had recently seen his transformation into a human after reaching the supreme frontier, combining the mirror's abilities and being at the 5th step of the supreme frontier. Nose seems to be getting weaker, but none of the 3 emperors have reached the supreme frontier, so he can't handle it alone. The protagonist has recycled 3 million tibia bones to create the perfect body for himself, and now his help will complete the final step in the transformation. He was nearly killed by the light of truth. The emperor must know what it can do and what a threat it poses. If the imprint of the 9 spheres had created a perfect body, now an equally perfect soul was to be created to achieve complete harmony. Since he was recognized as capable, let him tell what he expects of their cooperation and unite the 4 clans by suppressing the youth clans. By teaching the magic pole of the Holy Sword, he hopes to win, but he will need the emperor's help and considerable resources to do so. Let him say what he needs, and if it is available in the southern border, the emperor will help, perhaps needing the mirror of 10,000 Buddhas. But this is impossible, because the mirror of 10,000 Buddhas is the greatest treasure, and it will be extremely difficult, almost unbelievable, to obtain it. The protagonist didn't expect such a small thing, because he won't need it now if he wants to use it after curing his wounds. If he did give the mirror away, it was unlikely that he would be able to bring it in, so a more realistic plan to accomplish the goal had to be thought out. He said he would try to find out and test the possibilities to see if the proposed path was realistic and if it could be accomplished. The emperor agreed and offered to give it a try, which gave hope that the plan would be successful and the goals would be achieved. After that, tens of thousands of masters began to appear around, ready to help and support in a difficult moment to achieve victory. He told the 10,000 Buddhas that he had come to retrieve the mirror, causing a wave of bewilderment and resistance among the masters present. The master suggested that they first lay out the conditions in front of them to see what the protagonist's goals were and how he planned to achieve them. The master immediately began to use his power against the protagonist, demonstrating that he was not going to give in without a fight and resistance. Then the other masters began to do the same, uniting against the protagonist and trying to suppress his powers and capabilities. The protagonist said that he had been waiting for this moment, preparing for a battle and a demonstration of his abilities to prove his point. After that, he began to use his power, directing all his might against his enemies and demonstrating incredible abilities and skills. The demonic nature of the seventh demon emperor and the venerable Summer's technique allowed him to seal the golden statue, displaying his power. The protagonist did not react to this and continued to use his power, focusing on achieving the main goal and winning. A whole day passed as he was in such a state without stopping using his abilities and showing incredible stamina. And after that, the protagonist decided to use the seal to complete what he had started and reach the ultimate goal in his journey. Behind him, a huge creature appeared, showing incredible power and strength, ready to help him accomplish his goals. He reached the level of a round raven boundary and managed it, showing how incredible his abilities and skills could be. At his level, his strong spirit and determination allowed him to reach incredible heights and handle the most difficult challenges. The emperor wondered what the statue was, and he found out that it was a golden Buddha statue with incredible power. He had never heard such a thing and always closes all the doors behind him as he pleases without asking anyone's permission, doing as he pleases in any situation. When the mirror was worth 1 coin, it would be time for him to move on without worrying about breaking his promise, for his intentions had always been honorable and true to his word. The emperor finally realized that the era of the 3 emperors had come to an end, realizing that times had changed and a new, more modern approach to governing the great empire was now required. Entering the temple, he asked if there was anyone inside, hoping to find someone who could answer his questions or provide the necessary help at this difficult moment. At that moment, a needle of some kind came flying in, suddenly interrupting his musings and drawing his attention to a new threat that might be lurking around the corner or lurking in the shadows. He deftly caught the needle with his fingers and asked again if anyone was home, hoping his voice would be heard, and answered his call, bringing anyone hiding into the light. He asked if this was how they greeted their friend the Lord, hinting that he expected a warmer and more cordial welcome given their long-standing relationship and numerous business dealings together. The resident reported that the protagonist had arrived, and immediately inquired how things had gone with the emperor, expressing their concern for his well-being and the successful completion of an important endeavor. They asked if he had grown stronger, for he was as inscrutable as the ocean, and they wondered what new skills or powers he might have acquired lately. He was very strong, and she admired him, asking if he had found some rare item that might be useful to them in the future to accomplish their goals. Let her not worry. He just wasn't used to breathing freely yet after fixing the drawing, and now he needed time to get used to this change. The emperor does not decree him. After all, his power will come in handy for their common goals, and so he can act freely and independently without fear of repercussions. The protagonist then placed his hand on the girl, reassuring her and showing her that everything will be alright and there is no reason for anxiety or fear in this situation. Let her sleep well at night, and asked if she knew where his room was, receiving the answer that it was located on the west side of the house, in a secluded place. After that, the girl became embarrassed and pointed something with her fingers, trying to explain something important to him, but shying away from speaking out loud because of the people present. The union of the Buddha statue and the demonic emperor was a symbol of their common path and the goals they pursued together despite all the obstacles and difficulties in their way. Then a young woman came to him, wanting to discuss important matters that could not wait and required immediate attention and a decision for further action. She asked what was wrong, asking him to speak more quietly, as the sisters could hear their conversation, and reminded him that he had asked to find him in the evening for an important conversation. The protagonist realized what she was saying and decided that now would be a good time to explain himself and discuss anything that had accumulated recently that needed resolution. He patted her on the shoulder, hinting to come during the second night watch so that the sisters wouldn't find out about their meeting and the plans discussed that needed to be implemented. The protagonist was removed from everyone else and did not mean what those around him thought. His true intentions and goals were quite different than assumed. He remembered a trip to Germany where there was a similar episode, and now this memory helped him to better understand the current situation and make the right and proper decision. He then told Ling Shan that she misunderstood him and tried to explain his words and actions more clearly and accessibly to avoid misunderstandings. The protagonist said that there was nothing wrong with that and asked her not to worry about nothing, focusing on more important things and current tasks. Let her sit down and undress. He wanted to talk to her alone, discuss everything that has accumulated recently and needs to be addressed and acted upon. He knows a lot. He will be careful. After all, she likes it, even though she doesn't remember how they got to know each other well and became close friends 1,000 years ago. On the second date, they went to the ship, preparing for a new journey and the adventures that awaited them ahead, full of hopes and grand plans. Last night the girl had heard strange noises and asked if he had heard them, realizing that someone from the Jian family was coming and they needed to be ready to meet them. A man came to him and said that he had been looking for the protagonist everywhere without finding him anywhere, and was now glad that he had finally found him for an important conversation. It was Elder Chang who informed him that tomorrow was the ceremony for the new head of the clan to ascend the throne, and he definitely needed to attend this important event. The new head of the clan was the current sword master. The previous head had passed away after transferring his skills to a new leader with outstanding abilities, which inspired everyone to achieve new achievements. He turned out to be Jian Qi, who had to change their route to avoid possible dangers and ensure the success of their mission in uncharted lands. He instructed the elders to inform the new head of their decision so that he would be aware of the details and could act accordingly, maintaining unity and harmony. Why wasn't he asked to go with them so that everyone would be together and could better coordinate in difficult times when every decision plays a role in success? It was all because of Nangon Lu, who asked the monkey to take him to the right place so he could complete his task and return with renewed vigor. The guy begged not to kill him, hoping for mercy and justice on the part of those who made the decision, which showed their willingness to cooperate and compromise. The protagonist agreed to spare the guy, but with a condition. Let him write a promissory note confirming his obligations and providing protection for his family. Now the final touch was left to finalize all the preparations and proceed with their plan, which required confidence and determination. The protagonist had put the bow in chains, controlling his heart and thus ensuring his safety, which showed his willingness to defend himself and fulfill his obligations. Now his life depended on his behavior. If he interfered in someone else's affairs, he would immediately die, which forced him to ponder the consequences of his actions. At this moment, Nangon Yang arrived. It was timely as his help was needed for further action and restoring order. He learned that the resident had kidnapped his son and was trying to escape, which was the reason for him to act immediately and find ways to get his child back. He asked the guy if he was the protagonist in the story to clarify all the circumstances and make the right decision. The guy confirmed that he was and asked if his father was in front of him, which added to the drama and emotional tension. The rumors about Nangon Li's arrogance were not lies. Everything turned out to be true, and he acted accordingly to protect his interests and reputation. He knows that the smart wine and Jian clansmen are behind him, and it is his duty to protect his honor and family from any threats and interference in their affairs. It was then that the monkey appeared, rescuing the lad and helping him escape imminent doom, which emphasized their connection and interdependence. The man knew that this was a strong monkey who could be trusted in difficult situations and who came to the rescue at the right moment. Let him listen. His son owed a debt and must repay the money, or the consequences would be serious and affect everyone in their family. His clan is the strongest among the 8 major clans. They have a lot of money, and he can find a way out of the situation to satisfy his obligations and protect his interests. Father was very surprised to see the 10 trillion figure, which seemed to be an incredible debt that required immediate action and finding a solution. How did he manage to owe so much? The protagonist intended to ruin his clan for such a huge debt to restore his honor and put things in order. He will be a hostage until he pays it off. This is a sensible decision that will ensure that his obligations are honored and protect his family from possible threats. The promissory note has a blood bond. If he doesn't pay back the money, the son will surely die, but you can't back down and you have to act on the promises. 1 is a huge sum of money, but let him underestimate himself. There is now 8 trillion in their vault. Who told him this? If he refuses, his son will die, but a solution can be found and a compromise can be offered for a win-win. Who told him this is none of his business. He is sure he will find a way to have another child and restore his family reputation. The man has agreed and let him take the money, lifting the ban to avoid further conflict and ensure the situation is resolved peacefully. If he contemplates killing him, let him come anytime. He's ready for any challenge and will defend his interests to the end. The protagonist said that now they can roll from here. Here the supreme deity has come, and no one will go unpunished before him. His influence extends throughout the entire abode, bestowing fear and reverence among his followers. The girl has learned who the supreme deity is. He is a man who loves games, who is already present here, playing his manipulations on innocent victims. At this moment, the protagonist once again saw Ling Zhu in front of him, causing him to have mixed feelings ranging from heightened memories to secret fear and anxiety. The Celestials had noticed his presence, considering him to be an outstanding member of his clan. His hair and eye color were different, emphasizing his uniqueness among the others. Differences in hair and eye color, as well as pupil and verbal features, confirmed his identity as an influential and mysterious leader. The protagonist ordered everyone to go down to the hold, including the monkey, to avoid the danger looming on the ship by the minute and to keep calm. Everyone followed into the hold without question, leaving behind the warning to be vigilant and ready for any unpredictable circumstances along the way. At this point, the guy in front of him stood upright, directly associated with threat and immediate danger to everything the protagonist valued. He asked the protagonist if he was afraid they would die at his hands, emphasizing his strength and willingness to act regardless of the consequences. Life and death did not bother him, but he sought to avoid bloodshed at sea, preferring to resolve conflicts with minimal casualties and maximum efficiency. At that moment, the man felt something incomprehensible, anticipating an inevitable change in the reality around him and a future that seems closer than ever. Then strange things began to happen to him, breaking the routine and demanding attention to details that previously might have seemed insignificant and unnoticeable. All three of them felt something unusual, sensing an energetic change and an increasing tension that began to feel stronger and more real. He wondered if the protagonist had realized how powerful he was and was ready to embark on a task that required courage and determination. Compared to last time, he has grown stronger. His stature is intimidating. He has already surpassed Emperor Foe, inspiring fear and respect among his adversaries and allies. The man wondered if the protagonist was stronger than him, causing new reflections on his own ability to influence and control those around him. Everything remained in place, but the tension between them grew, setting the stage for unpredictable and unknown outcomes. The man could not believe it and rejected the possibility of such power, viewing it as something impossible and unfathomable to his kind. He then erupted before the lad, expressing his indignation and willingness to accept any challenges facing him towards his goal. He began to utilize his abilities and knowledge, showing his strength and willingness to act in any conditions, without hesitation or doubt. The protagonist noted that it was a strong action, but useless against him because he was ready for any challenge and knew how to deal with it. After a while, the man ended his show of force, realizing that force without strategy and focus can be useless and fruitless. He predicted that sooner or later, he would become as strong as the protagonist if he continued to develop and improve his skills. Without Brahma, the 8 parts of primordial emptiness, and the golden statue of Buddha, his essence could be revealed as a failed copy, frustrated and imperfect. The girl asked if he could pose a threat to the 8, and the day when this would become clear would come soon, causing reflection on the future and the consequences. On the second date, they arrived at their new destination, ready for the new challenges and adventures that lay ahead. The girl warned the protagonist to watch out, as this was a place inhabited by dragons, and their presence could mean danger as well as opportunity. This was confirmed, as dragons circled around their ship, symbolizing uncharted territories and opportunities for exploration and understanding. The protagonist said that they were headed for the Jian clan and the dragons could fly to them, foreshadowing an encounter with that which is unknown and unpredictable. And at that moment, the girl was knocked off her feet by something, and the protagonist managed to support her, catching her on the fly and preventing her from falling. As it turned out, it was another man's ship, belonging to someone who had nothing to do with them, and hardly expected such unexpected guests on his vessel. It was Ian again, and he said that he had not at all expected to see them again in this part of the world, and was extremely surprised at their sudden appearance. He also didn't expect to see Bei Hanfeng here, who didn't usually travel to such remote places and wasn't known for his sudden appearances. He owed a debt to his son's abuser, who had once caused him a lot of trouble and caused him many problems that now required an immediate solution. He asked the protagonist if he had anything to say before his inevitable death, foreshadowing the end of their current encounter. The protagonist said he had no words, but he wasn't going to kill him right now. After all, it wasn't time yet. The Celestials noticed that the Lord was not like himself. His demeanor and mannerisms had changed drastically, as if he was preparing for something. Let them not oppose him, for he had a plan that could change the course of events and lead them to unexpected consequences. The man recognized that he was a smart man who got along well with the current head of the Jian clan and could use that to his advantage. He was too peaceful, which made those around him suspicious. Perhaps he was up to something devious and was preparing for a decisive move. He realizes he doesn't stand a chance against them, so he pretends like he's given up, but in reality he plans to ask for help. If they deal with the Jian clan, can they take the boy for themselves to execute him as a deserved punishment for what he has done? The southern border of the Jian clan was where important events were taking place, and many people expected to see important guests there. Jian Qi, an elder or lower, would definitely come, as his presence was necessary for the events to continue. He spent all his energy searching for him in the Wine clan, Temple clan, and Gross clan, and finally found him ready to come. The warships and Nangong clan and beasts were arriving, and the Lord protagonist was now on the Nangong clan ship, ready for action. The girl said that they had brought her there so that she could participate in the events taking place and contribute to the common cause. At that moment, the ship was approaching the capital, where important meetings and events that could change everything awaited them. They were congratulating her on her accession to the throne, and he personally arrived to congratulate the new head, expressing his respect and support. The girl told him to be released immediately, as his presence was unwelcome and interfered with further actions. It seems they didn't come to congratulate her but to fight. There were probably at least 600 of them from various clans ready for battle. The girl said that she had started the formation of the four sacred swords, which was to strengthen their position and prepare them for defense. She then told the Lord that she would save him despite any threats and dangers that might come their way. The man told her not to overestimate herself, as her strength and capabilities were limited compared to his might. After that, he instantly started using his power against her, showing his superiority and intention to stop her. But the girl was determined and didn't believe that he could resist her as he continued his attack. She managed to outmaneuver him, using her agility and skill, and she almost reached her goal, preparing for the decisive blow. She almost managed to attack the man and almost grazed him, showing her strength and determination. He called her a brat and endured almost all the techniques of the former head, showing his skill and experience in combat. Let them let him go, or they will die, he said, threatening anyone who tried to stop him and showing his determination. Yan thought this was insolent and told everyone to take their positions immediately, preparing for the upcoming battle that would decide their fate and the outcome of this conflict. After that, everyone immediately took up their positions and began to create defensive and offensive formations, preparing for battle and trying to anticipate the enemy's move. A huge fire dragon appeared in front of the girl. Its power and fiery breath posed a serious threat that not everyone could handle. Even though she was the head of the clan, she would definitely not be able to cope with her 8 Lunyan formation, as the forces were unequal and the superiority was obvious. The girl used her sword information to create a unique combination of attacks and defenses that could help her in this difficult battle. The two formations then began to fight each other, their powers and tactics intertwined, creating a fierce confrontation on which their fate depended. The man was injured and began coughing up blood. His strength was running out, and he realized he wouldn't be able to hold on like this for long. He was then completely broken apart by all the girls joining forces and delivering powerful blows that shattered his defenses and left him helpless. They realized that this was his chance. He couldn't miss such an opportunity and resolutely took action to change the outcome. After that, he instantly attacked the girl, hoping for her weakness and unpredictability, aiming to get the upper hand in this unexpected turn. But she was no slouch and used the secret art of swordsmanship, her skill and prowess proving to be top-notch, allowing her to counter the attack. They both shared their techniques with each other. Their fight was filled with complex techniques and maneuvers that required maximum concentration. Still, the girl held the upper hand and was able to strike, her agility and skill allowing her to take the upper hand in this battle. She said that Han Yujian had done a good job. His training and perseverance were not in vain, and he had indeed achieved high results. They both realized that he had third-stage kendo, which made him a very dangerous opponent capable of many things in battle. She alone gave birth to 8 sides of Bei. The new chapter is already at the level of 8 births, and now no one is definitely paying attention to them anymore. The protagonist finally decided to get out of the trap. His determination and resourcefulness helped him find a way out of a difficult situation. The ropes with which he was tied began to burn. He used his strength to free himself and get free. After a few seconds he did get free. His efforts and perseverance had paid off and he was ready for further action. He then said that the girls were also freed. His words were filled with confidence and determination, ready to act further. He told the monkey to deal with everything. Its strength and skill could help in this difficult situation and change the course of events. After that, the monkey started to attack everything on the ship. Its power and fury was undeniable. It destroyed everything in its path. Of course, everyone immediately realized that the protagonist had escaped and had to report it sooner to take action. He relied on them and went to help the girl himself. His determination and willingness to act was obvious to everyone. The head was then informed that the country's protagonist had escaped. His escape was unexpected and required an immediate response. He said that the most important thing now was to kill this girl. Her death was the priority for him and his plans. The man's formation did not stop working. Her power and strength continued to influence the fight and the outcome of the battle. The man said that they would destroy her together. Their combined efforts could bring success and finish the job they had started. Their formations then began to unite, creating a powerful unity that could withstand any attack and deliver crushing blows. She apologized to the Lord and said that she was unable to save him, her words filled with bitterness and regret for the failure. Then there was a tremendous explosion that shook the entire area and made everyone immediately pay attention to what was happening, causing a wave of panic and anxiety among everyone present. Everyone immediately began to worrying about their new chapter. Her safety was the priority and no one wanted her to get hurt in this chaos and turmoil. The protagonist said there was no need to apologize. After all, everyone was doing their best to achieve the goal and no one was to blame for the situation. He carried her in his arms and said that she had done well. Her efforts and determination had not gone unnoticed and he was proud of her actions. He would show her the true power of the sacred sword formation. The Jian lineage was created centuries ago by 2 lovers whose strength and love became the foundation of this art. Therefore, the real name of this formation is the Yin-Yang sacred swords formation. It is stronger when used by 2. Their unity and harmony creating an invincible force. Their love affection will now express itself in heart and soul pain. What will they do now that feelings are intertwined with martial skills and strategies? The protagonist told them to be quiet at last. His patience was wearing thin and he needed silence to concentrate and ponder further. The man told them to move quickly. They needed to retreat, for the danger was too great and it was deadly to stay put. After that, there was nothing left of their ship. A powerful explosion destroyed everything, leaving only wreckage and ashes to symbolize the end of their journey. Rod Nangong for the blow was destroyed. They had to flee quickly, because every moment of delay could cost them their lives and lead to total defeat. That the protagonist stopped her in time, did not let him escape. His actions were decisive and timely, preventing further loss and chaos. He told the elder that the head was tired and let him keep an eye on her. Her condition needed attention and care so she could recover. The protagonist didn't understand what protected meant. He saw he was wrong. His thoughts were confused and he needed clarity and understanding. The worst was just beginning. Formidable events were looming, and everyone realized that the real trials and battles were yet to come, requiring full readiness. The supreme deity had arrived to rule the Jian clan. His presence signaled major changes and a new era for the entire clan that would bring new challenges. Who is this and how did he make people carry the coffin? He wants to subjugate the Jian clan. His intentions were clear and they had to be ready to fight. She asked the elders to create another formation and swords. Her strategy required additional strength and training to effectively defend and attack. The protagonist said it wasn't necessary. After all, he couldn't be defeated. But what if he had reinforcements and the enemy's forces would grow? The protagonist asked what if not? His question remained an answer, but he hoped that the situation would not be so hopeless and a way out would be found. She doesn't know, but she will die by his side. Her words were full of determination and willingness to sacrifice for the common cause and the protection of loved ones. It was not yet clear who would die and who would survive. Their fates were intertwined, and the outcome of the battle was uncertain and grim. The protagonist shouted for Lingzu to come out and not hide. His voice was full of determination and defiance, demanding him to prove himself. After a while, he appeared and told them to obey. His words sounded commanding and confident, causing mixed feelings from everyone present. He began to exert his power on everyone present. His power was undeniable and everyone felt the pressure and threat coming from him. Everyone was surprised that he was the supreme deity. His true nature was revealed, causing shock and awe amongst all who saw him. He was very powerful and everyone immediately began to bow before him. His power and influence was unquestionable, causing everyone to recognize his superiority. The girl also began to have these feelings and approached the Lord. Her respect and reverence was genuine. She recognized his power and authority. The protagonist told them not to be afraid and to start using force. His words inspire and raise their fighting spirit, preparing them for a decisive resistance. The demon asked if this was his trump card. His question sounded with disbelief. He wasn't sure if this was the end of their capabilities and plans. The girl couldn't understand why this demon looked like a lord. After all, he was a heavenly mirror that absorbed the spirit of the demon lord, and his true nature was hidden. His body was created from the 3 million corpses of the southern border, copying not only his appearance, but also his soul, making him extremely powerful. Those who would prosper with him, those who rebelled against would perish. Their fate was sealed, and resistance seemed futile in front of his unimaginable strength and power. Emperor Fo had arrived, and all must kneel before him. His greatness and authority were beyond question, and none dared to disobey. They feel that more power comes from the supreme deity. He definitely can't be defeated. His aura was so overwhelming that everyone felt powerless. They had been enemies for 33 years. The day of reckoning had come. Their conflict had lasted for decades, and now it was time to finally decide who would win. If he has so much hatred in his heart, how does he plan to become a Buddha? His dark emotions contradicted the teachings, and it questioned his path. Lingzu immediately began to fight the emperor. His actions were swift and decisive. He knew that there was no time for reflection and doubt in this battle. The protagonist watched everything with his monkey. His gaze was focused and attentive. He didn't want to miss a single detail. He ordered the monkey to crush the skull. His voice was firm and confident, and the monkey immediately started to fulfill his master's order without hesitation. The monkey immediately began to carry out his master's orders. Its movements were precise and deadly. It was a loyal and effective ally in battle. The man said that he would go to help the people of their clan. His determination was unbreakable, and he wasn't going to leave his kin in trouble. The protagonist didn't understand why the other clans didn't come. The Desert Clan had attacked the Moonwind Clan, and he had long ago arranged with the Herb Clan to support Yao Jie. He had calculated everything well. The Emperor's plans were part of his calculations. His strategy was thought out to the smallest detail, and he didn't leave anything to chance. The protagonist said that they were almost on the same level with him. His words were full of confidence. He knew that their forces were close in power. The protagonist apologized, saying that he had grown stronger since then. His apology was sincere, but he also acknowledged his accomplishments and growth during that time. Good is strong, but evil is 10 times stronger. His words sounded like a challenge, reflecting the grim reality they faced in this battle. After those words, he instantly began to attack the emperor. His actions were swift and decisive. He was not going to give the enemy time to react. The emperor finally started to use his power. His aura became even more powerful, and everyone felt that their chances of victory had drastically decreased. No matter how hard he tried, it was all useless. He was no match for him. His opponent was too strong, and all his efforts seemed futile in front of such power. The emperor realized that he was the one using the mirror. His eyes widened with surprise and rage. Realizing this fact gave him a new plan of action. The emperor then decided to attack his opponent normally. His strategy changed, and he focused on more precise and deadly strikes to win. He enlarged himself several times and began to attack even harder. His size and strength became even more threatening. Each strike was like a thunderous discharge. It was the emperor's most powerful strike, but they didn't know if they could win. Their doubts and fears prevented them from concentrating on the battle. The opponent began to use the mirror to defend himself. His reflexes were fast and precise. He knew how to counter any attack using his abilities. As he absorbed the attack, the emperor realized that things were bad. His hopes of a quick victory were crumbling, and he began to realize the seriousness of the situation. The mirror then repeated the exact attack on the emperor. His own weapon turned against him, and he didn't know how to defend himself against such power. The emperor didn't have time to react and didn't know what to do. His confusion was obvious, and he felt that he was losing this battle. Then the emperor started coughing up blood. His strength was running out, and he realized that defeat was near. His body could no longer withstand such blows. 33 years had passed, but he still hadn't gotten stronger. His persistence and efforts hadn't resulted in growth, and now he realized that his journey had been in vain. At that moment he felt something strange and noticed that it might be important to him. He didn't know what it was exactly, but he was alert and ready. A giant foot was flying straight in his direction at an incredible speed, threatening his life. He realized that his reactions would be tested to the limit, and he began to act quickly. Despite the suddenness of the situation, he managed to dodge the blow in time using all his skills. This saved his life, even though he knew that the danger was not over yet. The protagonist stated that he had almost reached his goal, but had to admit that he still had a long way to go. He did not give up hope and kept moving forward. He didn't look at all like someone who was ready to save others, but his actions spoke for him. His inner doubts couldn't stop him from acting for a good cause. They had made a deal with the emperor, so killing would be ugly and unacceptable. The emperor appreciated this cooperation despite all the difficulties and disagreements that had arisen between them. The emperor thanked him for his help, but could not understand where he had been before. That question remained open, and the answer to it could change a lot of things in their relationship. Was he capable of stopping him in this fight? That was the main issue that kept him and his allies at bay. Doubts were tearing him up from within, but he was determined. The protagonist couldn't do this from the beginning, and that realization was hard. He needed to find another way to achieve his goal and defeat the enemy. He now realized that the protagonist had double-crossed him, and it had shattered his confidence. He realized that he had to be more careful in the future to avoid falling into a trap. Everything was right, and now he was telling the truth because reinforcements had already arrived. This changed the balance of power, and he felt that he could win if he acted correctly. The men of the Gross clan, the Moonwind warship, and the other clans had arrived, uniting to fight. Their common goal had united them despite their differences, and they were ready for battle. Everyone turned their attention to the statue in front of them, which radiated power. It was a symbol of their struggle and a reminder of what they were fighting for. What inspired them? How could a hero with a level of cycling be able to summon this power? This question remained unanswered, and it caused everyone to marvel and admire his abilities and fortitude. Ling Zhu asked if the protagonist relied on this crowd, seeing it as a weakness. He underestimated their strength and unity, not realizing that in unity was their true strength. Celestia apologized for the past one tampering. Now it was real, and she hoped it would improve their relationship. She was sincere in her desire to make amends. The protagonist knew this in advance and was prepared for any situation. His plan was carefully thought out, and he was counting on being able to succeed no matter what. The five were once again from the Moonwind clan. They had to be careful not to fall into a trap. Their experience and caution were their main allies in this difficult and dangerous battle. He then asked everyone to part and give him way so that he could continue on his way. His confidence and determination made everyone obey and give way to him. Ling Zhu considered it a small thing not worth noticing and continued to follow his plan. His conviction was unwavering and he had no doubts about his actions. He then furiously asked if the protagonist was trying to trick him again, and it caused tension. He didn't want to repeat past mistakes and was determined to act decisively. The protagonist borrowed the 4 balls and 5 kinds of death of the southern border, counting on their strength. It was a risky move, but he believed that it would help him achieve his goal. The patrons of the 4 borders would not allow their power to be used, considering it a violation of the laws. Their decision was categorical, and this created additional difficulties for the protagonist. After that, a powerful explosion followed, shaking everything around, and it changed the course of the battle. The force of the explosion was staggering, and no one expected such a development. It was a surprise. Luna appeared to be capable of such destruction, which caused everyone to fear and respect. Her power was unpredictable and destructive, and it changed the balance of power in this battle. The protagonist used the information about the 4 balls and 5 kinds of death to create his strategy. His knowledge and ability to analyze the situation were his main weapons. The protagonist then ordered the formation and the 5 kinds of death to appear so that he could use them in battle. It was a decisive move, and he hoped it would lead him to victory. Celestia asked the elders if the lad could win, for the fate of the southern border depended on it. Their answer was uncertain, and this increased the tension and anxiety among everyone. If the emperor couldn't defeat the supreme deity, would a mere human, even though he was the strongest in the southern border, be able to do so? This was the main question on everyone's mind. However, there were other troubles waiting for him along the way that could change the outcome of everything. He had many obstacles to overcome before he could reach his goal. The southern-eastern border served as the line of defense for the region, protecting the inhabitants from threats and attacks coming from beyond, maintaining the safety and peace of those lands. A terrible dragon was raging in that region, wreaking havoc and destruction everywhere, leaving no chance for the locals to live peacefully and prosperously, threatening their existence and safety. The border between the southern border and Arctigeo was guarded by carefully trained warriors, ready to repel any attacks and defend their lands from outside enemies, maintaining order and stability. The man claimed that events had already begun to unfold, foreshadowing the imminent onset of an inevitable war that would affect everyone and anyone in the land, leading to chaos. He then used acceleration to get to his destination faster and report important information that could change the course of events and affect the outcome of the battle. The protagonist did not stop fighting hard against his enemies, showing his incredible strength and perseverance in the battle for justice, protecting those who needed him. He told the enemy to fear his powerful force, knowing that his might was unrivaled and capable of crushing anyone who dared to challenge him. Ling Zhu closed his eyes, summoning all his energy to fight his opponent to the limit of his abilities and win this important and decisive battle. An unknown force began to manifest in the mirror that could change the course of the battle and become a decisive factor in the fight, giving the protagonist additional capabilities. The protagonist decided to use the ball, aiming it directly at the enemy, hoping for the success of his tactic and expecting it to bring him a long-awaited victory. Small explosions began to occur on the battlefield, creating chaos and disorganization among the enemy ranks, giving the protagonist and his allies an advantage. Soon the mirror shattered into small pieces, depriving the enemy of their powerful weapons and advantage, making it much easier for the protagonist in this battle. The protagonist landed on the ground after the battle, feeling tired but satisfied with his victory, knowing that his efforts were not in vain and he had done his best. Everyone was surprised by the protagonist's victory, not believing that he was able to overcome such difficulties and come out victorious despite all the obstacles standing in his way. After that, the mirror began to gather itself back together, restoring its structure and magical power, which surprised everyone around and added even more mystery to what was happening. Ling Zhu smiled as he watched this process, realizing that this was not the end and that there were many more trials and new battles with enemies ahead of him. He had lost the battle, but not the entire war, preparing for the next stage of his fight and not giving up hope for the ultimate victory in this difficult and long war. The immortal spirit endured the battle against mighty foes, showing his invincibility and strength, remaining steadfast and confident in his abilities despite all the difficulties. It was a pity that he was wrong. Everything would turn to ashes despite his efforts and endeavors, which seemed destined to bring a positive result and victory. The emperor doubted his ability to use the mirror, knowing that it was a dangerous and powerful artifact, requiring special skill and knowledge to use it properly. The protagonist channeled his power away, hoping to achieve his goals and change the situation in his favor without losing faith in his abilities and luck. It turned out to be a man, not a force, behind all the chaos and destruction, causing the protagonist and his allies to wonder and question. The hero immediately went on the defensive, declaring the end of the battle, preparing for the final blow and expecting it to help him gain the final victory over the enemy. The eastern border was under the protection of the Serpent Emperor, who was known for his cruelty and wisdom, making him a very dangerous and difficult opponent for everyone. Emperor Fo didn't understand why Emperor Serpent was here, knowing that he had his own tasks and duties to keep him at bay in the other frontiers. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, Emperor Serpent said, remembering their last meetings and the old days when they were allies and fought shoulder to shoulder. The Emperor told the hero that he was causing problems that could lead to disaster, and that his actions threatened the stability and security of their entire empire. He spoke of his collusion with the Celestial Mirror, hoping to use its power to accomplish his goals despite all the risks and possible consequences. The Emperor realized that the hero knew of his arrival, preparing for battle and strategizing to defeat him and achieve his ultimate goal. When questioned by the hero, he replied that he knew everything in advance, anticipating the course of events and their outcome, giving him confidence in his actions and victory. It seems that this serpent was the third of the 6 serpent emperors. He arrived at the ceremony to ascend the throne when the battle of the Supreme Frontier Master began, causing quite a bit of chaos. The Emperor asked the hero if this fellow was the source of the Supreme Lord's soul, marveling at his incredible power and skills that had manifested during the intense battle. The protagonist asked the Emperor if he was blind for not understanding the obvious and not seeing the true nature of what was happening around them, which was quite risky. It was incredibly risky to snap at the Serpent Emperor so boldly, but the hero wasn't afraid to speak his mind, defending his point of view in front of a powerful adversary. The Emperor sees that the hero has a lot of vitality and realizes that in front of him is a worthy opponent, capable of many things, which gives him respect. The protagonist noted that both he and the Supreme Lord are on the same level, but he was unable to defeat an enemy who was weaker than him, which is surprising. The Emperor asked if he could create another killing formation. The hero replied that he could not, but hinted at having a hidden power, which intrigued everyone around him. The protagonist admitted that he had almost no power left, which surprised everyone around him, who didn't expect such frankness and honesty in this situation. Why would he say that in front of the enemy? This could be the end. The old serpent will definitely not be afraid now, and his confidence will increase, making things more difficult. They only have one chance to win, so the hero told his allies to stand back, saying that he can handle the snake himself without needing their help. The Emperor noticed that he had another secret trump card, and despite his outward calmness, something was clearly wrong that was alarming. The protagonist asked how he would be punished if he lost, but believed that he had another secret trump card that would help him win. Ling Zhu said that the protagonist didn't pretend and used his strength against the enemy, showing his determination and skills, which impressed everyone. After that, the Emperor immediately started attacking the protagonist, trying to take advantage of his temporary weakness and gain the upper hand in the battle, which was predictable. Of course, the protagonist was not willing to give up so easily and continued to fight despite being tired and wounded, showing his resilience. The enemy could not understand how the protagonist kept his strength and continued to fight despite the hardships and the blows dealt, which caused him confusion. The protagonist asked what was the matter and if the enemy was afraid despite the perfect replica of his soul and centuries of experience, which was a provocation. He had something the enemy didn't know. The Emperor asked if he had copied his soul, but he couldn't figure out its true nature, which was strange. The Emperor tried to find out what secret trump card the protagonist was using to understand his strategy and find a weakness, but it was difficult. The protagonist was confident that he could handle it on his own. After that, the ship that was rushing towards them so hurriedly appeared, attracting the attention of everyone in the battle and bringing hope for help, which was unexpected. The protagonist was glad that his friends had finally shown up, feeling supported and knowing that he now had allies ready to help him in battle. It was the Scarlet Sky Palace and the Wan sect, known for their might and strength, ready to help the hero in battle, which gave him confidence. The Emperor said that he didn't like the new Arctigia Emperor and told him to return, stating that he wouldn't tolerate his interference in his affairs. Everyone immediately greeted the new arrival, but he told them to stand up and stand aside, preparing for further action and making decisions. They realized that the protagonist was from Arctigia, which explained his determination and strength, surprising everyone present on the battlefield and commanding respect. The protagonist apologized to the Emperor for disturbing him, explaining that he couldn't stay away when his clan was in trouble, apologizing. The Jian clan on the southern border was in trouble, and the protagonist couldn't stay away, so he came to the rescue, risking himself for their well-being. The emperor realized that it was the protagonist who had called him here and began to realize the true motives behind his actions. Ling Zhu asked if this was his trump card, realizing that the protagonist had something else that could change the outcome of the battle, piquing everyone's interest. The protagonist said that the emperor is wrong, for this is his secret trump card on the southern border, which will change the course of the battle and bring victory. Have the girl go see her grandfather's teacher Tai Gon and tell him what happened so he can assess the situation and help. The girl immediately went to the ship, eager to complete the task and meet the teacher as quickly as possible. Realizing the importance of her mission, she greeted the teacher and he told her to stand up, noting that she had grown up to be as talented as her father, making her proud. He had died long ago when she was 5 years old, and the master had brought her to the Wang sect, saving her life, for which she was eternally grateful to him. The master said that her father was a decent man and he was sorry for what happened, expressing his respect for his memory and making her stronger. The man asked the Snake Emperor if he had had enough of living since he dared to think of attacking the southern border and the Jian clan by threatening him. After that, the Snake Emperor immediately began to retreat, realizing that he was facing a serious opponent, and realized that his plan was doomed to failure. But it was too late for regret, and the Serpent Emperor couldn't change anything, realizing that his actions had led to disastrous consequences. The Snake Emperor was the strongest in his border, and she wondered if the teacher would be able to handle him, knowing his power and strength, causing anxiety. The Star Border is stronger than the other four. The descendants of the emperors live there. Teacher is one of the 7 great emperor sects. People like him are rarely born. How long has he known her? If he didn't know her, how could he call her here? Realizing that a worthy and proven person stood before him, let him watch his words and keep his duties in mind, showing respect for others and avoiding rudeness. Then everyone started talking to look into the air, trying to see what was going on and where the threat was coming from to prepare for a possible attack. The Snake Emperor lost quickly, facing a harsh opponent who was stronger and more experienced, leading to his quick defeat. He had said from the beginning that the opponent was stupid, but now he was convinced that this was a mistake, and his underestimation cost him his defeat. After that, for unknown reasons, the protagonist went straight to the serpent, causing astonishment to everyone who watched his actions. Everyone couldn't understand what he was doing and started to approach him, trying to find out his intentions and warn him against possible danger. But the man told them not to worry, because he just wanted to extract the gallbladder of the snake, which seemed strange and unexpected to them. He noticed that the guy was very cunning, and realized that his actions were not as simple as they seemed, and he had hidden agendas. To ask that, or with the viceroy for sure everything was going to be alright. Since his mother's death, he had never seen her care for someone so much, which was touching. But after all, he doesn't care for her, and that made him doubt and worry, because her well-being had always come first for him. At this moment, the emperor started shouting that he was coming out, and everyone immediately paid attention to his words, realizing that something important was happening. Ling Zhu agreed that this was a complete defeat, recognizing the mistake and underestimation of the enemy that led to their current situation. Had the protagonist really calculated everything? This caused everyone who saw his actions and realized his strategic genius to marvel and admire him. At this moment, the emperor struck the serpent, using his power and skills to overpower the enemy and change the course of the battle, which was impressive. He is the level of the circle boundary and was able to summon a statue, displaying his power and abilities, which were unexpectedly powerful. It was a kind of essence body, and he still hadn't been able to create one, which made him envious and eager to improve his skills. To create a perfect statue, one would have to be at the level of the 7 great emperors. He just has a level of circularity, which was unthinkable. He would not allow him to raise his level and reach new heights, intending to stop him at all costs. Realizing the threat he posed, the elder started shouting for everyone to protect the viceroy. Ling Zhu decided to stop them from doing so, using his skills and strength to distract and confuse the enemy, disrupting their plans to protect the viceroy. This actually worked, as the elders immediately flew off, not expecting such an attack and losing their balance, giving Ling Zhu an advantage in the battle. Ling Zhu had miscalculated something, and what was happening began to happen. The unexpected consequences of his actions came as an unpleasant and dangerous surprise to him. He started to be attacked, but he defended himself with his mirror in time, creating a barrier and reflecting the blows to maintain his position and not get hurt in the battle. He couldn't understand who suddenly attacked him, trying to recognize his opponent and understand his motives so that he could prepare for his next move and not make a mistake. As it turned out, it was a teacher he hadn't expected to see in such a role, which made him even more surprised and doubtful about what was happening. He realized that he had forgotten about his presence here, and now realized that the teacher was playing an important role in this battle, influencing the outcome with his intervention. He said that it had been entertaining, but now it was necessary to act decisively to make no mistakes and win the battle with all his skills and strength. He then told him to return to his mirror, emphasizing the importance of defense and the need to use all available means to defeat the enemy. The Emperor's sect's first soar was a busy thing, but even such a strong opponent wouldn't be able to resist its power and determination, gaining victory. Even though he is very similar to the protagonist, so talented and experienced, but his tactics are not as good as a true master, which will lead to defeat. After that, he went into a rage and started shouting that he is a supreme deity, raising his morale and intimidating his opponents to get his way. Denial is meaningless. Just look at the southern border and realize what would happen to those who support him and oppose the protagonist. After that, everything began to fall apart dramatically and the battle took a new turn, causing chaos and confusion among all involved, changing their plans and strategies. Sooner or later, he was sure that he would destroy the guy, despite all the obstacles and difficulties, relying on his strength and determination in this case. The man couldn't understand what it was, trying to make sense of what was happening and figure out who was behind these events in order to take the right action. This is the light of the Imperial frontier. Some master was secretly aiding the Celestial Mirror, using his powers and knowledge to intervene in this battle and change the outcome. But the man will not allow him to leave so easily, deciding that he must stop him and prevent him from upsetting the balance of power by continuing his fight. He will stay here and fight until the end, showing his loyalty and determination in this battle despite all the difficulties and dangers. But after that, the man was interrupted by someone, and he realized that not everything is so simple, and you need to be ready for unexpected turns of events in the battle. They must attack all at once to defeat a strong opponent, combining their forces and acting coherently to achieve victory and protect their lands. They are all insignificant bugs, daring to hinder him, causing his anger and determination to finish them off once and for all by showing their strength. He then thwarted them all, using his power and skills to disrupt their plans and weaken their strength, gaining an advantage in battle. If such a master entered the battle, they could not stop him, realizing that their chances of victory were diminishing and a new plan of action had to be sought. At this moment, that same girl with her flying whale appeared, attracting the attention of everyone involved and bringing a new element to this battle. Linvieth, who was at the 8th step of the Imperial boundary, was ranked 8th on the blacklist. Hunmen was 10th at the 6th step, but had now become 11th. She was surprised when she saw his might and realized that he was actually here despite all her doubts and assumptions. At that moment, the protagonist appeared, causing surprise and attention from everyone present, ready to show off his skills and change the course of the battle. He said to let the spirit of the patron incarnate, using his powers and knowledge to summon the mighty one, and stand united with him, gaining the new power and strength needed to win this decisive battle, combining his skills and knowledge to accomplish the goal. Then his statue began to inexplicably disappear, dissolving into thin air, causing surprise and concern among all present, leaving them bewildered. After that, a certain man appeared in front of them. His appearance was unexpected and caused a wave of surprise and tension among all the participants in the battle. It was a good shot. He would take it to heart, thinking and analyzing the enemy's actions to use this information in future battles. Let it go back into the mirror, urging him to retreat and hoping that it would weaken the enemy, giving him the opportunity to counterattack. Linvieth started coughing up blood and saying that they would see each other again. The girl watched all of this carefully from the sidelines, analyzing what was happening and preparing to intervene, if necessary, to achieve their goals. Who would be able to pick up the celestial mirror? It would have to be someone with at least the 2nd step of the Imperial frontier. She sees the person from the Emperor's sect has already infiltrated the 1st star territory. The protagonist said that it seems the treaty of the Emperor's time was eventually broken by someone, causing a wave of unease and resentment among the people present. The girl told him to shut up, for their sect was not like that, emphasizing their loyalty and devotion, protecting the honor and reputation of their organization. Emperor Qin undoubtedly oversees the observance of the treaty, but can that be said for his descendants who may not share his principles and views? He is a talker, but if he possesses a worthwhile name, then let him come to all those who the emperor to fight, challenging them to a duel and proving his strength. The protagonist answered nothing and began to distance herself from him, making it clear that she did not intend to engage in empty arguments and conflicts. After that, the main character just started to fall, which caused a wave of anxiety and worrying among everyone present, not understanding what was happening to him. Everyone immediately noticed it and started approaching him, trying to help and understand what was the reason for his fall and what could be done to save him. The girl could not understand what was happening to him and asked her father, hoping to get answers and help in this unclear situation. The man said that he died on the spot, which caused shock and deep sadness in everyone who knew and respected the protagonist for his bravery and strength. Everyone was very much surprised by such information, not believing what had happened and hoping that it was just a mistake or misunderstanding. But as it turned out, at this point the man simply joked about his death, which caused a wave of indignation among those present. Of course, everyone was immediately furious that the man had made a joke about death, considering it inappropriate and cruel, especially in such a tense situation. Let them not worry, the protagonist just used up all his strength. He was unable to distribute them competently as he tried this tactic for the first time, but he would recover after resting. A month later, Jian Clan Guest Palace. After a long time of recovery and treatment, events began to unfold in a new direction, bringing change. The protagonist finally did wake up after a month's absence, realizing that a lot of time had passed and that a lot had changed during his absence. He noticed a very beautiful light that filled the entire room, creating an atmosphere of calm and peace, helping him to regain his strength and come to his senses. He then woke up and noticed that he had had a great night's sleep, feeling alert and ready for new trials and battles, full of determination and strength. The viceroy awoke and strength returned to him, realizing that he was once again able to act and make decisions that would affect the outcome of events. The protagonist said that yes, he had reached the free frontier, and asked how the Zhang family was doing, wondering about their condition and progress after everything that had happened. They are almost finished with the rebuilding work, under Kai's guidance and with the help of the three elders. Everything is going smoothly, and also the people from the Moon Wine and Weed clan have been very helpful. The protagonist said it was glorious and asked how long he had slept, trying to figure out how long it had been since he lost consciousness and what had changed. A month. In that time the situation on the southern border had normalized. Emperor Fo had already left the Zhang clan and asked him to return the mirror when he had time to do so. He helped him a lot and decided to stick around for a while, as he didn't like to be petty and was willing to provide significant support. The protagonist then began to pull out all of his treasures that he had kept for years, hoping to use them for great things. Here are the jewels with the help of which he wants to strengthen his influence among all the emperors in order to achieve his long-awaited goals and secure his power. I wonder how long he has been planning to visit her, and what his reasons were that made him decide to do so. When the demon emperor found out the location of the heavenly mirror, it led to the great battle of the 9 emperors, and he had no heirs left. After the great battle, the 7 great sects created an alliance treaty that they would not interfere in the affairs of the star systems, and Emperor Qin's sects oversee its implementation. Now that the Emperor sect's people have appropriated the mirror, they must prepare for a greater conspiracy, using the jewels to quickly raise their levels. This is what they should pay their main attention to. Let them take his accumulations and start preparing for the campaign, with Yan in charge. She asked if the viceroy would go with them, for she was very interested in his opinion and involvement in their cause. Clave said that he had to visit the genus of herbs and make a period, because he had not eaten anything for a long time and was very hungry, and then they would talk. The protagonist was glad, because it was nice for him to be fed and feel comfortable in the company of close people. After that, a girl came running to him and said that she missed him terribly and was very worried. She heard that he had sent people to the Emperor Sect's star system and the Heavenly Lord escaped, creating a new problem for everyone. She knows that he is very strong and wants to see if he can demonstrate his strength and show his abilities. After all this, he asked her if she had forgotten the celestial women he had met before and who had influenced him. He remembered everything, but he wondered what she thought about it and wanted to discuss it with her at length and carefully. He had learned a lot from them and was waiting for her to show up so he could tell her everything he had learned and find out what she had learned. She called him a fool, for she had emphasized a lot of information about various techniques from books and wanted to share it. Then let her show him what she had learned and he could appreciate her knowledge and ability to understand her better. After that, they passionately started kissing, forgetting everything else and completely immersed in their feelings and emotions. The next day, the protagonist said that it had been a stormy night and advised her to rest well and gain strength. The head informed the viceroy that everyone was waiting for him in the reception area and he should come to discuss important matters. The viceroy came after a while, keeping them all waiting, and they began to discuss current events and future plans. He kept them waiting for a long time, and everyone had thoughts regarding the Emperor Sects star system case that needed to be discussed. Hunmen would follow the composite. After all, the country was now under Summer's rule, and they must act cohesively to achieve their goals. Jian-Chi said she was with them, and the mentor advised them to go gain experience to become stronger and smarter. Let them obey the elder and head, for they would be departing soon, but in the meantime, he would visit the Herb clan for important matters. The protagonist asked the Celestials if they were waiting for him, and they told him to come aboard and not delay. He decided to look in on her, for she had 2 pieces of news for him, and the first piece of news interested him very much. The first news was that he was now in the hands of 5 celestial women, and it was unknown when they would release him back. He was curious to know what the second mystery could be hidden in this mysterious place, full of secrets and adventures waiting to be discovered by curious seekers. Being an intelligent man, he should have guessed what she would say, for they too wanted to travel to the Emperor Sects star system, eager for new knowledge and discoveries. He wasn't against it, but he wanted to get something in return. Not every one of the 5 would agree to it, but he was sure he could convince the others. He told her he agreed and she caught his eye, marveling at his determination and willingness to take unexpected twists of fate. The protagonist confirmed that she can indeed catch him at his word, as trust and honesty have always been the core tenets of their relationship. But he had some things to do first, so he suggested that she go to the Chuang clan while he finalized his current affairs and commitments. She was eager to go with him, for their journey together promised to be interesting and filled with new experiences and discoveries. Although she didn't want to pack, the desire to go with him outweighed all her doubts and hesitations, forcing her to make her final decision. The protagonist asked if she was afraid he might run away, leaving her and her sisters here, but she assured him of her loyalty. With such a beautiful woman with him, others might misunderstand the situation, which could negatively affect his success in love affairs and personal relationships. He assured her that he wouldn't worry, and no one would think he was just her mate, since their bond was obvious to everyone around them. She asked if he had come here to make preparations, for the person in charge of the Emperor's heart had a birthday coming up and needed to prepare in advance. Some man heard from the guards that the protagonist and the elder had arrived at their place, and greeted them with great respect and reverence. He replied that there was no need for ceremony, for he had come to borrow the heart tripod, which they had already promised to hand over to him without further question. They followed him, for the head was waiting for him in the hall for an important conversation and to discuss further plans and strategies. Yage was well aware that for 100 years, he had only cared about her body as a visionary, and he was eager for intimacy. Xia Bing was glad that the protagonist finally came to her, as their meeting was long awaited and filled with mutual feelings and emotions. The protagonist said that she was doing well, and he stopped by to borrow a tripod that he needed for an important matter. What's the rush? Let it pass, and they'll discuss things in peace to find the best solution for everyone. The protagonist asked how things were going with the clan. He was told that Xia Ya and Xia Quanchen were in confinement, and his father was hesitant to come. The protagonist said that it wasn't a bad thing, because sometimes peace and solitude can bring its own positive results. She was told that everyone was going with the Emperor and she wanted to go with him so she wouldn't miss any opportunities. The protagonist asked what the problem was, but she replied that she couldn't go until her grandfather arrived and resolved things. They then kissed passionately, reaffirming their feelings for each other and strengthening their bond despite all the difficulties and obstacles. Time was spent studying ancient literature to find the water of fire. It doesn't cure, but it strengthens the bond between lovers, and she wanted to try it out with her boyfriend. The protagonist pondered, realizing the importance of the upcoming decision and the implications of his actions on future events and relationships. If he wants to leave, he'll have to leave at least something important behind, so that his departure doesn't come as a complete surprise to everyone. When her grandfather comes, she will track him down, and then he can teach her everything he knows, passing on his knowledge and experience. After making the decision, the protagonist felt a strong sense of confidence and readiness for new challenges and adventures. 3 hours later, he realized that the girl had such a trump card that it was really cool and unexpected for everyone. The girl noticed his long absence and asked if he had been doing any shenanigans. The protagonist replied that the girlfriend wanted to join their company to support him on his journey. The Buddha's heart pill was now ready. They could set off on their journey. They prepared in advance to avoid delays and reach the destination on time, full of determination and confidence in their abilities. To get there, it takes the constellation of the 4 countries of the world. The head must open the way. He has come here to do just that, hoping for help and support in this endeavor. They will set out from here and arrive faster than the others. The route had been carefully planned and prepared to avoid unnecessary delays, and they would be able to reach their destination before anyone else. But how did he know about the portal? If he said he guessed, would she believe him? That question troubled him, making him doubt his actions. The main thing is that they need to go to the destination point, to be on time, and not to lose a minute, because time does not tolerate delay, and every second is important. The girl asked if this was the constellation of the Emperor sects. It looked imposing and mysterious, causing her to have many questions and wonder at what she saw. She thought that the journey would take a few days, but just how many secrets did this place hide? How much more would they have to learn together on this adventure? A great many, he answered. Would she want to get to know him better? To immerse herself in the world of secrets and mysteries it can uncover together on this journey. What a coincidence! The passenger steamer of Jixia Book Palace arrived. This event brought new possibilities and perspectives for their adventure, opening up new horizons for them. I can't quite figure out what this palace is. It would be better to start by describing the structure of the sects star system to bring clarity and understanding to the matter. Its territory consists of the forbiddens, inner and center parts. The closer to the center, the stronger the sects, and the forbiddens is divided into lower and higher classes. To establish a sect in the forbiddens part, one must have a strong head and get the permission of the 2 higher sects. Jixia Palace is one such sect. Although it's from the forbiddens, it comes from Supreme Emperor Shen Nian's sector. Therefore, no one here is above him in status and importance. The protagonist said he was wrong. The ship has arrived. They need to join the feast so they won't miss this unique opportunity and enjoy the celebration. The girl understood everything. Her eyes shone with anticipation of the new impressions and adventures that awaited them ahead, and she was ready for them. The protagonist introduced himself and said that he had arrived to participate in the solemn questionnaire in honor of the anniversary. Would he be allowed to join the festivities and be among them? The man had never heard of him and assumed he was from a small sect. He had come to his mentor to suck up and capitalize on the situation, but his companion was so beautiful that they had never met such a beauty. This made them wonder, admire and take interest in her personality. The girl asked if he was sure they were not on a brigand ship. The situation seemed suspicious and full of unknowns, making them wary. Han Chia, the captain of the celebratory ship, was a man from Jixia Palace, known for its grandeur and strict rules for all participants and guests on board. The girl thanked the captain for bringing them along. Her thanks were sincere and full of respect for his kindness and hospitality. No problem, but there are rules in the convention yard. The girls must be taken to comply with all the necessary regulations and safety. After that, the captain and the girl stepped back. He explained to her the procedure and further actions necessary to successfully complete the registration on the ship. The girl was curious about the procedure. She listened attentively to the captain to learn all the details and be prepared for any possible surprises along the way. One must leave a sign on her back and the deed is done. It's a mandatory part of the procedure so that all participants are identified and accounted for. Let him behave himself. She already has a lover. She doesn't want there to be any misunderstandings or trouble because of his behavior. He asks if she has in mind the guy who is below his level. If she says yes, he'll send someone to kill him without hesitation. If he kills this guy, will she agree to be his? That question was full of threat and pressure, making her wonder how she felt. Being with him, he wouldn't be his equal in 100 years. She didn't believe he could be better than her current lover. She sent him away, wanting nothing to do with him. Her determination and strength of character were evident, and wondered if he was asking for trouble. His persistence and insolence began to irritate her, and she was ready for action. After that, the girl immediately used her strength against the man. Her attack was quick and unexpected, forcing him to retreat. The man realized that she must have a supreme boundary. He didn't expect to encounter such a strong opponent and was surprised by her power. How is that so? If she attacked him, he could forget about getting into the palace, because her actions could have consequences. It would be easy to kill him if the Lord delayed. He realized that her powers far outnumbered his and began to panic, feeling threatened. At this time, there was an explosion in the wall. Someone burst in. The situation became even more tense and dangerous for everyone present. The protagonist told her not to pay much attention to what he said. He's just a lowlife. He's going to die and it won't change anything in their lives. The man couldn't understand how he dared to threaten the man from Jixia Palace. His bewilderment and anger were evident, and he sprang into action. After that, he immediately started attacking the guy. His attack was fierce but inept, and the protagonist easily repelled it. The protagonist laughed from his worthless attack. He had no trouble defending himself, and he was confident in his abilities. The protagonist then attacked the man. His strike was powerful and precise, forcing the opponent to retreat and realize his weakness. The man couldn't react quickly and was overwhelmed by this attack. He lost his balance and found himself in an even more vulnerable position. He was panicking very badly and could not understand what the fire was. His fear and confusion was evident to everyone around him. After that, he decided to use a cold weapon. He thought it would give him an advantage and tried to attack again. He then decided that the best solution would be to literally chop off his arm. His cruelty and desperation was boundless. He wounded him. Believe it or not, the protagonist remained standing, showing no signs of weakness or pain. The girl asked if they would get in trouble for this. No. If they want to kill someone, let them not drag him into it. She doesn't want to draw attention, but she's not doing a good job of it in this case. Her concern was justified given the circumstances. The man started yelling for them to show him respect. He's from the palace after all, and on top of that he's injured, demanding attention. A mentor is a hard man to please. Let him guess what they would do to him if everyone traveling to his feast died on the way. The man could not understand how he knew of the mentor's character. His doubt and surprise were evident. He was confused. One hand to dead bodies was the first warning. Let him get out of here, for there would be no second warning, and he was risking his life. At this time, the celebration was already starting. A festive atmosphere filled the space, despite the recent events and tense situation. The girl couldn't understand why there were so many guests. Li Yi is Li Zi's trainer, who is an important figure for the sects of the Forbiddens. The girl asked if that was why he was giving him a gift. A heartbreak was a special gift and its meaning was great for everyone. The protagonist said that the old man was already of age. His dream is to have more years of life, and this pill gives him at least 3 years. They were stopped by a wanderer and asked what sect they were from. They just want to pay their respects and give a gift, widening their circle a bit. But since it's like this, they are 3 million people away. This demand seemed impossible and their chances of success decreased. The main character said that he had no money. His frankness was unexpected, but he didn't want to hide the truth. The girl said that she would pay for it then. Her determination and willingness to help was evident and she supported him. The protagonist said how comforting it was to have a friend. He asked if they could go out now, to which they were answered in the affirmative.